In the afternoon of July, the sun blazed like a fire, scorching the dirt road of Peach Blossom Hollow until it shimmered with white heat. Lu Yulan, a young widow, lived alone in an empty courtyard since her husband died in a city construction accident 2 years ago. The oppressive heat made her skin sticky and her heart restless, as if tangled with grass. She glanced around, bit her full lower lip, picked up a wooden basin, and quietly slipped out toward the secluded clear pool in the back hill. The pool water was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding trees. Lu Yulan eagerly shed her clothes. Her figure was truly appealing, curves in all the right places. Her skin was pale from staying out of the sun, almost dazzling. She slipped into the water like a white fish. A soft moan escaped her lips as the cool water embraced her. Just then the bushes beside her rustled, and a man emerged. Yang Shuisheng, the village simpleton. He held a dusty rabbit, shirtless, wearing only faded shorts. Years of labor and running in the mountains had built a solid, muscular body. Sweat droplets glistened on his bronze chest, and chiseled abdomen sparkling under the sun. Lu Yulan didn't hide. Instead, she stood in the chest-deep water, her peach blossom eyes fixed on Yang Shuisheng, her gaze luring and silken. This simpleton may be slow-witted, but that body is simply mouth-watering. Shuisheng, come here. Her voice was soft and sticky as she beckoned him. Yang Shuisheng stared blankly at the white figure in the water and grinned foolishly. Sister Yulan taking a bath. Yes, it's too hot. Lu Yulan rolled her eyes and deliberately thrust out her chest. The full curves were faintly visible above the water. Shuisheng, sister here has 2 big white rabbits. Much more fun than your rabbit. Want to touch them? She leaned forward, reaching out to take Yang Shuisheng's arm. Seeming to understand rabbit, he stared at her in the water and reached out with a foolish grin. Just as his rough fingers were about to touch her delicate arm, a lewd voice suddenly interrupted. Hey there. What kind of show are you putting on in this heat? Lu Yulan, startled, shrank back into the water, leaving only her head visible. A thuggish voice rang out from the poolside rock. It was Zhao Hu, the local bully who lazed around all day. Chewing on a straw, he swayed out from behind a large boulder by the pool. His triangular eyes swept maliciously between Lu Yulan and Yang Shuisheng. Sister Yulan, what's the point of seducing a simpleton? What does he understand? Zhao Hu's gaze was greedy. This sort of thing, brother who knows best. I guarantee you'll feel wonderful. Zhao Hu, don't talk nonsense. Get lost. Lu Yulan blushed with shame and anger. Get lost. Don't be ungrateful. Zhao Hu laughed, moving 2 steps closer. Your mother-in-law took my 3,000 yuan bride price and agreed to let you be with me. You're my future wife now. I can do whatever I want. You think you can say no? Lu Yulan was thunderstruck, her face instantly pale. Her mother-in-law sold her. She felt ice cold, not from the pool water. Impossible, she cried tremulously, but forced herself to speak. My mother-in-law. How could she agree? And Zhao Hu, you lazy and broke, where would you get 3,000? You're lying. She didn't believe him. Zhao Hu was the village's notorious idler, good for stealing chickens and dogs, but 3,000. He couldn't scrape that together even if he sold himself. Believe it or not. Zhao Hu smirked, licking his lips with an even more lecherous look. Let's get it done right here. Cook the rice while it's hot. Then we'll go back together and ask your mother-in-law. Everything will be clear, won't it? He began unbuttoning his undershirt and made as if to enter the water. Frightened, Lu Yulan turned and scrambled toward the bank to escape. But the stones at the bottom were slippery with algae. In her panic, she twisted her ankle and fell heavily back into the water with a splash, choking and flailing. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hu laughed heartily, wading in slowly. Why run, Sister Yulan? Don't be afraid. Brother who wants to cherish you won't hurt you. Just as Lu Yulan was despairing, a figure stepped between her and Zhao Hu. It was Yang Shuisheng. He had backed away earlier, startled by Zhao Hu. He moved back to her side, spreading his arms like a mother hen protecting her chick, shielding the dripping Lu Yulan. His face still bore that simple expression, but he muttered, Don't bully Sister Yulan. Stupid thing, get lost. Zhao Hu didn't care at all, cursing impatiently. He lifted his foot and kicked Yang Shuisheng hard in the solid abdomen. Yang Shuisheng grunted, stumbling backward several steps, landing on his bottom in the shallow water. Shuisheng, run. Go back to the village and get help. Lu Yulan screamed. Yang Shuisheng clutched his stomach, looking from the snarling Zhao Hu to Lu Yulan, whose face was wet with water, whether tears or pool he couldn't tell. Seeming to understand run and get help, he let out a bewildered, scrambled up from the water and ran. Damn it, trying to spoil my fun. Zhao Hu realized the simpleton would fetch people. Furious, he spotted a fist-sized cobblestone beside his foot. Without thinking, he bent down, grabbed the stone, and with all his strength hurled it at the running figure of Yang Shuisheng. A dull thud. The stone struck Yang Shuisheng squarely on the back of the head. He didn't even cry out. His running body stiffened, then fell straight forward like a log onto the ground, motionless. Lu Yulan in the pool covered her mouth, unable to scream. Zhao Hu was stunned for a moment, then cursed as he waited. He walked over to Yang Shuisheng and turned him over with his foot. The simpleton's eyes were closed, a large wound on his head bleeding profusely, his face rapidly turning pale. Zhao, who crouched, checked his breath, felt his neck. No sign of life. A flash of panic crossed his face but quickly hardened into cruelty. He stood, dusted off his hands, and turned to look at the terrified Lu Yulon in the pool. He actually managed to good, he's dead. No more trouble. He spat on the ground. Perfect. After I'm done with you, I'll take care of this simpleton. Warm blood kept oozing from the wound on the back of Yang Shuisheng's head, trickling down his neck, soaking his sweat-drenched chest. The blood stained a small, inconspicuous dark red jade pendant hanging from a red string around his neck. The pendant was no larger than a thumbnail, uneven at the edges, as if broken from something dull, in color looking like an ordinary stone. Now as Yang Shuisheng's blood soaked into it, the pendant flickered with a faint pink hue. The blood on its surface seemed to be absorbed like a sponge, seeping in silently. Yang Shuisheng felt himself floating lightly, as if falling into a warm, hazy mist. The pain in his body vanished, and Zhao Hu's curses and Lu Yulon's sobs grew distant. The mist suddenly parted slightly, and he saw himself standing in a place full of blooming peach blossoms, all pink and fragrant. A woman in a pink dress stood under the largest peach blossom tree gazing at him. Her beauty was beyond words for Yang Shuisheng's simple mind. He felt that from her hair to her toes, she was so beautiful, she didn't seem real 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful than the prettiest girl in the village Lu Yulon. She seemed to radiate light and carry the scent of peach blossoms, calming the heart at a glance. It was your blood that awakened this remnant soul of mine. I am Lin Tao, known as the Tao Jade, immortal venerable. Her voice was clear and cool, yet pleasant. She looked at Yang Shuisheng with complex eyes. Betrayed by an enemy, my primordial spirit was sealed into my life-bound artifact, the peach blossom jade, and then swept into a space-time turbulence. The artifact shattered into 10 pieces scattered across this realm. My 3 souls and 7 spirits also split, each attaching to a fragment. The piece you have is my heavenly soul fragment. She spoke slowly, and most of what she said. Immortal, venerable, primordial spirit artifacts. Yang Shuisheng couldn't understand, but he listened blankly and somehow grasped the general meaning. This unbelievably beautiful woman had encountered a great calamity, shattered into 10 pieces, and 1 piece was with him. I don't have much time, so we'll make it brief. Lin Tao's phantom seemed even fainter. I need you to find the other 9 fragments and help me reunite my primordial spirit. In exchange, I will impart all my lifelong knowledge, cultivation methods, medical arts, alchemy, formation talismans, and heal your fatal wound. She looked into his bewildered yet innocent eyes. If you agree, nod. If you refuse, this fading remnant soul will still try to preserve a thread of life for you, but you'll be lucky to return to your former muddled state, let alone gain anything else. Yang Shuisheng stared at her blankly. Help find the fragments. He didn't understand. But healing his wounds and those impressive-sounding knowledge. His mind was foggy, yet he vaguely sensed that if he refused, he might really die, and Sister Yulon would still be bullied by Zhao Hu. He nodded firmly. Okay. Lin Tao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Without another word, she raised her illusory finger and gently touched the center of his forehead. Boom. In an instant, Yang Shuisheng felt as if countless things were being forcibly stuffed into his head. A vast ocean of text, diagrams, chants, prescriptions, human meridians, celestial movements. An unimaginably complex torrent of information violently poured into his originally simple and sluggish sea of consciousness. The intense swelling pain made him want to scream, but no sound came out. At the same time, a warm and cool stream of energy flowed from the peach blossom jade fragment, rapidly spreading throughout his body, especially the terrifying wound on the back of his head. The shattered skull, torn blood vessels, damaged brain tissue healed and regenerated at a speed invisible yet tangible under the influence of this strange power. After who knows how long, perhaps just an instant. By the pond, Zhao, who had already taken off his shirt and was leering at the limp Lu Yulon in the water. On the ground, Yang Shuisheng, who should have been dead, twitched a finger stained with blood. His eyes remained closed, but beneath the lids, the eyeballs that usually showed foolish bewilderment seemed to twitch extremely slightly for a moment. The vast, otherworldly knowledge was surging and churning in his reassembled mind, gradually settling. A clear light replaced his former murkiness, slowly kindling in the depths of his consciousness. Zhao, who had already plunged into the pond and grabbed Lu Yulon's flailing wrist. His hand was like an iron clamp, squeezing her so hard it hurt. Let go of me. Zhao Hu, you beast. Help. Lu Yulon struggled, desperately splashing water. Go ahead and shout. Zhao Hu gasped, using his other hand to cover her mouth, a leering smile on his face. This mountain pond has no one around. You can scream all you want, no one will hear you. Be good and give in to Brother Tiger, and you'll have plenty of good times. Lu Yulon's mouth was covered, only muffled sounds came out. Tears mixed with pond water streamed down her face. Despair drowned her like the cold water. Just as Zhao Hu was struggling to drag the soaked Lu Yulan toward the shore, a dark figure appeared silently behind him at the pond's edge, blocking most of the sunlight. Zhao Hu felt the light dim and instinctively turned around. There stood Yang Shuisheng upright. The wound on his head where the stone had struck was no longer bleeding, only a horrifying dark red scab remained. His face was expressionless, his eyes fixed on Zhao Hu. The look seemed different from his usual vacant stupor. It was eerily calm, sending chills down the spine. Zhao Hu was so startled that he let go and Lu Yulan splashed back into the water. Zhao Hu himself stepped back, his voice trembling. Why, Yang Shuisheng? Are you man or ghost? He had checked the kid was clearly dead not long ago. Yang Shuisheng did not answer whether he was man or ghost, but simply stepped forward. Let her go. The tone and demeanor made Zhao Hu's heart skip a beat, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. In broad daylight, no ghost exists. He must not have been killed, or the fool is just tough and revived. With this thought, Zhao Hu's courage returned, and he put on a fierce expression, pointing at Yang Shuisheng. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. You're lucky I didn't kill you just now. Get out of here. If you dare mess with my business again, it'll really kill you. Shuisheng, run. Don't worry about me. Go get help. Lu Yulan shouted hoarsely. Slap. Zhao Hu slapped her across the face, jerking her head aside. Shut up. He cursed, then turned to Yang Shuisheng, forcing a fake smile, like coaxing a child. He pulled a nearly melted candy from his wet pocket and held it out. Shuisheng, be good, go play under that tree and eat the candy. When Brother Tiger finishes his business, he'll buy you more candy, okay? He wanted to send the fool away first, otherwise if he let go of Lu Yulan to deal with him, the woman would definitely try. Yang Shuisheng looked down at the sticky candy in Zhao Hu's palm, then raised his eyes to Zhao Hu's hypocritical and ferocious face. Bam! In the next second, Zhao Hu only saw a blur. Before he could see how Yang Shuisheng moved, a tremendous force slammed into his stomach. Zhao Hu was kicked clean out of the water, flying back a meter or two, crashing hard onto the gravel by the pond. He curled up, clutching his stomach, seeing stars from the pain, nearly fainting. Yang Shuisheng withdrew his foot, flicked water droplets from his hand, looked at the groaning Zhao Hu on the ground, and said slowly, Did you really think I'm still the fool who could be tricked into touching an electric pole with a piece of candy? Zhao Hu winced in pain. Hearing this, he looked up in horror, staring at Yang Shuisheng, as if at a monster. Your idiocy. Is it cured? Thanks to you. Yang Shuisheng flexed his wrist and walked towards him. That stone was a pretty good shot. So, I need to repay you properly. What? What are you going to do? Yang Shuisheng, I warn you. Oh, stop. Ouch. Before his pleas and threats were finished, Yang Shuisheng's fists and feet rained down. There was no technique, but every punch and kick was fierce and heavy, deliberately aimed at the fleshy, painful spot. Zhao Hu tried to fight back, but his opponent was incredibly strong and fast. He couldn't block at all, so he could only curl up and roll on the ground, screaming in agony. Stop hitting. Brother Shuisheng. Grandfather. Ancestor. I was wrong. He'll never dare again. Please forgive me. Zhao Hu's face was covered in snot and tears, bawling like a baby. What about Sister Yulan? Yang Shuisheng stopped, his foot still on Zhao Hu's chest. I won't touch her. Even if you beat me to death, I won't dare. Zhao Hu hurriedly swore. He'll leave. He'll leave right now. Yang Shuisheng then removed his foot and spat out 2 words, get lost. Zhao Hu scrambled up as if pardoned. Ignoring his pain and soaking clothes, he limped into the woods, without looking back, quickly disappearing. The pond side instantly fell silent, leaving only the sound of trickling water. Lu Yulan was still in the water, stunned, watching everything as if in a dream. Until Yang Shuisheng turned and walked to the pond's edge, reaching out his hand. Sister Yulan, it's okay. Come up. Hearing this familiar, yet somewhat strange voice, Lu Yulan's tears suddenly poured out again. A surge of relief and after fear overwhelmed her. She didn't care that she was nearly naked. She crawled ashore on her hands and knees. Still dripping with cold water, she threw herself into Yang Shuisheng's arms, tightly hugging his solid, warm body, and burst into loud crying. Woo, Shuisheng. I was so scared. I really thought that beast had killed you. She sobbed, her whole body trembling, her full figure pressed tightly against him, the wet, thin fabric revealing her curves, her warmth seeping through. Yang Shuisheng's body stiffened slightly. In his mind, the vast memories of the Tao Jade Immortal Venerable, which had just settled, remained untouched. But his young, strong body clearly felt the soft, fiery touch of the woman in his arms and her breathtaking curve. An uncontrollable heat rose from his lower abdomen. Gulp! His Adam's apple bobbed and his arms stiffly hovered around Lu Yulan. The feeling was so soft and smooth, simply incredible. He looked down, seeing her fair neck and full softness under the wet hair. He inexplicably leaned close to Lu Yulan's ear, lowered his voice, his breath spraying onto her sensitive ear. Sister Yulan, what you said before about me grabbing the big white rabbit, is it still on the table? Lu Yulan shuddered, all over her ears burning crimson at his words. Only then did it strike her. This clear-eyed, articulate man before her was no longer the simple-minded boy she once knew, and she herself was nearly bare, held tightly against his chest. "Oh, let go of me, right now," she cried out in flustered panic, instinctively pushing against Yang Shuisheng's chest, only to find it unyielding as stone. Instead of loosening his grip, Yang Shuisheng tightened his arms, drawing her flush against him. Lowering his gaze, he studied her flushed cheeks and evasive eyes, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. "What's wrong, sister-in-law Yulan? Just moments ago, beneath the water, you were the one who beckoned me to catch rabbits. Now you'd renege on your own words." "No, I never did." Lu Yulan hastily denied him, though her protest rang hollow, lacking conviction. Her heart churned in turmoil, shameful of her current predicament, yet unnerved by Yang Shuisheng's sudden transformation and the potent, unmistakable aura of masculinity radiating from him. Her resisting hands gradually softened into feeble resistance, her fingertips even sensed the heat and steady thud of his heartbeat pulsing through his chest. Don't do this, Shuisheng. It's not proper if someone sees." Her voice dwindled to a whisper laced with quiet entreaty, while her knees grew strangely weak. It had been far too long since a man had held her like this. "No one is watching." Yang Shuisheng leaned closer, still his breath grazing her ear. He felt the delicate tremor rippling through her body, not pure fear, but something warmer, tenser anticipation, that only stoked the fire smoldering deep within him. "No, truly no. No." She struggled a little harder, though her writhing bore the subtle cadence of reluctant surrender. "It's too sudden. Give me time, let me think." Yang Shuisheng paused, gazing into her dewy, glistening eyes. Then, "When sister-in-law Yulan will you have finished thinking?" "Tonight. Tonight is fine," she murmured, averting her burning gaze, biting her lower lip until it whitened. "Let me prepare. Tonight. 11 o'clock, after everyone in the village has fallen asleep." Her face nearly buried itself in his chest. "Could we stay right here?" Only then did Yang Shuisheng release her, with a satisfied smile. "As you wish, sister-in-law Yulan." The moment his arms loosened, her legs buckled. Slipping on the moss-slick stones beside the pool, she stumbled backward with a startled cry. Yang Shuisheng reacted instantly. His arm shot out, seizing her waist and yanking her back. His large hand clamped firmly around her slender, supple waist, fingers sinking deep into the soft, yielding flesh. Through her drenched, clinging garment, the plump, springy warmth of her body pressed against his palm, making his throat tighten anew. Lu Yulan gasped, softly jerking away as though scalded, stumbling back several paces, her face aflame, her chest heaving violently. She dared not glance at Yang Shuisheng again. Bowing her head, she scrambled to gather her clothes from the bank and fled half-dressed into the nearby woods. After a long while, she emerged fully clothed, her hair still damp and clinging to her cheeks. "You wait a bit before leaving." She stole a fleeting glance at him from afar, her cheeks still flushed, speaking rapidly and low. "Don't walk down the mountain with me. People will talk." Pausing, she added more soberly, "And Shuisheng, about your recovery, say nothing to anyone yet. Keep acting as you used to, simple, slow-witted. It'll spare you endless trouble. Understand?" Yang Shuisheng nodded, his expression softening into that familiar, guileless dullness. "I'll do as you say, sister-in-law Yulan." Only then did she exhale in relief, and after one last lingering look, turned and hurried down the mountain. Silence settled over the pool, leaving Yang Shuisheng alone. The mask of foolishness melted from his face, replaced by profound stillness, and eyes dark, deep, and piercing. He found a smooth stone by the water's edge and sat gazing into the crystal-clear depths. Within his mind, vast, intricate knowledge settled like silt in still water. Fragments of memory, once hazy, shattered, now sharpened with crystalline clarity, surfacing as full consciousness returned. He remembered. Years earlier, village chief Zhao Yukai had sought favor with a city businessman proposing a specialty orchard project in Peach Blossom Hollow. He coveted Yang's family's 10 mu of prime land, adjacent to a mountain spring rich and fertile. They called it a lease, yet no written contract existed, no rent ever materialized. They simply intended to seize it by force. Yang's parents, honest, hardworking peasants, relied entirely on that land to survive, and refused outright. They argued. They stood in opposition. Then, during a violent confrontation, someone hurled a brick. His father shoved him aside, and the brick struck Yang squarely in the back of the head. Blood poured forth. When he awoke, he was lost, dazed, vacant, a fool. But that was only the beginning. His parents, desperate for justice, filed complaints everywhere. Town hall, county office, wearing their sauls threadbare, yet finding no redress. Finally, en route to the county seat, once more their rickety three-wheeler was struck head-on by a massive gravel truck. They died instantly. Traffic police ruled it an accident. The driver paid a pittance, and that was the end of it. Yang didn't believe it for a second. In those years, addled and unaware, he wandered like a stray dog, begging scraps, enduring scorn and cruelty. Only Lu Yulan quietly slipped him food sometimes, or shouted down other children, pelting him with stones. He hadn't been born a fool. It was village chief Zhao Yukai. It was that grasping businessman. It was every soul who aided them with black hearts, who destroyed his home, murdered his parents, and reduced him to a witless shell. You will all pay. Not one of you will escape. Hatred burned cold and fierce in Yang Shuisheng's eyes. Revenge against Zhao Youcai, against that businessman, against every accomplice who'd kicked him when he was down. To reclaim what was stolen, to honor his parents' spirits in heaven. That was his most urgent vow. Yet Yang Shuisheng quickly steadied himself. Vengeance fueled by rage and brute strength alone would be suicide. Zhao Yukai had ruled Peach Blossom Hollow for years, commanding loyal followers, perhaps even connections higher up. That businessman he courted was no ordinary man. Rushing in now would be tantamount to walking straight to the grave. First, he must grow stronger, drawing upon the legacy left behind by immortal Lord Tao Yu. His mind stilled. Consciousness flowed inward, delving into the boundless expanse of inherited memory. Immortal Lord Tao Yu's life's knowledge was staggering, vast, intricate, multifarious. Focusing his intent, he sought first a cultivation technique. Instantly, the peach jade scripture surfaced. The master cultivation art of immortal Lord Tao Yu, profound and sublime, leading directly toward the Tao. Yet as he studied it closely, his brow furrowed. The peach jade scripture followed a path of supreme gentleness and spiritual nourishment, demanding strict physical prerequisites, ideally a pure constitution or female cultivation for optimal results. His own robust, yang-dominant male body would likely yield poor returns, or worse, invite catastrophic deviation, if forced down this path. Undeterred, he continued searching the dense archive of memories. Immortal Lord Tao Yu's erudition was immense. Her mental vault held far more than just her own sex arts. Moments later, another technique surfaced, one subtly different, tinged with a faint, eerie resonance. The harmony bliss, chi-nourishing art. This was not her own practice, but one she'd acquired long ago during her wanderings, from a sect known as the Harmony Bliss sect. Its path centered on yin-yang convergence and mutual cultivation, unorthodox, bordering on expedient, with undertones of self-benefit at others' expense. Yet its virtue lay in accessibility, minimal physical prerequisites, especially suited for male cultivators at the threshold of practice lacking exceptional foundations. Most crucially, this version bore immortal Lord Tao Yu's revisions, harming no assisting female cultivator and instead bestowing tangible benefits upon her. Yang Shuisheng read the opening passage carefully. Indeed, the first step required union with a woman, harnessing the purest essence of her primordial yin energy at the moment of their initial consummation, guiding it with precise methods to ignite the first spark of qi within his own body and establish his foundation. At this, Yang Shuisheng's thoughts quickened. A woman consummation. Lu Yulan's blushing, tender face, and the fiery, alluring curves revealed beneath her soaked garments, rose vividly in his mind. 11 o'clock tonight, clear water pool. Wasn't that perfect? Help! Help! Glug glug glug. Just as his mind began weaving plans for the night ahead, a woman's panicked scream pierced the air from upstream, near a small waterfall where deep water pooled, followed by frantic splashing and the choked gurgle of drowning. Yang Shuisheng did not think much and immediately ran towards the direction of the cries for help. After maneuvering around a dense patch of reeds, he saw a person struggling in a swift part of the water above the pool, their black hair spreading out like aquatic grass, sinking and floating. He rushed over in a few steps and dove into the water, quickly swimming to the person. The one who fell into the water was already panicking. Feeling someone approaching, they clutched onto Yang Shuisheng, as if grasping at a lifeline, almost dragging him into the water as well. Yang Shuisheng steadied himself, wrapping his arms around the person's waist from behind, feeling their soft and plump body. He did not have time to think further, and half-dragged, half-held the person towards the shore. In the struggle, his hands inevitably brushed against many inappropriate soft places, causing the person in his arms to stiffen for a moment, but the instinct for survival made her cling tighter. After much effort, they finally dragged the person onto the shore, both panting heavily. Only then did Yang Shuisheng clearly see the face of the one who fell into the water. It was Bai Qinglian. The villagers called her Sister Bai, but in fact she was only 26, 2 years younger than Lu Yulan, while her husband worked away from home, leaving her alone. At this moment, she was soaking wet, her thin summer shirt clinging tightly to her body, outlining breathtaking curves that were not at all inferior to Lu Yulan. With her hair wet and sticking to her face, it made her delicate features even more exquisite, carrying a hint of vulnerability from being startled. Cough, cough. Thank you. Shuisheng, thank you. Bai Qinglian coughed up some water, patted her chest, and thanked him with a trembling voice. She realized her current disheveled appearance, her face blushing slightly instinctively, using her arm to cover her chest. It's nothing, Sister Bai. Yang Shuisheng averted his gaze, looking towards the pool, and initiated a conversation to ease the awkwardness. By the way, how did you fall in? The water here is not shallow. I came to gather some firewood at the back mountain or it was too hot, so I thought I would come here for a drink and rest. I was squatting on that rock over there drinking water when suddenly a water snake jumped out of the water, scaring me to death. I stepped back, slipped, and then... She was speaking when she tried to stand up, but as soon as she moved, she suddenly gasped in pain, frowning tightly, her hand covering the upper part of her right thigh. What's wrong, Sister Bai? Yang Shuisheng asked. It hurts a bit here. Bai Qinglian's face turned a little pale as she moved her hand, cautiously rolling up her wet pants leg a bit. There on the outer side of her thigh were two small blood spots on her snow-white skin, and the area around them had started to redden and swell slightly. It was the mark of a snake bite. It was likely the very snake that startled her earlier. I got bitten by a snake. Bai Qinglian's voice changed, filled with panic and a hint of tears. Yang Shuisheng's heart sank, and he immediately leaned in to examine the wound closely. Did you see what kind of snake it was? The color? The pattern? No, I didn't see clearly. Just saw a dark snake, and it dove back into the water in an instant. Bai Qinglian shook her head vigorously, tears welling in her eyes. Shuisheng, am I going to die? Don't panic. Yang Shuisheng pressed down on her shoulder, his tone steady. In his mind, the knowledge about toxins and treatments from the inheritance of Taoist master Tao Yu flashed through. Since we can't see what kind of snake it is, and its toxicity is unknown, we cannot delay. First, I need to suck out some of the venom to prevent it from spreading, then find some herbs to apply. Suck. Bai Qinglian was stunned, her face suddenly turning red. The location of the wound was too high near the root of her thigh. She couldn't reach it herself. Yang Shuisheng also realized this point. He glanced at the wound, then back at Bai Qinglian's flushed face and her panicked eyes, and said in a deep voice, Sister Bai, the situation is urgent. We can't worry about anything else now. You can't do it yourself. I have to help you. Bai Qinglian bit her lip, her face alternating between red and white, fear and shame intertwining. But seeing Yang Shuisheng's calm and serious gaze and considering the potential danger to her life, she finally closed her eyes and nodded slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper. Then I'll trouble you, Shuisheng. I apologize for the trouble. With her consent, Yang Shuisheng no longer hesitated. He had Bai Qinglian sit steadily, then crouched down and carefully rolled her pants leg further up until the skin around the wound was fully exposed. The sight of her fair thigh flashed before him, and Yang Shuisheng steadied his mind, casting aside distracting thoughts, lowering his head and leaning closer to the wound. As his lips touched the slightly swollen skin, he distinctly felt Bai Qinglian's body tremble violently, a suppressed sound escaping her throat, trembling with a soft moan. Yang Shuisheng sucked hard, then turned his head to spit out a few mouthfuls of dark red blood. This continued several times until the blood he spit out became bright red. Throughout the process, Bai Qinglian kept her eyes tightly shut, her body tensed and rigid, her face and neck flushed, breathing quickly with both hands gripping the grass and leaves on the ground. After sucking out the venom, Yang Shuisheng carefully examined the wound again. The swelling did not seem to have worsened. He immediately stood up and quickly searched nearby. Soon he found a few half-blooming lotus flowers and some dandelions, chewed them up and stuffed them into his mouth, then applied them to Bai Qinglian's wound, tearing off a relatively clean hem of his sweat-soaked shirt to help bandage and secure it. With the cool medicinal herbs applied, the intense burning sensation eased considerably. Bai Qinglian finally began to regain her composure, letting out a long sigh of relief. She watched Yang Shuisheng skillfully tending to the wound, his eyes and movements steady and decisive, completely unlike the foolish and bewildered demeanor from before. An unbelievable thought emerged. Shuisheng, your illness seems to have gotten better, she cautiously asked. Yang Shuisheng's hands paused in the bandaging, and he looked up at her. Although there was confusion in Bai Qinglian's eyes, there was no malice. He recalled how many people in the village had looked down on him when he was foolish. Only a few like Lu Yulan and Bai Qinglian would occasionally sneak him some food to prevent other children from bullying him. Yeah, it's better now. Just earlier I accidentally fell and bumped my head. I got confused, and then it got better. Sister Bai, please don't mention this to anyone else, okay? Bai Qinglian was initially startled, then quickly understood and nodded vigorously, her face showing sincere joy. As long as you're better, that's good. That's good. Don't worry, sister, I'll keep my mouth shut. I won't tell anyone. After a pause, she lowered her voice. It's best to keep it hidden. Some people in the village can't stand to see others doing well. Yang Shuisheng smiled faintly, not responding to that. Feeling that his leg was a bit better and not hurting as much, Bai Qinglian tried to stand up. Although her legs were still a bit weak, she could at least move. Shuisheng, I owe you my life today, otherwise I might have died here. She looked at the sky and suddenly remembered something, turning to Yang Shuisheng and saying, Come, let's go back home. I'll cook for you. She knew that Yang Shuisheng lived alone, often going without meals. Yang Shuisheng didn't refuse, helping Bai Qinglian gather the scattered firewood, tying it into a sturdy bundle and easily slinging it over his back. Bai Qinglian carried a small basket containing some wild vegetables, and the two of them descended the mountain one after the other. On the way, they encountered several villagers returning from the fields. Seeing Yang Shuisheng carrying firewood behind the little widow Bai Qinglian, someone grinned and teased, "Oh sister Bai, have you put our Shuisheng to work as your laborer? Shuisheng has sister Bai given you any candy? Don't tire yourself out carrying all that wood." Hearing this, Yang Shuisheng immediately broke into his signature foolish smile, mumbling a couple of vague ha-ha sounds without replying, just focusing on walking. Get lost, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Bai Qinglian's face hardened as she spat at the few people. "I think Shuisheng is much better than you lazy folks. He knows how to lend a hand to this poor widow, unlike you, who just gossip." The few people scolded did not get angry as if used to it, and walked away laughing. Yang Shuisheng was aware he had not yet started practicing his skills, and his strength was far from sufficient. Now was not the time for a complete reveal. Acting foolish was the best choice. When they reached the outside of Bai Qinglian's yard, she took out a key to open the somewhat old wooden door, smiling. "Come in quickly, Shuisheng, today. I'll make you scrambled eggs." But before she could finish, her voice caught in her throat. In the yard, a man wearing a wrinkled suit carrying a suitcase and with dark skin was squatting under the eaves smoke. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man looked up, and upon seeing Bai Qinglian at the door and Yang Shuisheng carrying firewood behind her, his expression darkened immediately. In addition to Zhou Keifeng's voice, there was a man's muffled grunt and more vigorous movements. It was most likely Zhao Yukai. Yang Shuisheng halted his steps, standing in the dim convenience store with 5 yuan clutched in his hand. The ambiguous sounds from upstairs reached his ears quite clearly. Is this useless thing already finished? But the embarrassing noises didn't last long before Zhou Keifeng's dissatisfied complaints drifted down. "Shut the hell up, if you keep yapping." Village Chief Zhao Yukai's voice was low and filled with irritation. "What did I say something wrong? There's not even 3 minutes. When have you ever made me comfortable? Hey, you better not talk to me like that." Seeing that another argument was about to erupt upstairs, Yang Shuisheng cleared his throat and raised his voice, calling out, "Auntie Feng, are you there? I want to buy something." The upstairs became instantly quiet. After a few seconds, Zhao Yukai's irritable voice came down. "Humph, hurry up and see if you can send him away, then come back to deal with you." After a while, the curtain leading to the inner room was lifted and a woman in her 30s emerged. It was Zhou Caifeng, the village chief's wife. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her face flushed from the aftermath, and her lips were slightly swollen. She wore a short-sleeved floral shirt with the top buttons undone, exposing a swath of fair skin and a deep cleavage paired with loose cotton pants. Though not tall, she had a voluptuous figure. Where it should be full, it was ample, and as she walked, her chest swayed, radiating a sense of maturity. "Idiot! What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Yang Shuisheng standing outside the counter, her brows furrowed, and her tone was sharp. "Auntie hasn't cooked at home today. Go somewhere else if you want to eat." She thought this idiot had come to beg for leftovers again. Yang Shuisheng muttered inside, feeling that his earlier shout had at least saved her some face, yet she had this attitude. His expression remained neutral as he pulled out the 5 yuan from his pocket and slapped it onto the dusty glass counter. "I want to buy noodles." Zhou Keifeng was taken aback, looked down at the crumpled 5 yuan, then back up at Yang Shuisheng, suspicion glimmering in her eyes. This idiot usually had no money to eat. Where did he get the cash? And to pull out 5 yuan at once. Where did you get the money? Instead of taking the cash, she crossed her arms, the motion accentuating her fullness, her shirt stretched tight. "It wouldn't be stolen from someone, would it? I won't accept money from dubious sources." Yang Shuisheng did not respond, but pointed at the bottom of the glass counter. "There's still 2 packs down there. Why, I saw them." Zhou Keifeng followed his finger to see that indeed in the corner of the bottom shelf lay 2 packs of dry noodles wrapped in old newspaper. "So what if I see them?" Though her face showed signs of embarrassment, she quickly huffed. "If I say I want sell, then I won't. Who knows if your money is clean?" She then scrutinized Yang Shuisheng again, saying, "Tisk, I say, idiot, why does it seem like you're not so dumb?" Yang Shuisheng was too lazy to argue with her. He hadn't intended to meddle, but seeing Zhou Keifeng's arrogant and condescending demeanor stirred his displeasure. "With this attitude, how can you do business?" His gaze swept across Zhou Keifeng's face, and recalling the sounds he heard upstairs earlier, his inherited medical knowledge naturally surfaced in his mind. "Always wearing a long face, as if someone owes you 8 million. I can see your liver fire is strong, your heart and kidneys are disconnected, and your yin and yang are severely imbalanced. You probably can't sleep well at night and feel anxious during the day, right?" He took back the 5 yuan from the counter, turned as if to leave, and casually added, "If this continues, headaches and irritability would be the least of your worries." Though he spoke quickly, every word was clear, completely unlike an idiot. Zhou Keifeng had initially looked impatient, but as she listened, her eyes gradually widened, filled with uncertainty. What Yang Shuisheng said, insomnia and night sweats, feeling irritable during the day, and the discomfort from earlier. It was as if he had hit the nail on the head. She had indeed been feeling this way recently, thinking it was due to her menopause or the hot weather. But How would this idiot know? And he articulated it so clearly. Hey, you. Stop right there. As she watched Yang Shuisheng pocket the money and genuinely turned to leave, Zhou Kaifeng blurted out. Yang Shuisheng halted his steps, but did not turn around. Zhou Kaifeng hurriedly circled the counter, quickly walking a couple of steps to block his path. Now that they were close, Yang Shuisheng could even smell the mixed scent of sweat and snowflower cream on her. She stared into Yang Shuisheng's eyes, which were clear and bright, totally devoid of the muddiness from before. What? What were you babbling about just now? Zhou Kaifeng's voice lowered, laced with interrogation, but her eyes revealed curiosity and urgency that couldn't be concealed. Clarify your words. What do you mean by yin and yang imbalance, heart and kidney disconnection? Clarify. Yang Shuisheng looked at her calmly. If I tell you, will you sell those 2 packs of noodles? Zhou Kaifeng gritted her teeth. You say. If you're right, not only will I sell you the noodles, but I'll also give them to you at cost. You've been feeling a surge of unnamed anger lately, finding everything displeasing and easily irritated, right? Can't sleep at night, and even when you do, you have many dreams and wake up easily drenched in sweat. You feel hot all over, especially in the afternoons and evenings, but your hands and feet are easily cold. Your period hasn't been regular, right? And Yang Shuisheng paused, his gaze sweeping over her neck and slightly dry lips, lowering his voice further. Things between you and your husband have been rather unsatisfactory, haven't they? They come quickly and leave just as fast, always feeling uncomfortable, and your heart feels more stifled. With every word he spoke, Zhou Kaifeng's expression shifted. By the end, her face had turned red and pale, and turns not from embarrassment, but from shock. These intimate, hard-to-speak symptoms had all been accurately described by this idiot. Some details even her husband Zhao Yukai didn't know. How? How did you know? Zhou Kaifeng's voice became a bit dry, her gaze toward Yang Shuisheng completely transformed. Who told you? Or did you eavesdrop? Thinking of the earlier noises upstairs, her face flushed even more. Yang Shuisheng did not answer how he knew, but simply said lightly, liver qi stagnation, heart fire excess, kidney water deficiency, and imbalance of yin and yang are not serious illnesses, but prolonged neglect can be uncomfortable. To adjust, try to get less angry, eat lightly, and don't overindulge in cold foods. If conditions allow, find some Lily's jujube seeds and floating wheat to boil and drink for calming the mind. After finishing, he no longer looked at Zhou Kaifeng's shocked expression, extending his hand. Noodles. Still in shock and doubt, Zhou Kaifeng instinctively nodded absent-mindedly, turning back to the counter, retrieving the 2 packs of dry noodles wrapped in old newspaper, and inexplicably only charged Yang Shuisheng 3 yuan, handing over the remaining 2 yuan along with the noodles. Yang Shuisheng took the noodles and the change without uttering another word, turning and exiting the convenience store. Zhou Kaifeng stood there clutching the 5 yuan, watching Yang Shuisheng's figure disappear down the dirt road, her heart in turmoil. This Yang Shuisheng, he really isn't stupid anymore. Not only is he not stupid, but how does he also understand these things? He spoke so coherently, hitting right at the core of her heart. Seeing Yang Shuisheng about to walk far away, Zhou Kaifeng, not knowing where her impulsiveness came from, hurriedly chased out of the convenience store, lowering her voice to call, Shuisheng. You. Wait a minute. Yang Shuisheng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Zhou Kaifeng hurried a few steps closer, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and then forced a somewhat stiff smile, softening her voice. Shuisheng, tell your aunt the truth. What you just said. Is it real? You're not just fooling your aunt, are you? She was still anxious inside. A fool who has been dull for so many years, suddenly speaking such profound truths, seemed suspicious. Yet the symptoms he described were all accurate, leaving her with no choice but to believe. Yang Shuisheng observed the skepticism on her face, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and replied in a calm tone, whether it's true or not, why not give it a try and find out? That remedy won't harm anyone, at worst it won't work. It's better than you holding in your frustration and being dissatisfied with everyone. This struck a nerve with Zhou Kaifeng. Indeed, she had been irritated by everything lately, especially by her useless husband. Just then, the tightly shut window of the small shop on the 2nd floor was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. What are you 2 fools whispering about? Village Chief Zhao Yukai leaned halfway out, a cigarette in his mouth, his face looking unhappy as he shouted down, who are you dressing up for? Get up here quickly. His gaze swept over Yang Shuisheng, filled with disdain and impatience. And you fool, go beg somewhere else, don't loiter in front of my house, get lost. Yang Shuisheng's expression slightly cooled, but he quickly concealed it. This old bastard was still as annoying as ever. Sooner or later he would make him pay. He immediately put on his usual dull expression, his gaze turning vacant again. Mumbling a couple of oaths, he held the noodles and turned to leave in the direction of his home. He looked just like the usual slow-witted fool. However, Zhou Kaifeng, being close by, watched as Yang Shuisheng left with a sudden change of expression, her confusion deepening. How could he change his face so quickly? Was he truly a fool, or just pretending? And those words earlier, were they just random guesses, or did he really know something? Zhou Kaifeng, are you deaf? I told you to come up, what are you dawdling for? From upstairs, Zhao Yukai's voice rang out again, tinged with obvious impatience and some kind of implication. Hurry up, I'm done waiting. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Kaifeng might have gone up. Although it would have still been unsatisfactory, at least it would have been a comfort. But today, after hearing Yang Shuisheng's words, her mind was in a mess, and she had no interest in whatever was happening upstairs, only feeling a wave of frustration. What are you shouting about? Are you in a rush to die? She yelled back at the upstairs with annoyance, ignoring Zhao Yukai's reaction, and turned back to the small shop, her mind made up. Regardless of whether Yang Shuisheng truly understood or was just pretending, she would find an opportunity tonight to sneak over to his shabby house and ask him, what if he was telling the truth? When Yang Shuisheng returned to his dilapidated old house with 2 bundles of noodles, Bai Qinglian had already tidied up the interior a bit. Although it was still bare, it looked much neater. The fire under the stove had been lit and water was boiling in the broken iron pot. That was quick. Seeing Yang Shuisheng return, a smile appeared on Bai Qinglian's face as she hurried over to take the noodles from him. You sit down and rest for a moment, it'll be down soon. Her wet clothes had not completely dried. Clinging to her body, they accentuated her slender waist, and bending down to scoop water, the collar of her garment opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair collarbone and a hint of cleavage. She deftly unfolded the newspaper, took out the noodles, and carefully placed them into the boiling water. Once it was ready, stirring gently with chopsticks. The dim stove light illuminated her gentle profile, creating a warm illusion. Yang Shuisheng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the table. Watching the noodles boiling in the pot and smelling the gradually wafting fragrance of the noodles, he finally felt the emptiness in his stomach. This body had indeed not had a proper meal in a long time. The noodles cooked quickly, although they had no seasoning. To Yang Shuisheng, this was already a rare delicacy. There's no salt or monosodium glutamate at home, just make do with it. Bai Qinglian placed a full bowl of noodles in front of Yang Shuisheng, while her own bowl was much less. Thank you, Sister Bai. Yang Shuisheng took the bowl, not caring about the heat, and started slurping it down. The noodles were cooked to a perfect texture, fragrant and inviting. He was genuinely hungry, eating quickly, but without making a mess. Bai Qinglian took small bites, watching him devour his meal, feeling a mix of sourness and indescribable satisfaction. In her own home, Wang Youfu was always picky when it came to meals, complaining about this and that. When had there ever been a time to enjoy a meal like this? Slow down, there's more in the pot, she softly said as she scooped some more noodles from her bowl into Yang Shuisheng's. Yang Shuisheng looked up at her, said nothing, and just buried his head to continue eating. Bang! Just as the two were quietly enjoying this simple yet warm meal, the rickety wooden door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Well, Bai Qinglian, I wondered why you weren't home. Turns out you're here having a secret meeting with a fool. Wang Youfu stood at the door with a dark expression, immediately spotting Bai Qinglian, who was sitting at the table with her head down eating, and Yang Shuisheng across from her. Still eating noodles. Life seems pretty good, huh? Although they were separated by a table, this scene was nothing short of an eyesore to him. Eat. I'll let you eat. Wang Youfu's fury erupted as he rushed in. Without saying a word, he slapped the already shaky table, flipping it over. Crash. 2 bowls smashed to the ground, shattering. The uneaten noodles and broth spilled everywhere. Yang Shuisheng had already adjusted his expression the moment the door was kicked open. At this moment, his face displayed a look of horror and heartache as he stared at the spilled noodles on the floor, mumbling, the noodles. My noodles. He crouched down, seemingly wanting to pick up the dirty noodles, appearing like a fool distressed over wasted food. A useless fool, and you think you deserve to eat noodles? Wang Youfu scolded, pointing at Yang Shuisheng. You deserve to starve. He then turned to glare at Bai Qinglian, who was pale with fear. Bitch, what are you still standing there for? Come back with me. Bai Qinglian looked at the spilled noodles and broken bowls, both shocked and furious, her body trembling. Wang Youfu, what the hell are you doing? She suddenly stood up, blocking Yang Shuisheng, shouting at Wang Youfu. I came here of my own accord. It has nothing to do with Shuisheng. What's it to you? Don't take it out on him. Oh, so you're defending him now? Wang Youfu's eyes turned red as he looked at Bai Qinglian, shielding Yang Shuisheng, recalling her previous resistance against him, and a surge of rage boiled in his mind as he pointed at them. All right, Bai Qinglian, you've got guts. Are you siding with a fool against your husband? Tell me, have you been involved with this fool long ago? Oh, shut up. Wang Youfu, don't spout nonsense. Bai Qinglian trembled with rage, her face flushed red. I have a pure relationship with Shuisheng, not as you say. Pa, pure relationship. Wang Youfu spat, pointing at Yang Shuisheng, who was still squatting on the ground, looking heartbroken at his noodles. A single man and a single woman together, and you still claim innocence. Bai Qinglian, you're with such a useless person, you probably can't even drink the northwest wind. Yang Shuisheng raised his head, his face smeared with dirt, his eyes blank as he mumbled, noodles. Delicious. What a pity. Completely immersed in his noodle world. Did you hear that? He's just a fool who knows only how to eat. Wang Youfu grew even more aggressive, stepping forward to grab Bai Qinglian's arm. Stop talking nonsense, come home with me now. Bai Qinglian struggled fiercely. I won't go back. Let go of me. The two began to grapple in the narrow room. Ultimately, Bai Qinglian was no match for the man's strength and was about to be dragged to the door. At that moment, the dazed Yang Shuisheng suddenly exclaimed, as if he had been bumped into, clumsily lunging forward, his shoulder colliding squarely with Wang Youfu's side. Ouch! Wang Youfu winced in pain, letting go of Bai Qinglian's hand involuntarily and stumbling back 2 steps. He clutched his ribs, glaring at Yang Shuisheng in shock and anger. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? This fool may look silly, but he is known for his brute strength in the village. When he was mad, even 2 or 3 strong laborers couldn't hold him down. What do you want to do? Bai Qinglian immediately spread her arms, shielding Yang Shuisheng. Wang Youfu knew that if he really fought, he wouldn't stand a chance. His mind raced, and he pointed at Bai Qinglian threateningly, saying, "Fine. Bai Qinglian, you want to protect this fool, huh? Do you believe I'll go to the village and shout, letting everyone see how you, Bai Qinglian, have been sneaking around with a fool, eh? Let's see if you can still stay in Taohuajiao after this." He was trying to scare Bai Qinglian. If this escalated, he would lose face as well. Bai Qinglian's face turned pale, biting her lip as her chest heaved violently. Reputation was far too important for women in the village. But thinking about facing Wang Youfu's brutality and cold remarks again made her heart harden. She lifted her head. "You go. If you have the guts, go shout. Just right to let everyone judge and see who is the real scoundrel. At worst, I'll just give." Wang Youfu did not expect Bai Qinglian to be so tough, this time momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his plan failing, he quickly changed his demeanor. His angry expression vanished like magic, replaced by a hint of regret and flattery. "Qinglian, look at what you said in anger." He rubbed his hands, moving closer, his tone softened. "Yes, it's my fault. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted out, nor should I have spoken carelessly. But it was just that I was eager to come back to see you, and my heart was burning with anger." Bai Qinglian turned her head away from him, but her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Seeing this, Wang Youfu quickly took the opportunity, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. "Qinglian, don't make a fuss, just come back with me first. I actually have some tremendous good news to tell you this time. Really, I'll tell you when we get back. I don't want to hear it." Bai Qinglian's tone remained firm. "Oh, it's about you." Wang Youfu licked his lips, wearing a smile. "Haven't you always wanted to go to the city and see if you could find a job? This time I've pulled some strings and really found you a good job. At a big restaurant in the city, the work is particularly light, just serving plates and cleaning up a bit, much easier than working in the fields at home, and the pay is decent." Bai Qinglian abruptly turned her head, her eyes brightening. Really? She had long heard about the bustling city filled with cars and various stores. She had dreamed of going there to see, but unfortunately, she had never had the opportunity, or rather the conditions. How could it be false? "I'm your man, how can I lie to you?" Wang Youfu thumped his chest, speaking earnestly. "By then we'll both be in the city, working steadily for a few years, saving some money. Maybe we can even settle down in the city. Isn't that better than this poor mountain valley? Working in the city, easy, earning more, and settling down." These words hooked Bai Qinglian's heart. She had long had enough of staying in Taohuajiao. No children, no love from her man, with too much gossip in the village. Her life felt suffocating. Going to the city might truly be a way out. Her eyes gradually replaced the resistance and anger with hesitation and a hint of longing. Squatting beside Yang Shuisheng continued to look sorrowfully at the noodles on the ground, while from the corner of his eye, he glanced at Wang Youfu. This guy, why is he suddenly being so kind? Helping Bai Qinglian find an easy job. He just felt something was off. If Wang Youfu had such abilities and kindness, how could Bai Qinglian have had such a hard time before? But he couldn't say that. After all, he was still a fool now. "Qinglian, let's go home first. I'll slowly explain everything to you." Wang Youfu reached out his hand, not pulling hard this time, just waiting. Bai Qinglian looked at the messy ground, then at Yang Shuisheng, who was squatting there with a dazed expression, feeling a bit guilty. But more than that, there was a yearning for the unknown city and an impulse to break free from her current situation. She bit her lip and said softly, "Shuisheng, I'm sorry, the noodles. I'll compensate you another day. I'll head back first." "Oh, Bai saw goodbye." Yang Shuisheng raised his head, grinning foolishly. Bai Qinglian felt a pang in her heart, unable to look back, turning around to follow Wang Youfu out. Before leaving, Wang Youfu glared fiercely at Yang Shuisheng, his eyes filled with warning. In the dilapidated room, only Yang Shuisheng remained, along with a mess of broken noodles. His silly smile slowly faded, and his gaze became clear again. He squatted down quietly, cleaning up the shards and dirty noodles, but his mind was occupied with Wang Youfu's words. When things seem off, there must be something wrong. He needed to stay alert. After cleaning up, he sat on the only broken bed, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into his mind. He began to study the Hahuan nourishing qi formula. The contents of the technique clearly surfaced. Although this technique is straightforward to start, it requires the practitioner to have sufficient vitality, Otherwise, during the initial practice, not only will it be difficult to draw the initial strand of Yuan Yin Qi to open the energy pathways, but it might also harm one's fundamental essence. His body had endured hunger and satiety previously, although his foundation was decent, and he had considerable strength from years of labor. He was indeed deficient internally and needed to regulate and solidify it first. In the inherited memories, there were many basic recipes for strengthening the body and nurturing the essence. He quickly selected the simplest one with medicinal materials that were relatively easy to find in the mountains. The main ingredients required are 3 to 5-year-old Huangjing quality goji berries and a bit of old mountain ginseng root to invigorate and nourish the blood, along with several common mountain herbs. The items are simple, but he was completely destitute. I need to go into the mountains. Yang Shuisheng opened his eyes and looked out the window. The sky was not yet dark, summer days are long. He needed to take advantage of the daylight to venture deep into the back mountain and see if he could find the needed herbs to improve his body and lay a solid foundation. Then, at 11 o'clock tonight by the clear water pool, thinking of Lu Yulan's enticing figure after being wet and the possible training at night, the fire in Yang Shuisheng's heart quietly ignited again. He took a deep breath, suppressing his restlessness, got up, found an old coat that looked somewhat decent, and strapped a rusty machete to his waist, heading towards the back mountain as dusk began to fall. In the evening at the back mountain, the light in the forest fades quickly. Yang Shuisheng, relying on the newly acquired knowledge of herbs in his mind, discovered different insights in the familiar deep mountains. He did not venture towards the outskirts where he usually gathered firewood and hunted rabbits, but instead delved deeper into the shaded hillside where fewer people went. Fortune smiled upon him as he found several clusters of Huangjing under a thick layer of humus beneath the pine trees. The leaves were large and the stems stout, clearly not young. He carefully dug into the soil with a machete and unearthed a tuber. The largest one was spindle-shaped, substantial in size, with tightly bound and clear rings on its surface, and the remnants of the stem left about 10 circles. 10 years' worth. Yang Shuisheng weighed it in his hand, feeling its weight. This quality should fetch a good price in town. He was no longer foolish, unable to rely on others to get by. Revenge, searching for fragments, cultivation. None of these could be accomplished without money. This 10-year Huangjing was his startup capital. He carefully stored it away and dug out another 2 tubers of 3 to 4 years' worth, keeping those for himself. As for the goji berries, there weren't many wild ones in the mountains. He only found a small handful, which were still relatively red. The old ginseng was harder to find. After wandering for half a day, he still hadn't discovered a suitable one, but he had gathered about 70 to 80% of the other auxiliary herbs. Overall, this trip could be considered fruitful. As the sky turned completely dark, various calls of birds and beasts echoed through the forest. Yang Shuisheng realized he couldn't gather everything tonight, but at least he had the main herb Huangjing. He could sell it in town tomorrow and then return to look for the rest. He noted the locations he had searched today and turned towards the direction of the clear water pool. At 11 at night, the back mountain was silent. Only the sounds of insects and flowing water could be heard. The moon was obscured by clouds, casting a hazy light. A graceful figure, stepping lightly and somewhat nervously, approached the edge of the pool. It was Lu Yulan. She had changed into a floral shirt and dark pants, her hair neatly arranged, and a faint scent of soapberry lingered on her, clearly having dressed up for this occasion. Shuisheng, are you there? She lowered her voice and tentatively called out. Yulan, I'm here. Yang Shuisheng stepped out from behind a large rock by the pool. He had already wandered around the area and confirmed there was no one else. Lu Yulan saw him and sighed in relief, her face slightly flushed. Here, I brought this from home. She stepped closer, pulled out a small cloth bag from her bosom, and shoved it into Yang Shuisheng's hand, her voice soft. 2 steamed buns, still warm. Eat a little first. Inside the cloth bag were 2 plump, white buns, still warm, and carrying her body heat and a hint of feminine warmth. Yang Shuisheng accepted it, his fingers inadvertently brushing against her palm. Lu Yulan felt a jolt, quickly retracting her hand. Thank you, Yulanjia. Yang Shuisheng took a bite of one bun, chewing while his eyes gazed at Lu Yulan's softly illuminated face in the moonlight, mumbling. Yes, I need to eat first. After all, only when full can one have the strength to work. He emphasized the last few words a bit heavily, carrying a clear implication. Lu Yulan's face flushed bright red, fortunately concealed by the night. She stomped her foot shyly and whispered, What are you talking about? Yet her body did not pull away, instead leaning slightly closer to Yang Shuisheng. Yang Shuisheng finished the bun in a few bites, placing the other one and the cloth bag on a nearby rock. He reached out and gently held Lu Yulan's somewhat cold wrist. Yulanjia, you are so beautiful. Lu Yulan shivered at his words, symbolically struggled to break free, but couldn't, allowing him to hold her head, bowing lower, breaths becoming a bit erratic. What you said during the day by the water, does it still count? Yang Shuisheng leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Lu Yulan did not respond, only nodded slightly, letting out a soft mmm from her nose. With her tacit approval, Yang Shuisheng no longer hesitated. He wrapped his arms around her soft body with force, bending down to kiss her slightly parted lips, which were open due to nervousness. Initially, Lu Yulan remained stiff, her hands pressed against his chest, but soon she softened under Yang Shuisheng's skillful kisses and caresses. Unconsciously, her arms wrapped around his neck, responding with a mix of awkwardness and passion. This was all thanks to the vast knowledge of the human body and certain techniques inherited in his memories. Though he had never practiced, his theoretical understanding was rich. The moonlight was hazy and the pond water flowed gently. On the thick grass by the shore, two youthful bodies intertwined tightly. Garments were shed one by one, revealing Lu Yulan's fair and voluptuous body, glowing enticingly in the night. Yang Shuisheng's robust form covered her, and Lu Yulan let out a whimper that sounded like both pain and pleasure, her nails digging deep into his firm back muscles. Just as they were intimately joined ablaze with passion, Yang Shuisheng restrained the overwhelming pleasure and quietly activated the entry-level techniques of the He Huan nourishing Qi method. He guided the subtle pure yin energy that emerged from their first union, carefully channeling it along a specific path into his body. However, as described in the technique, his Buddhist foundation was too weak. Once the energy entered, it flowed away like a stream into a parched riverbed, quickly dissipating, leaving only a faint sensation that lingered in his lower abdomen, barely perceptible. Yet this faint sensation made Yang Shuisheng's spirit surge. He had succeeded. Although the effect was significantly diminished, far from the entry-level state described in the technique, where the sensation generates itself and flows endlessly, he had indeed touched that threshold. At the same time, he felt that his hearing had sharpened a bit, able to discern the sounds of insects crawling in the grass from further away. His vision also became slightly clearer in the darkness. He could even distinguish the subtle differences between the soapberry scent in Lu Yulan's hair and the body fragrance secreted during arousal. This marvelous feeling of just glimpsing the path forward filled him with excitement, further solidifying his resolve to quickly gather the medicinal materials and nourish his body. With a fortified foundation, the effects of his next cultivation would surely be different. He didn't know how long had passed when the clouds and rain gradually ceased. Lu Yulan lay limp in Yang Shuisheng's embrace, her body dripping with fragrant sweat, her face still flushed and her eyes glazed. Yang Shuisheng held her, his palm gently gliding over her smooth back, feeling that faint yet real sensation of energy slowly circulating within him, enhancing his perception. Shuisheng, you mustn't tell anyone about what happened tonight. After resting for a while, Lu Yulan struggled to sit up hurriedly, putting on her clothes, her face a mixture of shyness and fear. Not a single word can be leaked, do you understand? As she fastened her buttons, she anxiously urged him. Yes, I understand, Yulan Jie, you can rest assured. Yang Shuisheng also got up to dress, sincerely assuring her. After Lu Yulan finished dressing, she turned back to glance at him deeply. Her gaze was complex, filled with shyness and unease. In the end, she said nothing, tidied her hair, and hurriedly left the pool. Yang Shuisheng sat quietly by the pool for a moment, solidifying that faint sensation before munching on the remaining bun as he walked back. The excitement of having made initial progress in cultivation and the warmth left by Lu Yulan made his steps feel lighter. Returning to his dilapidated old house, he pushed open the door, walked in the dark to the rickety bed, and was about to sit down to catch his breath and gather his thoughts. Creak! The slightly ajar broken wooden door was gently pushed open from outside. A figure slipped in sideways and closed the door behind her. In the faint moonlight streaming in from the window, Yang Shuisheng saw clearly. It was Zhou Kaifeng. Her hair was casually tied back with some loose strands falling on her cheeks. She wore only a sleeveless rose-red silk nightgown, the material soft and thin, clinging tightly to her voluptuous body. The neckline was low, exposing a large expanse of pale skin and a deep valley. The length of the dress barely reached mid-thigh, and her smooth legs gleamed white in the dim light. She wore a pair of plastic slippers without socks, and her toenails seemed to be painted red. This outfit, appearing in the middle of the night at a single man's dilapidated house, could not be more obvious in its implications. Shuisheng, are you still awake? Zhou Kaifeng seemed a bit uneasy as well, but she tried to maintain her composure, unconsciously tugging at the hem of her short dress. Aunt, I wanted to ask you about what you said during the day. What did you mean by that? Yang Shuisheng looked at Zhou Kaifeng's attire, and her late-night visit, his mind clear as a mirror. He didn't beat around the bush, sitting on the rickety bed's edge and gesturing for Zhou Kaifeng to sit down as well. Aunt Sifeng, let's put it simply. You and your man, things aren't going well. He is lacking, and you are suffering. This fire, if pent up inside, will turn into an illness. Everything seems irritating, you can't sleep soundly, your body feels hot and cold, and there's constant discomfort, right? Zhou Kaifeng's face flushed slightly, but upon hearing the truth in his words, she couldn't help but nod. She carefully sat down on the rickety stool, her nightgown riding up, revealing more of her fair thighs. To put it plainly, your body is simply out of balance. Yang Shuisheng continued, saying it needs to be adjusted slowly with medicine. But just taking medicine won't address the root cause. Aunt Sifeng, at your age, it's the prime time of life. If you can't find comfort in that aspect, how can your body be well? If the fire is pent up for too long, won't it cause problems here and there? This straightforward talk made Zhou Keifeng's face turn beet red. Yet inside she felt like her heart was being scratched by a cat's paw, both itching and in agreement. Isn't that so? Zhao Yukai is a waste, always making loud promises, but delivering little. Just as she begins to feel something, he finishes, leaving her in a state of frustration, the fire in her heart only growing stronger. She found Zhao Yukai more and more unbearable, irritated to the point of wanting to curse at him. She couldn't help but recall those unsatisfying nights where Zhao Yukai rushed and finished in no time, leaving her feeling empty and burning with discomfort. This life is truly unbearable. Thinking of this, she looked up at Yang Shuisheng in front of her. Young, strong, the contours of his muscular arms visible even in the dim light, with a broad chest. When he approached earlier, she could still smell the sweat and the masculine scent that made her heart race. In the past, he was foolish and knew nothing, although she had thought she had never acted on them. But now, he was no longer foolish. He understood these matters, spoke clearly, and had bright eyes. A bold thought began to grow wildly in her heart. As she looked at Yang Shuisheng, her gaze slowly changed, filled with desire, yearning, and a reckless determination. Shuisheng. Zhou Keifeng leaned forward slightly, her neckline flashing with pale skin, her voice becoming sticky. Since you understand, how should Auntie adjust her body? Just taking medicine might not be very useful, right? She deliberately emphasized the word adjust, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Shuisheng. Could you personally help Auntie with the adjustments? The meaning behind these words was unmistakable. Yang Shuisheng's heart stirred. He needed a woman to practice the Hahuan nourishing qi technique. While things with Lu Yulan were temporarily stable, having Zhou Sifeng, especially with her coming to him willingly, was just perfect. Although this woman was older, she was in her prime, fully developed, and had been neglected for a long time. The essence of her yin might not be as pure as Lu Yulan's, but the quantity might be greater. This should help solidify his spiritual perception in the early stages of his cultivation. Adjustment is possible. Yang Shuisheng nodded, then changed the subject. But Aunt Sifeng, I can't work for free. I have two conditions. Upon hearing there was a possibility, Zhou Keifeng's eyes brightened, and she leaned closer, nearly pressing against Yang Shuisheng's leg, a mature woman's aura wafting towards him. Speak. What are the conditions? As long as Auntie can do it. First, Yang Shuisheng raised a finger. During the time I help you adjust your body, you have to take care of my meals. It doesn't need to be extravagant, but I need to be full and satisfied. He knew Zhou Keifeng's family was the best off in the village. Their small store had plenty of food, and Zhao Youcai, as the village head, often had side income. With her providing meals, he could save money to do more things. Zhou Keifeng didn't think twice and immediately nodded. What kind of condition is that? He'll take care of it. After all, doing that requires strength. Even oxen need to eat grass, let alone humans. From now on, you come to my back door every mealtime, and he'll keep food for you. However, if I keep giving you food for no reason, it will raise suspicions. So let's say you help me with some odd jobs, and he'll provide your meals. How does that sound? Sounds good. Yang Shuisheng thought the reasoning was reasonable. So what's the second condition? Zhou Keifeng asked eagerly, her hand resting on Yang Shuisheng's knee, gently caressing. She had the demeanor of a hungry tiger waiting to pounce. Yang Shuisheng looked at her face filled with desire, close enough to touch, and clearly stated the second condition is that you need to help me remove your man Zhao Youcai from the position of village head. Zhou Keifeng's flirtatious smile and eagerness froze instantly. She seemed not to have heard clearly, or as if she had heard something terrifying. Her eyes widened, and her hand that rested on Yang Shuisheng's knee retracted, as if burned. What? What did you say? Her voice changed, filled with incredulity and shock as she leaned back slightly, as if seeing this young man for the first time. Yang Shuisheng, are you crazy? You want me to help you? Take down Zhao Yukai. Do you know what you were saying? Yang Shuisheng, this is too much. Zhou Keifeng's expression changed erratically, her chest heaving with excitement and suspicion, the scenery beneath her nightgown swaying along. She suppressed her voice, making it sharp. Yang Shuisheng, I am Zhao Yukai's wife. You say this to me, aren't you afraid I'll turn around and tell him that you little brat want to deal with him? What do I have to fear? Yang Shuisheng smirked, showing a nonchalant smile. I'm a lone wolf, no money, and just my life. What can Zhao Yukai do to me? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Keifeng's shocked and angry face. Moreover, Aunt Sifeng, are you truly so devoted to Zhao Yukai? If he were really that dear to you, why would you come to me dressed like this in the middle of the night? You. Zhou Keifeng was at a loss for words, her face alternating between red and white, attempting to retort, well, that's not certain. I just came to ask how to adjust my body. Oh, if that's the case, then adjusting the body is off the table. Yang Shuisheng leaned back, hands behind his head, closing his eyes. The door is over there, Aunt Sifeng. Safe travels. You can go back to your man and continue to stifle your anger at night, then look at everyone with disdain during the day. His attitude of refusing to engage directly infuriated Zhou Kaifeng. She came to find Yang Shuisheng partly because her body was indeed uncomfortable and wanted to test the adjustments he mentioned. The other part was her own secret desires burning inside. Now seeing the adjustments slipping away, that flicker of thought was about to extinguish, and she felt like a cat scratching inside her heart. Hey, you! How can you be like this? Zhou Kaifeng took a step forward, no longer caring about anything else, grasping Yang Shuisheng's arm and softening her voice. Auntie isn't unwilling to help you, but this is too frightening. Take down Zhao Yukai. What do you plan to use? You're just a broke fool. Well, not a fool anymore, but what do you have? No people, no money, and even the food you need relies on me. How can I trust you? What if it doesn't work out and Zhao Yukai finds out I got involved? Won't he skin me alive? She spoke the truth, fearing the repercussions. Yang Shuisheng opened his eyes, seeing her chest heaving with urgency, knowing she was wavering, but merely afraid of the risks. All right, since you don't feel secure, let's make a bet. He thought for a moment and took a step back. A bet? What do we bet on? Zhou Kaifeng asked, puzzled. Just within a week, Yang Shuisheng straightened up, looking into Zhou Kaifeng's eyes. I have a way to make Zhao Yukai voluntarily invite me to your home for dinner. A proper invitation, the kind where I sit at the dinner table. Zhou Kaifeng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Zhao Yukai inviting you to dinner? In his house? Yang Shuisheng, are you awake? Zhao Yukai would rather avoid looking at you. He wishes you'd leave Tahuakeo, and yet he would invite you to dinner. Everyone in the village knows about Zhao Yukai's disdain and contempt for Yang Shuisheng. This bet sounded utterly impossible. Just say it. Do you want to bet or not? Yang Shuisheng didn't explain. If within a week I succeed, it proves I have some ability, and you must sincerely help me from then on. If I fail, just consider what I said as nonsense. Oh, I will help you with the adjustments for free, and you don't even have to feed me. How does that sound? Zhou Kaifeng's mind raced. This bet had little to no loss for her. It could even be seen as a windfall. If he succeeded, it meant Yang Shuisheng indeed had some skill. Perhaps he could truly deal with that bastard Zhao Youcai, allowing her to vent her frustrations while also getting the adjustments. If he failed, she wouldn't lose anything getting adjustments without having to feed him. No matter how she looked at it, this bet was in her favor. All right. Zhou Kaifeng clenched her teeth and nodded. I'll bet with you 1 week. I want to see what you can do to make Zhao Youcai, that stingy bastard, invite you to dinner. The next day, while the sky was still dimly lit, Yang Shuisheng set out with that 10-year-old Huang Jing. His pace was swift, honed from running all over the mountains during his foolish days. Now, with a hint of qi nourishing him, he felt even lighter and reached the town in just over 2 hours. The town was much livelier than the village, with shops lining both sides of the street and a bustling crowd for the morning. Upon arriving, Yang Shuisheng found a busy street corner, spread out a rag he had brought, and placed the Huang Jing wrapped in grass leaves on top. The Huang Jing was large and of good quality, quickly drawing a few onlookers. Young man, how much for this Huang Jing? Asked a middle-aged woman carrying a basket. 25 yuan per pound. Yang Shuisheng quoted a price he deemed fair based on the value of wild 10-year Huang Jing from his ancestral memories. What? 25 yuan per pound? The woman widened her eyes as if she had heard a joke. Are you trying to rob me? It's just a rotten tree root, and you're asking for 25. 5 yuan per pound at most, an old man selling vegetables scoffed. Exactly, young man, are you out of your mind? This thing grows abundantly in the back mountains. No one wants it even for a few yuan per pound. How dare you ask for a double-digit price? Yang Shuisheng explained, this is pure wild, 10 years old with good medicinal properties. 10 years? You say 10 years just like that? Who are you trying to fool? Someone else chimed in. The crowd was abuzz, believing Yang Shuisheng was either clueless or a scammer. Yang Shuisheng remained calm, squatting there and letting them talk. Just then, an old man in a gray long shirt with graying hair walked over, hands behind his back. He squatted down, picked up Yang Shuisheng's Huangjing, examined the stem, carefully sniffed its scent, and even pinched the cut surface with his fingernail. It is indeed wild, and the age? Roughly 10 years, the old man nodded and looked at Yang Shuisheng. Young man, are you selling it sincerely? Can you lower the price a bit? They'll take it for 20 yuan per pound. Yang Shuisheng saw he was knowledgeable and didn't want to delay further. All right, 20 it is. The old man readily took out the money. Using the scale from the nearby vegetable seller, he weighed it at 2.5 pounds. 50 yuan counted out. The old man handed Yang Shuisheng 5 10-yuan bills. The onlookers were stunned. Someone really spent 50 yuan on this rotten tree root. Someone kindly warned the old man, "Old sir, don't be fooled by him. This thing isn't worth that price." The old man chuckled, ignoring the comment, and said to Yang Shuisheng, "Young man, if you find more herbs of this age or other decent medicinal materials in the future, bring them directly to the Su family's grocery at the east end of town. They'll buy as much as you have." Su family grocery. Yang Shuisheng took note and nodded, okay. Holding the warm 50 yuan in his pocket, he felt much more secure. This was the first substantial amount of money he had earned through his own efforts in his life. He didn't waste any time and headed straight to a relatively clean noodle shop by the street, spending 1 yuan to enjoy a bowl of noodles with meat sauce. With the hot soup warming him, he felt completely relaxed, as if his strength had returned. After eating and drinking his fill, he pondered going to the pharmacy to see if he could gather the herbs needed to improve his health. But just after leaving the noodle shop, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It was Zhao Hu. This guy was actually riding a nearly new bicycle wandering around the street. There was a net bag hanging from the handlebars containing 2 bottles of liquor and a pack of cigarettes. He wore a floral shirt, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking quite smug. Yang Shuisheng's heart sank. How could Zhao Hu, this good-for-nothing who spent all day loafing around and getting into trouble, afford a bicycle? This bike didn't look cheap, though it must cost at least a couple of hundred yuan. And those cigarettes and liquor in his hands also didn't seem cheap. Just yesterday, this bastard not only tried to bully Lu Yulan, but also smashed his own house. Old grievances surged in his heart. Yang Shuisheng's gaze turned cold as he followed him from a distance. There were too many people around to make a move. He planned to keep an eye on Zhao Hu and wait for him to return to the village along a deserted path to take his revenge. Zhao Hu wasn't riding fast, glancing around the street, and eventually stopped in front of a place called Yueli Tea House, locked up his bike, took his liquor and cigarettes, and walked inside. Yang Shuisheng recalled that this Yueli Tea House was quite famous in town. It was said the owner had connections with big shots in the county, and usually no one dared to cause trouble inside. What was Zhao Hu doing here? He found a shady spot across from the tea house and patiently waited. After about half an hour, the curtain of the tea house lifted, and Zhao Hu walked out, bowing his head and being obsequious. Following him was someone that made Yang Shuisheng's pupils shrink. It was the village chief, Zhao Yukai. Yang Shuisheng's eyes narrowed, and he quickly ducked behind a bamboo basket stall on the street, carefully observing through the crowd. Zhao Hu's liquor and cigarettes were nowhere to be seen. He must have given them to someone inside the tea house. Now walking alongside Zhao Youcai, Zhao Hu wore a smile, chatting with him. Zhao Yukai had his hands behind his back, giving slight nods. The two appeared to be very close, laughing as they turned into a small alley next to the tea house. Yang Shuisheng's unease intensified. He remembered hearing villagers mention this before. Zhao Hu's father had once been sworn brothers with Zhao Youcai, and their relationship was very close. Years ago, during the time of the production team, there was an incident where they went into the mountains to haul timber and encountered a landslide. Zhao Hu's father pushed Zhao Yukai out of the way and was crushed by a falling boulder, unable to be saved. Since then, Zhao Yukai had taken care of Zhao Hu's family. Even when Zhao Hu stole and loafed around, everyone tolerated him for Zhao Yukai's sake. So this connection was real. He quietly followed, sticking close to the wall and approaching the alley's entrance. This alley was narrow, leading to the back door of the tea house, and usually had few people. Sure enough, Zhao Hu and Zhao Yukai were standing by the back door. Zhao Hu pulled out a cigarette, offered one to Zhao Youcai, and diligently struck a match to light it. "Uncle, I really need to thank you this time. If it weren't for you making the connection, Kuan Go wouldn't have met a small character like me." Zhao Hu spoke in a hushed tone full of flattery. Zhao Yukai took a puff of his cigarette and waved his hand, saying, "You're being too polite. If it weren't for your father back, then I would have lost my life in the mountains. Taking care of you is the right thing to do." Yang Shuisheng, hiding at the alley's entrance, heard this, clearly coldly laughing to himself. Indeed, it was this kind of relationship. At this moment, Zhao Hu's tone suddenly turned grim, filled with malice. "Uncle, that Yang Shuisheng. I can't swallow this anger. Yesterday in the back mountains it almost came to fruition, but this fool messed it up. He even dared to lay hands on me, this fool. I think he's tired of living. I must kill him." Zhao Yukai exhaled a smoke ring, calmly replying, "Don't worry, he won't live much longer. Since Kuan Gu has nodded to help, this matter is settled. In this area of Daliang town, if Kuan Gu wants to handle someone, it's as easy as crushing an ant. Just wait and see the show." Zhao Hu's face lit up with excitement. "By the way, Uncle, once this is over, that widow Lu Yulan. What are you rushing for?" Zhao Yukai interrupted him. "First, handle the main business. I've already promised the benefits to Kuan Gu. It won't be for nothing. You need to be more cautious these days. Don't stir up trouble." Yes, Uncle, I will listen to you." Zhao Hu. Yang Shuisheng, hiding at the alley's entrance, felt a surge of crisis. Zhao Yukai was actually colluding with the town's underworld boss Kuan Gu to kill him. Was it just because he had thwarted Zhao Hu's plans yesterday and even hit him? This Zhao Youcai, seemingly a village chief, was so cruel behind the scenes. To go so far as to kill him for a useless Zhao Hu. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had initially only wanted to give Zhao Hu a beating to vent his anger, and then slowly find a chance to bring down Zhao Yukai and reclaim his family's land. He never expected they were already preparing to take his life directly. He couldn't confront them heat-in. That Kuan Gu was certainly not a good person with subordinates and weapons. With his current strength and budding chi, he could handle one or two ordinary people, but facing those hardened thugs would definitely be a loss. He quietly withdrew, leaving the alley entrance and blending into the crowd on the street. The murderous intent and urgency in his heart were stronger than ever. Zhao Youcai Zhaohu. Do you want me dead? Then let's see who dies first. The urgent task is to quickly enhance my strength. Before leaving the town, Yang Shuisheng stopped by a general store to buy a small packet of iron nails and spent 2 mao on a sturdy, well-worn burlap sack. He avoided the main road, instead turning onto a dirt path, the only route back to Peach Blossom Hollow. This stretch lay desolate, neither village nor inn in sight, and saw few travelers. Yet most who journeyed to Peach Blossom Hollow chose this path, for it shaved several li off the distance. Zhao was no exception. Judging the timing carefully, he scattered the nails sparsely across the center of the road, then concealed himself behind thick shrubbery at the forest's edge, waiting with quiet patience. Sure enough, not long after the crisp ringing chime of a bicycle bell and a light off-key hum drew nearer from afar, Zhao was returning on his towering 28-inch bicycle. A grin played across his face. He had clearly succeeded in town and felt buoyant. Oh! His front tires suddenly deflated with a soft hiss. Caught unawares, Zhao lurched sideways. Only a swift kick steadied the bike before he tumbled. Cursing under his breath, he dismounted to inspect the damage and spotted the nails embedded deep in the rubber. His fury flared instantly. Damn it! Who the hell scattered nails on the road? If I find out, I'll strip him alive. Crouching low, he stared mournfully at the flattened tire, muttering foul, venomous oaths. At that very moment, a burlap sack dropped from above, precisely enveloping his head and upper torso. Who's there? The hell, ah! Darkness swallowed his vision. Before he could cry out again, fists and boots rained down upon him. Relentless, brutal, striking only the thickest, most tender parts of his body. Ouch! Stop! Mercy, sir, brother, grandfather. I beg you, I've done wrong. Money's in my pocket. Take it all, just stop hitting me. Dazed and reeling, Zhao curled into a ball on the ground, shielding his head as he pleaded desperately. Yang Shuisheng said nothing, only struck harder, silently, methodically. Memories surged: yesterday's attempt to harass Lu Yulan, the smashed door of his own home, the whispered conspiracy between Zhao and Zhao Youcai to end his life. Each memory sharpened his blows. He kept beating him for several long minutes, until Zhao's wails grew hoarse and weak, then abruptly ceased. In one fluid motion, he vanished into the adjacent woods, sprinting swiftly along a familiar trail back toward the village. When Zhao finally wrestled the sack from his head, his face was swollen and bruised, his whole body aching as if shattered. Before him stretched only the empty dirt road and his deflated bicycle. Not a soul remained. Blind with rage, Zhao screamed toward the forest. You cowardly bastard, don't think I won't find you. I'll slaughter your entire family. Only the rustling of wind through leaves answered him. By the time Yang Shuisheng circled back to the village via the rear mountain path, it was high noon. He brushed dust from his clothes, steadied his breath, and approached the rear of the village chief's house. The back door stood slightly ajar. He eased it open just enough to slip inside. Zhou Kaifeng had been waiting. At the faintest sound, she leaned out and pulled him in with urgent haste. She wore a watered, short-sleeved shirt today, the top 2 buttons deliberately undone, and sleek black silk trousers that hugged her full, rounded hips. A delicate scent of snowflake cream lingered on her skin. You're finally here. Hurry, this is all yours set aside just for you. Her gaze burned with quiet intensity as she lifted a large bowl from beside the stove. Inside rested a glistening golden-brown chicken leg and 2 plump steaming meat buns. Eat while it's hot. Youcai's gone to town and won't be back for a while. Or, shall we go inside to eat? It's sweltering out here. As she spoke, her body tilted subtly against him, her fingers traced lightly along his firm forearm, her voice dropping low, honeyed, and intimate. Yang Shuisheng accepted the bowl and tore open a bun, devouring it hungrily, the rich aroma of roasted chicken igniting his appetite. Yet his ears remained pricked, attuned to every sound drifting from the front courtyard. Zhao Youcai's meeting with Brother Kuan in town wouldn't last long. No, I'll eat right here. He shook his head, finished the bun in 3 bites, and seized the chicken leg, gnawing deeply. Watching him eat so eagerly, Zhou Caifeng's suppressed longing flared anew. Her ample frame pressed almost flush against his arm. Her warm breath feathered his ear. Shuisheng, when do we begin the treatment? My heart, my body, it aches for it. Her eyes shimmered liquid and unguarded, raw with yearning. Not yet. After finishing the leg, he wiped his mouth and spoke with quiet authority. First, gather some lily bulbs, jujube seeds, and floating wheat. Boil them into a decoction and drink it for several days. Let the internal heat subside before we proceed. Must I wait several more days? She looked crestfallen, tugging gently at his sleeve like a child. Couldn't we start the treatment first, and then drink the decoction? Perhaps the heat will fade once we begin. No, His tone brooked no dissent, firm, commanding, absolute. Rushing spoils even the finest delicacy. I'm healing you. You must follow my instructions. Begin with the decoction, let your body rest and settle. That unyielding certainty sent a tremor through her, not fear, but something deeper, unfamiliar. Zhao Yukai either barked orders or dismissed her outright. Never once had she felt this kind of decisive, grounded authority from a man, nor sensed such quiet reliability beneath it. Her gaze lingered on his sharply defined profile and steady, unwavering eyes. Her cheeks flushed warmer, her affection deepening. Softly, obediently, she murmured, "Oh," and nodded. "Kaifeng, Kaifeng." Suddenly, Zhao Yotsai's voice boomed from the front courtyard. "Where are you hiding? Bring me a cup of water, now." Zhou Kaifeng started violently shoving Yang Shuisheng toward the door with a hushed whisper, "Quick, out the back." He'd anticipated it. Handing her the bowl, he slipped outside in one smooth motion and quietly closed the door behind him. He strode briskly along the lane behind the house, still clutching the second uneaten meat bun, gnawing steadily as he walked. His mind turned to the mountains. He needed to gather the herbs, and soon. Time waited for no one. Chewing thoughtfully, he headed home, first to fetch his firewood knife before entering the mountains. The western edge of the village held few households at his own home, nestled closest to the mountain's foot, while Lu Yulan's lay nearby. They were neighbors. Passing Lu Yulan's row of sun-baked mud brick houses, he caught sight of her stepping out, arms cradling a quilt. She wore a faded floral blouse, sleeves rolled to her elbows, revealing slender, pale forearms. As she bent to shake out the quilt, the graceful curve of her narrow waist and the full roundness of her hips emerged unmistakably. Lu Yulan glanced up and met Yang Shuisheng's gaze. Their eyes locked. Her face flared crimson, like a ripe peach, and she quickly looked away, her hands stilled. Clearly, memories of last night's humiliating encounter by the pond had rushed back. Yang Shuisheng gave her a brief, courteous nod, but kept walking. "Hey, Shuisheng, wait." She called after him, her voice thin and flustered. Glancing left and right to ensure no one watched, she ducked inside, then reappeared moments later, holding two steaming, oil-wrapped flatbreads. "For you." She hurried forward and pressed them into his hands. "I meant to bring them over later, but since you're passing by, here, take them." Her voice dropped to a whisper as she kept her eyes lowered. "Nothing fancy, just wheat flour with a touch of scallions." Yang Shuisheng held the warm, fragrant breads in his palms. His gaze flickered to her flushed cheeks, and warmth bloomed softly in his chest. He knew her life was lean, widowed, burdened by a harsh mother-in-law. These two white flour buns likely represented a rare, precious meal for her. Compared to Zhou Caifeng's chicken leg and buns, this gesture carried far greater weight. "Thank you, Sister Yulan," he said, sincerely accepting the gift. Hearing his calm, steady voice, so different from his former vacant, dull tone, she felt both shy and unsettled, nodding hastily before turning to resume airing her quilt. Clang! Just then the front room door burst open. Out stormed a gaunt, wiry old woman. High cheekbones, slanted sharp eyes. Sun Lanhua, Lu Yulan's mother-in-law, known universally as Granny Sun. Granny Sun's eyes were sharp as needles, and they immediately locked onto the two large white buns in Yang Shuisheng's hands. Fury erupted. In 3 quick strides, she snatched the buns from his grasp. "Shameless little vixen. Do you think grain grows on trees? How dare you sneak food to this idiot?" She jabbed a crooked finger at Lu Yulan's spittle, flying with each syllable. Then she whirled toward Yang Shuisheng. Hands planted firmly on her narrow hips, her slanted eyes brimmed with contempt and malice. "And you, shameless fool, back again to beg at our door. Get out, far away. Next time I'll break your legs with a broom. Our food would sooner feed dogs than rot in your worthless gut." She clutched the buns tightly, treasured guarded, as she unleashed a torrent of vitriolic abuse straight into his face. Lu Yulan's eyes welled with tears. She tried to speak, "Mother Shuisheng." "Silence." Granny Sun cut her off, voice like cracked stone. "Back to your room. Don't disgrace us further." "Mother, I didn't. That steamed bun was what I saved from lunch. I didn't eat it. Who I choose to give it to is my own affair." Lu Yulan's eyes brimmed with tears as her mother-in-law berated her, and she could not help but retort. "Saved it." Sun Popo's voice sharpened, her triangular eyes bulging wide. "Ah, so that's why you ate like a cat licking its bowl, just now claiming you had no appetite. Saved indeed. So you've been hoarding rations to feed this vagabond man. Lu Yulan, have you no shame left?" Yang Shuisheng froze completely upon hearing those words. Those 2 buns, she had gone hungry herself to save them. Something struck deep inside his chest suddenly. "I rise before dawn and labor past dusk. Every task in the fields and at home falls on me alone." Lu Yulan spoke without restraint, now her chest heaving, her voice trembling with suppressed sorrow and long-buried grievance. "If I withhold even one mouthful for myself, I may give it to whomever I please. Shuisheng has carried water and split firewood for me many times. What harm is there in offering him a simple meal? What harm? Tell me, what harm? Sun Popo stomped her feet furiously. Ungrateful wretch. You bite the hand that feeds you. My son has only been gone a few years. And already you can't bear the solitude, sneaking around to keep some good for-nothing lover. Worse yet, a fool like him. If word gets out, where will the Sun family's honor rest? My son paid 2,000 yuan, hard-earned real silver, to marry you into this house. Never did we imagine we'd bring home a heartless ingrate, bent on betraying her own kin. 2,000 yuan for the bride price. Lu Yulan's tears finally spilled over her voice, quavering. Yes, I accepted the bride price and came here as your daughter-in-law. But since the day I crossed your threshold, on which single day have I failed your family? My husband passed, yet I held this household together, tending to you, laboring endlessly, enduring endless humiliation. When in all these years have you ever regarded me as a human being? In your eyes I am worth less than those 2,000 yuan. Slap. Stung by those words, Sun Popo erupted in fury, raising her withered hand and striking Lu Yulan across the face, right before Yang Shuisheng's very eyes. You dare talk back? You're utterly out of line. Struck hard, Lu Yulan's head snapped sideways, the pale skin of her cheek instantly blooming with sharp crimson finger marks. She clutched her face, tears cascading silently, but clenched her teeth and uttered not another sound. Enough. Yang Shuisheng could bear it no longer. He spun around sharply and fixed Sun Popo with a steady, unflinching gaze. You've gone too far. Sun Popo blinked in stunned silence, unprepared for this man, usually dull-witted and passive, to speak up so clearly and firmly. Well, well, has the sun risen in the west today? She scanned Yang Shuisheng up and down, sneering. Has the fool finally lost his foolishness? Now defending this little vixen is he? Ignoring her mockery, Yang Shuisheng's gaze swept over the fresh slap mark on Lu Yulan's face, then settled coldly on Sun Popo. Since you hold Lu Yulan in such contempt, and fear she disgraces your family, why not simply release her? By custom she has observed widowhood for over 3 years. She is free to remarry. Remarry. Sun Popo let out a derisive snort as though hearing the most absurd jest imaginable. Her finger nearly jabbed Yang Shuisheng's nose. Remarry whom? You, a penniless, witless beggar. Dream on, you fool. She was bought into this family with 2,000 yuan, real money, hard-earned. Alive she belongs to the Sun clan, dead her spirit shall serve the Suns forever. My son is gone, but she stays right here working for me, caring for me until my last breath. Wanna leave? Not in this lifetime. At that moment Yang Shuisheng understood fully this old woman kept Lu Yulan captive, not for pride or propriety, but solely to recoup the bride price and exploit her as unpaid labor and a convenient scapegoat. He said nothing more, only looked steadily at Sun Popo and asked calmly, your son paid 2,000 yuan for the bride price, correct? So what if he did? Sun Popo stiffened, bewildered. I'll pay it on Lu Yulan's behalf, Yang Shuisheng declared, each word deliberate and precise. 2,000 yuan, for her freedom. She's mine. Both Sun Popo and Lu Yulan stared dumbfounded, as if gazing upon a madman. You? 2,000 yuan. Sun Popo recovered first, her face twisting into an exaggerated sneer. Yang Shuisheng, are you still half asleep from last night, or has your folly returned? Don't even bother looking in a puddle. You who can't even lift the lid off your own cooking pot, dreaming of 2,000 yuan. You couldn't scrape together 200. Wake up and stop your daydreaming. Lu Yulan panicked, forgetting her stinging cheek, and urgently pleading with Yang Shuisheng. Shuisheng, don't speak rashly. That sum is no trifle. Don't concern yourself. I'll handle it. Go home now. She knew precisely what 2,000 yuan meant, the life savings of her late husband. Years of grueling labor on city construction sites, scrimping and saving every penny to secure a wife. How could Yang Shuisheng possibly produce such a sum? Yet his expression remained unruffled as he continued, gazing at Sun Popo. I do not have 2,000 yuan now, but grant me 1 month. 1 month from today, I will place 2,000 yuan, down to the last cent, before you. When the money arrives, Lu Yulan walks away with me. From that day forward, she severs all ties with the Sun family, forever. Sun Popo's eyes darted shrewdly. She did not agree immediately, but instead drawled mockingly, and if you fail to deliver, empty promises mean nothing. Why should anyone believe you? Fail, eh? Yang Shuisheng answered without hesitation. If I cannot pay, Yang Shuisheng will work for your family as a laborer, free of charge, for 1 full year. Carrying water, splitting wood, plowing fields, harvesting grain. I'll shoulder every filthy, exhausting task. And I demand no meals from your household. At those words, Sun Popo's interest stirred. Though Yang Shuisheng was deemed simple-minded, his physical strength was undeniable. He worked twice as hard as any other man. A year of free labor with no food provided. It was like heaven dropping a willing, tireless servant into her lap. As for producing 2,000 yuan within a month, she dismissed the notion outright. If Yang Shuisheng possessed such ability, would he remain mired in poverty? In her estimation, this wager offered nothing but profit. Win, and gain a year of free labor. Lose. Bah, impossible. Even if against all odds he succeeded, then at least this disloyal, troublesome woman would be gone, sparing her further irritation. Wait. Just as she prepared to accept, a hoarse voice cut through the air. All turned, and saw Zhao Hu limping forward, pushing his bulky bicycle. His face still bore the bruised, swollen marks from yesterday's brutal beating inside a sack. His gait was awkward, but his eyes burned with fierce hostility, fixed first on Yang Shuisheng, then flicking towards Sun Popo. Sun Popo, this isn't how decent folk conduct themselves. Zhao Hu propped his bicycle upright and strode forward, casting a sidelong, disdainful glance at Sun Popo. Didn't I hand you 3,000 yuan just days ago? We agreed. Lu Yulan would remarry me. Now you turn around and strike a new bet with this fool. 2,000 yuan. What? Is this some scheme to marry her off twice and collect double the bride price? Sun Popo's face paled. She hadn't expected Zhao Hu to appear at this precise moment. She hurried forward, pulling Zhao Hu aside, lowering her voice and forcing a conciliatory smile. Oh, Tiger, don't say such things, dear boy. How could I ever? That 3,000 yuan. I've kept it safe and sound, my dear. Rest assured, Yulan is yours absolutely. She glanced toward Yang Shuisheng and Lu Yulan standing nearby, her voice dropping even lower, laced with scorn and calculation. This wager with the fool. Merely a game. I'm amusing myself. Look at him, penniless, pathetic. 2,000 yuan in a month. He might as well dream of flying. I'll extract a year of free labor from him. When he fails, he'll come crawling to serve us like a beast of burden. And Yulan, still yours untouched. Then you gain both woman and wealth. A perfect arrangement. Hearing this, Zhao Hu's anger eased slightly, yet his gaze upon Yang Shuisheng remained venomous. Yesterday's savage beating still burned in his memory, fueling his resentment. Now Yang Shuisheng grated on his nerves more than ever. After brief reflection, he conceded Sun Popo's logic. Exploiting the fool for a year was no bad bargain. Very well, Auntie. I trust your word. He nodded and added, just ensure this agreement holds firm. Don't let the fool renege when the time comes. Rest easy. I guarantee he won't escape. Sun Popo patted her chest emphatically. Once their whispered exchange concluded, she turned back, her face once again twisted with bitterness, as she shouted loudly at Yang Shuisheng, foolish Yang. Your wager is accepted. 1 month, no more no less. Same day, same place. 1 month from now. 2,000 yuan, not 1 fin short. Fail to deliver and you report to my household. Working like livestock, fed not a single meal. She shot Lu Yulan a venomous glare. And you, behave yourself for this entire month. Dare steal another thing from this house to feed outsiders, and I'll break your hands. With that, she spun on her heel and stormed indoors, slamming the door so hard the walls trembled. Fool, you haven't heard the end of yesterday's business. Just wait. Zhao Hu wheeled his bicycle forward, passing Yang Shuisheng with a contemptuous snort through his nose. And Lu Yulan, she'll be mine sooner or later. With that, he pedaled away, limping but resolute. Lu Yulan's face drained of color. She approached Yang Shuisheng, her eyes wide with anxiety and dread. Shuisheng, you acted too hastily. 2,000 yuan. Where on earth will you find it? Zhao Hu will never let this go. Yang Shuisheng met her fearful gaze and gently touched the faint red imprint still visible on her cheek. His voice softened. Sister Yulan, don't be afraid. I have a way to secure the funds. For this month, take care of yourself and avoid provoking the old woman. He paused, his resolve hardening like tempered steel. 1 month from now, I'll come for you. Without further explanation, he turned and strode purposefully toward his own home. He needed to fetch his cleaver immediately. Time was slipping away faster than he dared admit. He must gather medicinal herbs to restore his body and advance his cultivation, preparing for the mortal danger soon to descend. And within 30 days, he must acquire 2,000 yuan. Yang Shuisheng returned home, grabbed a hatchet, and without even taking a sip of water, turned back towards the back mountain. Yesterday, he had just cultivated a trace of qi sensation, and today the effects of enhanced senses were already manifesting. His eyesight was sharper, his hearing more acute, and his nose could discern even the faintest sense. In the past, entering the mountains was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Now, with a herbal map in his mind, he could often judge where to find the needed herbs just by glancing around, combining sense and terrain. Indeed, his efficiency had increased significantly. In just over 3 hours, except for the elusive wild ginseng, he managed to gather all the other auxiliary herbs needed for the body conditioning formula, along with some goji berries of sufficient age. He even took the liberty to dig up a few ordinary herbs with slightly younger years that could still fetch some money. What surprised him the most was discovering a huangjing in a sunny rocky crevice on a steep slope. The leaves were thick and glossy, and the tuber he unearthed was even thicker than the 10-year-old one he sold in the morning, weighing more heavily in his hands. The stalk on the bulb was densely marked, indicating it was nearly 20 years old. Good stuff. Yang Shuisheng carefully wrapped it in grass leaves and placed it in his backpack. Seeing the sky was still early, he slung the fully loaded backpack over his shoulder and headed down the mountain. On the way back to the village, he happened to pass by that piece of land at the foot of the mountain. Those 10 acres were the most fertile self-farmed land near a mountain spring. It used to be the lifeblood, carefully tended by his parents, always producing the best crops in the village. But now the land was devoid of crops, all planted with short fruit tree saplings surrounded by a simple barbed wire fence. At the edge of the field stood a rough wooden sign on which was sloppily painted in red, Daliangshan Specialty Orchard. Yang Shuisheng stood outside the barbed wire, gazing at the fruit tree saplings as if he could see his parents working in the fields. He recalled how they had begged to keep this land, only to be met with scorn and abuse, resulting in the destruction of their family. Zhao Youcai, and that boss who had forcibly occupied his family's land. He would not spare any of them. One day he would make these people pay back in full with interest. This land must be... He took a deep breath, suppressing the raging anger within, and turned towards the village. The sky was getting darker, and it was almost mealtime. He circled around the back door of Zhou Kaifeng's house and gently knocked. The door opened quickly, and Zhou Kaifeng leaned out, dressed in a tight maroon thin sweater and black pants that accentuated her voluptuous figure. The neckline of her sweater was quite low, and when she bent down, her ample bosom nearly spilled out, creating a deep valley that dazzled the eyes. "You're here. Come in quickly. Today, we have braised pork." Zhou Kaifeng smiled, her gaze fiery as she glanced at Yang Shuisheng, reaching out to pull him in. As she handed him the bowl, her body almost pressed against him. A rich, mature woman scent filled Yang Shuisheng. Yang Shuisheng took the bowl filled with greasy braised pork and rice. He sidestepped to avoid Zhou Kaifeng's further closeness, but his gaze paused slightly as she turned to secure the door. "Aunt Feng, what happened to your leg? Why do you seem to be limping?" His improved observation skills from training allowed him to notice the detail. It seemed Zhou Kaifeng was hesitant to put weight on her right leg when walking. Zhou Kaifeng was momentarily startled before waving her hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "Oh, this afternoon, while hanging clothes in the yard, I accidentally stepped on some moss, slipped, and bruised my hip. It's nothing serious, just a bit painful. I twisted a muscle, just lying around makes it heal slower." She frowned deliberately, placing a hand on her waist, the motion causing her bosom to quiver lightly. "I learned a bit of massage techniques for blood circulation from an old Chinese doctor who passed through the village. How about I give you a massage? You can massage, eh?" Zhou Kaifeng's eyes lit up, her expression turning sultry as she leaned in closer, nearly brushing against Yang Shuisheng's chin, her breath fragrant. "All right, Shuisheng really can do anything. So shall we do it now?" "Now." Yang Shuisheng glanced inside the house. "Uncle Youcai is home, right?" "It's not convenient." Only then did Zhou Kaifeng remember Zhao Youcai was in the main room. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but she quickly perked up, lowering her voice then. "Tonight after Youcai falls asleep, Aunt will come to your house. Make sure to give me a good massage." She pronounced the words, "good massage," lightly and playfully, her gaze captivating. "All right, I'll wait for you at home tonight." Having said that, Yang Shuisheng carried the bowl and left through the back door. Zhou Kaifeng watched his brisk figure, licking her lips, her heart stirred with anticipation as she began to wish for the night to come quickly. Yang Shuisheng returned home, set down the backpack, and eagerly dug into the braised pork in the bowl. Just as he set the bowl down, soft footsteps and a knock came from outside the door. "Shuisheng, are you there?" It was Bai Qinglian's voice. Yang Shuisheng opened the door. Bai Qinglian stood outside, holding a ceramic jar covered with a towel. She had obviously just tidied herself up, wearing a clean white shirt with the top button undone, revealing a delicate... Her hair was loosely tied up behind her head, with a few strands falling by her ears, accentuating her fair face. Upon seeing Yang Shuisheng, a gentle smile appeared on her face, her eyes sparkling. "Sister Bai, what brings you here? Come in quickly." Yang Shuisheng stepped aside to let her in. Bai Qinglian entered the room, placed the ceramic jar on the rickety table, and uncovered the towel, releasing a rich aroma of chicken soup. Inside the jar was golden, fragrant chicken soup with a few pieces of chicken meat floating in it. "Here, I cooked some chicken soup for you to drink while it's hot." Bai Qinglian pushed the jar towards Yang Shuisheng, then sat down at the edge of the bed, her hands folded nervously on her lap, displaying a hint of excitement. "Shuisheng, I might be going to the city in a couple of days." She looked at Yang Shuisheng, her voice tinged with longing and a touch of melancholy before parting. "It seems that Yofu really has arranged a good job for me this time. At a restaurant in the city, it's not hard work." As she spoke, her eyes glistened slightly with tears, but more so with hope for the future. "If I can establish myself in the city, I will definitely come back often to see you, bringing you delicious food and rare items from the city. You have to take good care of yourself while I'm away. Eat on time and don't starve yourself." She kept talking like an older sister, leaving on a long journey, unable to rest easy about her younger brother at home. Yang Shuisheng listened quietly, but thought of Wang Yufu's character. He casually scooped a bowl of chicken soup, blew on it, and took a sip. It was delicious. Sister Bai, he set down the bowl and looked at Bai Qinglian. It's a good thing you can go to the city. Bai Qinglian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yang Shuisheng to say such a thing. But looking at the concern in his eyes, her heart warmed, and her nose felt slightly sour. How long had it been since anyone had cared for her so sincerely? I understand. She lowered her head and responded softly. Yofu might be a bit of a scoundrel with a bad temper and harsh words. But when I first married into the family, he treated me quite well. After going out to work and earning money, he even remembered to bring me a piece of floral cloth and buy me some hair ties. Although he has changed over the years, what if we go to the city and life improves? Could he change back? It seemed as if she was trying to persuade Yang Shuisheng, yet also convincing herself. What's the name of that restaurant? Yang Shuisheng did not say much more, but continued to ask, specifically where in the city is it? In case I go to the city later, I need a place to find you. It's called Yuebin Building. I heard it's quite a large restaurant located at the west gate of the county. Bai Qinglian said truthfully, but Yufu said that whether it works out or not will depend on whether he can take me to meet the owner in a few days to see if they want me. Yuebin Building. Yang Shuisheng silently noted the name. Well then, congratulations, Bai Sa. Yang Shuisheng picked up the ceramic pot and finished the remaining chicken soup and meat, wiping his mouth. It's getting late, Bai Sa, you should head back. To avoid Wang Yufu coming over again and causing a scene, Bai Qinglian glanced at the darkening sky outside, nodded, and stood up. However, as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Yang Shuisheng. Shuisheng, does sister look good? In the dim light, her light blue shirt was slightly open at the collar, revealing her slender neck and a hint of shadow. 2 red clouds appeared on her face, and her gaze became somewhat evasive. Yang Shuisheng nodded at her flushed face and honestly replied, You look good, very good. Bai Qinglian's face turned even redder. She bit her lip, her voice becoming softer, almost only audible to the two of them. Then, before sister leaves, find a time to let you have a good look. After speaking, she dared not look at Yang Shuisheng again, turned, opened the door, and hurriedly ran out. Have a good look. Yang Shuisheng stood frozen, savoring her last suggestive words, feeling the flame in his heart flare up. Before he knew it, the sky had completely darkened. He closed the door and sat cross-legged on the rickety bed. Calming his mind, he tried to guide the faint trace of qi in his dantian, slowly circulating it according to the entry method of the He Huan nourishing qi technique. With the experience from last night, this time it went much smoother. That trace of qi flowed like the thinnest stream, laboriously, yet continuously traversing through his specific meridians. With each small circulation, it seemed to grow ever so slightly. He did not know how long had passed, but when he emerged from that mysterious state of tranquility, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the qi in his dantian had actually increased from 1 trace to 2. Though still faint and far from substantial, it had indeed increased, and he could clearly feel that warm power had strengthened considerably. He attempted to channel those 2 traces of qi into his arms, casually picking up a piece of firewood as thick as his arm, gripping it with both hands, and gently bending it. Crack! The firewood snapped in response. It's broken and fresh and clean. He didn't even feel like he had to exert much strength. Yang Shuisheng looked at the wood, now broken into 2 pieces, astonished and delighted. This strength was far superior to relying solely on brute force. Cultivation truly is miraculous. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his newfound strength, his ears suddenly perked up. His hearing was now sharper than that of ordinary people, and he faintly heard soft footsteps approaching his home. He immediately slipped into the shadow behind the door, holding his breath. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Shuisheng, are you asleep? It's me. It was Zhou Keifeng's voice, low and subdued. Yang Shuisheng stepped out from the shadows and opened the door. Zhou Keifeng slipped inside and quickly shut the door. Unlike during the day when she had nearly pressed herself against his back door, this time she wore a deep blue old coat over her clothes, zipped all the way up to her neck, covering herself tightly. Her hair was neatly styled, looking like a proper village woman coming to find someone. Aunt Feng, what are you doing here so late? Yang Shuisheng pretended not to know why she was there. Didn't we agree you would come over tonight for a massage? Zhou Keifeng said this while scanning the dark room with her eyes, confirming that only Yang Shuisheng was present before finally relaxing. Then she did something that left Yang Shuisheng momentarily stunned. She turned around, facing away from Yang Shuisheng, and unexpectedly began to remove that thick coat. Once the coat was off, the contrast revealed what lay beneath. She wore a nearly transparent white gauze short-sleeve shirt underneath with a very low neckline that allowed a clear view of her contours, the peaks hidden and revealed. Below, she wore a pair of tight black satin shorts, short enough to expose her thighs, revealing 2 beautifully curvaceous white legs. The contrast was astonishing. Zhou Keifeng casually tossed the coat onto a broken stool and pulled out a small glass bottle and a small oil paper bag from its inner pocket. The glass bottle contained a swaying, transparent liquid, the homemade liquor sold by her family. The oil paper bag held sliced marinated pig's head meat exuding a delightful aroma. Here, Anne is being quite generous, right? I even brought you some extra food. Zhou Kaifeng turned around, swaying her waist as she walked to the broken table, placing the alcohol and meat down, casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Shuisheng. Her body beneath the thin gauze trembled slightly, with her movements captivating. Yang Shuisheng chuckled to himself. This woman indeed knew how to play her cards. He walked over and reached for the meat in the oil paper bag. Aunt Feng truly has a heart of gold, so I won't stand on ceremony. Smack! His hand had only reached halfway when Zhou Kaifeng lightly slapped the back of his hand. What's the hurry? Zhou Kaifeng glared at him sideways, her finger tracing his hand, sending a ticklish sensation. We agreed to start with a massage. First, my legs are still sore. If you don't do a good job and it doesn't help, you won't get a single bite of this meat or drink. She leaned in closer, almost brushing against Yang Shuisheng's ear, her breath carrying a hint of alcohol, as if she had already drunk a little before coming. Her voice was both sultry and sticky. But if you do well and really make Aunt feel comfortable, I guarantee I'll feed you well. She emphasized the words, feed you well, slowly and heavily, with a suggestive undertone. Yang Shuisheng looked at her flushed face, so close yet so alluring beneath the thin gauze. His throat moved, but his gaze remained clear. All right then, Aunt Feng, you lie down on the bed first and roll up your pants a bit so I can massage you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaifeng revealed a mischievous smile, twisting her body as she walked to the bed, lying down on her side. She deliberately rolled up those tight black satin shorts slowly right up to her thighs, exposing her entire plump and snow-white leg dazzlingly bright under the dim light. She struck a pose she deemed seductive, gazing at Yang Shuisheng with alluring eyes. Come on, Shuisheng, let Aunt see your skills. Yang Shuisheng sat on the edge of the bed. Zhou Caifeng's plump snow-white thigh lay stretched before him. Her skin was well cared for, yet a faint, unnatural swelling was visible on the outer side of her right thigh near the hip bone. It may sting a little. Please bear with it, Aunt Feng. As he spoke, Yang Shuisheng rubbed his palms together, then drew forth two slender threads of warm, subtle qi from his dantian, guiding them slowly into his hands. Following the inherited memory of an ancient therapeutic massage technique, designed to unblock meridians, soothe strained sinews, and dissolve stasis, he placed his hands gently around the swollen area on Zhou Caifeng's thigh, kneading with precise, measured pressure. His palms were broad and warm, carrying that elusive, shimmering qi. The moment they touched her skin, Zhou Kaifeng let out a soft breath, her body trembling faintly. So cool, yet strangely warm. How extraordinary. She half closed her eyes, savoring the uncanny sensation emanating from Yang Shuisheng's hands. This was no ordinary tactile contact. It felt as though a delicate current of warmth flowed from his fingertips, seeping deep into her aching muscles and taut fascia. His technique intensified, gradually targeting key acupoints and meridian junctions with unwavering accuracy. Though his qi remained faint, its synergy with his masterful manipulation yielded astonishing results. Zhou Kaifeng felt the sharp, throbbing ache first intensify, then melt away beneath a soothing wave of heat, replaced by a tingling, languorous comfort so profound she could not suppress a series of soft, broken sighs rising instinctively from her throat. Ah, yes, right there. Press harder. So good. Utterly relaxed, she sank limply onto the bed, eyes closed, cheeks flushed, surrendering wholly to this unprecedented bliss. The steady, commanding pressure of Yang Shuisheng's hands, guided by that mysterious warmth, seemed to stir stagnant qi and blood, clearing blockages more effectively than 10 bowls of ginger decoction. Yang Shuisheng remained utterly focused, massaging for over half an hour, until the swelling visibly receded and the subcutaneous stasis had largely dispersed. Only then did he withdraw his hands, a light sheen of sweat glistening on his brow. Channeling qi while performing such intricate manipulation had taken a considerable toll. All done, Aunt Feng. Try moving your leg. Does it still hurt? Zhou Kaifeng opened her eyes lazily and flexed her right leg. Hey, it's truly miraculous. She slowly rose and took 2 tentative steps across the floor, her face alight with astonishment. Not a trace of pain remains. I walk easier now too. Shuisheng, your skill is unparalleled. You're even more capable than the old TCM physician in town. Her gaze upon him now shimmered, not only with admiration, but with something deeper, hungrier. Come sit, let's eat. I promise to feed you well. She eagerly pulled Yang Shuisheng to the rickety wooden table, uncorked the fiery baijiu, and unfurled the oil paper parcel containing braised meat. They shared the savory, salty meat and took turns drinking the potent liquor. After several swallows, Zhou Caifeng's cheeks bloomed with rosy warmth and her words began to flow freely. Leaning close, her breath laced with alcohol, she asked softly, Shuisheng, Tell me honestly, what do you plan to do about Zhao Yukai? He's a tough nut to crack. Haven't decided on the specifics yet. Yang Shuisheng replied, chewing thoughtfully, shaking his head. But I will deal with him. Honestly, just let it go. Sigh. Zhou Kaifeng exhaled softly, her supple body leaning against him until she nearly pressed against his arm. Her voice softened with gentle persuasion. Your parents are gone. You're all alone now. Staying alive, staying safe. That matters more than anything else. From now on, I'll look after you. Make sure you never starve or freeze. Isn't that better than clashing heat with Zhao Yukai? That man's heart is black as ink. Aunt Feng, Yang Shuisheng downed a gulp of liquor, the burn making him squint. But his voice turned icy. My parents' vengeance cannot go unclaimed. Zhou Kaifeng froze, staring at him in startled disbelief. You don't actually think Zhao Yukai had something to do with your parents' accident, do you? Not a suspicion, certainty. Yang Shuisheng stared intently at the coarse glass bottle in his hand. They went to file a complaint against Zhao Youcai for seizing our land. Then just hours later they died in a car crash on the way to the county seat. Such coincidence doesn't exist. Impossible. Zhou Caifeng's expression shifted and she instinctively lowered her voice. The traffic police ruled it an accident, and the driver even paid compensation. An accident? Yang Shuisheng scoffed coldly. My parents lived humbly and uprightly their entire lives, never offending a soul. Yet they accidentally perished precisely when preparing to expose him. Did the driver simply pay a pittance and walk away unscathed? Zhao Yukai faced no consequences whatsoever, and our land, seized outright, handed over to another man to cultivate an orchard. Isn't that as plain as lice on a bald head? Seeing Yang Shuisheng's rising fervor, Zhou Caifeng's own nerves began to flutter. She knew Zhao Yukai was no paragon, but murder. She couldn't quite bring herself to believe it. Shuisheng, listen to me just once. She hesitated, then leaned even closer, her lips almost brushing his ear, as she whispered, voice barely audible, even if your parents' death holds some hidden truth, don't fixate on it. I've heard Zhao Yukai mention your land, briefly. The man who seized it. He wields influence, has connections even within the county government. Whether or not your parents' death was truly accidental, what do you have to stand against such power? Is it wise to pit an egg against a stone? If your parents were alive, they'd beg you, not demand you, to live safely, peacefully. Yang Shuisheng fell silent for several long seconds, then shook his head firmly. This grudge must be settled. With that he seized the bottle and drank deeply, gulp after gulp, without pause. The rough, unrefined baijiu burned fiercely. Having drunk too fast, a scorching wave of intoxication surged violently to his skull. His vision blurred, his body swayed. Oh, slow down. Zhou Kaifeng rushed to steady him. Yang Shuisheng fought to keep his balance, dizzy, yet his body betrayed him. He lurched sideways, his head dropping directly into Zhou Caifeng's lap, his face buried in an astonishing expanse of warmth and softness. The rich scent of camphor-scented face cream mingled with the musk of mature womanhood, enveloping him completely. Shuisheng, are you all right? Cradling him, Zhou Kaifeng gave him a gentle shake. He mumbled something indistinct, unresponsive, seemingly passed out from drink. She held him close, feeling the firm contours of his young, vigorous body, and the hot, rhythmic breath fanning against the most sensitive part of her chest. That long-dormant impulse stirred anew within her. Gazing down at his profile, so close, so vulnerable, her heart hammered wildly as though enchanted. One hand drifted downward, slipping beneath the thin fabric of his trousers, reaching, just as her fingertips neared their target. Yang Shuisheng, who had seemed utterly unconscious, suddenly snapped, his eyes open, locking gaze directly with Zhou Caifeng's wide, panicked stare. I thought your trousers had dust on them. I was just brushing it off. Oh, thank you, Aunt Feng. I'm fine, just a bit lightheaded. Yang Shuisheng pushed himself upright, massaging his temples. His eyes had regained their usual calm. Even if clouded with deep intoxication, it's late. You should go home, before Zhao Yukai grows suspicious. Still shaken, Zhou Kaifeng dared not linger. Rest well then. She scrambled to her feet, hastily pulling on her coat, forgetting to button it, and fled out the door in flustered haste. Yang Shuisheng watched her retreating figure, a faint knowing curl lifting one corner of his mouth, then slumped back onto the bed. This time the liquor's grip was absolute. Overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids grew leaden, and soon he sank into deep slumber. Half conscious, he found himself again in that illusory realm, where peach blossoms bloomed endlessly. The ethereal silhouette of immortal Lady Lin Tao, Peach Jade Sovereign, appeared more substantial than before. Her peerless beauty shimmered amid drifting petals wreathed in celestial grace. You have successfully drawn qi into your body, albeit feebly. Still you have crossed the threshold. Her voice, clear and remote, resonated through the air. There is something you must know. After my core artifact, the Peach Jade, shattered its 10 fragments retained a faint resonance with one. You bear the celestial soul fragment. When another fragment enters a radius of 100 li around you, the shard embedded in your chest will grow warm. The nearer it draws, the stronger the sensation. Use this resonance to locate the remaining fragments. With those words, her form dissolved, fading seamlessly into the cascade of falling peach blossoms. She offered no chance for questions. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A piercing crow shattered the dream, jolting Yang Shuisheng awake. He opened his eyes to a pale pre-dawn light filtering through the window. After a quick wash, he packed a bundle, carefully wrapping a nearly 20-year-old wild ginseng root in fresh reed leaves, and set off toward the Su family general store in town. He intended to sell it to old Master Huang, the shop's discerning elder known for recognizing true medicinal treasures. And perhaps while there he might procure genuine wild ginseng, or at least learn where to find it, to restore his constitution and begin cultivation without delay. It still took more than 2 hours to walk. By the time they arrived at the town, the sun had already risen. Most of the shops on the street had just opened, and the wooden door of the Su family grocery store was still ajar. Yang Shuisheng arrived too early as the shop wasn't officially open yet. He turned back to the noodle shop from yesterday, spending $1 to have a bowl of hot soup noodles, finally feeling some warmth in his body. After finishing the noodles and stepping out, the door of the Su family grocery store happened to be open. Yang Shuisheng picked up his bag and walked inside. Inside, the store looked larger than it appeared outside. Shelves were lined with all kinds of goods from needles and threads to pots and pans, with a small counter displaying some tobacco and alcohol. A young shop assistant in his 20s wearing a gray jacket was wiping the counter. When he saw Yang Shuisheng enter, he scrutinized him and frowned upon noticing his tattered clothing and the shabby bag he carried. "What do you want to buy, eh?" The shop assistant's tone was somewhat impatient. "I'm not here to buy, I'm here to sell." Yang Shuisheng placed the bag on the counter. "An old gentleman told me to bring any medicinal herbs here for him to collect." "Sell? An old gentleman?" The shop assistant scoffed, not even looking at the bag. "Our Su family grocery store only sells, not buys. You've got the wrong place, haven't you? Hurry up and leave, don't waste our business time," he said, waving his cloth in front of the counter as if Yang Shuisheng brought some bad luck. "I'm not mistaken, but it's right here, Su family grocery store," Yang Shuisheng insisted. "That old gentleman collected a piece of Huangjing from me at the street corner yesterday and asked me to bring more if I found any." An old gentleman collecting medicinal herbs. The shop assistant paused for a moment, then his face twisted with even more mockery. "You? Do you really know old Huang? Who are you trying to fool?" he exclaimed. "With your outfit you look like a beggar. How can you sell medicinal herbs? Are you trying to scam money, having dug out a rotten tree root from some mountain ditch? Get out, or I'll call someone." His voice was loud, causing 2 women who had just entered to look over and whisper among themselves while pointing at Yang Shuisheng. There really are all kinds of people these days. Have you gone crazy over money? Yang Shuisheng's expression darkened, and just as he was about to explain further, a man in his 50s walked out from the back, hands behind his back. "What's all the noise about early in the morning?" He swept a glance at the counter, exuding an aura of authority without anger. "Are we going to do business or not?" Seeing this man, the shop assistant immediately put on a respectful face and reported, "Boss, you've come at the right time. This kid, I don't know where he came from, is carrying a bag of rags, insisting that old Huang sent him to sell medicinal herbs, causing trouble here and wasting our time opening up." Su Danian, the owner of the Su family grocery store, directed his gaze at Yang Shuisheng and then at the bag made of straw rope on the counter. Unlike the shop assistant, he didn't jump to conclusions. He walked over, opened the bag's mouth, and took a glance inside. Just that one glance made his eyes flicker slightly. He picked up the piece of Huangjing and examined its stem, color, and texture closely, even bringing it closer to smell it. Smack! Su Danian suddenly raised his hand and lightly tapped the back of the shop assistant's head, maintaining a stern expression. "You blind fool. This young brother is a guest of old Huang. Didn't old Huang specifically tell you that a young man selling medicinal herbs might come looking for him in the next few days? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair?" The shop assistant was stunned, covering his head while looking at his boss, and then at Yang Shuisheng, his face filled with disbelief. Old Huang was a distinguished guest of the local lord coming from the county town. It was said he was of considerable status and had already been staying at the Su family's old residence for several days. He seemed to recall the boss mentioning something about old Huang saying that a young man selling medicinal herbs might come, but he never expected it would be this shabby-looking country boy in patched clothing. "I'm sorry, little brother, I misunderstood you. I apologize," the shop assistant said, his face flushed as he hurriedly bowed to Yang Shuisheng, feeling anxious about offending a guest of old Huang. Su Danian ignored the shop assistant and turned to Yang Shuisheng, now wearing a warm smile, a stark contrast to his earlier stern demeanor. "Little brother, my apologies. My staff is inexperienced and made you laugh at us. Old Huang should be awake. Come, I'll take you to see him," he said, personally lifting the curtain to the back courtyard and gestured for Yang Shuisheng. The 2 women who had come to buy needles and threads and the shop assistant were all dumbfounded. Boss Su was quite a prominent figure on this street. How could he be so courteous to this young man who looked like a beggar? He even personally led him to meet a distinguished guest. Yang Shuisheng didn't say much, either picking up his bag and nodding at Su Danny and following him through the store towards the tranquil and elegant small courtyard at the back. The back courtyard was small but neatly arranged with a few clusters of green bamboo in the corners and a wooden tea table made of old elm and several small stools in the middle. "Please take a seat, little brother." Su Danny invited Yang Shuisheng to sit down and poured him a cup of hot tea before quickly heading towards the east room. In a short while the curtain was lifted and the old gentleman who had bought Huang Jing at the street corner yesterday walked out with a smile. Today he was wearing a deep gray silk shirt, and upon seeing Yang Shuisheng sitting there his eyes lit up. "Oh, little brother, it's you," he said. "I thought you wouldn't come back for a few days. I didn't expect to see you again so." Huang Yongxiang sat down across from Yang Shuisheng, his tone very friendly. "Good day, old Huang." Yang Shuisheng lifted the bag from his feet and placed it on the table. "I was lucky yesterday. I went back and wandered in the mountains again, found this piece. Please take a look." Huang Yongxiang untied the straw rope and took out the piece of Huang Jing. He examined it more carefully than yesterday, not only looking at the stem and the marks, but also weighing it repeatedly, even pinching a tiny root to taste it, closing his eyes to savor it. He opened his eyes, revealing a satisfied smile. "Not bad, not bad. Given its age, it's probably been around for nearly 20 years. The medicinal energy is strong, truly a genuine old mountain product. Little brother, your luck and perception are impressive." He set down the Huang Jing and looked at Yang Shuisheng. "Still the same question, what price do you want to sell it for?" Yang Shuisheng calculated in his mind. He sold the 10-year-old Huang Jing for 20 a pound yesterday. This one was nearly double the age, and its efficacy must be much stronger, so the price should definitely go up. He tentatively opened his mouth. $30 a pound, what do you think?" 30. Huang Yongxiang was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter, pointing at Yang Shuisheng and saying to Su Danyan beside him, "Danyan, look at this little brother, he's straightforward." He turned back to Yang Shuisheng, his eyes filled with appreciation. "Little brother, that price you quoted is quite... To be honest, this 20-year-old wild Huangjing delivered to the county town could easily sell for 40. I won't take too much advantage of you. Let's do this. I'll add $5, $35 a pound. How does that sound?" Yang Shuisheng was pleasantly surprised, not expecting the old gentleman to be so forthcoming and even offer to raise the price. He immediately nodded. "All right, as you say, old Huang, 35. Good deal." Huang Yongxiang nodded at Su Danyan. "Danyan, bring the scale to weigh it." Su Danyan quickly brought over a fine scale. The Huangjing was placed on it, and the scale beam rose high. 3 pounds exactly, very impressive. Su Danyan announced the weight. 3 pounds at 35 a pound equals $105. Huang Yongxiang was quick with mental math, pulling out a wallet from his pocket and taking out several bills. One was a dark green $100 bill, and the other 5 were brown red $1 notes. He handed the money to Yang Shuisheng and said, "Little brother, please count it." Yang Shuisheng took the money, and when his fingers brushed against the crisp and pristine $100 bill, he couldn't help but be astonished. This was a big deal. At his age, it was the first time he held a $100 bill in his hands. Adding the 50 from yesterday's sale of Huangjing, he now had a total of $150. Looking at the heavy $100 bill in his hand, he thought a month, $2,000. At this rate, it might just be possible. "The money is correct, thank you, old Huang." Yang Shuisheng carefully tucked the money away, securing it close to himself. "I should be thanking you for bringing me such good medicinal herbs." Huang Yongxiang waved his hand, visibly pleased. After all, 20-year-old Huangjing was rare to find. Yang Shuisheng stored the money, but didn't rush to leave. "Boss Su, I have one more thing I'd like to ask you." He looked at Su Danyan, who had been standing nearby, and asked, "Does your grocery store, or do you know where I can find wild ginseng for sale? It doesn't have to be particularly old, but it must be genuine wild mountain goods." Su Danyan and Huang Yongxiang exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. Su Danyan shook his head apologetically, saying, "Little brother, although this is called a general store, we mainly sell daily necessities like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sewing supplies. We don't actually sell medicinal herbs. If you want to buy proper medicinal herbs, you'll have to ask at the apothecary at the east end of the town." Yang Shuisheng frowned slightly, knowing that the prices at the apothecary would certainly not be cheap, and they might not even have genuine wild ginseng. "Little brother, are you in urgent need of wild ginseng?" Huang Yongxiang looked at Yang Shuisheng with great interest. "Do you have any specific requirements regarding the age or size?" "It is urgent in preparing my own medicine to condition my body." Yang Shuisheng nodded. "The age doesn't need to be too high, 3 to 5 years would be fine, and I don't need whole roots, just a few decent ginseng strands will suffice." "Oh, preparing your own medicine." Huang Yongxiang's eyes sparkled as he eyed Yang Shuisheng up and down, seemingly reassessing the shabby young man. "Coincidentally, I do have a bit here. You have some Huang Lao." Yang Shuisheng's eyes brightened. Can you sell it to me? How much would it cost? Huang Yongxiang waved his hand with a smile saying, I'm not selling it. I came here specifically to collect medicinal herbs. What I've collected, I wouldn't sell again. Yang Shuisheng's heart sank as the hope he had just felt faded away. However, Huang Yongxiang changed his tone, stroking his beard. You don't need much. I can give you a few strands. That's no trouble. A turn of events. Yang Shuisheng was overjoyed and quickly stood up, deeply bowing to Huang Yongxiang. Thank you, Huang Lao. Oh, it's just a small favor, no need for such formality. Huang Yongxiang waved his hand and walked into the east room he had just come out of. After a short while, he returned with a palm-sized flat wooden box. Inside, lined with red silk, lay a wild ginseng that was as thick as a thumb with clear root hairs and a fresh appearance. He carefully took out 4 or 5 of the longest and thickest ginseng strands from a small cloth bag. Beside him, wrapped them in a small piece of clean oil paper and handed them to Yang Shuisheng. Here, just these few strands. Yang Shuisheng received them with both hands, expressing his gratitude, repeatedly feeling a huge weight lift off his heart. With these medicinal herbs, he was finally set for his body conditioning. Huang Lao, how much for these ginseng strands? Yang Shuisheng remembered he hadn't asked about the price. I said I'm giving them to you, so no need to mention money. Huang Yongxiang interrupted him, speaking cheerfully. I see you are an honest kid and know a bit about medicinal herbs. If you find any good mountain goods in the future, don't forget to bring them here first. I will be returning to the county tomorrow, so please keep an eye out for me, Danian. Yang Shuisheng nodded vigorously, saying, Definitely. Thank you, Huang Lao. After a few more polite exchanges, Yang Shuisheng finally took his leave. Su Danian personally escorted him to the door, watching him walk away before turning back to the courtyard. At the tea table in the courtyard, Huang Yongxiang slowly sipped his tea. Su Danian returned and respectfully said, Huang Lao, don't worry. If this little brother brings more medicinal herbs in the future, I will definitely keep them safe for you. Thank you, Danian. Huang Yongxiang nodded, his gaze lingering on the direction Yang Shuisheng had left, deep in thought. This kid seems a bit interesting. Dressed poorly but with bright eyes and coherent speech, he also recognizes medicinal herbs and understands how to prepare medicine. Not simple at all. Indeed, he doesn't look like an ordinary mountain kid. Su Danian echoed. Huang Lao, you are returning to the county tomorrow. Have you gathered all the medicinal herbs needed for the patient? Almost done. Mentioning this, Huang Yongxiang's relaxed expression faded, and he sighed. All the methods have been considered, and I've tried my best to find the herbs needed, but this illness. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on the patient's own fortune. As doctors, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Su Danian's face also showed a look of sentiment upon hearing this. He hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Huang Lao, since you're leaving tomorrow, could you prepare some extra medicine for my father's leg? He has been in severe pain at night, recently calling out in pain more and more often. The ointment you prepared was the most effective for pain relief. Huang Yongxiang looked at Su Danian, his gaze softening a bit. All right, I will prepare some extra for you before I leave. This time I'll increase the dosage of the pain-relieving herbs slightly, but... He paused, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and regret. The medicine I provide only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. It can only temporarily alleviate the pain. Your father's leg was severely injured back then, the bones didn't heal properly, and after so many years of dragging it on combined with his age, he's several years older than I am. His qi and blood are declining, and his meridians are severely blocked. The risk of surgery is too great. Even the county hospital won't take him. Maintaining the current state is already the best outcome. Su Danian's eyes turned red, his voice choked as he said, Huang Lao, you have been a doctor for decades, seeing and knowing so much. Is there really no other way? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I would be willing to sell everything I have to treat my father. Huang Yongxiang fell silent for a moment. There are not absolutely no methods. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound. My medical skills are merely superficial. Especially in acupuncture, I still have a long way to go. If your father's old injury could encounter a true master of acupuncture who could unblock his long, stiff meridians, and with the support of medicinal herbs to strengthen his essence and nourish his roots, there might still be a chance for him to stand again. As he spoke, he shook his head. Unfortunately, such masters of acupuncture are hard to come by. Not to mention, in this great Liang town, I haven't heard of anyone in the entire county who possesses such skills. When I return this time, I will also ask friends in the county to inquire further to see if there are any such talents in the provincial capital or even farther away. And you don't lose heart too much, but just keep searching slowly. There will always be hope. Su Danian listened, and the glimmer of light that had just risen in his eyes dimmed again. But he still forced himself to muster his spirits and deeply bowed to Huang Yongxiang, saying, Thank you, Huang Lao, for your troubles. I'll leave the inquiry to you. On the other side, Yang Shuisheng came out of Su's general store pocketing the over 100 coins he had just received along with the precious ginseng strands, feeling much more secure. The medicinal herbs for conditioning his body were finally gathered, but the recipe from his inherited memories required not only internal use, but also acupuncture to unblock the meridians for maximum absorption of the medicinal power and solidify the foundation. So he needed to get a set of silver needles. There was only one health station in town, which was an old clinic that had been converted located at the other end of the main street. As Yang Shuisheng turned the corner, he didn't walk far before seeing a large crowd gathered outside the health station, making a ruckus, pointing and blocking half the door. What happened? Yang Shuisheng wondered as he squeezed into the crowd. Inside the health station, a middle-aged man with a face full of meat and wearing a tank top was red-faced and shouting at a young female nurse in a white coat and an old doctor wearing glasses. Ouch, ouch. On the long wooden bench beside him lay a woman in her 40s. Her face was waxy yellow, her eyes closed, clutching her stomach, and she occasionally let out painful groans with a layer of sweat on her forehead that looked either real or fake. What kind of broken health station is this? The man spat as he nearly poked the nurse in the face with his finger. My wife just has diarrhea, or I came to get some medicine, and you scoundrels still gave the wrong medicine. Look at what my wife has become. Vomiting and diarrhea, her stomach is in agony, she's about to die. You must give me an explanation today. The young nurse, seemingly just over 20 tall, with fair skin and delicate features, was now pale, with fright, her eyes red. Her slightly oversized white coat couldn't hide her graceful figure. I didn't. She lowered her head, wanting to explain, but her voice was drowned out by the man's yelling and tears began to well up in her eyes. Lu Laosi, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. We will definitely find out what happened. Xiao Su is a newly assigned intern nurse. She might have accidentally misread the medicine while dispensing it. The old doctor with glasses was sweating profusely, saying repeatedly, let me first check your wife to see what the situation is. Check what? Lu Laosi interrupted, blocking the way in front of the woman, lying down, waving his hand. Check again. It was taking your wrong medicine that caused this. If you let me check again, what if something goes wrong? Is this really a health station? It must be someone who got in through the back door. That's impossible. The old doctor was still trying to explain, but as soon as he spoke, Lu Laosi directly interrupted him. Let's talk, hurry up and compensate. If you don't compensate, this matter won't end, otherwise I'll take her to the county to report you. Ouch. It hurts so much. The woman lying on the bench cooperatively groaned loudly again, weakly pounding the armrest of the chair. Heartless nurse. It's killing me. Lu Laosi, you're being unreasonable. The old doctor, feeling both anxious and angry, said, if you don't let me check, how can I determine the cause of the illness? How can we treat it symptomatically? What if we delay? It's your fault for the delay. Lu Laosi retorted, his spit flying everywhere. My wife was fine in the morning. After taking your medicine, she became like this. It's your problem. If you don't compensate today, no one will have a good time. The crowd watching pointed and discussed among themselves. Wow, it looks pretty serious. Her face is yellow. Taking the wrong medicine is no joke. It can really be fatal. What's wrong with this health station? Even interns can't be this careless. Compensate or else they'll really take it to court, and this health station won't be able to stay open. The young nurse hung her head, her shoulders slightly trembling, and tears finally couldn't be held back, falling onto her white coat. She looked to the old doctor for help, but the old doctor also looked flustered and helpless. Yang Shuisheng stood at the edge of the crowd watching this farce with cold eyes. Possessing a keen sense, he had exceptional observational skills. The couple was secretly exchanging glances, and he caught all of it. Humph, compensation. Do you truly believe money alone settles this matter? Lu Laosi's arrogance flared higher as he heard the crowd rallying behind him. He pointed viciously at the young nurse and snarled, this clumsy, reckless girl, who nearly killed someone, surely doesn't deserve to remain at this clinic. She must be dismissed immediately, or who knows whom she'll endanger next. Su Xiaomei trembled all over at these words, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dismissed from the clinic. She was a fresh intern newly assigned from the county health school, alone in the world with no family or connections. This job was her lifeline. Without it, what would she eat? Where would she sleep? Lu Laosi, you've gone too far, the senior physician interjected, his voice tight with urgency. Su Xiao has erred. We will handle it seriously with strict discipline and re-education. You. Enough talk. Lu Laosi waved his hand impatiently. First, pay up. Second, fire this woman. Miss either, and this matter ends nowhere today. Then, how much do you demand? The senior physician wiped sweat from his brow, glancing anxiously at the woman writhing on the chair, her groans growing increasingly agonized. 2,000 yuan, not a single fen less. Lu Laosi's eyes flickered craftily as he raised 2 fingers. 2,000. The physician gasped sharply. Lu Laosi, you're demanding a king's ransom. How much does our clinic receive in monthly funding? You're trying to bankrupt us. In those days, an ordinary worker earned only 3 to 500 yuan per month. 2,000 yuan equaled several months' wages. Ouch, oh. Upon hearing the word bankrupt, the woman on the chair instantly launched into theatrical performance, clutching her chest and emitting exaggerated ragged gasps. I can't my chest. I can't breathe. Her complexion was already sallow, now straining her breath, a faint cyanosis bloomed across her lips, making her appear truly alarming. Seeing his wife's fervent acting, Lu Laosi secretly rejoiced and bellowed, Look, just look at what you've reduced my wife to. This is all you're doing. If you don't produce 2,000 yuan today, I won't leave this spot. And if my wife suffers even the slightest harm, I'll tear you all apart. So consumed by extortion, he failed to notice his wife's hand pressing ever harder against her chest, and the wheezing in her throat no longer entirely faint. The woman had mild asthma, usually dormant, but her earlier agitation combined with deliberate breath holding for effect had genuinely triggered an attack. No, something's wrong. Very wrong. The senior physician and expert in such matters detected the unnatural timbre of her breathing and the alarming pallor, not simulated but real. He rushed forward to examine her. Don't touch her. Lu Laosi shoved him aside, stepping squarely before his wife, eyes blazing. What? Are you trying to destroy evidence? Let me make this clear, no one touches my wife. Not until the money is paid. That brief delay worsened her condition dramatically. Her face turned from sallow to ashen, her lips purpling, her hands flailing wildly in the air, her eyes rolling back. She was on the verge of losing consciousness. This time it was real. The onlookers sensed something amiss and cried out in alarm. Good heavens, she really can't go on. Her face is turning blue. Quick, someone help her. Lu Laosi blinked in stunned silence. Then, mistaking her collapse for peak dramatic flair, felt a perverse pride swell within him. See, look what you've done to my wife. Pay up now, or she'll die. As the senior physician paced in helpless desperation, a figure suddenly pushed through the crowd. 2 swift strides brought Yang Shuisheng to the woman's side. What are you doing? Get away. Seeing an unfamiliar youth approach, Lu Laosi instinctively lunged to shove. Yang Shuisheng didn't even glance at him. His fingers darted like lightning, pressing with uncanny precision upon key acupoints along her neck, chest, and ribs. His movements were blindingly fast, fingertips guided by the warm, subtle qi coiled deep within his dantian. What the hell do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to touch her? If my wife suffers any harm because of you, I'll... Enraged and bewildered, Lu Laosi cursed violently and reached to seize Yang Shuisheng's collar. Do you truly wish her dead? Yang Shuisheng whirled around, his gaze icy and unblinking. If so, I'll stop right now. Those words struck like freezing water, halting Lu Laosi mid-motion. The crowd fell silent, baffled by the youth's chilling certainty. In that suspended moment, the woman on the chair, on the very brink of collapse, let out a sharp, guttural krrrk and sucked in a deep, shuddering breath. Her chest heaved violently, greedily drawing in air. The bluish-purple hue receded visibly from her face. Though weak, she was breathing again. Haha, I'm alive. She rasped, eyes wide with residual terror. You're safe now, eh? Lu Laosi stood, frozen mouth agape, his mind still refusing to process reality. He assumed she'd simply finished her act. Safe? Don't be absurd. Having narrowly escaped death, she was now furious and terrified, and summoned unexpected strength. She lifted her foot and kicked Lu Laosi hard in the shin. Lu Laosi, you wretched scoundrel. I nearly suffocated to death just now, and you blocked the person trying to save me. Did you actually hope I'd die so you could find another wife? Act. Lu Laosi yelped, finally snapping fully awake. His wife hadn't been acting. Her asthma had genuinely seized her. In his greed, he'd nearly killed her. I. Speechless, Lu Laosi stood utterly dumbfounded. Once her breathing steadied, she struggled upright and bowed repeatedly to Yang Shuisheng. Young sir, thank you for saving me. Just now. Her cheeks flushed as she could no longer pretend to be ill. Glancing at the senior physician and Su Xiaomei, she murmured softly, I feel quite recovered. I need no compensation after all. Laosi, we're leaving. With that, she seized his ear and yanked. What are you waiting for? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Apologize to your benefactor, immediately. Then get us home, now. Lu Laosi winced in pain, humiliated and guilty. Gritting his teeth, he offered Yang Shuisheng an awkward bow and mumbled an incoherent apology, before being half-dragged and half-pulled out of the clinic and into the dispersing crowd. Thus ended the farcical spectacle, suddenly dramatically. Silence descended upon the clinic and its surroundings. Every pair of eyes fixed upon Yang Shuisheng in stunned disbelief. Had he truly revived a woman moments from death, merely by tapping a few points? What art was this? Young sir, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The senior physician recovered first. He studied Yang Shuisheng intently, then stepped forward and clasped his hand with genuine fervor. Had you not intervened, disaster would have been inevitable. Your acupoint localization is remarkably precise. He raised a thumb in admiration. Su Xiaomei too snapped out of her daze, hurrying to pour a cup of hot water, her hands trembling slightly as she extended it to Yang Shuisheng. Tear streaks still glistened on her cheeks, her eyes red-rimmed. Yet her gaze held pure, unreserved gratitude. Moments earlier she had believed her career, and perhaps her freedom, was forfeit. Thank you. Her voice was soft, fragile, edged with the huskiness of recent weeping. As she bent slightly to offer the cup, the collar of her oversized white coat parted, revealing a slender, pale neck, delicate clavicles, and beneath them the gentle curve of her collarbone softly hinted. Unaware, she simply gazed at Yang Shuisheng, heart full of thanks. When his fingertips brushed hers as he accepted the cup, she recoiled as though scalded, her face flushing deeper still. Just a small favor, Yang Shuisheng replied calmly, taking a sip. I only wish to purchase what I needed and return home promptly. Purchase? What would you like to buy, young sir? Name it, anything. The senior physician eagerly pressed, his tone warmly solicitous. A set of silver acupuncture needles. Silver needles? The physician blinked, exchanging a startled glance with Su Xiaomei. Neither had expected such a request. The clinic stocked none for sale. They did possess a few for personal use, yet rarely employed them, as only veteran traditional physicians possessed such expertise. Young sir, why do you require silver needles? For personal use. Yang Shuisheng answered simply. For personal use. Once more astonishment flashed across both faces. Not only did this youth wield an extraordinary acupressure technique, he practiced acupuncture as well. How old could he possibly be? And his attire, plain rustic, marked him unmistakably as a country. The old doctor gestured to Yang Shuisheng, saying, Young brother, let us talk inside. He led Yang Shuisheng to a small doctor's office in the back, which contained only a desk, 2 chairs, and an old bookshelf filled with medical books. The intern nurse, Su Xiaomei, followed them in and casually closed the door, blocking some curious gazes from outside. Please sit, young brother. The old doctor sat down first and pointed to another chair. My surname is Li. I am one of the attending physicians at this health station. This is Su Xiaomei, my apprentice, who has just come here from the county health school for her internship. Su Xiaomei stood beside Dr. Li, blushing slightly, and nodded to Yang Shuisheng. Dr. Li looked at Yang Shuisheng and asked seriously, Young brother, do you know acupuncture? This is no joking matter. Acupuncture is a serious medical art. If you do not recognize the right points or use the wrong technique, it can be ineffective at best and harmful at worst. I will give you the silver needles, but if you end up causing any problems after you leave, I will have to take responsibility. Despite Yang Shuisheng having shown some skill earlier, he still felt a bit uneasy. Don't worry, Dr. Li. I've learned from someone. The one who taught me was an itinerant old Chinese medicine doctor who stayed in our village for a while and taught me some basic skills in identifying points and needling, as well as some emergency prescriptions. The method I used earlier to relieve asthma was taught to me by him. Hearing this, the doubts on Dr. Li's face dissipated significantly. Oh, so you've studied under a reputable master? That makes sense. It is often said that 9 out of 10 itinerant doctors are frauds. However, one must admit that among the hills and fields there are indeed many capable individuals who remain hidden. He thought for a moment and said to Su Xiaomei, Xiaomei, please go get a set of our spare new silver needles. Su Xiaomei quickly turned and went out. In a short while she returned with a rectangular aluminum needle box wrapped in disinfected gauze. Here you go, young brother. She handed the needle box to Yang Shuisheng with both hands. Yang Shuisheng took it, feeling its slight weight. He opened it to see neatly arranged silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses gleaming with a cool luster. Dr. Li, how much are these needles? Yang Shuisheng closed the needle box and asked. Money. Dr. Li waved his hand repeatedly, a sincere look of gratitude on his face. They are free. Young brother, if it weren't for you today, our health station would be in big trouble. Who knows what kind of chaos old Lu would have caused. Consider this set of needles as a small token of gratitude from me and Xiaomei for your help. You must accept it. Also, don't leave at noon, or I'll treat you to a meal so that we can become friends. I won't stay for the meal. Yang Shuisheng shook his head, carefully putting the needle box in his pocket. Dr. Li, Nurse Su, thank you for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to at home and must hurry back. He was eager to return and use the newly acquired herbs and silver needles to adjust his health. Seeing Yang Shuisheng's firm attitude, Dr. Li couldn't insist further, though he felt a bit regretful. By the way, young brother, what is your name? At this moment, Su Xiaomei, who had been mostly silent, suddenly gathered her courage and asked in a soft voice, which village are you from? Yang Shuisheng glanced at her. She was indeed quite pretty. Compared to the girls in the village like Lu Yulan and Bai Qinglian, she appeared even more innocent. My name is Yang Shuisheng from Teowashan. Teowashan. Yang Shuisheng. I'll remember that. Su Xiaomei softly repeated the name, as if trying to engrave it in her heart. Yang Shuisheng no longer delayed, nodded to the two, and turned to leave the office. Dr. Li. Quickly, come out and take a look. Just as he touched the doorknob, the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Another slightly older nurse rushed in, panting and looking anxious. The old man from Boss Wang's family in town is in trouble. He was just brought in and is outside. Dr. Li's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. Old Mr. Wang, quick. He immediately followed the nurse outside, and Su Xiaomei hurried to keep up. Yang Shuisheng paused for a moment before moving with the crowd to the outside consultation room. In the middle of the consultation room, a makeshift bed had been set up with a doorboard. Lying on it was a gaunt old man, eyes tightly shut, appearing to be over 70, with extremely weak breaths barely visible in the rising and falling of his chest. A well-dressed middle-aged man was kneeling beside the old man, tightly gripping his dry hand while shouting at Dr. Dr. Li. Quick, save my father. He was fine at home just now, but suddenly collapsed, and he doesn't respond no matter how much we call him. This middle-aged man was Wang Kuan, the owner of the ULIT house. However, Yang Shuisheng did not recognize him, and Dr. Li only anxiously called out, Boss Wang. Dr. Li squatted down quickly, checking the old man's pupils and pulse, then leaned down to listen to his chest, his expression growing increasingly grave. Boss Wang, the old man's condition is not good. He is in respiratory failure, and his pulse is nearly undetectable. He has lost consciousness. Preliminarily, it seems to be an acute lung condition such as severe pneumonia or pulmonary embolism leading to respiratory and circulatory failure. Our facilities are limited here. He must be urgently sent to the county hospital for rescue. I will have someone contact the county hospital for an ambulance right away. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and contact them. Wang Kun's eyes reddened with anxiety. Dr. Li immediately instructed a nurse to make the phone call. After arranging this, he looked at the barely breathing old man, and then at Wang Kuan with a heavy tone. Boss Wang, I need to say something first. The road from Daliang town to the county is not easy to traverse. At best, it will take over 2 hours. Given the old man's current condition, it is really hard to say whether he can last until we reach the county. You need to be mentally prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm his words, a nurse nearby suddenly exclaimed, Dr. Li, we can't measure the blood pressure. The old man's heartbeat is also dropping. The old man's face visibly turned grayer, his lips turning blue, and that faint breath seemed to be on the verge of stopping at any moment. Dad, hang in there. Wang Kuan suddenly grasped the old man's shoulder. Quick, adrenaline. Prepare for CPR. Dr. Li could no longer care about anything else. He commanded loudly and stepped forward to begin chest compressions on the old man, while Su Xiaomei hurriedly cooperated to prepare the rescue medications. However, after a tense round of resuscitation, the old man's vital signs not only failed to stabilize, but instead faded even faster. The blood pressure line had almost become a straight line. Sweat poured down Dr. Li's forehead, and his hands began to tremble from the pressure. Wang Kuan watched helplessly as his father's life rapidly slipped away, his face pale and filled with despair. Everyone around held their breath, the air feeling suffocating. Everyone felt that old Mr. Wang would likely not survive this ordeal. Just when everyone thought there was no hope left, a figure suddenly burst out from the crowd, rushing to the old man's side. It was Yang Shuisheng. He didn't greet anyone and swiftly tore open the old man's chest with one hand while the other had already opened the aluminum needle box he had just received. With a flash of cold light, several silver needles of varying lengths were grasped between his fingers. What are you doing? Wang Kuan saw Yang Shuisheng moving towards his father, and he abruptly looked up, grabbing Yang Shuisheng's wrist, holding the needles, and shouted sternly, saving him. Yang Shuisheng shook his wrist, easily breaking free from Wang Kun's grip, looking at him calmly. Your father is about to pass. If we delay any longer, he will truly be gone. Saving him? You think you can save him with a few broken needles? Wang Kuan looked Yang Shuisheng up and down, his face filled with distrust and suspicion, then turned to look at Dr. Li. Dr. Li, is this kid also a doctor from your health station? Mr. Wang, he's no doctor at all. Just a country boy who came to town to buy things. A bystander who had just witnessed Lu Lao's commotion couldn't help interjecting. He was just here moments ago purchasing acupuncture needles from Dr. Li. At these words, Wang Kun's expression darkened further. He shoved Yang Shuisheng aside with brute force and stepped protectively in front of the elderly man. Dr. Li, please act quickly. Don't let just anyone lay hands on my father. Yang Shuisheng staggered back a step from the shove, but showed no anger. Instead, he calmly retracted his needles and gazed coldly, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, mistaking benevolence for malice. Dr. Li broke into a cold sweat, his voice strained and bitter. Mr. Wang, the elder's condition is beyond my capacity. I truly cannot help. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flickered toward Yang Shuisheng, now pushed aside. Recalling the young man's uncanny precision in acupressure to ease the elder's asthma, and his decisive, unhesitating step forward, Gazing upon the elder whose vitality was ebbing away before his eyes, an absurd, almost irrational hope suddenly flickered within Dr. Li's heart. Comrade Xiaoyang, do you have confidence in treating him with acupuncture? Yang Shuisheng glanced at the elder, ashen-faced, breath nearly extinguished. Starting now, 10 out of 10 certainty. Delay even a moment longer, and even immortals could not save him. 10 out of 10. With nothing but those rusted needles. Wang Kuan laughed as if hearing the greatest absurdity, jabbing a finger first at the silver needles in Yang Shuisheng's hand, then at the oxygen tank beside him. If a few needle pricks can pull someone back from the gates of hell, what need do we have for machines, or doctors like Dr. Li? Dr. Li, surely you don't actually believe this boy's nonsense. Dr. Li flushed with embarrassment at the question. Yet seeing the elder's rapidly deteriorating state, he steeled himself and said firmly to Wang Kuan, Mr. Wang, we have no other option. Let him try. Better than standing by helplessly. If anything goes wrong, I'll bear full responsibility. You'll bear it. Can you truly bear it? Wang Kuan growled low, his eyes bloodshot. If my father suffers so much as a hair's breadth of harm, can you bear that? This boy doesn't even hold a medical license. How dare you let him lay hands on my father? What if he punctures something vital? Onlookers began murmuring among themselves, most deeply skeptical. Exactly, far too young. Doesn't look trustworthy at all. Acupuncture can heal, but this man is practically dead. How could a few needles possibly work? What if he was stable enough to reach the county hospital, but these needles finish him off instead? Then who answers for it? We mustn't panic and grasp at straws in desperation. Amidst the crowd's whispers and Wang Kuan's accusations, Dr. Li felt immense pressure bearing down upon him. Yet he held Wang Kuan's gaze, his voice resolute. Let him try. Your father may yet cling to a sliver of life. Refuse, and there remains only death. Mr. Wang, the choice is yours. Wang Kuan looked from his dying father, breath shallow and fading, to Dr. Li, unwavering in his insistence, then finally fixed his stare upon Yang Shuisheng, whose face remained utterly impassive. His fists clenched until knuckles cracked, his jaw muscles twitched violently as inner turmoil raged. In the end, the faint, desperate hope that his father might live eclipsed his distrust and fury toward Yang Shuisheng. Fine, go ahead, needle him. But if my father... Before his threat could finish, Yang Shuisheng, who had watched silently all along, slowly, deliberately began returning each silver needle to its case. What are you doing? Wang Kuan blinked, stunned. Nothing at all, Yang Shuisheng replied, snapping the case shut and tucking it into his pocket. He lifted his eyes to meet Wang Kuan's voice, calm and level. I intended to help save your father, but now I've changed my mind. You. Wang Kuan could scarcely believe his ears. A surge of rage flooded his skull. Are you mocking me, eh? Dr. Li stood dumbfounded, scrambling to mediate. Xiaoyang, this. Mocking you? Yang Shuisheng cut Dr. Li off, locking eyes with the seething Wang Kuan. Moments ago, I offered aid to save your father. You blocked me, questioned me, shoved me, insulted me. Now when you're out of options, you ask me to try. I'm in no mood, so I won't. Your father's life or death holds no weight for me. You forbade the treatment. I merely honored your will. How then is that mockery? Yang Shuisheng's words struck Wang Kuan like a stinging slap. His face burned, his thoughts roaring with white noise. For years, Wang Kuan had ruled Daliang town, commanding respect across both lawful and shadowed circles. Not even a ragged country boy, not even the town's most powerful figures, dared treat him with anything less than deference, calling him Brother Kuan or Mr. Wang. Today, however, this callow youth had publicly humiliated him, and now refused to save his father. Good boy. Wang Kuan trembled with fury, pointing a shaking finger at Yang Shuisheng, his gaze venomous as a killer's. You've got guts. No one in Daliang town has ever spoken to me like this. Wait, once my father recovers, you'll see how I deal with you. Be my guest. Faced with such naked menace, Yang Shuisheng merely arched a brow, not a trace of fear crossing his features. Feel free to try, anytime. But right now your father may not wait that long. Those words snapped Wang Kuan back to reality. He whirled around, staring desperately at his father, lying motionless upon the plank. In the span of those few sentences, the elder's complexion had deepened beyond mere pallor, into a deathly ashen gray, his chest rising and falling so faintly it seemed already stilled. Father! Wang Kuan jolted upright, rushing to the elder's side and shouting frantically. All his earlier rage and threats dissolved into insignificance before the imminent vanishing of his father's life. Face vengeance. None of it mattered next to his father drawing one more breath. Dr. Li cried out urgently, Comrade Xiaoyang, I beg you, oldly begs you. If you truly possess the skill, act now. Saving a life surpasses building 70-year pagodas. Beside him, in turn, Nurse Su Xiaomei stared intently at Yang Shuisheng, her eyes searching. wondering whether he possessed genuine mastery, but withheld it or lacked ability entirely. Impossible, utterly impossible. These few humble needles, we simply cannot save lives with them. Hearing Yang Shuisheng directly address him, Wang Kun, now past caring for dignity, whirled around and faced the young man Heaton. For the first time, the face that once commanded De Liang Town wore an expression bordering on supplication. Young brother, I was wrong. He ground the words out through clenched teeth, voice raw and strained. I was reckless. I apologize to you. Please, please save my father. If you bring him back, name any condition, we'll agree to all. Dr. Li hurriedly added, yes, Xiaoyang. See how Mr. Wang has acknowledged his error. The elder truly cannot wait. If you hold the skill, please act swiftly. Yang Shuisheng studied Wang Kuen's humbled, strained countenance, and glanced again at the elder clinging to life by the thinnest thread. The irritation kindled by the man's arrogance began to fade. He had never intended to withhold salvation, only to reject the arrogance of one who presumed superiority. Remember your words. With that icy declaration, he wasted no further time. He retrieved the needle case and strode decisively to the elder's side. This time no one dared obstruct him. He drew a slow, deep breath, the surrounding clamor dissolving as his focus sharpened to absolute clarity. His left hand gently pressed upon the elder's emaciated chest. His right fingers moved with the grace of plucking blossoms, deftly extracting 3 of the longest silver needles from the case. Without hesitation, without the customary double-checking of points, he sank his wrist and drove the 3 needles forward. They pierced the sternum's jointing point and the bilateral fasciae points with a faint silken whisper, precise, unwavering, penetrating over an inch deep. The insertion was swift and steady. Then, fingers dancing like startled birds, he placed several shorter needles into the Naguan and Higu points of both wrists and the Baihui point atop the crown. With each insertion, he subtly channeled 2 faint threads of qi from his own body, guiding them carefully down the needles into the corresponding points and meridians of the elder. Though barely perceptible, this qi possessed extraordinary efficacy, awakening the elder's near-extinguished vitality and clearing the stagnant lung channels. To onlookers, Yang Shuisheng merely delivered 7 or 8 rapid, assured needle insertions, nothing like the hesitant motions of a novice. Yet the instant his final needle settled, and his fingertip brushed its tail with deliberate lightness. Cough, cough, cough. From the plank where the elder had lain lifeless, a faint but unmistakable choking cough rose from his throat. Then, before the stunned eyes of everyone present, the elder's ashen, deathly gray visage visibly softened, flushing with the faintest trace of returning color. Still pale, yes, but the ghastly pallor of imminent death had receded. He's breathing. The elder is breathing again. An observant nurse burst out elated. Indeed, the chest that had been still now rose and fell in shallow rhythmic motion, weak, slow, yet undeniably alive. Father! Father! Can you hear me? Father! Wang Kun collapsed beside the elder's head, voice trembling, unable to trust his own eyes. Dr. Li watched the transformation, mouth agape, whispering in disbelief. He's alive, truly revived. How is this possible? The clinic, moments earlier thick with doubt and despair, had fallen into a hushed, eerie silence. Every person stood frozen, eyes wide, mouth slack, shifting their gaze between the elder visibly reviving upon the plank and Yang Shuisheng quietly gathering his needles, his expression serene and unruffled. Could 7 or 8 slender needles, in under a minute, drag a man whose foot already crossed the gates of hell back into the realm of the living? Was this medicine or sorcery? Ugh! Elder Wang emitted a faint groan. Moments later, his tightly shut eyelids trembled several times and slowly parted. Though his gaze remained hazy and unfocused, consciousness had unmistakably returned. Dad? Dad, you're awake. Wang Kuen's voice quivered with overwhelming emotion as he gripped his father's hand tightly. Can you see me? How do you feel? Elder Wang's eyes gradually sharpened in focus. He looked at his son, then weakly rolled his gaze around the room. His lips moved faintly, uttering a frail whisper. What happened to me? His voice was soft, but articulate, his mind clearly lucid. Wonderful. The elder has truly... Dr. Li exhaled deeply in relief and hurried forward, listening carefully to the heart and lungs with his stethoscope, examining the pupils and measuring blood pressure and pulse rate. A miracle. Truly miraculous. Mr. Wang, the elder's vital signs are now essentially stable. Respiration and heartbeat have both resumed. They remain weak, yet there is no immediate threat to his life. Hearing those words, Wang Kuen's taut nerves finally eased, just slightly. He turned, gazing toward Yang Shuisheng, who had already gathered his silver needles, and quietly stepped aside. A complex expression flickered across Wang Kuen's face. Young man, earlier I spoke harshly. That was my fault. My sincere apologies. He approached Yang Shuisheng, his tone now earnest and respectful. Bowing slightly with clasped fists, he added, Thank you for saving my father. This debt of gratitude, I shall remember it well. No thanks are necessary. Yang Shuisheng waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm and unruffled. I merely used acupuncture to temporarily stabilize his heart qi and lung energy, to hold his breath just long enough. The root of his illness remains unaddressed. His constitution is severely depleted. This was an acute episode. Next time fortune may not favor him so kindly. My recommendation remains transfer him to the county hospital immediately for thorough examination and proper treatment. It is the safest course. Wang Kuan nodded vigorously. Yes, you're absolutely right. As soon as the county hospital's ambulance arrives, we'll take him there without delay. He paused, then couldn't resist praising again. Young man, your acupuncture skill is nothing short of extraordinary. I've lived in this town for decades and never seen anything like it. Yang Shuisheng did not engage further, only replying, I acted solely out of respect for Dr. Li. Wang Kuan understood that the young man still harbored lingering resentment over his earlier conduct and wisely refrained from offering more hollow pleasantries. Though rough-hewn, Wang Kuan was a man of clear moral boundaries. His sense of obligation was unwavering and grounded in sincerity. He silently signaled to one of the men accompanying him, murmuring a few quiet instructions. The man nodded and dashed outside. Within minutes he returned, holding a neatly wrapped red envelope, its crimson paper thick and precisely folded. Wang Kuan took the envelope and offered it to Yang Shuisheng with both hands, his tone decisive. Young man, this is a token of our gratitude. Please accept it without hesitation. In the Daliang Mountains region, an ancient custom held sway. A life saved was akin to rebirth itself. The family of the rescued bore an unshakable duty to express their appreciation, not by amount, but by gesture. Even a single coin would suffice as a symbolic offering. Yet to offer nothing would be unthinkable. To refuse such a gift would be to insult the host and violate local tradition. Indeed, Xiaoyang Dr. Li chimed in supportively. The red envelope carries not only gratitude but auspicious intent. Please accept it. Yang Shuisheng glanced at the plump envelope, then recalled his own urgent need for funds. After a brief pause, he reached out, accepted it, and slipped it into his pocket without opening it on the spot. Then thank you, Mr. Wang. No, I owe you thanks. Wang Kuan's smile warmed with genuine sincerity upon seeing the acceptance. Young man, today's outcome rests entirely upon your intervention. Once my father is settled, I'll host a formal banquet at the finest restaurant in town to properly express my gratitude and forge a true friendship between us. A meal won't be necessary. I have matters awaiting me at home and must return at once. Yang Shuisheng declined outright. His thoughts were already fixed on returning to prepare herbal remedies for his own body. He wished to linger not a moment longer. He nodded politely to Dr. Li and to Su Xiaomei, who watched him furtively from the corner, then turned and strode swiftly out of the clinic. Wang Kuan had intended to detain him further, or at least learn his name and address. But Yang Shuisheng departed with such decisive speed that he vanished through the door and melted into the street crowd before any words could be exchanged. From beginning to end, Wang Kuan had never even introduced himself formally, and Yang Shuisheng showed no interest in asking. Emerging from the clinic, Yang Shuisheng quickened his pace, retracing his steps toward Peach Blossom Hollow. Once beyond the town's edge and onto a secluded mountain path, he withdrew the red envelope from his pocket. The paper was thick, tightly sealed. He unfolded it, revealing a neat stack of banknotes. All were crisp 100-yuan bills, the iconic Great Unity notes. Yang Shuisheng counted them swiftly. 10 bills. Exactly 1,000 yuan. Even with his unflappable composure, his breathing quickened slightly as he held the substantial wad of cash in his palm. The coarse texture of the paper and the faint distinctive scent of ink felt startlingly real against his fingertips. In all his years, he had never possessed nor even laid eyes upon so much money. That morning, selling Huangjing root had earned him 105 yuan, a sum he'd already considered staggering. Now, in the blink of an eye, another 1,000 yuan had landed in his hands. 1,000 yuan. In an era when ordinary workers earned only 300 or 500 yuan per month, this was unquestionably a fortune capable of making any villager's eyes gleam with envy. I hadn't expected Mr. Wang to be so generous. Or perhaps in his eyes his father's life was worth precisely this much. Yang Shuisheng carefully re-wrapped the money in its red paper and tucked it securely back into his pocket. The cool bills pressed against his warm skin, yet ignited a fierce flame within his chest. Half of Lu Yulan's Tuthasandiyuan ransom, now secured. Suddenly, the 1-month deadline felt far less daunting. When Yang Shuisheng arrived back at Peach Blossom Hollow, the sun hung directly overhead, its heat scorching the scalp. He bypassed his own dilapidated shack and instead veered off, moving with practiced ease toward the rear of the village chief's house. The back door stood ajar. He gently pushed it open just wide enough to slip inside. Fragrant steam rose from the kitchen. Zhou Kaifeng stood before the stove, apron tied snugly around her waist, bustling about her preparations. She turned at the sound, and her face lit up instantly with a warm, inviting, and subtly seductive smile upon recognizing Yang Shuisheng. She wore a pale yellow short-sleeved blouse, thin fabric clinging softly where dampened by sweat, tracing the full, proud contours of her bust. Below, a floral skirt ended just above her knees, revealing two slender, milky white calves. Her hair was loosely coiled with delicate strands clinging to her damp, graceful nape, lending her an even richer, more mature allure than the day before. "You're here? Are you hungry? Knew you'd arrive just about now. I kept it warm for you." Zhou Kaifeng lifted a large bowl of steamed rice from the bamboo steamer. Topped with glistening braised pork and vibrant green vegetables, she also handed him a soft white wheat bun. "Quick, eat while it's hot." Yang Shuisheng wasted no time. He accepted the bowl and chopsticks and began eating voraciously beside the stove. The pork was tender, richly seasoned, and deeply satisfying. He devoured it rapidly. Zhou Kaifeng stood directly opposite him, arms resting lightly on the rim of the nearby water vat, leaning forward ever so slightly, her gaze locked on him with a playful, affectionate smile. Her blouse neckline gaped just a little wider in that posture, revealing a deep, alluring cleavage that rose and fell softly with each breath. A warm, intimate aroma, part cooking oil, part womanly perspiration, drifted steadily into Yang Shuisheng's senses. "Shuisheng, last night's massage felt so good. My legs don't ache at all today. I walk with real strength." Zhou Kaifeng lowered her voice, her tone honeyed and suggestive. "Will you help me again tonight? I'll reward you properly." Yang Shuisheng swallowed a mouthful of rice, lifting his eyes to meet hers. Her desire, and the unspoken invitation, was unmistakable. He nodded, vaguely sure, but what? Zhou Kaifeng pressed eagerly, leaning even closer. Zhao Yukai's furious tirade exploded through the kitchen, his spittle nearly landing in the bowl. He dashed forward in a few strides and reached to snatch the rice bowl and chopsticks from Yang Shuisheng's hands. "You idiot! Who told you to come in? Get out! Do you think my family's food is for you to eat?" Yang Shuisheng immediately froze in his simple-minded way, clutching the bowl and shrinking back, his face a mixture of panic and foolishness as he mumbled indistinctly, "Meat. My meat. Tasty. Won't give," and deliberately tried to hide the bowl against his chest. He looked exactly like a fool guarding his food. Clatter. Crash. One reached, the other dodged. In the tugging, Zhao Yukai slapped the bowl and sent it crashing to the floor. The coarse porcelain bowl holding half a bowl of rice and braised pork smashed into shards. Rice and stew scattered across the floor, the greasy chunks of meat rolled into the corner and were covered in dust. "Oh!" Zhou Kaifeng cried out, distressed, as she looked at the ruined meat and rice. Yang Shuisheng panicked too. He dropped to his knees to pick them up, but Zhou Kaifeng grabbed his arm. "Zhao Yukai, what are you doing?" Zhou Kaifeng snapped, anger flaring. "It's only a bowl of food. That man has no parents and is starving. What harm is there in giving him a bite? Do you have to be like this?" Zhao glared with his slanted eyes, pointing at the ruined food and then at Yang Shuisheng. "My family's food. If it were thrown on the ground, even the dogs would eat it, but I wouldn't give it to that fool. He has hands and feet. Can't he dig for food himself? Why come begging at other people's houses? How many times have I told you, don't give him anything to eat, don't give him anything to eat?" He grew angrier and angrier, convinced Zhou Kaifeng was challenging his authority as head of the household, especially over a fool. Zhou Kaifeng's face flushed and paled, but she was quick thinking and instantly adopted a tone of injured reason. I had no choice. The little plot behind our house has lain fallow for half a year. I plan to turn it over and plant some radishes and eggplants. I cannot manage it alone. I happened to see Shuisheng. He's strong, so I thought to have him help for a few meals. Isn't that better than hiring someone? That remark struck a chord with Zhao Yukai. He had indeed been unwilling to tend that plot himself, and a lone woman like Zhou Kaifeng could hardly till it alone. Though Yang Shuisheng was simple-minded, his strength was undeniable. He was excellent for farm labor. A few meals in exchange for a strong pair of hands. This was a profitable arrangement. Zhao's fury eased somewhat, but his gaze at Yang Shuisheng still brimmed with contempt and impatience. Let him work. Fine. He kicked at the shards by his feet and snorted coldly. But feeding him must be modest. Give him plain noodles and big steamed buns to fill his belly. Meat. Look at what you gave him, braised pork. I myself can't afford to eat that every day. Feeding meat to a fool is wasting good food. Zhou Kaifeng whispered a defense. Hard physical work needs some oil and fat. Zhao's eyes narrowed as he pointed to the basin used to wash the meat. Isn't there water from washing the meat? All the grease is in there. Boil it into a soup and soak the buns. There's your fat. Still want meat? His words were harsh and miserly. Even Zhou Kaifeng found them hard to hear. All right, I know, she said, knowing his temper and unwilling to press the matter further. She said it, but inwardly resolved otherwise. The more Zhao forbade it, the more determined she became to secretly give Yang Shuisheng good food. Not only would he have meat, she thought, but the best of it, she would do it just to defy him. Have no sense. Get out of here now. Do you want a beating? Zhao glared fiercely at the still pleading Yang Shuisheng when Zhou Kaifeng relented. I'm going inside for some tea. If you're still here when I come back, see how I'll beat you. With that, he cursed and stalked off toward the front yard. Zhou Kaifeng quickly took another steamed bun from the steamer and stuffed it into Yang Shuisheng's hand, lowering her voice. Take it. Eat something to fill your stomach first. Ignore him. He's a skinflint, black heart, and foul mouth. She guided Yang Shuisheng toward the back door. When they reached the threshold, she glanced left and right to be sure Zhao Yukai had not returned, then leaned in close and spoke almost against his ear. Her warm breath, scented faintly of cream, brushed his ear. Shuisheng, I'm sorry, and he didn't think it through. I shouldn't have had you eat inside and let him see. Tonight, when I come to give you a massage, he'll make it up to you, okay? He'll bring you something delicious. He'll make sure you eat well. Her voice was soft and sticky, and her finger idly scratched the back of his hand. Yang Shuisheng accepted the bun, the foolish look on his face gradually smoothed into his usual calm. He glanced at Zhou Kaifeng and nodded once. He won't be able to rouse himself much longer. Zhou Kaifeng's heart gave a sudden jolt. You? What do you mean? Shuisheng, don't do anything rash. She hurriedly gripped his arm and whispered anxiously, Zhao Yukai is ruthless. He's been village head for years and has connections. Please don't be foolish. If you confront him heated, you'll be the one to suffer. Yang Shuisheng turned back to look at Zhou Kaifeng's anxious, worried face and suddenly tugged the corner of his mouth into an enigmatic faint smile. He said nothing more, gently freed his hand from hers, took a bite of the bun, pushed open the back door, and stepped out, soon disappearing along the dirt lane behind the house. Zhou Kaifeng stood in the doorway, staring down the empty alleyway, her heart fluttering and her thoughts in turmoil. Yang Shuisheng's remark that he wouldn't be able to rouse himself much longer left an inexplicable chill at the base of her neck. What on earth did that foolish boy intend to do? Yang Shuisheng munched the bun as he returned to his shabby little house and shut the door firmly behind him. The interior was dim, but his eyes were bright. Carefully, he produced all of today's spoils, several precious wild ginseng tendrils, years' worth of polygonatum, and goji head dug up the day before, a few other auxiliary herbs, and the set of silver needles. Today, he would regulate his body and consolidate his foundation. He rummaged through a pile of odds and ends and found an old wooden tub with a chipped rim. He boiled a large pot of water, poured it into the tub, and blended in cold water until the temperature was right. Then, following the proportions and sequence from the memory of the ancestral formula, he placed the herbs into the warm water one by one. As the herbs met the hot water, they quickly released color. The clear water darkened to deep brown, and a rich, bitter, yet strangely fragrant medicinal aroma filled the cramped, worn room. With the decoction ready, Yang Shuisheng stripped off his tattered clothes, standing with a strong, well-built body. He did not step into the tub at once. First, he picked up the set of silver needles. He drew a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the kong, and calmed his spirit. In his mind, the acupuncture method that, when paired with the herb bath, would awaken meridian potential presented itself with crystalline clarity. He twirled a medium silver needle between his fingers, found the Dantian-adjacent Danzhong acupoint on his chest, and without hesitation drove the needle in. A faint sting arrived, followed by a spreading soreness. Without pause, his fingers moved like a butterfly through flowers, swift and steady, placing needle after needle into several major acupoints around his body, Guan Yuan Qihai, Zasanli Senyinjiu. With each insertion, he channeled the two faint strands of qi in his dantian through the needles into the points, twisting gently to stimulate them. After a dozen or so insertions, beads of fine sweat had already sprung on his brow. But the effect was evident. The qi and blood that had been sluggish within him began to be drawn by the needles, accelerating their flow. His meridians warmed and swelled like parched riverbeds longing for rain. When he judged the time right, he quickly withdrew the needles, rose, and stepped into the dark brown medicinal bath. The warm decoction engulfed his body, his skin flushing with heat. Yet the most marvelous sensation came from within. The qi and meridians, already stirred by the needles, met the medicinal force, and as if drought finally met spring, began ravenously absorbing the essence dissolved in the water. Wave upon wave of warm, slightly prickling currents streamed through his pores and into the specific acupoints, scouring the meridians, nourishing his parched qi and blood, and replenishing the depleted root of his body. He exhaled softly, closed his eyes, and relaxed against the rim of the tub, silently practicing the most basic breathing method of Hahuan Yangqi Ju, guiding the influx of medicinal power along the technique's pathway until it converged in the dantian. He could distinctly feel as if a heavy shackle had been removed. His body grew lighter than it had been in years. Some of the deficits that had lurked deep within his body were being gently repaired and filled. In his dantian, the two faint strands of qi, as if fed the richest nourishment, began to thicken and grow with a speed visible to the eye. One strand, then another. The sensations multiplied and became ever clearer. The color of the bath gradually faded as time passed. A thin layer of gray-black impurities with a faint fishy odor seeped from the surface of his skin. He soaked for a full hour. Only when the water in the tub had dwindled to a pale brown and the medicinal force was nearly exhausted did Yang Shuisheng open his eyes and stand from the wooden tub. He dried himself and felt the surging vitality and the astonishing new lightness within. Most heartening of all, in his dantian, the original two faint strands of qi had grown into 5 distinct stable threads. Though not yet strong, they were noticeably denser and firmer. With a mere thought, those 5 strands obediently moved as if by his will, coursing through his body and bringing a warm, fulsome sense of power. Yang Shuisheng exhaled a long hoarse breath. A spark flashed in his eyes. The ancestral formula was indeed extraordinary. That a first herb bath combined with acupuncture could produce such pronounced effects amazed him. He clenched his fist until the knuckles cracked. His whole body felt perhaps 20 to 30% stronger. And this was only a reinforcement of the Buddhist foundation. Thinking of Huan Yangshi and recalling the wondrous experience in nascent qi he had felt the night with Lu Yulan, a fierce anticipation rose in his chest. Before, his physical base had been too weak, and any cultivation had been greatly diminished. Now, after this conditioning and foundation building, how much faster would his progress be the next time he trained with Lu Yulan, or with others? A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tonight Zhou Kaifeng was coming. He decided it would be fitting to let her help test just how much he had improved. Yang Shuisheng had just finished adjusting his body, feeling utterly relaxed. As he was about to dispose of the remnants in the wooden basin and wipe the water stains on the floor, the creaky wooden door was pushed open with a squeak, and a figure flashed in. It was Lu Yulan. She had probably just returned from the fields with a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead and the sleeves of her floral shirt rolled up, revealing a section of her fair, delicate arms. Upon entering, she immediately saw Yang Shuisheng standing stark naked in the middle of the room, droplets of water still clinging to his skin. His skin glowed with a healthy flush after the medicinal bath, the lines of his muscles clearly defined, and his damp trousers clung tightly to his hips, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Lu Yulan exclaimed, her face instantly flushed crimson as she turned away, sharply covering her face with her hands. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were bathing. They'll go out right now, she said, ready to dash outside, her heart racing, but the image she had just caught a glimpse of lingered in her mind. Sister Yulan, it's fine, I've finished bathing. Yang Shuisheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, grabbing an old pair of trousers resting on the edge of the wooden tub to slip on, leaving his upper body bare as he walked over to shut the door. What brings you here? Is there something wrong? Lu Yulan had her back to him, becoming more anxious as she heard him. I just came back from the fields, and while passing by the village entrance I saw Zhao Hu with a few unfamiliar faces laughing and chatting together. They didn't look like good people, their shifty eyes made me uneasy, so I thought I should warn you to be careful around Zhao Hu. He might be up to no good. Yang Shuisheng's gaze slightly sharpened. Outsiders. It seemed that Kuan guessed people had arrived. However, he did not show it on his face, calmly replying, Zhao Hu likely made some dubious acquaintances again. That's just how he is. Sister Yulan, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Yulan felt somewhat relieved by his words, instinctively turning around to offer more advice. Yet as she turned, she found herself face to face with Yang Shuisheng's chest, mere inches away. His solid muscles, glistening with droplets of water, made her heart race as they traced along his abs. Her face turned even redder, her gaze wavering, wanting to look, but too shy to do so. Her throat felt dry and her heart was pounding. Memories of that wild night by the pond surged uncontrollably, making her legs feel somewhat weak. Well, that's good. You seem to have missed a spot in your wash. Your back. Would you like me to help scrub it? After saying this, she felt extremely embarrassed, her ears burning red. Yang Shuisheng glanced at himself, noticing some residual impurities that had not been washed away after the medicinal bath. He watched Lu Yulan's blushing profile and the slight rise and fall of her chest, feeling a fire ignite within him. Having just adjusted his body, his energy was vigorous and his senses sharp. The faint scent of sweat and the allure of a mature woman wafting from Lu Yulan constantly teased his nerves. Sure, the water is still warm. Yang Shuisheng did not refuse and changed the water in the tub. Lu Yulan felt a mix of shyness and joy at his agreement, biting her lip as she approached the wooden tub. Yang Shuisheng sat in the tub with his back to her, his broad, muscular back fully exposed to her view. She picked up a piece of relatively clean coarse cloth nearby, soaked it in hot water, wrung it out, and gently pressed it against Yang Shuisheng's back. The warm cloth against his skin made both of them shiver slightly. Through the fabric, Lu Yulan could distinctly feel his skin's warmth and the hard contours of his muscles. She began to gently wipe from his broad shoulders down to his defined spine. Each stroke made her heart race and her fingers feel weak. As she continued, she set the cloth aside and went directly to using her hands. Yang Shuisheng closed his eyes, savoring the tingling sensation brought by her soft hands gliding over his back, the heat within him growing more pronounced. Sister Yulan, Yang Shuisheng suddenly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. You've worked hard all day, and you've probably sweated too. How about you wash up as well? There's still hot water. Lu Yulan paused, her face reddening even further, her voice barely a whisper. This might not be appropriate, and I didn't bring a change of clothes. Yang Shuisheng slightly turned his head, glancing at her floral shirt, which was faded and worn with frayed collar and cuffs. It seemed this shirt had been worn for many years. He thought to himself that he should remember to buy her a couple of new outfits next time he went to town. However, he said, it doesn't matter if you change or not, a washing is comfortable. Besides, there are no outsiders here. Lu Yulan bit her lip, torn in her thoughts. Feeling sticky was indeed uncomfortable, and looking at Yang Shuisheng's strong and enticing back only fueled the fire igniting within her. She couldn't help but recall the sensations from that night. Well, then you turn around, you mustn't look. In the end, she succumbed to temptation and made her request in a low voice. I won't look, Yang Shuisheng replied with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Only then did Lu Yulan, blushing, begin to fumble with the buttons of her clothing. She was careful and slow, her eyes nervously fixed on Yang Shuisheng's back, afraid he might turn around suddenly. One tattered garment after another fell away, revealing the astonishing curves of her fair and voluptuous body underneath. Her snow-white skin was dazzling to behold. She tested the water temperature in the wooden tub with her hand. It was just right. Then, holding onto the edge of the tub, she cautiously lifted one smooth leg and stepped in. The wooden tub was already small, and her entry inevitably caused their legs to brush against each other. The warm water and their closely pressed bodies made them both freeze momentarily. Lu Yulan let out a soft gasp, embarrassment making her want to sink into the water. You don't move. Yang Shuisheng could clearly feel the fragrant softness of her body behind him, her delicate skin brushing against his back, sending a jolt through his muscles. He fought the urge to turn around and asked in a husky voice, "Are we really washing together?" Lu Yulan submerged her chin in the water, exposing only half of her flushed face, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You didn't you say there are no outsiders here? And don't you want it? The last few words were as light as a feather, yet laced with endless temptation. Yang Shuisheng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he remained silent. How could he not want to? He wanted it too much. The space in the wooden tub was cramped, and they were almost pressed together. Lu Yulan, with her back to Yang Shuisheng, curled herself into a ball, the water level barely reaching her rounded shoulders, exposing a slender fair neck and her damp black hair. After a moment of quiet washing, Lu Yulan suddenly spoke. Water. Shuisheng, I can't reach my back. Can you help me scrub it? Yang Shuisheng's breathing hitched. Sure, Sister Yulan, you turn around. Lu Yulan slowly turned in the water, presenting her smooth, jade-like back entirely to Yang Shuisheng. The water rippled, and the spring scenery beneath the surface was faintly visible. Yang Shuisheng turned around, and the beautiful sight before him made his breath come in heavy gasps. Yang Shuisheng did not use the towel. His hand pressed directly without barrier against Lu Yulan's bare back. Lu Yulan trembled all over as if struck by lightning, a short involuntary cry escaping her throat. The large hand was hot and strong, the palm roughened with callous bits stroked her delicate, sensitive spine, sending electric waves of numb pleasure that spread through her body. Her body went limp involuntarily, on the verge of collapsing into the water. Yang Shuisheng could clearly feel her heart pounding faster. His breathing grew labored. The other hand rose from the water, curved around her slender waist, and came to rest on her flat, smooth lower abdomen. Shuisheng. Lu Yulan's voice trembled, a sound half moan, half breath. She reclined helplessly against Yang Shuisheng's solid, heated chest. The water rocked violently, splashing from the wooden basin and wetting the floor. In the cramped tub, two young bodies were entwined tightly. Rising steam blurred vision and dulled reason. Yang Shuisheng cast a sliver of attention aside and silently began to circulate the Hahuan Yangqi, Ju Hahuan nourishing qi technique. This time was nothing like that hurried session by the pool a few nights before. After the herbal bath and acupuncture, his qi and blood were abundant, his meridians open, and the 5 faint qi sensations in his dantian were lively and nimble. Now, as their yin and yang converged, an even purer, far denser stream of pure yin was drawn from Lu Yulan, guided along the technique's channels, pouring into his meridians and finally settling into his dantian. Those 5 strands of qi sensation absorbed and swelled wildly. 1, 2, 3. Their growth outpaced the previous night. After a time, the water in the basin had long since gone cold, splashed everywhere. Yang Shuisheng gathered the limp, sweat-scented Lu Yulan from the water, roughly wiped her with a tattered quilt, and laid her on the creaking, battered bed. He could not linger. He sat cross-legged at once to sense himself. Within his dantian, the original 5 strands had become 10. Moreover, those 10 strands were no longer scattered. They pulled toward one another, entwining faintly, tending toward fusion and unity. At a slight motion of his mind, the 10 strands snapped together into a single, more condensed, pale white vortex of chi, quietly nesting at the center of his dantian, turning slowly and radiating a warm, steady power. It had succeeded. The Hahuan Yangshi Ju's entry teachings record Qi sensation as strands, threads, currents. 10 strands become 1 thread, 10 threads become a current. Only when 10 currents gather does true Qi form, and the real threshold of cultivation is crossed. He had now condensed 10 strands into a single thread. Though true Qi remained far beyond reach, this was a qualitative leap. What thrilled him most was that according to the method, after forming a thread, one could preliminarily attempt to manipulate objects with Qi, albeit only exceedingly light things such as a silver needle. Yang Shuisheng opened his eyes, a bright glint within them. Feeling the new power that the single thread of Qi afforded him, his confidence swelled. Zhao, the outsiders. So long as they were not armed, he felt sure he could deal with them by sheer fists. The benefits of having his body properly tended were indeed immense. Lu Yulan was utterly exhausted. She lay on the bed alone, while before catching her breath. When she saw Yang Shuisheng open his eyes, she scrambled up in a fluster, clumsily dressing in her worn clothes, her cheeks still flushed. I must go back. I've been out too long, and my grandmother will scold. Her voice was soft as she did not dare meet his eyes, head bowed as she tried to tidy her disordered hair. Shuisheng, you. Take care of yourself. Zhao, who is treacherous, and those outsiders. I'm afraid he might truly harm you. She paused, then added in a low voice, and my mother, about the 2,000 yuan my mother-in-law mentioned, don't take it to heart. I don't want you to get into trouble because of me. She did not truly believe Yang Shuisheng could earn 2,000 yuan in a month. To her, it was astronomical. Yulan, you only need to take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Yang Shuisheng stepped forward, gently lifted her chin, and looked into her moist eyes. Trust me, I will do what I promise. She stifled the rest of the scolding she had wanted to say. With a soft assent, she tiptoed and pressed a quick kiss to his lips, then opened the door and fled in haste. After sending her off, Yang Shuisheng closed and bolted the door, impatient to test his ability to manipulate objects with Qi. He willed a thread of the Qi in his dantian to flow along his arm to his fingertips. He aimed his finger at one of the silver needles in the set on the table and gave a slight pull. The needle trembled imperceptibly. Yang Shuisheng's spirit leapt. He focused intently. Under his intent and the pull of Qi, the needle rose wobblingly, drifting out of the needle case and hovering in midair, quivering. Though he could control only one, and it was unstable, it was enough to make him deliriously joyful. He practiced without pause, guiding that silver needle to fly about the cramped room, from clumsy attempts growing steadily more adept. All afternoon he trained without fatigue until he could barely manage 3 needles at once, performing simple piercing and spinning maneuvers. Then he tried to move heavier things, the cleaver by the Kong, the hoe behind the door, but without exception they would not budge. The Qi thread remained too faint to drive such heavy farm tools. In the end he picked up a rusty old steel nail. Under his control the nail wobbled up into the air, but with great effort, and he could manipulate only one at a time, unable to divide his focus. It seems for now I can only manipulate small items of this weight and size, Yang Shuisheng mused. What if I had specially made even lighter and thinner darts? He resolved to go into town the next day to buy clothes, and to visit the smith to see if he could procure some small, delicate throwing darts. When he came to himself, it was already past 6 in the evening. In high spirits, he tidied the room a little, emptied the wooden bucket, and wiped the floor dry. But barely had he finished and drawn a breath when the battered wooden door was kicked open from outside. Zhao, who swaggered in a cigarette between his lips. His face still bore the purple bruises from being beaten the day before, but his gaze was more vicious than before, carrying a new brazen confidence. He swept his gaze over the now tidy room and settled on Yang Shuisheng. Idiot, I'm here to tell you to keep away from Lu Yulan if you know what's good for you. He grinned, showing teeth stained yellow by tobacco. That woman belongs to me. Even if old woman's son promised to make a show of it, he kicked the only remaining stool in the room. The already wobbly leg snapped with a crack. Yang Shuisheng paid no mind to the words. He only wondered curiously why this man had come alone. Where were the outsiders he had brought? I'm talking to you, mute. Zhao, who sneered. You broke my stool. Yang Shuisheng answered nonchalantly. Pay for it, or take a beating. Your choice. Zhao, who burst into scornful laughter, the cigarette ember nearly falling. Hey, Yang Shuisheng, are you still not grasping the situation? I've been giving you face right. He appraised Yang Shuisheng with contempt. In his view, this fool was as good as dead. Oh, once dusk came, Brother Kun's men would deal with him. Then I guess you'll choose the beating. No sooner had the words left Yang Shuisheng's mouth than he moved. Zhao, who had no time to react before a blur crossed his vision, and a fierce pain exploded in his belly. Zhao Hu screamed and doubled over, clutching his stomach. You? Before he could finish the sentence, fists began to rain on his body and face like a sudden downpour. Yang Shuisheng's strength had increased beyond measure from the day before every punch landed solidly. Zhao Hu was powerless to retaliate, rolling on the ground and shrieking in pain. Stop! Ouch! Yang Shuisheng. Damn you! Yang Shuisheng paid no heed to the howls and he kept striking for several minutes. Only when Zhao Hu was curled on the ground, barely able to cry out, did Yang Shuisheng relent. Get out. If you dare come back, I'll break your leg. Faced with Yang Shuisheng at this moment, Zhao, who dared not show any temper, fearing that the other party might land a few more punches. Thus he could only cover his swollen face and limp away. Just as he reached the door, intending to turn back and say something fierce, he looked up and unexpectedly bumped into Bai Qinglian walking towards him. Zhao Hu. Bai Qinglian was startled when she saw Zhao Hu in such a miserable state. When she clearly saw his face bruised and bloodied, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Laugh? How dare you laugh? Zhao Hu, already boiling with anger, became even more infuriated at Bai Qinglian's laughter and glared at her, cursing, Laugh again, and I swear I'll hit you. Cough, cough. Just as he finished speaking, a cough neither light nor heavy came from behind in the dilapidated house of Yang Shuisheng. Why don't you give it a try, eh? Zhao Hu's body stiffened, and the curse that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back forcefully. He did not dare to turn around and only shot a fierce glare at Bai Qinglian. You all just wait. After saying this, without bothering to deliver more threats, he lowered his head and quickened his pace, turning to the side and quickly disappearing from sight. Serves him right. Bai Qinglian spat in the direction Zhao Hu had disappeared, still smiling. But she quickly changed to a worried expression and hurried into Yang Shuisheng's dilapidated house. Shuisheng, are you okay? Did that bastard Zhao Hu do anything to you? He will definitely retaliate. Yang Shuisheng was busy tidying up the broken stool that Zhao Hu had kicked over. Hearing her, he shook his head and said, I'm fine, Bai Sa, don't worry. From now on, no one in this Taohua Gorge can bully me again. His words left Bai Qinglian momentarily stunned. Where did this kid get such confidence? Looking at Yang Shuisheng's calm demeanor, she felt inexplicably reassured, but her worries still lingered. That's good. You must be careful, though. Bai Qinglian said, her face breaking into a smile, a hint of excitement in her tone. By the way, Shuisheng, I have some good news for you. What good news? Yang Shuisheng asked. You and Youfu are going to the city soon, right? Bai Qinglian's voice brightened. My family has a few acres of land that my mother-in-law can't manage alone. I discussed with her about renting those 2 acres of land by the water ditch to you first. What do you think? Renting land. Yang Shuisheng's heart stirred. Although he now had over 1,000 yuan, relying solely on that wasn't a solution, especially since the money was meant to redeem Lu Yulan. If he had a piece of land to cultivate, at least he could be self-sufficient with food and vegetables and even have some extra income. Renting it to me. How much is it for a year? No money required. Bai Qinglian hurriedly waved her hand, her face slightly flushed. It's just, my mother-in-law is getting old and has difficulty moving around. She can't manage the other land by herself either. If you rent the land, you just need to help her with the heavy work whenever you have free time, like fetching water and pulling weeds as rent payment. How does that sound? This offer is practically a gift. Yang Shuisheng looked at Bai Qinglian's sincere and expectant gaze, knowing she genuinely wanted to help him. His heart warmed, and he nodded. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Bai Sa. Thank you for what? We're like family. Bai Qinglian beamed with joy at his agreement, her eyes crescent-shaped. Come on, I'll take you to see the land and point it out to you. The two of them went out the door, one after the other, heading towards the cell-phoned land. Bai Qinglian wore a light blue shirt today, and the thin fabric clung to her body in the evening breeze, outlining her slender waist. As she walked, her rounded hips swayed enticingly in her pants, catching Yang Shuisheng's eye. The land was located at the outskirts of the village near a small water ditch, but the position was a bit off, with less sunlight and average soil quality, somewhat compacted. It was far inferior to the 10 acres of fertile spring water land his family used to own. It was probably about 2 acres in size. This is it. Bai Qinglian stood at the edge of the field, pointing. You see, it's close to the water ditch, making it easy for irrigation. It's just that the soil is a bit poor and you'll need to add more fertilizer. If you decide to plant, it'll bring you some vegetable seeds from home later. Yang Shuisheng squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and rubbed it between his fingers, gaining some insight. The land wasn't particularly good, but for him, having something was better than nothing. If he tidied it up well and put in the effort, planting some vegetables and corn or sweet potatoes would be enough for his own consumption, and with some surplus. Thank you, Bai Sa. Hey, for what? Bai Qinglian brushed her hair that had blown onto her cheek by the wind. Compared to you saving me, this is nothing. By the way, Bai Sa, have you set the dates for your trip to the city yet? Not yet. Youfu said they still need to arrange things over there. Once it's settled, I'll let you know right away. If you have nothing else to do tomorrow, you can come over and check the land, tidy it up. Yang Shuisheng nodded. Thinking about Bai Qinglian leaving Taohua Gorge made him feel somewhat strange inside. Another one of the few people who treated him well was leaving. All right, I've shown you the land. Since it's still not completely dark, you'll head back now. Bai Sa will walk you back. The two walked back along the same path. As they approached Bai Qinglian's yard, they happened to see Wang Youfu walking out with someone. The person was in his 40s, well-dressed, and smiling. The village director Yu Jian. Wang Youfu was nodding and bowing, talking to him, while Yu Jian listened and occasionally nodded, looking quite pleased. Director Yu. Bai Qinglian quickly greeted when she saw Yu Jian. Qinglian is back. Yu Jian replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Bai Qinglian before landing on Yang Shuisheng beside her, his brows furrowing slightly and the polite smile on his face fading somewhat, tinged with disdain. In the eyes of the village officials, Yang Shuisheng's shabby appearance and reputation as a fool made him a burden and a stain affecting the village's image. Hello, Director Yu. Yang Shuisheng said, politely greeting him as well. Yu Jian responded coldly at first, but quickly realized something. Wait a minute, this Yang Shuisheng is clearly a fool. Aside from a few people in the village, he didn't recognize most of them. Why was he suddenly so adept at greeting him today? You recognize me, eh? Director Yu Shuisheng is just mimicking me, Bai Qinglian hurriedly explained, fearing Yang Shuisheng would expose that he had recovered. So that's how it is. Yu Jian nodded thoughtfully, then quickly plastered a smile back on his face and turned to Bai Qinglian. Qinglian, I came to inform you that my daughter Qianwei has been admitted to the provincial university, and it's a prestigious one. We're holding a few tables at home the day after tomorrow to celebrate with the villagers. You must come. Wow. Qianwei got into university. Congratulations, Director Yu. Congratulations. We will definitely attend. Bai Qinglian quickly expressed her congratulations, as this was a big event for the village. If any family in the vicinity produced a university student, it would bring honor to the faces of the villagers. Good. Yu Jian was very pleased. Out of courtesy and to maintain his image as the village director, he casually added to Yang Shuisheng beside him, Shuisheng, you should come too. Join us for a meal and help make the occasion lively. You don't have to bring a gift, just your presence will do. In rural areas for festive events and graduation banquets, bringing gifts was customary. Whether it was a little or a lot, it was the thought that counted. Wang Youfu immediately seized the opportunity, speaking sarcastically, exactly, Shuisheng, Director Yu is generous, inviting you to a free meal. You should thank Director Yu quickly. As soon as Director Yu left and the courtyard gate closed, Wang Youfu's smile vanished instantly. He grabbed Bai Qinglian, who was trying to enter the yard, glaring at her, and then shooting a fierce look at Yang Shuisheng, who was still standing outside. Did you come back with him? What were you two doing, huh? I just went inside to speak a few words with Director Yu, and you were already messing around with this fool. Speak. Were you doing something shameful behind my back? Wang Youfu. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Qinglian winced as he gripped her arm tightly, feeling both angry and anxious. She forcefully pulled her arm away and raised her voice. What could I possibly do? I was gone for less than the time it takes to eat a meal. What could I have done? I was just taking Shuisheng to see the piece of land we rented to him. In broad daylight, what could I possibly do? Stop projecting your dirty thoughts onto others. She felt anger rise within her, and her tone grew firmer. She was upright and unafraid of any investigation. Wang Youfu was momentarily taken aback by her words. Observing Bai Qinglian's expression, he could see only anger and grievance and nothing that hinted at guilt or infidelity. He leaned out to glance at Yang Shuisheng, who stood outside with a calm, or perhaps blank expression, and deemed that this fool likely didn't have the audacity, and certainly didn't have the capability to do anything in such a short time. I hope there's nothing. Wang Youfu snorted coldly, temporarily convinced, but the lingering doubts and displeasure remained. Clang. He slammed the courtyard door shut, completely locking Yang Shuisheng out, too lazy to even utter a polite word. Wang Youfu. You. Bai Qinglian attempted to open the door, but was forcefully yanked back inside by Wang Youfu. Sounds of their struggle came from behind the door. Yang Shuisheng stood outside the tightly shut courtyard door, his face devoid of any expression as he listened to the commotion inside. He had long anticipated Wang Youfu's behavior. He shrugged and turned to head back. Walking on the dirt path back to his dilapidated home, dusk was settling in with wisps of smoke curling up from chimneys. Yang Shuisheng contemplated the upcoming entrance banquet at the village head's house. He definitely had to go. Although Yu Jian looked down on him since he had invited him, if he didn't attend, it would seem ungrateful and provide fodder for gossip. However, it wasn't to get a free meal. He was going to participate in a legitimate banquet, the kind where one brings gifts. Just how much should he give as a gift? He currently had over 1,000 yuan on him. But giving gifts wasn't about showing off wealth, especially for a fool like him. Giving too much would only raise suspicions. Then he'll give 10 yuan. Yang Shuisheng settled on the idea in his mind. 10 yuan was just right, and in the village it would be considered a decent gift. Thinking of Yu Qianwei getting into a top university in the provincial capital, a complicated feeling crossed Yang Shuisheng's heart. Yu Qianwei. Speaking of which, they had been playmates in their childhood. They were from the same village and of similar age, having even been classmates in elementary school in town. Yu Qianwei had always been delicate and studious, the kind of student favored by teachers. As for him, Yang Shuisheng, though his family was poor, he was quick-witted and hard-working, and his studies were also decent. They had walked to and from school together. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. In his 5th grade of elementary school, his family could no longer afford his education, and he had to drop out to help his parents work in the fields. Meanwhile, Yu Qianwei sailed through attending junior high and high school in the county. Their encounters became increasingly rare. Whenever Yu Qianwei returned to the village during holidays, they would merely nod at each other without exchanging many words. Later on, tragedy struck his family. His parents were gone, and he became a fool. In the blurred memories of those years, it seemed he had run into Yu Qianwei a few times when she returned home for holidays. By then, Yu Qianwei had blossomed into a graceful beauty, dressed in clean and pretty clothes with a neat ponytail, completely different from the other girls in the village. Whenever she saw him filthy and dazed, she would always frown from a distance and quicken her pace to avoid him. On a couple of occasions when they were closer, he foolishly smiled and tried to approach, but heard her disdainfully remark to her companions, "Hurry up, ignore him, he's just a fool, filthy." That look in her eyes was like looking at garbage by the roadside. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, she had flown out of that impoverished valley and become a university student in the provincial capital. While he was left with nothing, burdened by blood feuds, just awakening from his foolishness. Aside from the abstruse inheritance in his mind and the over 1,000 yuan in his pocket, he still had nothing, living in a dilapidated house and being looked down upon. "Everyone, hold on a bit longer, we are almost at my home. My mother's cooking is delicious. Oh, everyone should eat a bit more later." Suddenly, from around a bend in the dirt road ahead, a burst of cheerful laughter came through. A group of young people walked toward him, chatting and laughing. In the dusk, it was clear to see the girl in the middle, wearing a blue and white school uniform from the county's top school, with a high ponytail, fair skin, delicate features, and a slender figure. Among the boys and girls in similar uniforms, she stood out remarkably. It was Yu Qianwei. She carried a blue and white backpack on one shoulder, her face radiating youth and the confidence of a good student, laughing as she spoke to a bespectacled boy beside her. The classmates around her, both male and female, looked like they had come from the county, curiously surveying the remote little mountain village. Yang Shuisheng's steps faltered slightly. Truly, what one thinks of often comes to pass. Yu Qianwei and her classmates had also noticed Yang Shuisheng walking toward them. One short-haired girl tugged at Yu Qianwei's sleeve, pointing at Yang Shuisheng, curiously asking, "Qianwei, is that someone from your village? Do you know him?" Curious glances from several classmates fell on Yang Shuisheng. He wore patched old clothes, and the hem of his pants was still muddy. Though he had washed his face, being of similar age, he stood out awkwardly among this group of polished county students. "Oh, Yu Qianwei's smile stiffened for a moment before quickly returning to normal. "I don't know him, he's just a fool from our village, mentally challenged, always wanting to approach anyone he sees. Just ignore him, everyone," she added, not even glancing at Yang Shuisheng, turning her head away with a slight. Afterwards, she coldly shouted at Yang Shuisheng, "Get lost." Then she quickened her pace, leading the way past him, leaving behind a faint scent of soap. Her classmates, hearing this, wore slightly disdainful expressions, but did not look at Yang Shuisheng any longer, laughing as they followed Yu Qianwei. Yang Shuisheng stood still, his face showing no emotion. As expected, this woman remained as disdainful as ever toward him. Yu Qianwei walked briskly, but the discomfort in her heart had not yet dissipated. What bad luck! She had just returned to the village not long ago and had run into this fool again. Every time she returned, it seemed she would always bump into him, either squatting blankly by the roadside or wandering around the village in dirty clothes, just an eyesore. However, she was used to it. As long as she maintained a disdainful demeanor and ignored him with a cold face, this fool would shrink back on his own, daring not to come closer. Just as she was pondering this, planning to cast aside her earlier annoyance and talk to her classmates about the new experiences she might encounter at university, she heard someone say, "Congratulations, Yu Qianwei. You've been admitted to the provincial university. You're a university student now, your status is different." A clear voice suddenly came from not far behind her. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for her and her classmates beside her to hear. Yu Qianwei's steps seemed to be nailed to the ground as she abruptly halted. Her classmates beside her also looked puzzled and stopped, turning to look back. "Is he congratulating me?" Yu Qianwei's mind buzzed. Her first reaction was disbelief. A fool, how could he say congratulations? And even use phrases like university student and status is different. Does he even know what a university student is? No, wait, that's not the point. Yu Qianwei suddenly realized the tone of his speech today, and the way he looked at people was completely unlike that of a fool. Is this still the Yang Shuisheng she remembered, the one who could only smile foolishly and was bullied by children with stones? "You know me yet?" Yu Qianwei halted mid-step and couldn't help but ask. "Of course I do." Yang Shuisheng remained rooted in place, a faint, ambiguous smile playing upon his lips. Who in Peach Blossom Hollow doesn't know Yu Qianwei, the village chief's daughter, now accepted into a prestigious university in the provincial capital? The golden phoenix is about to soar from her mountain nest. His words stung like thorns. Yu Qianwei frowned and studied him closely, only to realize his expression no longer bore that vacant dazed dullness she remembered. You're not foolish anymore. She blurted out, disbelief trembling in her voice. How could someone who had been mentally impaired for years suddenly recover? Worse still, his newfound clarity only made his words more cutting. Whether I'm foolish or not, is it any of your concern, Miss University graduate? Yang Shuisheng's lips twitched, a faint, almost imperceptible curve. That title, Miss University graduate, flushed Yu Qianwei's cheeks not with modesty, but with sharp, searing indignation. She heard the mockery woven into every syllable. She immediately hardened her expression. I merely asked out of idle curiosity. Her voice cooled, regaining its usual aloof composure laced with quiet condescension. Now that you're no longer impaired, mind your conduct. Don't repeat your old recklessness, provoking those you ought never to cross. Or you might just end up broken again, just as before. Her barb struck true, in allusion to how Yang Shuisheng's family tragedy and his subsequent mental collapse had stemmed from crossing village chief Xiao Yukai. No need for your concern. Not a ripple disturbed Yang Shuisheng's face. Without glancing back at Yu Qianwei or her classmates, he turned and walked steadily toward his home, his silhouette dissolving into the distance. He simply walked away, ignoring her warning, her scorn, utterly dismissing her. Yu Qianwei stood frozen, her face burning, not with shame, but with furious humiliation. She was the first in the entire village to gain admission to a top-tier university in the provincial capital, the pride of every soul in Peach Blossom Hollow. And yet this boy, once so beneath her notice she wouldn't even deign to glance his way, dared now to treat her with such contempt. Yang Shuisheng. Her voice rose sharp with rage as she called after his vanishing figure. Even if you've regained your wits, so what? You're still nothing. Empty-handed, worthless, good for nothing. Rot here in Peach Blossom Hollow for the rest of your days, a penniless wretch who'll never win a wife. Her shrill voice pierced the hush of the village lane, echoing far into the still air, but Yang Shuisheng didn't pause, didn't flinch, didn't look back. He kept walking. Qianwei, ignore him. A country simpleton not worth your anger. Exactly. If he was truly addled before his mind remains unsound, why waste breath on him? What joy it is to be accepted to university. Don't let such a man spoil your mood. Come on, let's go see what Annie's prepared for us. Her classmates gathered round, speaking over one another in soothing tones, each word dripping with disdain for Yang Shuisheng. Yu Qianwei's chest rose and fell sharply. Gazing toward where he'd disappeared, she bit her lip, then said nothing more, allowing herself to be ushered home by the cheerful, chattering crowd. Yet a strange, suffocating tightness lingered deep within her chest, unrelenting, unshakable. Meanwhile, Yang Shuisheng approached the row of crumbling, weather-beaten homes where he lived. Night had long since swallowed the sky. Only scattered pinpricks of light leaked from neighbors' windows. From afar he saw 3 dark silhouettes squatting on the earthen slope outside his warped wooden door, tiny pulsing embers glowing crimson in the darkness, men smoking. Though Yang Shuisheng knew most villagers were at least familiar faces. These 3, however, were strangers, unrecognizable even under the faint silvery wash of distant moonlight. Their clothes were ill-fitting, flashy, unmistakably foreign to rural Peach Blossom Hollow. They sat in silence, puffing steadily, their eyes flicking repeatedly toward his dilapidated house. Unsurprisingly, they were the men Zhao who had sent, and they intended to strike under cover of deepest night, cautious, calculating. Yang Shuisheng acted as though he hadn't seen them at all. He strode straight to his door, opened it, stepped inside, and left it slightly ajar behind him. Inside, absolute blackness. The electricity had long been cut off, even candles were gone. He moved without sound to the door's shadowed recess, peering outward through a hairline crack in the aged wood. The 3 figures remained squatting. Minutes passed, then longer, until the lane lay utterly deserted, not a passerby in sight, not even a dog's bark disturbing the hush. The tallest among them ground his cigarette stub viciously into the dirt, rose, and gave the others a silent signal. They stretched their limbs, then advanced toward Yang Shuisheng's crumbling abode. Bang! At the threshold, the tall man wasted no time. He drew back his leg and kicked hard, shattering the already rotted door inward. 3 bodies filled the doorway, blotting out the last feeble light from outside. Boy, be sensible. Come quietly with us. The tall man stepped across the threshold, his voice hoarse and edged with menace. Spare us the trouble, and spare yourself the pain. Inside the pitch-black room, they could only make out Yang Shuisheng's vague silhouette, standing motionless in the center. Zhao, who sent you, didn't he? The 3 froze, glancing uneasily at each other. They hadn't expected him to name their employer so boldly. So what if he did? The tall man sneered, making no attempt to deny it. At least you know whose wrath you've drawn. Cooperate, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise what? From the darkness came Yang Shuisheng's soft, mirthful laugh. What did numbers matter? He was no longer the pliant, helpless thing they presumed. Otherwise we won't hesitate to cripple you right here, and drag you to the mountainside to feed the wolves. The tall man took another step forward, his threat raw, unvarnished. Who'd even notice one less fool in this backwater valley? Feed the wolves. This time Yang Shuisheng laughed outright. During his years of perceived folly, he'd roamed those mountains endlessly, knew every den, every predator, every hidden peril. Who feeds whom remains to be seen. The final syllable had barely faded when he moved. Before their eyes, a blur, impossibly swift, lunged from the shadows. They couldn't track the motion. Shit. The tall man leading the charge felt his gut implode, as if struck by a sledgehammer. Agony exploded through his body. With a choked cry, he doubled over and flew backward, crashing onto the dirt road outside, curled around his stomach, gasping in ragged, icy spurts. The other two stared dumbfounded. In the next heartbeat, Yang Shuisheng was upon them, ghost-like silent. The man on the left swung a fist. Yang Shuisheng didn't retreat. His left hand shot out like lightning, locking onto the wrist, twisting hard. Crack! Af! A sickening snap echoed, followed by a shriek like a slaughtered pig. Yang Shuisheng drove a brutal kick into the man's knee joint. He collapsed with a wet thud, clutching his shattered wrist, howling in agony. The third man spun to flee, but Yang Shuisheng gave him no chance. One stride closed the gap. His right hand seized the man's collar, yanking him backward while driving a crushing knee into his lower spine. Ugh! The man's world went black. His spine screamed. He crumpled limply to the ground, unable even to scream. From first strike to final collapse, mere heartbeats elapsed. Three bullies who ruled their town with impunity hadn't so much as brushed Yang Shuisheng's sleeve before lying broken upon the earth. One writhed, clutching his gut, one bellowed, cradling his ruined wrist, one lay paralyzed, breathless. Moonlight slipping through a rift in the clouds cast a pallid, ghostly gleam over the wreckage. Yang Shuisheng stood in the doorway, gazing down at the three sprawled below, his expression utterly serene, as if he'd merely swatted away a trio of buzzing flies. What are you? The tall man lifted his head with immense effort, staring up at Yang Shuisheng, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. This speed, this power, no rural simpleton possessed such mastery. Zhao had betrayed them. The other two, gritting through their torment, stared at Yang Shuisheng in raw animal fear. They knew with chilling certainty they'd kicked a stone far harder than any mountain. Who I am matters little, Yang Shuisheng said, calmly brushing dust from his sleeve. What matters is that you've crossed the wrong man. Don't get cocky, boy. The tall man snarled, still defiant. We answer to Brother Kuan. We're his men. Harm us, and Brother Kuan will erase you from this earth. In Daliang town, defy Brother Kuan, and you sign your own death warrant. Brother Kuan. Yang Shuisheng arched a brow, utterly unmoved. I'm Brother Chicken too. Let me make this clear, whether it's Zhao Hu Zhao Yukai, or your so-called Brother Chicken. Anyone who seeks trouble with me, Yang Shuisheng, must be prepared to pay the price. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the fallen trio, cold, implacable. I spared your lives tonight, not out of mercy, but because I find bloodshed tedious and messy. Go tell your Brother Chicken, never approach me again. Next time, it won't end with bruises and broken. His icy stare fused with that lethal calm, sent shivers racing down their spines. They believed, without question, that this young man would kill and could kill. Leave. The single word dropped like a guillotine. The tall man scrambled upright as if freed from a curse. The others, groaning, dragged themselves up, leaning on each other to limp away in disgrace. Wait. Yang Shuisheng's voice stopped them cold. They froze rigid, afraid to breathe. Deliver a message to your Brother Chicken. From me, word for word, what transpires between Zhao Youcai, Zhao Hu, and myself is our affair. He'd do well to keep his hands clean. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to settle accounts with him too. Yes. We'll deliver your message without fail. The three men, as if granted a reprieve from execution, scrambled to flee on all fours. They had barely taken 2 steps when Yang Shuisheng's voice rang out again from behind, halting them instantly, frozen in place, cold sweat breaking out across their brows. The tallest man turned back nervously. Brother, is there anything else? You kicked my door down. Don't you think you owe me some repair fees? Yang Shuisheng pointed indifferently at the warped, splintered wooden door lying askew on the ground. The three stared at that rickety, near-collapsing door and silently cursed under their breath. Repair this door. It wouldn't even fetch a glance if tossed onto the street. Yet how dare they utter a single word of protest? The tallest man bowed deeply. Yes, we'll pay. Absolutely. Name your price, brother. Yang Shuisheng stroked his chin, appraising the battered door with feigned gravity. This is aged timber, fine dents, remarkably resilient to kicks. I won't overcharge you. Just hand over 3 or 500. That'll do. 3 or 500. They nearly leapt into the air. A brand new door wouldn't cost more than several dozen, or at most 100 yuan. To demand 300 to 500 outright was sheer robbery. Brother, that's far too steep, the tallest blurted out, then faltered. This door. My. Yang Shuisheng arched an eyebrow, cutting him off. A broken door? You call my door broken? Fine then. If you deem it worthless, the price rises to 600. What a... Their faces turned ashen. Still too much. Then 700. His expression remained utterly placid, as he casually added another 100. No. Brother, we'll pay. We'll pay. Terrified he'd raise it further, the tallest man clamped a hand over his companions' mouths and frantically began rummaging through their pockets. But they lived lavishly under Brother Kuen's patronage, spending freely, never carrying much cash. After turning every pocket inside out, they pulled together a pitiful heap of crumpled bills and scattered coins. 98 yuan and 20 fin total. Brother, this is all we have. He held out the wad of change, face flushed deep crimson, stammering helplessly. Pathetic. Yang Shuisheng took the coins, weighed them lightly in his palm, and scoffed. Tisich. 3 grown men scraping by for so long can't even scrape together 100 yuan. They hung their heads, not daring to breathe. Yang Shuisheng slipped the money into his pocket and drawled, very well, I'll accept these 98 yuan and 20 fun, for now. The remaining 601 yuan 80 fun. You have 1 week to gather it and deliver it to me. Any objections? None. We swear, it'll be here within the week. Not a single syllable of dissent dared escape their lips. Get out. Only then did Yang Shuisheng wave dismissively, satisfied. Like convicts granted clemency, the 3 staggered away, leaning on each other, limping down the village path until they vanished into the distance. Yang Shuisheng watched their retreating backs, a cold, mirthless smile curling at the corner of his lips. He walked to the ruined wooden door, lifted the warped panel with one hand, straightened it, adjusted the loosened hinge, and wedged a stone firmly behind it. It still leaned slightly, but at least it could now close. Brushing dust from his palms, he returned to the dilapidated room and sat upon the bed. No lamp burned inside. Only pale moonlight seeped through the window. He savored the memory of that moment, the surge of raw power coursing through his veins, the intoxicating certainty of absolute control. Before him, those 3 had been as fragile as paper, utterly defenseless. Right now I could probably take on 10 men and make it look like child's play. He clenched his fist, feeling the vibrant pulse of chi thrumming beneath his skin, a thrill of boundless anticipation swelling within him. What unimaginable might would await once true spiritual energy awakened, and beyond. He lay back, hands tucked beneath his head, thoughts drifting like clouds. Seconds bled into minutes. The world outside grew hushed. Crickets fell silent one by one. Unnoticed, midnight neared. Though unweary after a day's labor and a brief skirmish, his stomach growled faintly. Then he recalled Zhou Caifeng's promise to visit that evening. By his reckoning, she should arrive any moment. A faint smile touched his lips. He rose softly from the bed and glided soundlessly to the door's shadowed recess. Inside, darkness reigned. Outside, night, cloaked all. Perfect for a surprise. Just as planned. He had barely settled into position when light footsteps approached, stopping right before the threshold. Hesitation lingered, uncertain whether to enter. She's here. A quiet laugh stirred in his chest. He held his breath. Moments later, the door eased open just a crack, and a slender figure slipped inside, stepping sideways with tentative grace. Now, from the doorway's concealment, Yang Shuisheng lunged, arms flaring wide, locking the intruder tightly against his chest in a firm, encompassing embrace. His arms tightened instinctively, drawing her supple form fully into his hold, yet the sensation beneath his palms gave him pause. Her frame was slender, waist narrow, bones delicate. Soft, yes, but markedly different from Zhou Caifeng's lush, abundant curves, the kind that filled palms with warm, generous weight. Even the pressure against his chest lacked that familiar full-bodied heft. Instead, it carried a tender, unripe softness. Not Zhou Caifeng. Before the thought fully formed, and before he could loosen his grip to verify her identity. Ah! A piercing, ear-splitting shriek of pure terror erupted from within his arms, followed instantly by frantic, desperate writhing. It was Yu Qianwei's voice. That scream shattered the stillness. In blind panic and mortification, she didn't hesitate. She snapped her head down and sank her teeth deep into the thick masculine forearm encircling her waist. SSS. Caught off guard, Yang Shuisheng recoiled with a sharp gasp and reflexively released his grip. Yu Qianwei shot forward 2 paces, whirled about, and faced him, eyes blazing wide in the gloom, chest heaving violently. Yang Shuisheng, you perverted scoundrel. You despicable wretch. How dare you touch me? I'll tell my father. He'll haul you straight to the police station. Yang Shuisheng rubbed his stinging forearm, then, by the faint lunar glow spilling through the window, finally made out her features. Indeed, it was Yu Qianwei. She must have just bathed, wearing a floral-patterned dress, damp hair cascading over her shoulders, cheeks flushed with lingering shock and embarrassment. The thin fabric clung subtly in the dimness, tracing the gentle, emerging contours of her youthful figure. Yu Qianwei, what are you doing here? Yang Shuisheng blinked, then frowned. I didn't mean to. I thought you were. Who did you think I was? She cut him off sharply. Disgusting. Vile. You're not just foolish, you're rotten to the core. Her blistering tirade washed over him, dissolving whatever fleeting awkwardness or urge to explain he'd felt. Fine. I'm the pervert. I'm vile. But, Miss You esteemed university student. I never guessed. You look so slight, yet where it counts you're surprisingly well endowed. Felt quite pleasant holding you just now. Those words ignited the firestorm. Yu Qianwei's face blazed crimson, humiliation and fury twisting her features, trembling from head to toe. You shameless beast. Despicable. I'll rip your mouth apart. With a shrill cry, she hurled herself at him, fingers clawing toward his face. Yang Shuisheng hadn't expected her to attack, instinctively swerving aside to evade. But Yu Qianwei, propelled by fury and shame, misstepped, her foot catching on an unremoved stool leg. With a startled yelp, she lost balance and pitched forward, straight into Yang Shuisheng's open, sidestepping arms. Whoa! Startled, Yang Shuisheng instinctively reached out to steady her, his right hand sweeping forward. In the darkness, his aim faltered, his palm landing squarely on something astonishingly soft, exquisitely springy, radiating warmth through the thin dress fabric. Time froze. His hand locked rigid. So did Yu Qianwei, half fallen against him, gaze dropping in stunned horror to the large hand resting unmistakably upon her chest. Ah! A second scream tore from her throat, sharper, louder, threatening to shatter the roof tiles. Yang Shuisheng's scalp prickled. If neighbors came running, the situation would turn disastrous. But this time he reacted with lightning speed. Just as her second shriek began, his left hand shot out and clamped firmly over her mouth. MMPH. Her eyes bulged, wide with terror and incandescent rage, as she thrashed wildly, kicking and flailing against him. Chill. Not a sound, he hissed low and fierce. I said, be silent. His right hand jerked back, its lingering heat burning like embers against his own palm. You threw yourself at me. I was merely trying to catch you. She refused to listen. With her mouth covered, she bit down, hard, on the fleshy part of his left thumb. Damn it. He winced, snatching his hand back, revealing a clear, angry imprint of her teeth. His temper flared. Yu Qianwei, do you bite like a dog? That hurts. I'll bite you to death. Pervert. Scoundrel. May you rot in hell. Free at last, she unleashed a torrent of venomous whispers, every curse she could conjure. Waste of oxygen. Your very existence pollutes the air. You should have been crushed the moment you were born, left in the mountains for wolves to feast upon. You touched me. Your filthy hands don't deserve to graze my skin. Pah. Disgusting. Her words tumbled out, wild, unfiltered, growing uglier by the second. Watching her unravel, Yang Shuisheng's anger ebbed, replaced by weary disdain and a profound sense of absurdity. Silence. He cut through her tirade. There was simply nothing rational to say to a girl so utterly consumed by irrational fury. Yu Qianwei, I have no patience for your hysteria. Tell me, what brings you to my door at this hour? Yu Qianwei was momentarily stumped by Yang Shuisheng's question. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart and simmering anger, forcing herself to regain her composure. Indeed, she had come for serious matters, not to quarrel with this rogue. I actually have two things to discuss with you, she said, making an effort to keep her voice steady. First, I need to confirm whether you are truly no longer foolish. From what I can see, it appears you have improved. Second, for my graduation banquet the day after tomorrow, you better not show up. Yang Shuisheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, your father personally invited me this afternoon. If you don't come, it would be disrespectful to him as the village head. Do you think I dare to miss it? A flicker of impatience and disgust crossed Yu Qianwei's face. That was just him being polite. Do you really think of yourself as something special? I don't care, just don't come, she insisted. I don't want to see you in that kind of setting. That's not up to you. Yang Shuisheng shrugged, his tone calm but firm. The village head is hosting a banquet. The whole village will be there. If I don't go, it would be inappropriate. As for whether you are pleased to see me, that is your concern. Yu Qianwei was at a loss for words, but she understood that she truly had no means to influence his attendance. She gritted her teeth and took a step back. Fine, if you want to go, then go. But I warn you, stay far away from me and don't come near me. And definitely don't make a scene in front of my classmates. Make a scene. Yang Shuisheng looked at her, amusement flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by that? You know exactly what I mean. Yu Qianwei said, her face reddening with anger. Like those ridiculous things from our childhood, you better forget them completely and not mention a word. Childhood, huh? Yang Shuisheng seemed to reminisce, speaking slowly. There are plenty of stories from our childhood. For instance, you insisted on following me to the back mountain to catch wild rabbits, only to fall into a pit and cry with a runny nose and tears I was the one who pulled you out. And then there was that time when we secretly roasted sweet potatoes by the creek and you burned yours to a crisp, but insisted on sharing half with me, getting ash all over your face. Shut up. Yu Qianwei's voice suddenly rose, then she hurriedly suppressed it, trembling with rage. Who told you to bring that up? I told you to forget it. Forget. Did you hear me? My mouth is mine to use whether I speak or not, depends on my mood. Yang Shuisheng shrugged, appearing unconcerned. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yu Qianwei was about to explode, a few tentative knocks sounded from outside the door. Shuisheng, are you asleep? Immediately after, a deliberately softened woman's voice came from outside, low and inviting. I brought you some supper. It was Zhou Kaifeng. Both of them inside the room froze. Yang Shuisheng felt a headache coming on, knowing Yu Qianwei was also in the room. Yu Qianwei's face turned pale, panic flashing in her eyes. It was the middle of the night. If anyone discovered that a single young woman was in the rundown house of a bachelor like Yang Shuisheng at this hour, even if nothing happened, she could forget about leading a normal life. The village gossip could drown her, and her father would lose face. She nervously glanced around, searching for, but this dilapidated house was completely exposed with nowhere to conceal herself. Hurry, you need to get out and distract her. Yu Qianwei urged, stamping her foot, her voice barely above a whisper. Just find any excuse to lead her away. I'll go out once she leaves. Then you have to beg me. Yu Qianwei forced herself to calm down, reminding herself to be rational and not to lose her temper in such a situation. All right, consider it a plea from me. Is that good enough? Just go and send her away. Yang Shuisheng watched her in a panic, glancing at the rickety door, feeling a strange satisfaction, while also dreading being caught in this situation by Zhou Kaifeng. He wasn't afraid of anything, he simply found it troublesome to explain. All right, just stay quiet. Yang Shuisheng whispered, turning to the door, clearing his throat before speaking to the outside. Aunt Feng. I'm not asleep yet. Wait a moment while I put on some clothes. He wanted to hold the door, talk to Zhou Caifeng, and either dissuade her or lead her outside. However, Zhou Kaifeng seemed a bit anxious. Upon hearing his response, she pushed the door. Just now Yang Shuisheng had merely propped it with a stone. It wasn't locked. With Zhou Kaifeng's push, the old wooden door creaked open a crack. A sliver of dawn light seeped in as Zhou Kaifeng was about to lean in. Hey, Aunt Feng, you. Yang Shuisheng was startled, instinctively trying to block the door gap. At that critical moment, Yu Qianwei, standing by the bed, also saw the door opening and trembled. Her mind went blank. In a state of panic, she didn't think too much and practically rolled onto Yang Shuisheng's hard wooden bed. In a flurry, she grabbed a few old clothes piled on top and covered herself, completely curling into a ball, holding her breath and not daring to move. Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Shuisheng caught a glimpse of Yu Qianwei's actions and forced a smile at Zhou Caifeng, who had already poked half her body inside. Aunt Feng, why don't you wait outside for a moment? The room is a bit messy, let me tidy up. Huffed. But Zhou Kaifeng didn't listen to his refusal at all. Instead, she laughed, shifted her body, and squeezed through the door gap. What's going on? Is someone hiding in here? She playfully poked Yang Shuisheng in the chest, teasingly asking. Come on, honestly, who are you hiding? Are you afraid Auntie will see? Yang Shuisheng's heart sank, his back instantly breaking into a cold sweat, but he had to maintain an appearance of calm, chuckling awkwardly. Aunt Feng, you're joking. I have nothing here except a rat. Zhou Caifeng, using the faint light coming in from the window, was able to see the general state of the room. Her gaze swept over the dimly lit interior, not noticing anything unusual about the bulging pile of clothes on the bed. It was mainly because Yu Qianwei was huddled tightly and covered by the clothes, making her not very noticeable in the darkness. Just joking with you. Look at how scared you are. Zhou Kaifeng swayed her hips and walked over to the rickety table, placing the basket she was carrying down and taking out a covered enamel basin. She also pulled out a small wine jug and 2 small cups, all while continuing to talk. Are you hungry? Aunt specially saved this for you. Braised pork ribs, still warm. Have a bit before bed to relax your muscles and promote blood circulation. Oh, it will help you sleep better. As she spoke, she deftly set the food on the table and took out chopsticks, her familiar and caring demeanor resembling that of a devoted wife. In the dim light, the floral-fitted blouse she had deliberately changed into with a low neckline revealed a glimpse of creamy skin as she bent over. The rich scent of her floral lotion, mixed with the aroma of the food, instantly filled the small, rundown room. Aunt Feng, thank you for your trouble. As Yang Shuisheng smelled the enticing aroma, his stomach betrayed him with a growl, but he could hardly think of eating now. Oh, he just wanted to get this guest out quickly. How about we eat outside in the courtyard? It's stuffy in here, outside is cooler, and we can look at the stars. Why go outside? There are too many mosquitoes and it's pitch dark. Zhou Kaifeng glared at him playfully, then grabbed his arm, leading him to the table. It's perfectly fine to eat. Come on, sit down and eat while it's hot. Yang Shuisheng was pulled to the stool, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the bed. The pile of clothes seemed to move slightly before freezing again. All right, Zhou Kaifeng suddenly remembered something and took out a somewhat old, but not too worn blanket from the basket, placing it by the bed. I noticed you only have a worn-out mat on your bed. It must be uncomfortable to sleep on. This is an old quilt from my house. The cotton is quite soft. I'll put it on for you so you can sleep better. Let Annie help you spread it out. Saying this, she turned around pretending to lift the pile of tattered clothing. Cough, cough, cough. Wait. Yang Shuisheng was gnawing on a piece of pork rib when he heard this, and seeing her motion choked on the meat, coughing violently. Aunt Feng, wait a moment. He was so anxious that his face turned red. Coughing, he stood up abruptly, wanting to rush over and stop her. If she lifted it, wouldn't the living Yu Qianwei underneath be exposed? That scene was simply unimaginable. What's wrong? Choking so badly. Zhou Kaifeng paused her actions, a teasing smile on her face. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Yang Shuisheng finally managed to swallow the meat stuck in his throat, hurriedly waving his hand, his voice still a bit hoarse. It's fine, Aunt Feng, I can handle these small tasks like making the bed myself. You keep bringing food and bedding. How can I let you do any more? You're too kind. What's troublesome about it? Are you being overly polite with your aunt? Zhou Kaifeng was unconcerned, feeling that Yang Shuisheng was being considerate of her, which made her even happier. She turned around to continue, you're just too distant. In the future, if you need anything, just tell your aunt, and I'll help you. Aunt will take good care of you. As she said this, her eyes sparkled, her voice soft and alluring, and her body deliberately leaned closer to Yang Shuisheng, her ample bosom almost brushing against his arm. Yang Shuisheng felt a chill run down his spine. Watching her well-maintained fair hand move within mere centimeters of the pile of tattered clothes covering Yu Qianwei on the bed, his heart almost leapt into his throat. If he intervened now, it would be too obvious. In a flash, his mind went blank, leaving only one thought. He must not let Zhou Kaifeng touch that pile of clothes and discover Yu Qianwei. He suddenly lunged forward, not to grab Zhou Kaifeng's hand, but before she could react, he cupped her face with both hands and fiercely kissed her lips that were still speaking tender words. Zhou Kaifeng froze, her eyes widening in shock. The bedding in her hands fell onto the edge of the bed. Her mind exploded in a blank rush, leaving only the fiery sensation on her lips. Yang Shuisheng kissed her fiercely, but this sudden initiative struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her feeling weak all over. This kid actually took the initiative to kiss me. Zhou Kaifeng felt both surprised and delighted, overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of satisfaction. The little man she had been teasing for several days finally got the hint. He actually took the initiative to break through this barrier. Was it because she had been too nice to him and he was finally moved? Or did he actually have feelings for her all along? Her body went soft, her heart pounding like a drum, almost collapsing in Yang Shuisheng's embrace. She quickly closed her eyes and began to passionately respond to the kiss, her arms wrapping around his neck, wishing to meld into him. However, Yang Shuisheng only indulged, briefly parting from her before she could fully respond. His heart raced, but not from passion, rather from anxiety and fear. He couldn't afford to look at Zhou Kaifeng, who appeared dazed and enchanted with eyes glistening with emotion. He grabbed her hand and whispered, let's go, follow me. Where are we going? Zhou Kaifeng was still recovering from the sudden kiss. Her face flushed, her breath unsteady, allowing Yang Shuisheng to pull her along, her voice soft and clingy. It's too stuffy in here, let's go outside for some fresh air. Yang Shuisheng said, almost dragging her along as he quickly exited the shabby house, leaving the door ajar behind him. Zhou Kaifeng stumbled along with him, her heart fluttering like a startled deer, feeling both shy and expectant. She glanced at their tightly intertwined hands, her face heating up even more. This silly boy, no Shuisheng, why is he so bold and domineering today? But she liked it. She couldn't help but lick her lips, feeling a surge of happiness inside. Back in the shabby house, silence fell once more. A long while passed before the pile of clothes on the bed was suddenly tossed aside, and Yu Qianwei sat up, covered in sweat, gasping for breath. She had been hiding underneath, her heart racing with anxiety. She wasn't clear on what had just happened. Fortunately, it was all a close call, and she hadn't been discovered. Confirming that the two had indeed left, she hurriedly climbed down from the bed and rushed to the door, peeking out. Seeing that no one was outside, she quickly slipped out, not daring to look back as she sprinted towards her home, fearing running into someone she shouldn't. That was too close. I almost got caught. She felt a surge of fear, but at the same time she was curious about why Zhou Kaifeng was so concerned for Yang Shuisheng. Meanwhile, Yang Shuisheng was leading Zhou Kaifeng towards the mountain's water pool, stepping carefully as they went. The night was deep and there were no lights along the path. Only the moonlight barely illuminated the dirt path. Zhou Kaifeng's hand was tightly held in his, and she could feel his palm was slightly sweaty. His steps hurried. Shuisheng, where exactly are you taking Aunt? Zhou Kaifeng felt a mix of sweetness and anxiety as she softly asked. In the dead of night, walking into the mountains if someone saw them. But that kind of secret thrill made her heart race. She symbolically attempted to pull her hand back, but didn't apply much force. You'll know when we get there. Yang Shuisheng didn't look back, his voice slightly hoarse. He was doing his best to buy time for Yu Qianwei to escape. Soon they arrived at the edge of the clear water pond. The night water was dark, reflecting the stars, and half a moon above, surrounded by the incessant chirping of insects, making it even quieter and deeper than during the day. Why did we come here? Zhou Kaifeng looked at the dark pond water, feeling a bit uneasy, but more so anticipating what might happen next. Of course, to help Ant properly regulate your body. Regulate? Do we really need to come to such a secluded place for that? She leaned closer to Yang Shuisheng, almost pressing against him, tilting her head up, her voice soft and alluring. How do you plan to help Ant regulate? She emphasized the word regulate slowly and deliberately, hinting as her fingers gently scratched Yang Shuisheng's palm, her eyes sparkling with temptation and excitement. In the wild. How thrilling. Yang Shuisheng didn't answer, pulling Zhou Kaifeng to a relatively flat area with thick soft grass along the bank. Ant Feng, you lie down here. Yang Shuisheng pointed to the grass, his voice sounding deep in the night. Zhou Kaifeng's heart raced, her face flushed, but she hesitated not at all, instead filled with excitement and anticipation, obediently lying down on the grass. She had deliberately worn a short floral skirt today, and as she laid down, the hem naturally hiked up, revealing her fair, smooth thighs, shimmering alluringly in the moonlight. The buttons of her tight-fitting top had already come undone by two, and now it was slightly open, exposing expanses of snowy skin and deep cleavage. She crossed her hands over her abdomen, yet her eyes were fixed intently on Yang Shuisheng, her gaze dreamy, her breathing slightly hurried, looking like a flower ready to be picked. Shuisheng, she softly called, her voice sweet and clingy. Yang Shuisheng remained silent, rubbing his slightly warm palms, then gently pressed them against Zhou Kaifeng's calf. He activated the thread of qi within himself, combining it with the massage techniques from his inherited memories, beginning to slowly knead and press from her calves up to her thighs. His technique was steady and powerful, infused with a unique warmth and penetrating quality of the qi. So comfortable. Zhou Kaifeng immediately let out a satisfied sigh, her body trembling slightly. The heat from Yang Shuisheng's hands and that strange tingling sensation were several times stronger than during the massage in the house, causing her whole body to relax, and even her bones felt itchy. She closed her eyes, soft moans escaped her throat intermittently, her body unconsciously twisting with Yang Shuisheng's massage. After more than 10 minutes of massage, Zhou Kaifeng was drenched in fragrant sweat, her face flushed, and her gaze towards Yang Shuisheng was almost dripping with desire. She felt like a pot of boiling water on the verge of bubbling over. Finally, she could no longer hold back, reaching out to grasp Yang Shuisheng's hand that was massaging her waist, her voice filled with insatiable longing. Shuisheng, good Shuisheng, don't stop. Ant can't take it anymore. You need to help Ant with the regulation, please. Her gaze was dazed, actively pulling Yang Shuisheng's hand to her more sensitive areas, the meaning unmistakable. Yang Shuisheng looked at Zhou Kaifeng, who was completely open and unable to contain her emotions, and he knew the moment had come. Okay, he replied hoarsely, no longer hesitating. In the darkness, clothes rustled to the ground. Under the moonlight, two bodies entwined tightly together. During this, Yang Shuisheng split, his focus calming his mind and fully activating the Hahuan nourishing qi technique. This time it was different from any previous experience, as the technique activated a wave of much purer and larger feminine energy surged into Yang Shuisheng's meridians. The intensity of this energy even caused a slight throbbing in his meridians. He guided this torrential flow, rapidly moving it along the pathway of the technique, refining and absorbing a portion with each circulation, converting it into pure qi and channeling it into his dantian. In the dantian, the thread of qi that had been quietly circulating began to expand, solidify, and grow at an astonishing speed. One thread, 1.5. Soon the original thread of qi reached its limit, faintly on the verge of splitting. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps 1 hour or 2. When the regulation was fully completed, an even purer source of feminine energy was activated from the depths of her body, surging towards Yang Shuisheng. Boom. Yang Shuisheng felt a light sound in his mind as the thread of qi in his dantian, which had grown to its limit, suddenly split into 2. It worked. 2 threads. The cultivation ended, the clouds dispersed, and the rain ceased. Zhou Kaifeng collapsed like a puddle of soft mud on the grass, drenched in fragrant sweat, without the strength to even move her fingers. A long-lost, satisfied smile graced her face. Yang Shuisheng also sat up. In his dantian, 2 threads of pale, white qi, significantly more solid and robust than before, were clearly visible. They rotated slowly, radiating a warm and stable power. From 1 thread to 2, the improvement from this cultivation was surprisingly quantifiable. The effectiveness was remarkably beyond his expectations. Yang Shuisheng felt ecstatic, but also filled with a deep sense of confusion. Why was the effect so good this time? It was far superior to the previous time with Lu Yulan. Was it because Zhou Kaifeng was more proactive and invested? Or was it because her physique was special, allowing for more feminine energy? Or perhaps it was the unique environment of being outdoors that stimulated higher quality feminine energy release. He couldn't make sense of it all, but one thing was certain. That is, the cultivation effect of the Hahuan nourishing qi technique seemingly did not solely depend on the technique itself. The female partners state their level of cooperation, and even the environment and mindset could all have an impact. This technique is indeed profound. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Yulai tea house in Daliang town, the atmosphere was somewhat different. The night was deep and the tea house had long closed. However, in a secluded side room of the courtyard, a light was still on. The feared brother Kuan, known throughout the town, sat with a sullen face on an old master's chair, his fingers tapping the armrest absent-mindedly. There was tea on the table, but it had already gone cold. Creak. The door was pushed open, bringing in a gust of cool night air. 3 figures supporting each other, bruised and battered, limped in. They were the 3 who had been beaten by Yang Shuisheng. The tall one hung his head, the one with a broken wrist had wrapped his hand in ragged cloth, and the other one couldn't even stand up straight. Wang Kuan lifted his eyelids to glance at them, immediately frowning. What happened? He stopped tapping his fingers on the armrest, his voice carrying a heavy sense of oppression. I sent you to Tahuakeo to deal with a fool. How did you end up like this? Did you fall into a ditch? Or were you gored by a wild boar? His tone revealed confusion and impatience. How could they make a mess of dealing with a fool from the village? This was simply a disgrace to Wang Kuan. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them felt a burning embarrassment, both ashamed and frightened. Kunk, brother, we've been thoroughly tricked by that bastard Zhaohu. The tall man clutched his still aching stomach, wearing a pained expression, his voice tinged with dread and frustration. That Yang Shuisheng is definitely not an idiot. Not only is he not foolish, but damn it, he's also a trained fighter with strength that's shockingly powerful, striking quickly and fiercely. We 3 brothers couldn't even get close to him at all. A trained fighter. Wang Kuan's brows furrowed tighter, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yang Shuisheng. I seem to recall that name. I remember a couple of years back there was an incident at Taohuajiao where 2 people died, and that kid from their family seemed to have been knocked silly. Wang Yukai even borrowed a few people from me back then to settle the score. But even if he's not an idiot anymore, how could a country bumpkin just recovering from being foolish manage to beat you 3 like this? The 3 men under him, although not top-notch, were still known for fighting fiercely in town, easily capable of taking down an ordinary farmer. To be beaten like this by someone who just got better from being foolish, who would believe it? Kunk, brother. It's true. The one with the broken wrist grimaced in pain, quickly chiming in. That kid is truly uncanny. He doesn't look strong, but his strength and speed. It's simply not human. I think even if Brother Chong went personally, it wouldn't be an easy task to take him down. Even Brother Chong might not manage it easily. Wang Kuan scoffed, his expression turning completely serious. I see you 3 are just getting worse with time. Scared stiff by a mere young punk, and you still dare to drag Brother Chong into this. What a trio of useless fools. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly raising his voice and shouting towards the door, Brother Chong. With a creak, the door to the side room was pushed open. A tall, sturdy man silently walked in. He wore an ordinary black short jacket with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing muscular forearms marked with several old scars. This was Wang Kuan's #1 enforcer, Brother Chong. Kunk, brother, Brother Chong said respectfully. Wang Kuan pointed at the 3 pitiful men on the ground, coldly saying, these 3 useless fools went to Taohuajiao to deal with a young man named Yang Shuisheng, but ended up getting dealt with themselves, and they dare to claim he's a trained fighter. Not even you would likely be a match for him. Tomorrow take a few men and these 3 to Taohuajiao. Get this matter sorted for me, understand? Brother Chong's gaze swept over the 3 men on the ground, his expression showing no emotion as he merely nodded slightly. Understood. All right, get lost. Wang Kuan waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away flies, driving the 3 men away. Once Brother Chong sorts things out, we'll settle the accounts for the humiliation you faced today. The 3 men felt as if they had been pardoned, ignoring their pain as they hurriedly helped each other out. Brother Chong also turned to leave, not sparing them a second glance. Once outside the side room and in the empty courtyard, the 3 finally exhaled, but their expressions were heavier with worry. Brother Chong. Tomorrow. The tall man tentatively glanced at Brother Chong. Tomorrow morning, gather at the back door of the tea house. Brother Chong continued walking, leaving the 3 men exchanging worried glances. What do we do? The one with the broken wrist asked with a mournful face. What else can we do? The tall man sighed and lowered his voice. Brother Chong's strength should be enough, right? But that Yang Shuisheng is really quite uncanny. We need to prepare for both outcomes. What preparation? If Brother Chong really takes care of Yang Shuisheng, we'll just come back and accept our punishment honestly. But what if Brother Chong also? The tall man swallowed nervously, fear flashing in his eyes. We need to quickly gather the $601 we owe that kid. If it turns out that even Kunk brother is taken down, we can at least show that we've repaid the debt and prevent him from venting his anger on us and getting beaten again." The other two men nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They had genuinely been scared silly by that Yang Shuisheng. Compared to that, Kunk brother's punishment, while fearsome, would at least not cost them their lives. Right? Right. Let's gather the money. We'll start tonight. The three quickly came to an agreement, ignoring their aches as they limped off in haste, searching every nook and cranny to gather that amount of money. The next morning, just as the sky began to brighten, Yang Shuisheng got up. After cultivating with Zhou Kaifeng during the night, 2 threads of energy flowed within him, leaving him feeling unusually refreshed and full of vigor. After washing up, he headed towards the town. With his heightened energy, his steps felt much lighter. What usually took more than 2 hours to walk today felt like no time at all. By the time the sun had fully risen, he had already reached the edge of the town. Most shops on the street were still closed, with only a few breakfast stalls steaming away. He had arrived too early. Yang Shuisheng shook his head and walked to the noodle shop he visited yesterday, ordered a bowl of noodles with a fried egg, and sat down leisurely at a table by the door to eat. He planned to finish his meal, after which the shops would likely open, and he would first buy 2 new outfits for Lu Yulan, then check the blacksmiths for suitable throwing darts. However, halfway through his meal, he inadvertently glanced outside. He happened to see a few people coming out from the opposite Yulai tea house. The one leading was none other than Boss Wang, whom he had seen at the clinic yesterday. He appeared to be talking to a man in a black short jacket beside him. Coincidentally, when Wang Kuan looked up, he also caught sight of Yang Shuisheng sitting in the noodle shop. He was momentarily taken aback, but then his face quickly broke into a warm smile, disregarding his conversation with the person next to him as he strode over to the noodle shop. "Oh, little brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Wang Kuan approached the noodle shop door, his voice loud and filled with gratitude. "Thanks to you yesterday, my father is fine now, and the county doctor said he was saved just in time. You are truly a great benefactor of the Wang family. Come. This meal is on me. Boss put this little brother's bill on my tab," he said, eager to pay, his eyes warmly fixed on Yang Shuisheng. Clearly, he wanted to make a good connection with Yang Shuisheng. "No need, Boss Wang." Yang Shuisheng swallowed the noodles in his mouth and waved his hand dismissively. "I've already paid for my meal. You go ahead and do your thing, don't mind me." He didn't want to get too entangled with this Boss Wang. Although the other party was being very cordial now, he hadn't forgotten how the man had acted yesterday. "That won't do. I must thank you. How about this aisle? Kunk brother, everyone is here." Wang Kuan wanted to insist, but at that moment Brother Chang, who had been speaking with him, came over with a few men. Among those men were 3 with bruised faces and awkward gaits, the very 3 ruffians who had been dealt with by Yang Shuisheng last night. Brother Chang walked beside Wang Kuan and slightly bowed. "We are about to head to Taohuadiao." Wang Kuan nodded, but his thoughts remained on Yang Shuisheng, casually replying, "And then the earlier we go back, the smoother the task should be." "Yes." Brother Chang responded, turning around to give the 3 men a look, signaling them to follow. However, the 3 men, from the moment Wang Kuan approached to greet Yang Shuisheng, had their eyes fixed on him, their faces turning pale, their pupils almost popping out, their feet seemingly rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. Brother Chang took 2 steps before realizing the 3 hadn't followed, frowning as he coldly shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Move." He. The tall man pointed at Yang Shuisheng in the noodle shop, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but stammered heavily, unable to squeeze out a complete word for a long time. Wang Kuan also noticed the 3's strange behavior, turning his head to see their ghostly expressions, his face showing displeasure. "Useless fools got beaten up yesterday, and now can't even speak." Stammering, Kunk brother. He. The one with the broken wrist also pointed at Yang Shuisheng, his face looking worse than if he were crying. Brother Chang's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the seemingly ordinary young man in the noodle shop. At this moment, Yang Shuisheng had just finished wiping his mouth, slowly standing up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "Kunk brother. Boss Wang. I see now." He looked at the group at the door, his face showing little expression, but he had already come to an understanding. So this Boss Wang is the notorious ruffian leader of Daliang Town. Kunk brother, he is Yang Shuisheng, the one from Taohuadiao. Finally, the tall man managed to regain his composure and exhaled, revealing the truth. "What?" The enthusiastic smile on Wang Kun's face instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he couldn't trust his ears. He glanced at Yang Shuisheng, who was calmly standing up in the noodle shop, then turned to his 3 underlings, his mind buzzing as he struggled to comprehend. "What did you say?" "He is Yang Shuisheng." Wang Kuan pointed at Yang Shuisheng and asked the tall man. He could hardly believe it. The fool that Zhao Yukai and Zhao, who wanted him to kill, was actually the young divine doctor who saved his father's life yesterday at the clinic. This is too coincidental. He had never met Yang Shuisheng, and since the other party left in a hurry yesterday, he didn't even have the chance to ask for his name. And now he was being told that he was Yang Shuisheng. Brother Kuan, it's absolutely true, it's him. Last night, he was the one who beat us 3 to this state. Wang Kun's expression was complex, filled with an indescribable sense of absurdity. Little brother, are you really the Yang Shuisheng from Taoadiao? His throat moved, taking a long time to find his voice again. It's me. At this point, Yang Shuisheng did not deny it, mainly because he now had the confidence to confront the other party. After the confirmation, the muscles on Wang Kun's face twitched violently. He looked at Yang Shuisheng, recalling how his father lay dying on the door panel yesterday, and how this young man had pulled him back from the gates of death with just a few silver needles. It seemed like heaven was playing a joke on him. This really is like the flood washing away the Dragon King Temple, one family not recognizing another. Wang Kuan suddenly slapped his thigh, and a smile instantly returned to his face. But this time there was a hint of genuine apology in his smile. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed Yang Shuisheng's hand, and shook it vigorously. Misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Brother Yang, you see how it is that scoundrel Zhao Yukai actually made me target the benefactor of my Wang family. Isn't that slapping my face? Brother Yang, don't worry. He released his hand, his expression serious, his tone resolute. I'll refuse Zhao Yotsai's request. This matter, I Wang Kuan will not do it. Not only will I refuse, but I will also have to sternly warn him not to dare to lay his hands on my Wang Kun's benefactor again, or I will not spare him. He looked at Yang Shuisheng with eager eyes, clearly intending to ally and repay. Brother Yang, you saved my father yesterday, making you the benefactor of my Wang family. From now on in Daliang Town, if you need anything, just let me know. Yang Shuisheng observed Wang Kun's sudden shift from arrogance to humility and felt the sincerity from the other party. After all, he wanted to repay the favor and strengthen their relationship. He pondered for a moment, feeling this might be an opportunity. You're too kind, Boss Wang. Yang Shuisheng's tone softened. Since you are so sincere, I happen to have something to ask you. Ask. Feel free to ask. But this isn't the place to talk. Wang Kuan waved his hand grandly, immediately making a gesture for him to follow. How about you come to my tea house for a chat? We can discuss it slowly there. Achang, go get my best pure tea. He insisted, enthusiastically pulling Yang Shuisheng towards the Uli tea house. Achang, not daring to lag behind, turned and quickly entered the tea house first. The 3 thugs finally awakened from their stupor, looking at one another, bewildered in each other's eyes. This is it. Not only was there no trouble, but he had even become Brother Kun's benefactor. Their fear of Yang Shuisheng deepened a few notches. A few minutes later, in the best private room in the back courtyard of Uli Tea House, Wang Kuan personally poured freshly brewed pure tea for Yang Shuisheng, his attitude respectful, unlike a typical gangster. Brother Yang, please try this tea. I rarely let anyone drink it. Wang Kuan smiled as he invited him, sitting down himself. Seeing Yang Shuisheng lift the teacup, blowing at the foam, but not drinking, he quickly added, You mentioned you had something to ask me. Please go ahead. I want to know, what is the relationship between Zhao Yukai and you? Or rather, why do you want to help him do such things? Wang Kun's smile froze for a moment, slightly awkward as he rubbed his hands. To be honest with you, Brother Yang, Zhao Yukai has helped me with some matters over the years as the village chief of Taoadiao, so I owe him a favor. So when he asked, cough. He explained lightly, then curiously asked, By the way, Brother Yang, how did you offend Zhao Yukai? Why did he want to kill you so badly? A grudge? Not really. Yang Shuisheng set down his teacup, his tone flat. I have never provoked him first. As for why he wants me dead, I also want to know. Wang Kuan frowned, feeling even more displeased with Zhao Yukai. This old bastard didn't even clarify the reasons, and made him go after a divine doctor who could save lives. That is simply setting him up. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about this matter. Wang Kuan slammed the table, brimming with confidence. From now on in Daliang Town, I, Wang Kuan, will protect you. If anyone dares to cause you trouble again, just report my name, Wang Kuan, and it will work. Since Boss Wang is so righteous, I will speak frankly. Yang Shuisheng looked at him suddenly, smiling, a hint of playfulness in his smile. At the moment, I am indeed facing some issues and might need help. But I don't know if Boss Wang has the guts to help. Wang Kuan narrowed his eyes at the words, leaning slightly forward. He sensed Yang Shuisheng's probing tone. Wang Kuan had been navigating Daliang Town for so many years, relying on courage and loyalty, hating to be looked down upon. Brother Yang, just say it. Wang Kuan also smiled, his expression carrying the swagger and confidence of a man from the rivers and lakes. I may not dare to say in other places, but in this little piece of land in Daliang Town, my words still carry weight. As long as it's not an earth-shattering matter, I can help you settle it. I want to deal with Zhao Yukai. Yang Shuisheng nodded, looking directly into Wang Kuan's eyes. I want to pull him down from the position of village chief of Taoadiao. Puffed. Wang Kuan had just taken a sip of tea when he heard this, shocked enough to spray it all out, coughing repeatedly, his face turning red. Brother Yang, you're not joking, are you? He stared wide-eyed, looking at Yang Shuisheng, as if he were a madman, taking a long time to regain his breath, lowering his voice slightly. Deal with Zhao Yukai. He is the village chief of Taohua Diao, a person of authority. Boss Wang, do I look like I'm joking? Yang Shuisheng's smile faded, his gaze sharp as he stared at Wang Kun. Wang Kun's heart skipped a beat, steadying himself and placing his teacup down. You saved my father, which makes you my benefactor. He straightened up, his tone turning serious. Since you say you want to deal with Zhao Youcai, fine, tell me how I can help you. As long as it's something I can do, I will not hesitate. He no longer mentioned concerns about authority, clearly having made up his mind to stand by Yang Shuisheng's side, at least offering whatever help he could in this matter. Yang Shuisheng nodded, somewhat satisfied with Wang Kun's change of attitude. He no longer beat around the bush, directly stating, I need to know whether the incident with my parents was an accident. Specifically what happened, who did it, and if there is any evidence. Mentioning his parents' death, Yang Shuisheng's gaze made Wang Kun, who sat opposite him, feel a chill. I have some impression of your parents' matter. It was about 4 or 5 years ago, right? On the mountain road to the county, they died in a car accident. The driver compensated, and the traffic police labeled it as an accident, right? MHM. Yang Shuisheng nodded, remaining silent, but watching him. Wang Kun smacked his lips, lowering his voice. To be honest, Brother Yang, there were some other rumors about this matter in town back then. But no one dared to speak out. What rumors? Yang Shuisheng pursued. Some people said. Wang Kun leaned in closer, whispering even lower, that the truck driver didn't lose control, but intentionally crashed into them. But this is all hearsay, no one saw it firsthand, and there were no cameras on the road. The traffic police concluded the case, and no one mentioned it again. Yang Shuisheng's gaze turned even colder. Just as he suspected. What was an accident was actually murder. Boss Wang, can you find a way to locate that driver from back then? Or is it possible for the police to see more detailed case files? He knew that with Wang Kun's connections and methods in the town, investigating these matters would be much easier than for a villager like him. Sure, he'll ask around. What was the driver's name, and what did he look like, do you remember? The driver's name is Ma Dayong. He has a long face, and there is a scar above his left eyebrow. His home is in the neighboring county Majiagu. I should still have the mediation document from when the accident happened, but my house was ransacked, so I don't know if it's still there. Yang Shuisheng recounted the information he remembered. These details had become clear to him after he regained Ma Dayong Majiagu scar on the eyebrow. Good, having a name and an address makes things easier. Wang Kun noted it down, then stood up. Brother Yang, you sit here for a while and have some tea. I will make a phone call, getting some acquaintances from the police station to help me check on this Ma Dayong's whereabouts and see if there is any internal information about the case back then. Don't worry, wait for my news. After saying this, he turned and quickly walked out of the private room, clearly very attentive to the matter Yang Shuisheng entrusted to him. And Yang Shuisheng was also very eager. If he could uncover the truth behind his parents' death, perhaps he could seize a tremendous hold on Zhao Youcai. Wang Kun left the private room to make a phone call, leaving Yang Shuisheng alone in the room. A few minutes later, the door of the private room was cautiously pushed open a crack, and 3 heads peeked in timidly. It was the 3 thugs from yesterday. Seeing that only Yang Shuisheng was present, they forced smiles onto their faces and tiptoed in. The tall man walked in front, taking out a neatly wrapped paper package from his pocket, holding it with both hands, and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Yang Shuisheng, nearly bending at a 90-degree angle. Yang, Brother Yang, this is 601 yuan and 80 cents. Please take a look. Not a penny less, it's all here. His voice trembled, fearing that Yang Shuisheng would be dissatisfied. Yes, yes, Brother Yang, the money is all gathered. The other 2 nodded, eagerly bowing their faces, still bearing injuries, looking particularly comical. Brother Yang, yesterday we were blind to your greatness and offended you. Please forgive our minor offense in Daliang town. Wherever you need us, 3 brothers, just give the order, we will comply, without question. The 3 of them displayed an attitude that was almost servile, their eyes filled with fear towards Yang Shuisheng. They had personally experienced each other's methods, and now even Kun Gu treated him politely. How could they dare to show any disrespect? Yang Shuisheng opened the paper package to take a look. Inside was a thick stack of cash, both in small and large denominations, and after counting it added up to exactly 601 yuan and 80 cents. He nodded and casually tucked the money into his pocket. Now he had over 600 more. All right, I've accepted the money, you all can leave now. Yang Shuisheng waved his hand, not bothering to look at them any longer. The 3, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly nodded and bowed as they retreated, gently closing the door as if afraid to make a sound. He silently calculated, together with the 1,000 yuan he had received from selling medicinal materials earlier, the cash in his hands was now almost enough to redeem Lu Yulan for 2,000 yuan. It wouldn't be a problem to earn a few hundred more in the remaining time. After a while, Wang Kun finally pushed the door back, and his expression somewhat serious, and sat down opposite Yang Shuisheng. Brother Yang, I just called a contact at my local police station. Wang Kun took a sip of the now cold tea, smacking his lips. He said, regarding your parents' case from years ago, he has roughly gone through the files. The scene investigation, the inquiry records, the driver's testimony, the compensation agreement. All the procedures are in order. The conclusion is that it was an accidental traffic incident, and the driver Ma Deong is fully responsible. The traffic police department also couldn't find any faults. This is impossible. Yang Shuisheng immediately shook his head after hearing this, his voice calm. Boss Wang, 4 or 5 years ago that mountain road from Taohuadiao to the county town, usually besides tractors, three-wheeled vehicles are rare, let alone large trucks. What a coincidence that at that time, there was a runaway truck that crashed into the shabby three-wheeled vehicle my parents were in. And it hit with such precision that neither of them could be saved. Wang Kuan fell silent for a moment. He certainly knew how remote that road was. Brother Yang, your suspicions are indeed reasonable. He sighed. But cases are judged by evidence. Currently the files state it was an accident and the driver admitted guilt and paid compensation. This matter is considered closed. Unless you can find new evidence or locate that Ma Deong to inquire further, then let's find him. Yang Shuisheng looked at Wang Kuan, his gaze firm. Right, that's exactly what I mean. Wang Kuan nodded. Relying solely on the police station won't yield much. So I'll send someone to Ma Jiago to gather information to see what exactly happened with Ma Deong back then and where he is now, what he is doing. As long as we find the person, we should be able to extract some information. I leave this to me, Brother Yang, you can rest assured. Yang Shuisheng knew that investigating such an old case couldn't be rushed. Wang Kuan's willingness to use manpower to investigate was already a great help. Then I'll trouble you, Boss Wang. He picked up his teacup, downing the now cold tea in one go, and then stood up. I'll wait for your news. Hey, Brother Yang, don't rush to leave, stay for a meal. Let's have a good chat. Wang Kuan quickly got up to retain him. No, I have things to do. I need to go buy something. Yang Shuisheng shook his head, clasping his fists towards Wang Kuan. Thank you for today. Seeing he was determined to leave, Wang Kuan couldn't insist, but was calculating how to find another opportunity to repay this benefactor. In his eyes, his old father's life was worth much more than that 1,000 yuan red envelope from yesterday. He personally saw Yang Shuisheng to the door of the tea house, watching him disappear around the street corner before turning back to the courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, he immediately called in the 3 thugs from earlier. The 3 thought they were about to be scolded again, their faces turning pale. You 3. Wang Kuan sat in a grandmaster chair, crossing his legs. Do you know the specific situation of Brother Yang's family? The 3 exchanged glances, and the tall man hurriedly replied, Kuan Gu, we took a quick look when we went yesterday. Brother Yang's house is in the dilapidated row of old houses at the western end of the village. The roof leaks, the walls are cracked, and there's nothing in the house except for a broken Kong and a table. It's extremely poor. Yeah, Kuan Gu, that house is hardly better than our town's livestock shed, the one with the broken arm added quietly. After hearing this, Wang Kuan furrowed his brows, feeling even more sympathy for Yang Shuisheng's situation. After all, this was the lifesaver of his old father. How could he live in such a place? Wang Kuan nodded, looking at the 3, a fierce expression appearing on his face. I'm giving you 3 an opportunity to redeem yourselves. Immediately go to the town and pick out a complete set of new wooden furniture for me, a table, chairs, cabinets, and a bed. All of it must be ready. Tomorrow morning, I will personally deliver it to Brother Yang. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the 3 realized it was not a punishment, but a task, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chests in assurance. Understood, Kuan Gu, don't worry. We will definitely handle it properly. Get going, hurry up. Wang Kuan waved his hand. The 3 quickly slipped out, secretly astonished at how much Kuan Gu cared about Yang Shuisheng. It seemed they would have to treat this esteemed person as an ancestor from now on. Meanwhile, Yang Shuisheng left the ULIT house, wandered around the street, and found the well-known Old Chen's tailor shop in town. The shop was not large, the exterior somewhat worn, but it was kept clean inside with many finished garments hanging. An old man with gray hair and reading glasses was busy at the sewing machine. Hearing someone enter, he looked up. Boss, I want to make some clothes. Yang Shuisheng strode in. Make clothes? For whom? What style do you want? Boss Chin put down his work, adjusted his glasses, and asked kindly. For a friend of mine. Yang Shuisheng hesitated, unsure how to introduce Lu Yulan. Oh, a friend. Boss Chen looked at Yang Shuisheng's somewhat awkward demeanor, and he probably had an idea in his mind. His smile became even more amiable. Is it for a young lady? Yang Shuisheng nodded. How old is she? What's her figure like? Tall, short, fat, or thin? Boss Chen took out a thick fabric sample book, flipping through it while asking. About 27 or 28, a bit shorter than me, probably up to my ears. Yang Shuisheng gestured to indicate Lu Yulan's approximate height. As for her weight, he recalled Lu Yulan's curvaceous figure, feeling a bit warm in his face. Not fat, not thin, just quite proportionate. Boss Chin, being experienced, could tell from Yang Shuisheng's hesitant manner that he was likely making clothes for someone. He smiled and didn't point it out, instead pointing to several bright-colored, soft-textured floral fabrics in the sample book. For a young lady, these floral patterns are currently in vogue, and the materials are comfortable. Which one do you prefer? Yang Shuisheng carefully examined and chose 2 floral fabrics he thought would look great on Lu Yulan, one light pink, with small yellow flowers, and one sky blue with white dots. I'll take one of each of these. Sure, but there's not much left of these 2 pieces. 1 set is fine, but 2 sets may be a bit tight. I'll reserve them for you first. Boss Chen noted this, and then asked, what about the measurements? Shoulder width, chest circumference, waist sleeve length. These have to be known, otherwise they won't fit. Yang Shuisheng was stumped by the question. How would he know Lu Yulan's specific measurements? He could feel it when they were together that night. I don't know. Boss Chen couldn't help but laugh. Young man, if you don't know the measurements, how can I make it? You can't just guess, can you? Here's the deal, pay a little deposit first, and I'll reserve these 2 pieces of fabric for you. You go back, find an opportunity, and quietly take a measurement of your friend. Write down the numbers, and come back. I have a soft tape measure, you can take one. As he spoke, Boss Chen found a roll of measuring tape from the drawer and handed it to Yang Shuisheng. Yang Shuisheng took the tape measure, thanked him, and paid 100 yuan as a deposit. Having resolved Lu Yulan's clothing issue, he then thought of his own clothes, which were also in a shabby state, and needed 2 new sets. Boss, also make 2 sets for me. I need sturdy and durable fabric for working comfortably. Sure, let me take your measurements first. Boss Chen picked up the soft tape measure and skillfully took Yang Shuisheng's shoulder width, arm length, height, and other measurements, noting them down in a small notebook. You can pick your own fabric. Over there are several kinds of labor fabric and khaki cloth, all quite sturdy. Yang Shuisheng walked to the other side of the fabric shelf, carefully selecting dark and durable materials suitable for working in the fields. He was feeling the thickness of a deep blue labor fabric, calculating whether to make 1 long sleeve and 1 short sleeve set when. Oh dear, come quickly to see. I just love this floral pattern. A delicate, slightly whiny female voice came from the door. A man and a woman entered. The woman was wearing a fashionable dress, her curly hair and face adorned with makeup. The man beside her wore a floral shirt, his hair slicked back. As soon as the woman entered, her eyes fixated on the 2 pieces of floral fabric Yang Shuisheng had picked out for Lu Yulan, especially the light pink one with small yellow flowers, and she reached out to grab it. Boss, I want this fabric. Make me a dress. The woman pointed at the light pink floral fabric, shouting at Boss Chen, her tone somewhat spoiled. All right, as long as you like it, my dear, I'll buy it. The man in the floral shirt affectionately wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, and without a second thought reached for his wallet, exuding an air of affluence. Excuse me, comrade. Boss Chen quickly waved his hand, an apologetic expression on his face. This piece of fabric, as well as the one next to it, has already been reserved by this little comrade here, and a deposit has been made. This is all we have left in the shop, no more available. Why don't you 2 look at other patterns? Or wait for the next shipment, which should arrive next month. Next month? The woman immediately became displeased, pouting and shaking the man's arm. No way. I want this one. When is next month? I want to make it right now. Boss, just give me this fabric and let him wait for next month's, right? Boss Chen looked a bit troubled. After glancing at Yang Shuisheng, who was standing nearby, he shook his head. This isn't in accordance with the rules. Business must be conducted with integrity and first come, first served. This little comrade reserved it first, and the money has been paid. I cannot give you his fabric. Why don't you both look at something else? What nonsense is this about first come, first served? The young man in the floral shirt's expression darkened as he stepped forward, his tone turning aggressive. Do you know who I am? My brother is the #1 thug under Kuan Gu in Daliang Town, Achong. Have you heard of him? If you're sensible, hurry up and wrap the fabric for me. Otherwise, believe it or not, I can make a phone call to my Changgu and ensure your shabby shop won't be able to operate tomorrow. Hearing the names Kuan Gu and Achong, Boss Chen's expression visibly changed. His lips moved, but he couldn't find the words, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. As a small business owner, he dreaded offending such local bullies. And who in Daliang Town didn't know of Wang Kun's reputation? I reserved this fabric first, and I've already paid for it. At this moment, Yang Shuisheng, who had been silent, spoke up. If you want it, forget it. Hearing this, the man in the floral shirt finally took a proper look at Yang Shuisheng. Seeing his shabby attire, although he was not short, he looked like an ordinary poor country boy. A sneer of disdain immediately crossed his face. Who do you think you are? Dare to fight me for something? He relied on his larger size, and with a push of his hand, aimed at Yang Shuisheng's chest, wanting to intimidate him. However, when he pushed, it felt like he was pushing against a wall. Yang Shuisheng's body only swayed slightly, his feet rooted to the ground as if they had grown roots. The young man in the floral shirt was taken aback, not expecting this kid to be so steady on his feet. His face became a bit embarrassed, retracting his hand and threatening fiercely, "Kid, my woman has her eyes set on this fabric. If you give it up willingly, we can be friends. Otherwise, if I can have my Changgu give a word, and I guarantee you won't be able to survive in Daliang Town." Yang Shuisheng seemed to have not heard his threat, and instead chuckled. Unfortunately, I am not from Daliang Town. Not from Daliang Town. Then it's even simpler. The young man in the floral shirt thought he was scared, his arrogance swelling. I know several village heads in the surrounding area. Do you believe that I can make a call and ensure you won't be able to move a single step in your village, not even getting a sip of water? Gentlemen, calm down. Peace is valuable. Peace is valuable. Seeing the two getting increasingly tense, Boss Chun was sweating profusely, quickly stepping forward to mediate. How about this? I'll contact the supplier immediately, and if all goes well, the new fabric will arrive next week. Comrade, just wait a few more days. I assure you, I will reserve the best for you. Big brother, please don't rush, just a few days. Get lost. Old man, you have no say here. The young man in the floral shirt was furious and further incensed by Yang Shuisheng's attitude. Seeing Boss Chun approach and babble on, he impatiently pushed him hard. Boss Chun, being older, was taken by surprise and gasped, staggering backward. Yang Shuisheng was quick on his feet, stepping forward to steady the almost falling Boss Chun. Boss Chun, are you all right? Boss Chun, still shaken, repeatedly thanked him. I am fine, thank you, little. Yang Shuisheng steadied Boss Chun, then turned to the young man in the floral shirt, his gaze turning cold. You are being too excessive. Excessive? I just pushed him a little, he couldn't stand on his own. Can you blame me? The young man in the floral shirt scoffed, showing no remorse, thinking Yang Shuisheng was meddling too much. Yang Shuisheng didn't waste any more words with him. He released his hold on Boss Chun and seemingly casually stepped forward, his right foot unconsciously sweeping outward, the tip of his shoe perfectly hooking the young man's left ankle. Ouch! The young man in the floral shirt felt a stumble beneath him, his center of gravity instantly off balance, and with a loud thud, he fell flat on his back, his head hitting the cement ground with a dull thud, causing him to grimace in pain and see stars. You? How dare you trip me? He lay on the ground, shocked and furious, pointing at Yang Shuisheng and cursing. I tripped you. Yang Shuisheng stood there looking at him innocently. I was just stretching my legs, getting some exercise. You couldn't stand and fell. How can you blame me for that? You dare to hit me. I won't let this go. The young man in the floral shirt struggled to get up, pointing at Yang Shuisheng and cursing angrily. Hit you? Yang Shuisheng lazily walked up to him, looking down at him from above, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I didn't lay a hand on you, you fell by yourself. And don't forget, you were the one who struck first. The young man in the floral shirt was trembling with anger. He hadn't expected this seemingly inconspicuous kid to be so strong and ruthless. I'm going to fight you. He gritted his teeth and stood up, raising his hand to hit Yang Shuisheng. Fight! Yang Shuisheng sneered, stepping forward and with one hand pressed down on the young man's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. You better let go of me. The young man in the floral shirt struggled desperately, but couldn't move an inch, only able to let out an angry roar. Yang Shuisheng lightly exerted force, pressing him down harder. The young man in the floral shirt was drenched in cold sweat, his face filled with pain and despair. Dare to move me again and see what happens, he roared. Yang Shuisheng chuckled coldly, delivering a fierce kick to his, but sending him flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The young man in the floral shirt let out a piercing scream, nearly fainting from the pain. I am going to find someone to kill you. He lay on the ground, pointing at Yang Shuisheng and cursing angrily. Kill me. Yang Shuisheng approached him, his gaze icy. Don't keep threatening to kill someone so easily. You should be grateful. It's a society governed by law now, and if it weren't for the law, from the moment you threatened me, I could have killed you. After saying this, he kicked him out of the tailor shop. Hurry up and get lost. Don't let me see you again. A crowd began to gather outside, curious onlookers. You better wait for me. I'm going to get people. The young man in the floral shirt awkwardly got up, leaving a harsh remark. You better not run, but if you do, I'll smash this tailor shop. After saying this, fearing being caught by Yang Shuisheng again, he ran into the alley without looking back. Boss Chun quickly stepped forward, grabbing Yang Shuisheng. Little comrade, you should leave quickly. If I leave, what will happen to this tailor shop? Yang Shuisheng glanced at Boss Chun. Besides, I was the one who hit him. I have to take responsibility. How will you take responsibility? He's off to fetch people. Who knows how many he will bring back? You should hurry and leave. Don't let him catch you. After all, whether Dalian town is chaotic or not is determined by Kuan Go. That guy dared to say his brother was Kuan Guess man, and today this matter might not be easy to handle. It's fine. Yang Shuisheng did not move, just watching the direction where the young man in the floral shirt disappeared, saying, if he dares to come back, I wouldn't mind giving him another beating. Little comrade, this. Boss Chun looked at him in confusion. He didn't understand why this young man was so stubborn. It's all right, Boss Chun, let's go inside and continue picking out fabric. After dealing with Lu Yulan, I still haven't settled my own matter. Boss Chun, seeing he couldn't persuade him, could only shake his head helplessly, preparing to think of other ways. If all else fails, he would call the police. About 10 minutes later, the young man in the floral shirt returned with a large group of people full of aggression. Where are they? Hurry up and get out here. Otherwise, I will smash this tailor shop today. The atmosphere on this narrow street in front of the tailor shop suddenly became tense and hostile. A crowd gathered to watch, but most stood at a distance afraid to get too close. Looking at the people at the door pointing and whispering, their faces showed clear signs of fear. The reason was simple. The few people brought by Liao Jiwen were evidently not kind, especially the one in the black short coat, a Chong known as Brother Chong. He was the #1 enforcer under Kuan Gu in Daliang town. Usually who would dare to cross paths with him in town? No one expected this ruthless figure to actually be brought here. It seemed that the kid in the tailor shop wouldn't escape unscathed today. Why are you babbling so much? A Chong ignored the gazes around him, hands in his pockets, his brow slightly furrowed. He cast a cold glance at the tailor shop door, then looked at Liao Jiwen, who was still jumping up and down and cursing. Just go in and drag him out. Fight him back, just as he attacked you. After the fight, pay for the damages and apologize. His words were said casually, yet they carried a fierce undertone. The crowd could not help but feel anxious for the unaware kid inside the tailor shop. With Brother Chong personally involved, it seemed this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Inside the tailor shop, Boss Chun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, tightly gripping Yang Shuisheng's arm. Comrade, listen to me quickly. Leave through the back door. They won't dare do anything to me, this old man. At worst he'll call the police. You can't go out at all. He was well aware of the kind of people outside. If that kid went out, he would either be dead or severely injured. Boss Chin, don't worry. Yang Shuisheng patted Boss Chin's hand, signaling him to let go, his expression calm, even carrying a strange tranquility. This matter arose because of me, and I will handle it well. You should step back so you won't get hurt. After saying this, he ignored Boss Chin's objections, reached out, and pulled open the somewhat aged wooden door with a creak, stepping outside. The glaring sunlight and a bunch of predatory eyes immediately focused on him. Kid, you finally did. Liao Jiwen's eyes turned red the moment he saw Yang Shuisheng come out, pointing at him and cursing. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Relying on some brute strength makes you impressive. Let me tell you, this matter is far from over today. If you don't kneel and knock your head 3 times and pay me for medical expenses and spiritual damages, I won't let you leave Daliang town upright. Exactly. The woman with curly hair beside him immediately chimed in, hands on her hips, her voice sharp, mocking disdainfully. You don't even take a piss to look at what kind of person you are, and you dare to fight with my man. Yang Shuisheng seemed to have not heard their insults, his gaze calmly sweeping over Liao Jiwen, and the woman finally landing on a Chong, who stood expressionless at the front of the crowd with his hands in his pockets. Are you the reinforcements he brought? He slightly curled his lips, asking with a hint of amusement. Kid, watch. Liao Jiwen immediately puffed out his chest full of pride. This is the renowned Brother Chong of Daliang town, the top enforcer under Kuan Gu. But it's too late to know fear now. Let me tell you today. Shut up. A Chong suddenly spoke, interrupting Liao Jiwen's incessant boasting. But Liao Jiwen was like a duck caught by the throat, his voice abruptly cut off, looking at a Chong with confusion. A Chong appeared somewhat flustered. He recognized him. This young man was none other than Yang Shuisheng, who had been referred to as a benefactor by Kuan Gu just moments ago at the Tea house. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on a Chong's back. Fight! What a joke! Forget whether he could defeat the other party, just the fact that this was Kuan Gu's father's lifesaver meant that touching even a hair on him would be like going against Kuan Gu. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. So what are we waiting for? Yang Shuisheng looked at the dramatic change in a Chong's expression, his smile broadening. Since the reinforcements are here, if we're going to fight, let's do it quickly. I'm in a hurry. His nonchalant attitude further ignited Liao Jiwen's fury. Brother Chong, did you hear that? This kid doesn't take you seriously at all. He didn't notice a Chong's change of expression, still thinking Yang Shuisheng was pretending to be calm, and continued to yell. This kid is so arrogant, even on the brink of death. Brothers, charge. Teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Shut your mouth. A loud shout suddenly erupted, startling everyone. A Chong who had remained silent suddenly turned his head and roared at the still gesticulating Liao Jiwen, his eyes fierce, as if ready to kill. He had been thoroughly ruined by this fool today. Brother Chong. What is this? Liao Jiwen trembled from the shout, utterly confused, mouth agape, staring blankly at the suddenly enraged Chong. But Chong completely ignored him, taking a deep breath, turning to face Yang Shuisheng, forcing a flattering smile, even slightly bending at the waist, his tone noticeably respectful. Brother Yang, it's a misunderstanding. This is definitely a huge misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you. That bastard Liao Jiwen has blind eyes and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Please don't take it to heart. Silence. A deathly silence. The previously noisy crowd in front of the tailor shop instantly fell quiet, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Liao Jiwen's mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, his eyes nearly popping out. The woman beside him with curly hair was also stunned. Brother Chong is apologizing to this country bumpkin and calling him Brother Yang. The key is his tone is so respectful, even fearful. Misunderstanding. I see no misunderstanding. Yang Shuisheng raised an eyebrow looking at Chong. Just now this Liao. What was it again? Oh, Liao Ji, when he explicitly said he wanted his good brother Chong to deal with me, and that I should kneel and knock my head, pay for medical expenses and apologize. A layer of sweat instantly broke out on Chong's face, internally cursing Liao Jiwen's ancestors for 18 generations. Brother Yang, you must be joking. He hurriedly waved his hands, bending lower. I would never dare to disrespect you. This is definitely a lie from that grandson Liao Jiwen. What do I have to gain from offending you? Kuan Ge would definitely skin me alive if he found out. Please calm down, I'll handle this matter. Liao Jiwen finally began to regain some sense from the immense shock and absurdity. He looked at Chong, who had done a complete 180 in attitude, bowing and scraping to Yang Shuisheng, his mind a jumble, and instinctively spoke, Brother Chong, what? What does this mean? Shut up. Chong suddenly turned around, glaring with wide eyes, pointing at Liao Jiwen's nose, angrily scolding, Are you blind? Do you even know who Brother Yang is? Do you know who Brother Yang is? Huh. His anger grew as he remembered how close he had come to being dragged down by this fool, offending Kuan Ge's benefactor, feeling a surge of fear. Slap. He raised his hand and delivered a loud slap to the still dazed Liao Jiwen's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed loudly in the quiet street. Liao Jiwen was hit so hard his face turned aside, instantly showing 5 clear finger marks burning with pain. He covered his face, utterly dumbfounded, looking at the furious Chong, completely not understanding what had happened. Immediately, right now, apologize to Brother Yang. Chong angrily ordered, pointing at his nose. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. Liao Jiwen remained stunned for a long moment. Brother Yang. Who on? Chong frantically signaled him with his eyes, his eyeballs nearly rolling upward to the heavens, as if desperate to carve the words, This man is untouchable. Surrender immediately, onto Liao Jiwen's forehead. But Liao Jiwen was still reeling from the slap, clutching his burning cheek, while staring blankly at Chong's frantic grimacing, utterly failing to grasp the warning, and instead naively asking, Senior Brother Chong, what's wrong with your eyes? Cramp. I'll cram you into oblivion. Chong nearly spat blood, his lungs felt ready to burst. Slap. Without hesitation he struck again, this time across the other cheek. Ouch! The other side of Liao Jiwen's face swelled, instantly transforming him into a perfectly symmetrical pig-headed fool. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Chong jabbed a finger toward his nose, spittle flying onto his face. I'd rather crush you, a witless, sightless fool, and yet you dare ask me what's wrong. Apologize to Brother Yang now. One more word, and I'll cripple you first. Shouting, he kicked and shoved the sobbing, face-clutching Liao Jiwen straight toward Yang Shuisheng. Liao Jiwen was utterly broken, finally realizing that this rustic youth he had so contemptuously dismissed was in truth a figure even Chong dared not provoke. Brother Yang, I was wrong. All defiance vanished. He tumbled headlong to the ground, scrambling desperately before Yang Shuisheng. I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw one. I spoke without thought. I deserve death. Please, sir, be magnanimous toward a petty soul like me. Spare me this once. I swear I'll never dare again. Chong hurried forward too, bowing repeatedly before Yang Shuisheng, his expression pleading, Brother Yang, this wretch truly understands his error. Would you be so kind as to spare him, for the sake of Brother Kuan's reputation? I swear he'll never repeat this offense. Not ever again. Yang Shuisheng watched the farcical scene unfold, a faint wry amusement stirring within him. He had never intended to pursue matters with someone like Liao Jiwen. His earlier intervention stemmed solely from outrage at the man's audacity, daring to bully even elder Chen, a venerable shopkeeper. Now hearing Chong invoke Wang Kuan's name, he paused thoughtfully, then relented. Very well. He nodded, his gaze upon Liao Jiwen sharpened by icy resolve. Today's incident ends here. But remember this, from this day forward, should any mishap befall the tailor's shop, be it a missing scrap of cloth or a broken window, I shall hold you personally accountable. Not even Master Wang himself could intervene then. Do you understand? His final words carried a chilling weight that pierced straight to Liao Jiwen's marrow. Yes, I understand. Absolutely. Trembling violently, Liao Jiwen bobbed his head frantically. Brother Yang, rest assured. I vow that if even a single thread goes missing from the tailor's shop, you may hold me fully to account. Anything at all, to make this nightmare end. Chong exhaled softly in relief, certain the crisis had passed, and quickly asked, Brother Yang, is there anything else you require? No. Let him go. Yang Shuisheng waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Yes, we're leaving right away. Chong, as though granted divine reprieve, seized the dazed Liao Jiwen by the arm, gestured sharply to his underlings and fled, arriving swiftly, departing faster, vanishing into the crowd, like smoke, their faces dusted with shame. An eerie silence settled before the tailor's shop. Onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes fixed on Yang Shuisheng, astonished, intrigued, deeply unsettled. That was Chong, the foremost enforcer under Brother Cohen, a man who strode through town unchallenged. Yet here he was bowing low before this shabbily dressed youth, groveling, apologizing, cowed like a chastened child. Just who was this young man? Elder Chen stood silently at the doorway, gazing at Yang Shuisheng's retreating back, his expression layered with quiet complexity. After decades of life, his discernment remained sharp. This youth was no ordinary person. That commanding presence, those decisive movements, and Chang's palpable dread. Surely this was a latent dragon biding its time beneath shallow waters. Yet he couldn't fathom how such a figure had emerged, unnoticed, in Daliang town. Once he'd only seen sincerity in the young man, now respect bloomed unbidden in his heart. All settled, Elder Chen. Ignoring the lingering stares, Yang Shuisheng turned and stepped back into the tailor's shop, offering Elder Chen a gentle smile. The fabrics for my 2 sets of clothes. Let's proceed with our earlier agreement. You've already taken my measurements. Please finish them promptly. I'll collect them in 2 days. Shall I pay an advance deposit? Elder Chen snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously. No, Comrade Xiaoyang, rest easy. I'll ensure they're impeccably tailored. 3 days at most. You may come collect them then. Understood. Thank you very much. Yang Shuisheng nodded once more and departed, leaving behind a room filled with curious, reverent silence. He headed straight for the town's sole supply and marketing cooperative. Inside, villagers bustled about, most purchasing staples like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, crowding tightly before the counter. Shoppers weighed every cent, salt measured by the liang, sugar likewise, soy sauce dispensed by the half bottle, meticulous, thrifty, sparing no expense needlessly. When Yang Shuisheng's turn came, a plump, middle-aged female clerk sat behind the counter, idly cracking sunflower seeds, her eyes not lifting an inch. Impatient voices rose from behind. Hurry up ahead. What do you want? Say it fast. Yang Shuisheng ignored the impatience, addressing the clerk calmly. 2 gene of fruit candies, and 2 gene of nougat. She paused mid-crack, glancing up at him with genuine surprise. Seeing his worn, rumpled clothes, she frowned slightly, but turned nonetheless to weigh the sweets. Others waiting in line blinked in astonishment. Fruit candy. Nougat. By the gene. These were rare luxuries, reserved for New Year's, perhaps a few liang at most. Pork. I'll take that fatty cut. 5 gene. 5 gene. Both clerk and onlookers drew sharp breaths. Pork was precious. People bought it by the liang. Only festivals warranted a gene or 2. 10 gene of fujiang flour. 10 gene of refined white rice. 2 gene of sponge cake. 2 gene of peach shortbread. Yang Shuisheng recited his order with unruffled calm, like selecting cabbages at the market. The clerk's hands trembled slightly. Her gaze shifted entirely, from indifference to deference. Those waiting forgot to urge haste, mouths agape, mentally tallying the staggering sum this purchase must entail. 2 bars of soap, 2 towels, and the jasmine-scented snow cream, the finest available. Oh, and do you carry shampoo? Hayu brand, please. Yang Shuisheng paused, then added, these are for both myself and Lu Yulan. Yes, we have it. The clerk's demeanor had transformed completely, beaming eager, swift-handed as she fetched each item, her abacus clicking rapidly. Comrade, your total comes to 198 yuan and 70 fun. Yang Shuisheng said nothing, merely withdrew a thick wad of cash from his pocket and counted out 200 yuan. She inspected the notes carefully, then handed back change with radiant smiles. Comrade, please keep this safe. Comrade, have a good day. A hush fell over the cooperative. All stared dumbfounded at the towering pile of luxuries before Yang Shuisheng, and then at the 200 yuan he'd casually produced, contrasting starkly against his patched, threadbare garments. The dissonance struck every observer like lightning. This young man truly concealed his brilliance. What immense wealth he possessed. Then concern flickered. How would he possibly carry all this alone? 10 gene of rice and 10 gene of flour alone weighed heavily. Add 5 gene of pork and countless small items. Yet Yang Shuisheng moved unhurriedly, sorting goods precisely and bundling them neatly with coarse hemp rope and mesh sacks provided by the store. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he lifted the heavy sack containing rice, flour, meat, and eggs in one hand, and with effortless grace hoisted the second large bag, filled with candies, pastries, and daily necessities, in the other, his expression utterly unchanged, as though he bore not dozens of gene, but 2 bundles of weightless straw. Yet just as Yang Shuisheng stepped toward the cooperative's entrance laden with both massive parcels, the plump clerk's hesitant voice called out from behind, "Ah, comrade, wait a moment." Yang Shuisheng halted and turned around. "Anything else?" The shop assistant smiled broadly and rubbed his hands as he asked, "Nothing major. Just seeing you bought so many things it might be awkward for one person to carry them all back. All these big and small parcels would be hard to lug over a long distance." Yang Shuisheng weighed the bundles in his hand. They were indeed heavy. Although he was strong now and could carry them back to Taohuaeo without much trouble, hauling them along the way would certainly be burdensome, especially since he had other errands to run. No problem, it is just Taowa Ao, it'll be there soon. The assistant's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands. What a coincidence. Today we actually have a delivery going to Director Yes' house in Taowa Ao. It's for Director Yes' daughter's graduation banquet. A tractor will be heading that way shortly. Comrade, if you trust us, you can leave your things here, and we'll have the tractor take them along. 2 yuan for the freight, and when it arrives in Taowa Ao, you present the ticket at Director Yes and collect your goods. Very convenient. Yang Shuisheng considered it. It was a sensible plan. 2 yuan was not much, and it would save him considerable effort and spare him from carrying heavy bundles everywhere. Leaving the goods to be transported first would also make it easier for him to go to the blacksmith empty-handed. All right. Yang Shuisheng nodded and returned the 2 large bundles. He was not short of that small sum. The assistant grew more enthusiastic when he agreed, quickly producing a small notebook and writing a handmade consignment slip before tearing it off and handing it to Yang Shuisheng. Here, this is the ticket, keep it safe. It lists your name and the inventory. When it reaches Director Yes, show this to the delivery person and you can collect. Rest assured, our supply and marketing cooperative has a good reputation. Nothing will be lost. Yang Shuisheng took the slip and glanced at the scrawled writing. Yang Shuisheng, comrade, consigned goods 1 batch. Below were a few broad categories and a red seal from the cooperative. He nodded, carefully put the ticket away, paid the 2 yuan freight, and left the supply store empty-handed. He then headed straight for the blacksmith at the other end of town. Before he drew near, he could hear the clear metallic ring of hammer on iron and felt a wave of heat and the faint scent of coal. The blacksmith's gate and interior were bustling. Several farmers lingered about, some waiting for newly forged sickles, some getting hoes repaired, others pointing and discussing the various tool samples hung on the wall. The forge was blazing. A shirtless, sweat-slicked smith took turns swinging a heavy hammer with an apprentice striking a glowing iron bar as sparks flew. Yang Shuisheng stepped inside and let his gaze sweep over the walls bristling with sickles, hoes, cleavers, and plow heads, then down to the piles of half-finished pieces and offcuts, but he did not see anything resembling darts or thin iron sheets. That was to be expected. Flying darts were not common in the countryside. When the smith finished his work and wiped his brow, he caught sight of Yang's unfamiliar face and asked in a gruff voice, "Young man, what are you buying?" "A hoe, one that's solid." Yang Shuisheng went to the wooden rack of finished tools, pretending to browse, and lifted a hoe to test its weight. "The ones on that rack are ready. Pick whichever you like. 3 yuan and 50 cents a piece, no bargaining." The smith was curt, pointed at a nearby rack, then turned back to his work. Yang picked out a sturdy, well-balanced hoe and came beside the smith. As he handed over the money, he lowered his voice, so only the 2 of them could hear. "Master, besides these farm implements, could you forge some smaller items for me?" "What small items?" The smith took the money, glanced at him, and asked in a booming tone, "If it's iron, there's not much I can't make. I've been forging for 30 years. I have seen all manner of oddities." Yang measured with his hand the rough shape and size without naming the item. About half a palm in length, a long, narrow strip of iron, thin, hard, with a beveled, sharp edge. Master Wang frowned and considered the description, a long, thin iron strip with a beveled edge. "Do you mean a paper cutter? Or what?" "Something like that, but more handy. When you throw it, it must fly, true?" Yang said vaguely. Though he had not heard the exact item, Master Wang understood the requirements. He nodded with confidence. "I can make that. Thin iron, beveled edge, hardened." "Any requirement for weight?" "Each should be about no more than 1 liang, at most make 2. Yang explained. 2 light would lack force, 2 heavy would hinder control. 1 liang suited the purpose. Master Wang pointed to the queue of waiting customers. "We're busy today, you'll have to wait your turn. The earliest I can have them ready is the day after tomorrow. Pay half the deposit now, 2 yuan. When they're ready, you come pick them up and pay the remainder." "No problem." Yang readily produced 2 yuan. Master Wang took a small wooden tag and seared a mark into it with a red-hot iron, then handed it to Yang. "Take this, it's your token. Come for it the day after tomorrow afternoon." Yang pocketed the wooden tag and left the forge, carrying only the hoe head mounted on an otherwise bare shaft. He still needed a wooden handle. He wandered the town a while longer and found a general store that sold wooden and bamboo. Inside were yokes, baskets, wooden tubs, stools, and a stack of processed wooden poles kept for fitting tool handles. There were few customers. The shopkeeper, a thin old man, sat bent over weaving a bamboo basket. Yang began rifling through the poles for one suitable as a hoe handle. As he stooped to compare the thickness and straightness of 2 poles, someone rushed in the door in a hurry, lowered his head, and bumped Yang lightly with his shoulder. "Oh, sorry." The man mumbled the apology without looking up and hurried to the counter. Yang swayed from the bump, but paid it little heed and continued his search. He finally selected a suitably thick, hard oak pole and asked the shopkeeper to fit and secure the hoe head onto it. "There, try if it feels right." The shopkeeper handed him the assembled hoe. Yang swung it twice. It felt good in his hand, and the balance was pleasing. "All right, I'll take this." "How much?" "The handle is 1 yuan 20, fitting labor 20 cents. 1 yuan 40 in all." The shopkeeper still friendly gestured toward other items in the store. Young man, would you like to look at anything else? We have newly made stools very sturdy and durable, he went on, or a bed. Pinewood comfortable to. Yang followed the direction of his hand and saw a few new wooden beds and chairs in the corner. Though simply made, they were far superior to the rickety antiques in his own humble room. He could not help but think of his shabby little dwelling that lacked any decent furniture. Should he buy something new to take home? The thought surfaced and he immediately suppressed it. He had already spent a great deal today: clothes and daily necessities for Lu Yulan, the earlier large purchases, and the custom order, well over 200. Although he still had more than 1,000 in his pocket, that sum was meant to redeem Lu Yulan's freedom. Furniture could wait. Not today, maybe next time. Yang Shuisheng shook his head and reached into his pocket to pay for the handle. But his hand met only emptiness inside his garment. He frowned and felt more carefully in his inner pocket, where he had expected to find the 1,000-odd yuan along with the consignment slip from the cooperative and the wooden token from the smith. Now it was barren. Only a few stray small coins remained in his trouser pocket. Yang Shuisheng's heart dropped and his expression chilled in an instant. His money had been stolen. Yang Shuisheng's heart sank, and he immediately turned his head to look towards the direction the earlier person had gone. There was nothing there, not even a trace of a figure. He rushed to the entrance of the store, glancing around the bustling street. The crowd was lively and chaotic, and the person who had bumped into him was dressed in a plain gray coat, blending into the crowd, having long disappeared into some corner. Hey young man, what are you doing? The owner of the lumber store, seeing him suddenly peering out the door without having paid, assumed he was trying to run and quickly put down his work to chase after him, grabbing Yang Shuisheng's arm. You don't want the item anymore. You haven't paid yet. Yang Shuisheng shook off his hand and hurriedly pulled out the little change left in his pants pocket. He counted it. There were only a few dimes, which was nowhere near the 140 he needed. Boss, my money was stolen in your store just now, he said to the boss with a grim expression. Over 1,000 yuan all gone. Look, this is all the change left. The boss took the few coins, then glanced at Yang Shuisheng's tattered appearance, his brow instantly furrowing with obvious disbelief and a hint of disdain. Stolen money. Over 1,000. Young man, you're so young. How have you learned to play this game? If you don't have money, just say so. How can you shamelessly This is not a charity. I was really robbed. It was that person who bumped into me, Yang Shuisheng eagerly explained, but without evidence the other party refused to believe him. Forget it, just leave. I won't sell you the hoe handle. The boss waved his hand impatiently, about to take the hoe from Yang Shuisheng's hand. He was convinced that Yang Shuisheng was trying to run away without paying. Oh, isn't that Shuisheng? During their struggle, a voice came from the side. What are you doing here? Yang Shuisheng turned his head to see the village director, Yu Jian, walking over with his hands behind his back, probably here for some business. Now that Yang Shuisheng had cultivated to a minor success, he felt confident and didn't need to act foolishly as before, so he directly stated, Director Yu, I came to buy a hoe handle. Yu Jian walked a little closer and looked Yang Shuisheng over with surprise in his eyes. Hey, it really was as Qian Wei said, you're not as foolish anymore. You do look more spirited. He then turned to the boss. What's going on, Lao Chun? Why the commotion? Director Yu, you arrived just in time. The lumber store owner Lao Chun, upon seeing the village director of Teowato, softened his attitude a bit, but his tone still held dissatisfaction. This kid is from your village. He came here to get a hoe handle, picked it out, and had it ready, but when I asked him for money, he claimed over 1,000 yuan was stolen from my store. Director Yu, do you believe that? If he had over 1,000 yuan, could he still dress like this? I think he just wants to cheat me out of the money. Hearing this, Yu Jian frowned and looked at Yang Shuisheng, his tone carrying a reprimand and a lesson. Shuisheng, it's good that you're no longer foolish. But one must be honest. Speak the truth. Do not learn the tricks of deception and lies. If you don't have money, just say so. Making up such nonsense will lead people to look down on you. Yang Shuisheng felt a surge of anger inside, but he knew that saying anything now would be useless. Director Yu, my money was really stolen. He took a deep breath and said to Yu Jian, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Yu Jian looked into Yang Shuisheng's calm yet determined eyes and felt a bit uncertain. This kid used to be foolish, but now he appeared clear-eyed and spoke coherently, not like someone who was fabricating tales. But to have over 1,000 yuan stolen seemed too outrageous. He pondered for a moment and waved his hand. All right, Lao Chun, how much is the hoe handle? Not much, just 1 yuan 40. Lao Chun immediately indicated the amount. Shuisheng, this money will be a loan from me. Remember to return it when you have money in the future. Saying this, he took out 1 yuan 50 from his pocket and handed it to Lao Chun. He added an extra dime as a gesture of goodwill. Lao Chun accepted the money, his expression finally improving, muttering, it's still Director Yu who understands the situation. Take it. He shoved the hoe back into Yang Shuisheng's hands. Thank you, Director Yu. Yang Shuisheng took the hoe and nodded towards Yu Jian. I will definitely pay you back. Yu Jian gave a hum acknowledging the statement. By the way, Director Yu, why are you here? Oh, I came to rent a few tables and benches. There will be many guests at home tomorrow, and my own aren't enough. Yu Jian said as he pointed to a larger grocery store across the street. I just finished negotiating over there. By the way, I'll be taking the tractor back to pick up the tables and benches later. Do you want to come with me? No need, Director, you go ahead. Yang Shuisheng shook his head, his gaze turning cold as he looked towards the bustling crowd on the street. I still need to find the bastard who stole my money. After saying this, he turned and quickly left the lumber store, rejoining the flow of people. Yu Jian watched his retreating figure, opening his mouth to say something, but ultimately shook his head. He felt that Yang Shuisheng was being unrealistic. In the vast sea of people in the town, where could he find the thief? Moreover, whether he had actually been robbed was still uncertain. Little did he know Yang Shuisheng truly had been robbed. He quickly wandered around several nearby streets for over 10 minutes, his sharp gaze scanning the faces and clothing of every pedestrian. But during the day, there were too many people in town, and the thief who had stolen his money would have fled far away, making it impossible to find them. Yang Shuisheng stopped thinking for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Randomly bumping around like a headless fly wasn't a solution, so he simply strode towards the direction of the Well-IT house holding the hoe. Wang Kuan was the local bully in Daliang town, knowing many people from all walks of life, and he was certainly more aware of those in the town engaged in thievery than Yang Shuisheng himself. Getting his help was better than searching blindly on his own. Meanwhile, as Yang Shuisheng hurried towards the Well-IT house across the street at a shop with the sign Joe's Dry Goods, another scene was unfolding. The shop was dimly lit, displaying some dried goods like mushrooms, black fungus, red dates, and peanuts. Behind the counter, a middle-aged fat man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth was fiddling with an abacus. Boss Joe, quick, open the door. A man dressed in a gray coat rubbed his hands as he entered, lowering his voice and urging anxiously. Open the door. What door? The man known as Boss Joe lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and exhaled a puff of smoke through his nostrils, speaking slowly. Ma, Sin, you still owe me 200 yuan in gambling debts. Last time you promised to pay back in 3 days, and it's already been a week. Where's the money? The other party didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he grinned. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick wad of cash. It was the over 1,000 yuan stolen from Yang Shuisheng. He quickly pulled out 2 bills from it, slapped them down on the counter, and raised his chin proudly, saying, Here, 200. Count it clearly. Now that's the principal and interest settled. Can we open the door now? Boss Joe looked at the 2 crisp new bills on the counter, and then at the thick stack still in Ma San's hands, his eyes widening in shock, nearly dropping the cigarette he was holding. All right, Ma San, haven't seen you for a few days, and you've done well. This score is pretty big, huh? Boss Joe lowered his voice, hinting at something. He certainly knew what Ma San was up to. Usually he would just steal a few small items, but today's haul didn't. Ma San shook the remaining money in his hand excitedly. Hee, just luck. Today I ran into a greenhorn. It was quite a windfall. Enough talk, hurry up and open the door. I'm feeling lucky today and want to cause some chaos. Boss Joe didn't ask further. Having money made him the boss. He quickly pocketed the money, turned, and walked behind the dry goods shelf, pressing a few spots on what seemed to be an ordinary wall. With a soft click, the wall actually slid inward, revealing a secret door just big enough for one person to pass through, with faint sounds of chatter and the scent of tobacco wafting from inside. Ma San eagerly squeezed through the opening. In the elegant room of the back courtyard of the Yulai tea house, Wang Kuan was leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed, appearing to be in a good mood. He had just sent someone to arrange furniture for Yang Shuisheng as a way of repaying a kindness. A younger brother at the door announced, Brother Kuan, Brother Yang is here and says he needs to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan immediately put down his teacup and straightened his posture, saying, Please come in quickly. Yang Shuisheng entered holding a new hoe, his expression not looking good. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Wang Kuan quickly stood up and warmly welcomed him, saying, Please have a seat. Have some tea. Yang Shuisheng wasted no time and got straight to the point. My money was stolen in town. Over 1,000 all gone. What? The smile on Wang Kuan's face disappeared in an instant. He slammed the table, his eyebrows raised in anger. On my territory, who dares to steal from my brother? Who the hell has the guts? His expression darkened. In Daliang town, thefts happened from time to time, but to touch someone under Wang Kuan's protection was simply a slap in his face, especially when it was the money of someone who had saved his life. Brother Yang, don't worry, sit down and tell me slowly, where exactly was it stolen? Did you see what the person looked like? Wang Kuan suppressed his anger and asked. Yang Shuisheng briefly explained that he was bumped into at the lumber store and then found his money missing. I couldn't see the person's face clearly, but they were wearing a gray cloth jacket, not tall, a bit thin, and moved very quickly. Gray cloth jacket, not tall, thin, quick hands and feet. Wang Kuan listened and squinted, tapping his fingers on the table. There are only a few thugs in town who do this sort of work and with such quick hands. It's likely that bastard Ma San. Ma San. Yang Shuisheng's eyes narrowed. Yes, he's a professional pickpocket used to dirty hands, has been in town for years, targeting crowded places with quick techniques. The police have caught him a few times, but he gets released after a few days, and he never learns his lesson. Wang Kun was well aware of the scum in the town. This son of a gun usually has two places to go after stealing money. Either he sneaks into a brothel, or he gets itchy hands and goes to gamble. In broad daylight, the brothel isn't open yet, so he's likely at the gambling table. He immediately shouted outside, "Come in." A younger brother quickly entered. "Go find out where that bastard Ma San is hanging out today. Has anyone seen him at the gambling house? Especially at our own places, ask the doorman if they've seen him." Wang Kun instructed. "Yes, Brother Kun." The younger brother took the order and quickly ran out. "Brother Yang, please be patient." Wang Kun poured Yang Shuisheng a cup of tea and reassured him, if it really is Ma San, as long as he's still in Daliang town, he won't be able to escape. "I'll send someone to ask, and soon we'll have news." Indeed, within 10 minutes, the younger brother returned, bringing along a man from the gambling house. "Brother Kun, I've got the information." The younger brother reported, "Ma San indeed went to the gambling house behind Zhou Ji dry goods store half an hour ago and is currently gambling inside. The doorman, A Biao, said Ma San has been unusually extravagant today, as if he had made a big score, betting more aggressively than usual." Wang Kun and Yang Shuisheng exchanged glances, both understanding the implication. "Let's go." Wang Kun stood up, a hint of coldness on his face. "Brother Yang, come with me to identify him. If it really is him, we'll make sure he pays for it today." The two of them, along with a few subordinates, left the Yulai tea house and headed straight to the Zhou Ji dry goods store across the street. Wang Kun was familiar with the area and directly took a detour to an inconspicuous small door on the side of the shop, nodding at a man guarding the entrance. The man immediately understood, pulling open the small door. Inside was a narrow, dimly lit passage which led to a thick wooden door at the end. Pushing open the wooden door, a cacophony of noise along with a strong smell of tobacco and sweat hit them. Inside was a not-so-large room, filled with smoke and crowded with 20 to 30 people gathered around simple tables, gambling and yelling, playing the popular game of Jiajinhua. This game is simple and straightforward. Money comes quickly, but losses come even faster. "Brother Kun." "Good to see you, Brother Kun." As soon as Wang Kun and Yang Shuisheng entered the gambling house, quieted down significantly. Many gamblers recognized Wang Kun, their faces showing respect as they stopped their actions, greeting him with nods and bows. Wang Kun ignored them and scanned the crowd. Soon he found his target at a table deeper inside. He saw Ma San wearing a gray cloth jacket, just as Yang Shuisheng described. He was not tall, with a thin face, shining with excitement, piles of cash in front of him, shouting, "I'll bet 5. Show me the cards." "Ma San, did you take the wrong medicine today?" Someone nearby laughed. "Betting so aggressively, aren't you afraid of losing your pants?" "What are you afraid of? I'm on a winning streak today." Ma San proudly waved a stack of cash in his hand, which appeared to be several hundred, loudly declaring, "See this? There's plenty more, just play." The surrounding people looked at the thick wad of cash with envy, even greed in their eyes. "Third brother, have you struck it rich?" Someone approached with a grin. "Can you lend a few bucks to your brothers?" Ma San tightened his wallet and said warily, "This is hard-earned money. If you want to borrow money, forget it." Just then a middle-aged man in a silk shirt walked up behind Ma San and patted his shoulder. "Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" Ma San was in the heat of gambling and impatiently turned around. "Oh, it's you, Brother Zhou." He saw that it was Zhou Ping, the manager of the gambling house, immediately switching to a fawning smile, pulling out a pack of cigarettes he had just bought and offering it. "Brother Zhou, would you like a smoke?" Zhou Ping did not take the cigarette, but looked at him expressionlessly, lowering his voice seriously. "Ma San, I want to ask you where you got this money today. Is it clean?" "Brother Zhou, what kind of talk is that?" Ma San's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a smile on his face. I earned this by working. It's all clean." "Earned by working?" Zhou Ping sneered. "You. How could you earn over 1,000 in one go?" "Ma San, I advise you to be honest. If you tell the truth now, you might still have a chance to save yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you." "Brother Zhou, I really earned this." Ma San felt nervous under Zhou Ping's gaze, but still stubbornly insisted, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." "Is that so?" A cold voice came from the back of the crowd. The gamblers automatically parted to make way, and Wang Kun approached with a grim expression, with Yang Shuisheng closely following, his gaze fixed on Ma San's face. Wang Kun reached the table and didn't even look at the money or the cards on it. He simply nodded his chin towards Yang Shuisheng, saying, "Brother Yang, is this him?" "That's right, it's him." Yang Shuisheng looked at Ma San's face, which was beginning to turn to terror, and nodded at the gray cloth jacket he was wearing. "He's the one who stole my money. The topmost bills of my wad were 2 brand new 100 yuan notes wrapped in red paper with some red paper scraps on the edges." Ma San's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He instinctively wanted to run, but as soon as he turned, he was blocked by 2 burly men Zhou Ping had signaled. Wang Kun stepped in front of Ma San, reaching out to precisely extract the top 2 brand new 100 yuan notes from the pile of cash in front of him. Indeed, the corners were still stained with bits of red paper that hadn't been cleaned off. Not bad, Ma San, you've learned some. He held the money, tapping it in his hand before looking at the ashen-faced Ma San with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, saying, "You even dared to steal from me, Wang Kun." Upon hearing those words, Ma San was struck as if by 5 thunderbolts. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. What? He's your brother Kun. Trembling, he stared first at Yang Shuisheng, then at Wang Kun, whose expression remained icy and unreadable. His mind reeled, a deafening buzz filling his skull. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a casual, thoughtless grab would land him squarely on the head of death's own kin. It was over, utterly over. Brother Kun, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I had no idea this elder brother was your blood. The money, it's all here. Not a single yuan touched. Well, perhaps a little spent, but the rest is returned, every cent. Please, Brother Kun, spare me this once. I swear I'll never dare again. I beg you, I'll kowtow. Terrified, Ma San dropped to his knees with a heavy thud and began pounding his forehead into the floor before Wang Kun and Yang Shuisheng, tears and snot streaking his face, his voice raw with despair. Realizing your mistake now? Too late. Wang Kun kicked aside Ma San's grasping hand with disgust, his gaze glacial. Steal from others? I might turn a blind eye. But lay a finger on my brother, and you answer to the rules. Those thieving hands of yours. You won't be needing them today. With a subtle glance, he signaled one of his men. Instantly, 2 burly enforcers stepped forward, seizing Ma San by the arms and pinning him down. A third drew a gleaming cleaver, raising it high above Ma San's right hand, the very hand that had stolen the money. No, don't. Brother Kun, have mercy. Elder brother, spare me. I've got elders to care for, and children depending on me. Ma San shrieked like a slaughtered pig, thrashing wildly, his eyes wide with utter hopelessness. Wait. Just as the cleaver began its descent, Yang Shuisheng spoke, calm, decisive. Every motion froze. All eyes turned to him in bewilderment. Even Wang Kun arched a questioning brow. Yang Shuisheng walked slowly to where Ma San lay pinned, crouched beside him, and looked him straight in the eye. Tell me, back at the lumberyard, how exactly did you steal the money from me? I only felt the lightest bump, nothing more. Elder brother, I've done this trade for over a decade. My fingers move faster than the eye can track. Though trembling with fear, Ma San couldn't suppress a flicker of professional pride as he stammered his reply. That bump, merely a feint, to distract you. With just a flick and a pinch of my fingertips, what was in your pocket became mine. Speed, that's the art. So swift you don't even sense the weight vanish from your pocket. As he spoke, he instinctively mimed the motion, a blur of dexterity astonishingly precise and concealed. Yang Shuisheng studied those remarkably agile hands, and a new idea stirred within him. Toppling Zhao Yukai might demand unorthodox methods. Gathering evidence, after all, didn't always require walking the righteous path. Ma San, though a thief, possessed a mastery of stealth so refined, it might yet serve a vital purpose. Fine, your skill is impressive. Yang Shuisheng rose and turned to Wang Kun. Boss Wang, in light of this talent, I'll spare his hands, for now, and grant him a chance. Whatever you say, Brother Yang. Though puzzled, Wang Kun deferred without hesitation. This wretch stole your entire fortune, yet you choose to forgive him. Then forgiven he shall be. With a curt wave, Wang Kun ordered his men to release Ma San. The man crumpled onto the floor, gasping desperately, daring not believe he'd escaped death's edge. His gaze fixed on Yang Shuisheng shimmered with gratitude and deeper, colder awe. Who could have guessed this young man stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Kun as a sworn brother? Ma San, Yang Shuisheng said, watching him closely, you claim mastery. Then I'll grant you one more trial. Now steal something from me, anything at all. If you succeed without my noticing a thing, your theft earlier, and Wang Boss's threat to sever your hands, will both be erased. Agreed. Ma San froze, glancing between Yang Shuisheng and Wang Kun. Wang Kun watched, intrigued, offering no objection. Oh, really? He couldn't fathom it. My word is law, Yang Shuisheng affirmed. Yes. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, Brother Kun. Ma San scrambled upright, wiped sweat from his brow, and steadied his breath. He knew this was his sole lifeline. Slowly he approached Yang Shuisheng, as if to offer apology, and bowed slightly. In the instant their bodies nearly touched, Ma San's shoulder grazed Yang Shuisheng's arm, an almost imperceptible lightning-swift motion. The next second, Ma San stepped back, palm open, and resting upon it were the remaining banknotes from Yang Shuisheng's trouser pocket. Throughout the entire act, Yang Shuisheng felt only the faintest brush of contact, never saw Ma San's hand move. This art of theft was indeed extraordinary. Had he not anticipated it, he'd surely have missed it entirely. Impressive, truly skilled. Wang Kun murmured, genuinely astonished. Yang Shuisheng retrieved his loose change from Ma San's palm and nodded to Wang Kun. Thank you, Boss Wang. His hands remain, for now. No need for thanks, Brother Yang. You command here. Wang Kun smiled, then hardened his tone and barked at Ma San. What are you waiting for? Hand over every last yuan now. Ma San dared not hesitate. He emptied his pockets, every coin, every note, even his gambling winnings, piling them up in a heap. Wang Kuen's men counted 1,237 yuan and 50 fun. Hundreds were missing, clearly lost to gambling and reckless spending. Brother Yang, tell me how much is short. I'll cover it myself. Wang Kuen reached for his wallet. No need, Boss Wang, Yang Shuisheng interjected, gazing at the mound of cash and at Ma San's anxious face. Let this sum stand as Ma San's debt, a debt, not for money but for his life, no for his hands. Wang Kuen understood instantly. Nodding, he turned sharply to Ma San. Ma San, did you hear? Your life and those hands are now Brother Yang's property. From this moment you obey his every order. Harbor even a sliver of deceit, and you'll vanish from Daliang town without a trace. Yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Kuen. Thank you, Brother Yang. I'll obey, absolutely obey. Ma San bobbed his head frantically, heart pounding with equal parts terror and relief. Yang Shuisheng gathered the 1,200 yuan stack, thanked Wang Kuen once more, then said to Ma San, come with me. Ma San scurried after him, tail tucked out of the smoke-choked gambling den. Once outside on the street, Ma San ventured cautiously, Brother Yang, what would you have me do? Anything, name it. Yang Shuisheng glanced at him and lowered his voice. I need you to enter a household and retrieve something. Break in and steal, eh? Ma San's eyes lit up. That was familiar ground, far simpler than pickpocketing a live target. What should I take? Name it, Brother Yang. I'll make it vanish without a whisper. You'll learn what when the time comes. For now, remember this, succeed, and your debt, monetary and moral, is cancelled. And Brother Yang smiled, warm and watchful. As for Wang Kuen, he'll trouble you no more. Understood. Brother Yang, consider it done. So, whose house? Ma San patted his chest emphatically. Zhitao Gully, the village chief Zhao Yotsai's residence. Ma San's heart lurched. Steal from the chief. Risky, but trivial compared to losing his hands or incurring Wang Kuen's wrath. No problem, Brother Yang. When do we move? How do we proceed? At dawn tomorrow, just as the sun crests the hills. Meet me at the western edge of Zhitao Gully beside the small bamboo grove. I'll instruct you precisely what to retrieve and how to enter. Understood. Brother Yang, I'll be there, sharp at first light. With Ma San dispatched, Yang Shuisheng set off alone, gripping his newly purchased hoe, striding briskly back toward Zhitao Gully. Though his pace had quickened markedly, the detour through town, tracking down a petty thief, then navigating the chaotic gambling den, had cost him precious time. By the time he reached Zhitao Gully, the sun hung low in the western sky, long past the usual hour for lunch. Yet habit led him instinctively to the rear of the village chief's residence. The back door stood ajar. He eased it open. In the kitchen, Zhou Kaifeng was clearing dishes. She turned at the sound, and her face bloomed with delight upon seeing him. Shuisheng, you're late. Today her complexion glowed with exceptional radiance, rosy cheeks, luminous eyes brimming with gentle light, her floral blouse seeming brighter for it. She appeared freshly washed, damp strands clinging to her slender ivory neck. Leaning casually against the doorframe, her form filled the snug blouse with breathtaking fullness. Her posture parted the collar, slightly revealing a tantalizing sliver of snow-white skin. I thought you wouldn't come today, nephew. Her voice, soft and honeyed, carried playful reproach and quiet joy. Her gaze, lingering and knowing, swept over him with unmistakable intent. She still savored last night's memory, and having waited in vain for him to come for his meal, she'd resolved to deliver it herself and perhaps invite him once more to soothe her body's restless hum. Instead, he'd arrived unbidden. Shuisheng, your uncle finished eating and stepped out. Shall we? Zhou Kaifeng gazed at Yang Shuisheng with charming eyes. Shuisheng, come in quickly. Your uncle has gone to Majiagu on business and won't be back for a while. Hearing the words Majiagu, Yang Shuisheng's heart skipped a beat. Majiagu. Wasn't that the hometown of Ma Dayong, the driver who had killed his parents? Zhao Yukai going to Majiagu at this critical moment. What a coincidence. He immediately pressed on. Aunt Feng, what is Zhao Yukai doing in Majiao? It's so far, could he possibly stay overnight? Zhou Kaifeng had already pulled him into the living room and was pushing him towards the stairs, her mind clearly not on answering his questions, casually saying, how would I know what he's specifically doing? He's being mysterious, just said he's going to see an old friend, might not be back tonight. Oh, don't worry about him. It's just as well he isn't home. Come on, let's go upstairs, it's quieter up there. As she spoke, she used her strength, almost half pushing and half hugging Yang Shuisheng up to the second floor. The second floor consisted of their bedroom and a small guest room decorated significantly better than the downstairs and other houses in the village, with whitewashed walls and an old carpet on the floor. Zhou Kaifeng pushed Yang Shuisheng into their bedroom, pressed him down to sit on the edge of the bed, and then turned to go downstairs, her voice filled with barely contained excitement and caution. You sit here for a moment, I'll go downstairs to close the front shop's door and lock the back door as well. so that if someone comes to buy something or some clueless person barges in, it won't ruin our good thing. After saying this, she hurriedly ran downstairs. Only Yang Shuisheng was left in the room. He immediately stood up and began to search the bedroom carefully. This was Zhao Yukai and Zhou Keifeng's private space, and perhaps he could find something. Zhao Yukai going to Majiagu, could it be that he had heard some news and was going to deal with matters regarding Ma Daong? If he could find anything shady in their home, that would be perfect. The bedroom wasn't large, but it was well furnished with a double wooden bed, a wardrobe with a mirror, a chest of drawers. On the desk lay some ledgers, newspapers, and miscellaneous items. Yang Shuisheng began to examine them carefully. He first flipped through the ledgers on the desk, mostly containing trivial records of the village and the small shop, nothing particularly special. He then opened a drawer to look inside, which contained some fountain pens, ink, and old photographs. His gaze finally landed on the locked small drawer at the very bottom of the chest of drawers. This old-style chest of drawers had 4 unlocked drawers, but only the bottom one was secured with a small brass lock. The lock was small, but appeared quite sturdy. Yang Shuisheng squatted down and tried to tug at the lock, but it wouldn't budge. He thought about using brute force to pry it open, but upon inspecting the delicate brass lock and the seam of the wooden drawer, he realized that while he could forcibly break it open, it would make quite a noise and couldn't be restored afterward. If Zhao Yukai came back and saw that someone had tampered with it, that wouldn't do. He decided against the idea of... Suddenly he thought of Ma San. That guy was a professional thief. This sort of delicate lockpicking work would probably be like child's play for him. He would have him come by tomorrow to see if he could do it without anyone noticing. At that moment, a sound of the door latch clicking twice came from downstairs, followed by Zhou Keifeng's footsteps climbing up the stairs, soon appearing at the doorway with a tray. Her face was filled with excitement, her cheeks flushed. "Shuisheng, what are you looking at?" Zhou Keifeng walked in and saw him standing in front of the chest of drawers, casually asking. "Nothing much, just taking a look around." Yang Shuisheng turned around nonchalantly, pointing at the furnishings in the room, his tone carrying a hint of envy. "Aunt Feng, your house is really nicely decorated. If I have money in the future, I'll have to tidy up my home to be like this. No, even better than this." Hearing him praise her home, Zhou Keifeng felt happy and didn't suspect anything as she walked over and... This house was done by a craftsman Zhao Yukai found in the county a couple of years ago. The craftsmanship is definitely better than the ones in town, but the labor and materials are expensive. It cost a lot. As she spoke, her body had already softly leaned against Yang Shuisheng's arm, tilting her face up, her eyes shimmering with an unmasked desire. "Let's not talk about this. Come have something to eat first. I saved some buns for you." She unveiled the cloth on the tray, revealing 2 still warm meat buns. Then she almost hung onto Yang Shuisheng, her arms wrapped around his waist, her ample bosom pressing tightly against his arm, breathing softly. "Shuisheng, good Shuisheng. Don't just eat, Aunt is hungry too. Can you help Aunt treat her? And Aunt still has steamed buns here, plenty of them." As she said this, she deliberately pushed her chest out, that astonishing elasticity transmitting through her thin clothing. The meaning behind her words about the buns and feeding was all too clear. Looking at Zhou Keifeng's face filled with temptation and expectation, Yang Shuisheng understood that this woman had completely thrown herself at him. Such a cultivation resource delivered to his door, why not take advantage of it? "All right, Aunt Feng." He set down the half-eaten bun, reached out to wrap his arm around Zhou Keifeng's soft and voluptuous waist, gently pulled her into his embrace, lowered his head to gaze into her dreamy eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. "I'll help you treat you now and feed you to your fill." Over an hour later, the room was filled with a warm and ambiguous atmosphere. Zhou Keifeng lay languidly on the disheveled bed, covered only by the edge of the blanket, exposing her smooth and rounded shoulders and a large area of her sweat-drenched back. She was so worn out that she could barely move her fingers, her cheeks flushed, her eyes dazed, her chest still gently rising and falling, yet her face bore a satisfied smile. "Shuisheng, you are really amazing." She caught her breath, her voice soft and husky, straining to turn her head to look at Yang Shuisheng, who was silently resting at the edge of the bed, her eyes shimmering with admiration and infatuation. "Your treatment is truly exceptional. Anne has never felt this comfortable in her life." She paused to feel the unprecedented smoothness and ease within her body, continuing to murmur, "After just 2 treatments, I can feel that my body is much more relaxed and my heart isn't so stuffy and irritable anymore. Everything looks pleasing to me. If this continues, Aunt will surely get better and better. Shuisheng, you have to help Aunt more in the future." The meaning behind her words was crystal clear, expressing her hope to maintain this treatment relationship with Yang Shuisheng long-term, even carrying a hint of pleading. However, at that moment, Yang Shuisheng's attention was completely elsewhere. With his eyes closed, his mind was tumult. Just now, during the cultivation with Zhou Keifeng, he distinctly felt that the yuan-yin energy absorbed from her body was even purer and richer than last night by the pond. The efficiency of this feminine energy being transformed and absorbed by the Hahuan nourishing qi technique was astonishingly high. He guided this surging torrent through his meridians, ultimately sinking it into his dantian. Inside the dantian, the two strands of energy that had been quietly swirling began to rapidly expand and solidify like they were being blown up. A brand new third strand of energy emerged. 3 strands. In less than a day from last night to now, he had progressed from the initial 2 strands to solidifying 1, then to 2 strands, and now he had reached 3 strands. This speed of cultivation was simply unbelievable. The Hahuan nourishing qi technique, combined with a woman of a specific physique, had such terrifying effects. Yang Shuisheng suppressed the wild joy and shock in his heart and slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the 3 strands of energy slowly rotating in his dantian, bringing a sense of fullness and strength, he gained a deeper understanding of the mysterious nature of this technique, as well as an even stronger desire to take down Zhao Yukai and reclaim his family's land. He glanced at Zhou Caifeng, who was still immersed in the afterglow of the treatment, her face filled with anticipation as she looked at him, and he understood that this woman had completely succumbed to him. At the same time, she was also a stable and high-quality cultivation resource for him at present. Well, Aunt Feng, as long as you feel good, that's what matters. Yang Shuisheng spoke calmly, reaching out to adjust the slipping blanket covering more of her exposed skin. To treat the body, persistence is key. If there's a chance in the future, I will continue to help you. Shuisheng, you're so nice. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Caifeng's eyes instantly brightened, her face blossoming into a smile, as she couldn't help but reach out and tightly grasp Yang Shuisheng's hand. Aunt knew I didn't pick the wrong person. Yang Shuisheng allowed her to hold his hand, but in his heart, he was calculating how Ma San would come tomorrow to unlock the drawer and discover some secret of Zhao Yukai. They lingered in each other's arms on the bed for a long while before Zhou Caifeng reluctantly rose. With her back to Yang Shuisheng, she stepped naked off the bed, her snow-white voluptuous figure dazzling in the afternoon light. Her waist was slender, her hips full and rounded, and every movement exuded the languid charm unique to a mature woman. Utterly unself-conscious, she bent down before him, retrieved clean clothes from the wardrobe, dressed herself, then swayed toward the 5-drawer chest, opened a drawer, and withdrew a small oiled paper packet. Here, Shuisheng, try some beef jerky. Old Zhao Yukai hoarded it for drinking, but I've secretly taken. Zhou Caifeng returned and sat beside the bed, personally unwrapping the oiled paper and lifting a thin strip of dark red jerky to Yang Shuisheng's lips. Her gaze shimmered with both supplication and illicit exhilaration, as if sharing Zhao Yucai's treasured delicacy with Yang Shuisheng brought her profound secret joy. Yang Shuisheng opened his mouth and accepted it, chewing slowly. And the jerky was tough, richly aromatic, and delightfully chewy. In those times, even ordinary families seldom ate meat, let alone such a luxury as dried beef. Leaning against the headboard, watching Zhou Caifeng's solicitous attentiveness, a sudden absurd thought struck him. Had he already stolen Zhao Yucai's home? But this was only the beginning. In what he sought went far beyond mere possession. And he would see Zhao Yukai disgraced, stripped of all he had swallowed, principal and interest alike, and made to atone with his life for the deaths of Yang's parents. Unaware of the passing hours, he remained nestled in Zhou Caifeng's tender embrace until well past 4 in the afternoon. And the sun outside had begun its westward descent. And, Aunt Feng, I must go. I have matters to attend to. Leaving already? And Yang Shuisheng rose and dressed, addressing Zhou Caifeng, who still lounged lazily in bed. And so soon? Zhou Caifeng instantly sat upright, her quilt slipping away to reveal generous curves, then reached out and grasped his arm. And, old Zhao won't be back for hours. What's the rush? Just stay a little longer, please. Auntie wants you to treat her once more. And her voice softened again, thick with longing and quiet entreaty. Yang Shuisheng gazed at her unsatisfied expression and shook his head, inwardly sighing. Such things ought to be practiced with moderation. It isn't truly beneficial for your health when done too often. Yet that was merely a polite fiction. In truth, women of Zhou Caifeng's age often experienced heightened desire. He simply had urgent business elsewhere, and no wish to linger further. And, let's wait for another time. Perhaps later. Though disappointed, Zhou Caifeng dared not press him, seeing his resolve. Reluctantly releasing his arm, she urged, then promise you'll visit often. Auntie will prepare your favorite dishes. And with a soft reply, Yang Shuisheng picked up the new hoe leaning by the wall and descended the stairs, slipping out through the rear gate of Zhao Yucai's home. Stepping into the crisp outdoor air, Yang Shuisheng drew a deep breath, the 3 subtle currents within his body flowing smoothly, sharpening his mind and spirit. Shouldering the hoe, he strode purposefully toward the home of village director Yu Jian. He needed to retrieve the 2 large packages he'd purchased that morning and entrusted to the supply and marketing cooperative for transport. Yu Jian's residence stood at the village center, a newly renovated brick and tile compound with a spacious courtyard. Even before reaching the gate, lively laughter and chatter spilled forth from within, youthful, boisterous, and full of mirth. The courtyard gate stood open, Inside, several fashionably dressed teenagers, Yu Qianwei's classmates brought from the county town, were gathered, some cracking sunflower seeds, others playing cards, while Yu Qianwei sat at the center surrounded like a radiant star. Is Director Yu at home? Yang Shuisheng paused at the courtyard entrance without stepping inside, calling in. Moments later, a middle-aged woman in an apron, her features bearing a distinct resemblance to Yu Qianwei, emerged from the main hall. It was Yu Qianwei's mother, Zhang Qiuju. What do you want, Yang the simpleton? She glanced at him. His worn clothes, his weathered face, the host slung over his shoulder, and her brow furrowed sharply, her tone bristling with impatience. Auntie, I bought some goods in town this morning and asked the supply and marketing cooperative to deliver them here. I've come to collect them, Yang Shuisheng replied politely. Collect goods? Zhang Qiuju's expression soured further. She wiped her hands on her apron and snapped. What goods? We have nothing belonging to you here. You've come to the wrong place. No, it can't be mistaken, Yang Shuisheng said, producing the consignment slip. The cooperative staff confirmed the shipment arrived with Director Yu's goods for Qianwei's enrollment banquet. I was instructed to collect it here. This is the official slip. Slip or no slip? Zhang Qiuju didn't even glance at the paper, waving it aside dismissively. Everything delivered to our home today is for tomorrow's banquet. Wine, candies, pastries. There's no trace of your belongings. You, a pauper who can barely afford rice, buying goods and arranging cooperative transport. Who are you trying to fool? And if it's truly consigned, take it up with the cooperative, not us. Her voice carried clearly. The youths inside turned their heads, pointing and whispering, their faces etched with disdain. Look at him. He's claiming transport. Absurd. Could he be scheming to crash the feast or stir trouble on purpose? Yang Shuisheng, did you get the wrong house? Yu Qianwei approached, standing beside her mother, her expression awkward and faintly irritated. We hold nothing of yours here. If you're hungry, I have some peach cakes. I'll give you one. But please don't cause a scene. Yang Shuisheng watched the mother and daughter perform their duet of dismissal, then swept his gaze across the youth's contemptuous stares and felt a slow, hot ember ignite within his chest. His eyes fell upon several opened oiled paper packets resting on the stone table in the courtyard. Exactly the fruit candies, peach cakes, and sponge cakes he'd purchased that morning at the supply and marketing cooperative. Even the floral patterns on the oiled paper matched precisely. I am not mistaken. Yang Shuisheng's voice hardened as he pointed to the sweets and pastries on the table. Those fruit candies, peach cakes, sponge cakes, and the rice flour and meat in the nearby mesh bags were all purchased by me this morning at the cooperative. I spent nearly 200 yuan. The cooperative arranged transport to Taohua AO, instructing me to claim them with this slip. And now the goods sit in your courtyard, and you deny they belong to me. Zhang Qiuju's face paled slightly. She hadn't expected him to recite every detail, so precisely matching item for item. Yet she refused to yield. Never mind where he'd found such money, or whether he'd truly bought them at all. These goods looked splendid, perfect for tomorrow's banquet. Once delivered to her home, they were hers to keep, no returning required. Especially not from him, a simpleton. Nonsense, she shrieked, hands planted defiantly on her hips. These were bought by my husband for tomorrow's banquet. Just because you say so doesn't make it true. Where's your proof? And that scrap of paper. And how do we know you didn't pick it up or forge it yourself? Get out now, or I'll make you regret it. Yang Shuisheng, leave immediately. Yu Qianwei, humiliated, backed her mother's bluff, though she knew it was transparent. Yet preserving face before her peers mattered more. Stop this nonsense. Those goods were purchased by my father. Leave now, or I'll call for help. As she spoke, she shot a meaningful glance towards several male classmates nearby. Understanding instantly, the young men exchanged glances, dropped their cards, rose, and began closing in on Yang Shuisheng, smirking with ill intent, clearly ready to eject him by force. Planning to overwhelm one with numbers, Yang Shuisheng surveyed the encircling city, youths, then Zhang Qiuju's belligerent scowl and Yu Qianwei's evasive gaze, his fury swelling, molten and uncontainable. Did they truly intend violence? And he felt no fear. What's all this racket? I heard it from halfway down the lane. A powerful, resonant voice cut through the courtyard. All turned. Yu Jian strode in, arms clasped behind his back, face stern and unreadable. Two villagers followed, carrying tables and chairs. He surveyed the tense standoff, then Yang Shuisheng's grim countenance and his wife's flushed, furious glare, his brows drawing tightly together. What's going on? Why are you causing trouble at my home? Old you finally come back. Yang Shuisheng was about to explain the situation when Zhang Qiuju interjected, pointing at Yang Shuisheng and sharply accusing him in front of Yu Jian. Look at this fool Yang. He came to our house to make trouble, insisting that our belongings are his, and even tried to take them by force. Is there still any law left? Qianwei and her classmates are all witnesses. Exactly, Uncle Yu, this person is completely unreasonable, coming in and claiming our things as his. He wants to take action with a hoe. It's terrifying. Yu Qianwei's classmates chimed in, collectively branding Yang Shuisheng as a troublemaker with intentions of robbery. Yang Shuisheng, you're quite something. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian's expression immediately darkened, disappointment and anger flickering in his eyes as he looked at Yang Shuisheng. You're not stupid anymore, but you've learned to come to my house to act recklessly and want to rob. Who gave you the audacity? Yang Shuisheng ignored his questioning and did not look at the chattering young people. Instead, he calmly extended his hand and presented the slightly wrinkled shipping order to Yu Jian. Director, you please take a look at this before making any judgments. Yu Jian took the shipping order with suspicion and unfolded it to check. Indeed, there was a red stamp from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative stating that Comrade Yang Shuisheng had a batch of items stored listing fruit candies, peach crisps, egg cakes, rice noodles, and meat among others. He said nothing, turned around, and quickly walked into a temporary storage room where items were piled up. Inside were many items needed for tomorrow's banquet. After carefully counting his order list against the actual goods, his expression turned somewhat grim. Indeed, there were extra rice noodles, meat, and eggs along with candies and pastries. The awkward part was that he had inadvertently failed to buy fruit candies and egg cakes. And these two items on Yang Shuisheng's shipping order just happened to fill that gap. If he acknowledged this shipping order, it would mean admitting his negligence in handling matters, forgetting to buy items, and almost misappropriating someone else's goods. If his daughter's city classmates found out, where would he put his face as the village director? It would become a joke. But if he did not admit it, Yang Shuisheng was once a fool. Although he was better now, he had no foundation in the village. Who would believe him? After all, the items were already in his house. If he adamantly denied it, the most that would happen is that Yang Shuisheng would suffer a silent loss. The words of a former fool and the words of the village director. It's obvious whose words carry more weight. Yu Jian quickly calculated in his mind, his expression shifting. Ultimately, the need to maintain his own face and his disdain for Yang Shuisheng, an inconsequential person, outweighed his scant sense of justice. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and walked out of the storage room with the shipping order. Yang Shuisheng, I just carefully checked and counted my things. He walked up to Yang Shuisheng, his face already returning to its usual seriousness, even carrying a hint of anger from being wronged as he handed back the shipping order. The items my family bought are all accounted for, not a single one is missing. But none of your items are here. You must have I made a mistake. Yang Shuisheng took the shipping order, looking at him with icy eyes. The comrades from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative personally said it was delivered to Director Yes House in Taoadiao, and it can be collected with this ticket. The things are currently in your storage room. Rice noodles, meat, candies, pastries. None are missing and the quantities match. Director, do you dare to take out your order list and compare it? Compare what? Yu Jian was momentarily taken aback by his question, but quickly retorted, I know exactly what belongs to my family. But you, a penniless fool, how do you have so much money to buy these things? Over 200 yuan is not a small amount. Where did you get the money? You don't need to worry about where I got the money. I didn't steal or rob, but came through legitimate means, so I don't owe you any explanations. Yang Shuisheng's tone remained calm, but the sharpness in his words began to show. All I know is that I paid for the items, arranged for their transport, and now they are with you, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Are you trying to blatantly rob me, Director Yu? What do you mean by blatantly robbing? Yu Jian was irritated by this remark, his voice raised a little. I told you the items haven't arrived at my house. Either the Supply and Marketing Cooperative forgot to include your goods, or you made a mistake. Rather than arguing with me here, you should hurry to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to inquire, so as not to delay my family's important matters tomorrow. As he spoke, seemingly to change the subject and ease the awkwardness, he pointed to the tables and chairs just unloaded outside and said to Yang Shuisheng, all right, don't just stand there. If you really have nothing to do, you can help carry those tables and chairs inside, lend a hand, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Although his words sounded magnanimous, it was actually a condescending form of charity and a way to drive him away, trying to gloss over the matter. Fine, Director Yu refused to acknowledge it, right? However, Yang Shuisheng did not move or look at the tables and chairs. He just stared at Yu Jian and suddenly smiled, a hint of mockery in his smile. All right, I will now go to the town to find the people from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and the driver who delivered the goods today to let them confront you. Let's see whose items they really are and whether this shipping order in my hand holds any validity. After saying this, he shouldered the hoe and strode out of Yu Jian's yard. Watching Yang Shuisheng leave with determination, Yu Jian's unease and panic intensified sharply. If this fool really brings the people from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative for an on-site confrontation, wouldn't his earlier words be exposed? That would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, seeing Yang Shuisheng's confident demeanor, it didn't seem like he was bluffing. Could it be that he really had money to buy those things? Should he chase him now and return the items? Although the items worth over 200 yuan were substantial, it was better than losing face in front of his daughter's classmates and making a fool of himself in the village. Yu Jian began to waver instinctively, moving his feet forward. Hold you. Where are you going? Zhang Qiuj quick-witted grabbed his arm and pulled him aside, whispering, Are you really going to spit out the juicy meat you have in your mouth? Are you crazy? Those candies, pastries, and meat are just what we need for tomorrow, saving us from spending more money to buy them. What do you know? Eugene irritably shook off her hand and lowered his voice. That kid said he's going to find someone from the supply and marketing cooperative. What if he really brings them here, and if the accounts don't match, where would our family's face go? Qianwei's classmates are all watching. What are you afraid of? Zhang Qiuj glared, looking domineering and unreasonable. So what if they come? We can just say that we weren't careful when counting, and his items might have been mixed in with others, and we didn't notice. After all, the things are in our house. We don't acknowledge them. What can he do? He's a penniless fool. No one will believe he has money to buy so many good things. If the people from the supply and marketing cooperative come, we'll just stick to our story that we don't know and let them investigate themselves. Moreover, I can see that the people from the supply and marketing cooperative would be too lazy to bother over a fool. She felt more and more justified as she spoke, convinced that her plan was foolproof. Hearing this, Eugene's internal balance began to tilt again. Yes, no matter how arrogant Yang Shuisheng was, he was just a poor kid with no roots. He was at least the village director, and in Taohua Diao his word was law. On the supply and marketing cooperative side, he still had some face. If he held firm, he might not necessarily lose. All right, let's do as you say. Eugene gritted his teeth, made up his mind. I won't give the items back. Oh, let's see what kind of waves he can. These people really have no shame. Yang Shuisheng cursed as he left the Yu family. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already set, and the evening glow painted half the sky red. At this hour, even if he were to rush, the supply and marketing cooperative in town would likely be closed. He could only wait until tomorrow morning to find someone. He was seething with anger, carrying a hoe as he walked back. As he reached the entrance of the village, he happened to see Zhao Hu riding his bike, swaying unsteadily from another road. Zhao Hu still had bruises from being beaten yesterday, but he seemed quite happy, humming a tune. Upon seeing Yang Shuisheng approaching, Zhao Hu's expression changed instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. He abruptly turned the handlebars and hurriedly veered onto a side road, pedaling away without looking back, afraid of trouble from Yang Shuisheng. At least you have some sense, Yang Shuisheng scoffed at Zhao Hu's panicked retreat, too lazy to care. His mind was filled with the grievance of being wronged by the Yu family and the plan to confront the cooperative tomorrow. Returning to his shabby house, the place was desolate. He poured a bowl of cold water and gulped it down, feeling a bit of the anger subside. Noticing that it was still not completely dark outside, he thought that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well pick up the new hoe he had bought and head straight to the 2 acres of land rented from Bai Qinglian. The land was by the water channel at the west end of the village, with average soil somewhat hardened. Yang Shuisheng took off his outer clothes, wearing only a shabby tank top, and began to turn the soil with the hoe. Now full of strength, with 3 threads of qi flowing within him, he worked tirelessly, and each swing of the hoe could turn over a large clump of hardened earth. The earthy scent wafted up, mingling with the smell of grass roots. He was deeply engrossed in his work, momentarily forgetting all his worries. To be fair, this hoe was quite good. The sharp blades sliced effortlessly into the soil, turning over fresh earth with ease. Sweat quickly soaked his tank top, outlining his strong and muscular physique. He worked like an indefatigable machine, inch by inch conquering the land beneath his feet. It wasn't until the last glimmer of twilight was swallowed by the night that the surroundings fell completely dark, with the sounds of insects chirping, that Yang Shuisheng finally paused. Looking at the 2 acres, he had only turned over about a third, yet his efficiency was already remarkable. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have finished even 1/10 in that time. He wiped the sweat from his brow, hoisted the hoe onto his shoulder, and made his way back under the dim moonlight. His stomach growled, since having some buns and beef jerky at Zhou Keifeng's at noon, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Upon returning to his broken house, he fumbled around in the dark to prepare to cook the leftover noodles from last time, but his gaze suddenly froze. On the shabby table, there lay several pieces of cake and peach crisps neatly placed on oil paper. The golden cake looked fluffy and inviting, and the peach crisps were perfectly baked, filling the impoverished home with an unusual vibrancy. Yang Shuisheng was momentarily stunned. He walked over and picked up a piece of cake to smell it. Yes, it was indeed the sweet scent from the cooperative. This kind of treat was something ordinary families in the village could never afford to buy, or it was only during the New Year or other significant events like Eugene's family throwing a graduation banquet that they would buy a bit for guests. Who would send him this? A moment's thought made him realize. It must be someone from the Yu family. But with Zhang Kujin's stingy nature, it was impossible. So it could either be that Eugene had a guilty conscience and was trying to placate him privately, or perhaps Yu Qianwei. She still had a bit of a conscience, or was she afraid things would escalate? Yang Shuisheng couldn't figure it out and didn't want to delve deeper. Just then his stomach growled again, and he didn't hesitate. He picked up the cake and peach crisps and began to eat. The pastries were fragrant and sweet, temporarily alleviating his hunger and fatigue. However, he didn't finish them all. He deliberately saved 2 pieces of cake and 1 peach crisp, carefully rewrapped them in clean oil paper. He thought of Lu Yulan. She worked so hard every day, yet her meals were so poor and her mother-in-law was so harsh. This bit of good food should be given to her. With the pastries tucked away, Yang Shuisheng stepped out and headed towards Lu Yulan's home. Her house was not far from his, also one of the old mud brick houses. Keep pretending. Just continue your charade. Before he got close, he heard sharp and piercing insults coming from inside, particularly clear in the quiet night. It was the shrill voice of Granny's son. It was just a fall, no one died. Lying in bed for a whole day without cooking. You want to starve me to death, huh? I'm telling you, Lu Yulan, stop playing dead. Get up quickly. Mom. My foot. It hurts so much I can't move. Then came Lu Yulan's weak voice filled with pain and grievance. I think my bone is dislocated. I need someone to take a look. See what? See what? Do you think asking someone what cost money? Granny Son's voice suddenly escalated sharper than before. Do you think money comes easy? It was just a follow, it will get better on its own. Stop being so dramatic. Get up and cook for me. Did you hear that? Yang Shuisheng felt a surge of anger rising in his chest and quickly walked to the dilapidated wooden door of Lu Yulan's house. The door wasn't shut properly, leaving a crack. He leaned closer to the crack to look inside. There was only a dim oil lamp lit in the room, casting a... Lu Yulan was curled up on a rickety wooden bed against the wall, her face pale, forehead beaded with cold sweat, one leg bent, and her ankle red and swollen, clearly not right. She bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, both in pain and grievance. Get up. Stop lying there. Granny's son stood by the bed with her hands on her hips, her emaciated face full of harshness and impatience, reaching out to grab Lu Yulan's arm, trying to drag her off the bed. I'm hungry, hurry up and cook. Lu Yulan cried out in pain as her injured foot was pulled, doubling over in agony, tears streaming down her face. Her helpless and pained appearance tugged at the heartstrings. I told you to stop pretending. Granny's son didn't let up, rather she pulled harder. Just as she was about to pull again for the second time. Crash! The rickety wooden door was forcefully pushed open by Yang Shuisheng from the outside, slamming against the wall. He burst in like a cold wind, his eyes blazing with fury. He stepped up to the bed, and before Granny's son could react, pushed her hard. Ouch! Granny's son staggered back several steps, landing on the ground with a thud, dazed. Yang Shuisheng stood in front of Lu Yulan's bed, glaring fiercely at the dazed Granny's son, shouting angrily, "What the hell do you want?" Granny's son, still stunned from the push, took a moment to regain her senses. Yang Shuisheng. So it's you, you little bastard. When she realized it was Yang Shuisheng who had barged in and pushed her, her fierce temper flared up. Ignoring her sore bottom, she slapped her thigh and pointed at Yang Shuisheng, starting to curse. Are you crazy? How dare you push me? I discipline my own daughter-in-law. What's it to you? Who do you think you are barging into my house? What are you trying to do? The more she cursed, the more animated she became, spitting words everywhere. But as she continued to shout, a sudden thought flashed in her mind, recalling Yang Shuisheng's earlier declaration at her door, promising to come up with 2,000 yuan within a month to redeem Lu Yulan. Looking at Yang Shuisheng now standing up for Lu Yulan, a malicious and greedy idea popped into her head. Ouch! My back! My back! She rolled her eyes, her angry curses instantly morphing into exaggerated expressions of pain, one hand clutching her lower back, wailing, and her body leaning back, refusing to get up. Yang Shuisheng, you bastard, you broke my back. Ouch! It hurts so much. I can't get up this time, it's over, my old bones are going to fall apart. You have to pay me. Compensate my medical expenses. Otherwise I won't let this go. Old Granny's son lay on the ground, patting the earth and kicking her legs, appearing as if she were on the brink of death. Oh dear. My back is broken. You scoundrel Yan, you owe me my back. Compensate me. If you don't compensate me, I'll die right here. Let the whole village see how you bully an old woman like me. Yang Shuisheng coldly watched her throw a tantrum. He knew very well how much strength he used. Although this old woman was of an advanced age, she was quite sturdy. Usually when scolding or hitting Lu Yulan, she had a strong voice. That push just now would at most make her fall on her backside. It was impossible for her to break her back. She was just pretending, trying to extort money. Thus he completely ignored old Granny's son rolling on the ground and turned to the bedside, looking at Lu Yulan, who was in tears from pain, and softened his tone. Sister Yulan, how are you? Does your foot hurt a lot? Shuisheng. I'm fine, you should go check on my mother. Lu Yulan felt a surge of joy at Yang Shuisheng's arrival, as if she had found a source of strength, but upon hearing her mother-in-law's exaggerated wails and demands for money, she panicked. She seems to be really hurt. Oh, I hope nothing serious happens. With a kind heart and fear of taking responsibility, even though her mother-in-law treated her poorly, she could not ignore her. After all, she was still the daughter-in-law of the Sun family. Oh, it hurts so much I can't move. Old Granny's son, upon hearing this, wailed even louder, clutching her waist and rolling back and forth, crying. Lu Yulan, you heartless girl, just watching others bully your mother-in-law like this. If anything happens to me, I'll haunt you all as a ghost. Enough, stop pretending. Yang Shuisheng frowned and shouted at the ground. With your body falling like that wouldn't hurt. Even if you scream your throat raw, I won't help you today, let alone give you a single cent. Oh, so you won't help? No compensation, huh? Old Granny's son was taken aback by his words, but quickly became furious, glaring at him and going all out. Fine, I'll just lie here and scream, calling the neighbors over to see how you. Yang Shuisheng, a grown man, barged into my widowed daughter-in-law's room in the dead of night and even laid hands on me, an old woman. I want to see how you will live in Tawakeo after this. Does Lu Yulan's reputation still matter? This struck a nerve with Lu Yulan, her lips trembling and her eyes filled with fear. In the countryside, a woman's reputation was more important than anything. If her mother-in-law stirred up trouble like this, she wouldn't be able to hold her head high in the village again. Yang Shuisheng's eyes turned cold. He didn't care about his reputation, but he couldn't let Lu Yulan be implicated. What do you really want? Old Granny's son, upon hearing this, immediately stopped her wailing, but still held her waist, pretending to be in pain, and stretched out 2 fingers to rub together. Her meaning was clear. My back hurts terribly. I might have hurt my bones. I need to see a doctor and get medicine. Just give me 100 or so for medical expenses and nutritional fees, and this matter will be settled otherwise. $100. Before Yang Shuisheng could respond, Lu Yulan became anxious, momentarily ignoring her pain, propping herself up to ask, Mom, how can you do this? How can Shuisheng have that much money for you? I don't care if he has money or not. Old Granny's son insisted. My old bones are almost shattered by him. Asking for $100 is already very reasonable. Besides, if he can't even take out $100, how can he boast about giving you 2,000 to redeem you within a month? What a joke. Lu Yulan, you shameless thing, how can you turn your elbow outward? Lu Yulan was left speechless and could only look at Yang Shuisheng with a pitiful expression. Take this and scram. Yang Shuisheng looked at old Granny's son's greedy and shameless face, no longer wasting words. He pulled out a brand new 100 yuan bill from his pocket and tossed it directly onto the ground in front of her. Remember, starting now until the month is up, if you dare to touch even a single hair on Sister Yulan or let her suffer any grievances, I will make you pay back with interest. Upon seeing the crisp 100 yuan bill, old Granny's son's eyes went wide, and she no longer cared about it. With an agility that belied her age, she snatched the money into her hands, looked at it under the oil lamp, and touched it again and again, her face blooming with a smile as the earlier expression of pain vanished without a trace. Oh, if I had known it would be this easy, it would have been settled long ago. Old Granny's son, happily stuffing the money into her bosom, nimbly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from her backside, wearing a satisfied and smug expression, but still didn't forget to warn. I've taken the money, so this matter is settled. But Yang Shuisheng, you two better pay attention. As long as that 2,000 isn't paid, Lu Yulan is still part of my son family. Don't you dare do anything shameful behind closed doors if I find out. After saying that, fearing that Yang Shuisheng would change his mind, she hurriedly opened the door and scurried back to her own room. The room instantly fell silent. Yang Shuisheng walked over, locked the door, and then turned back to the bedside. Sister Yulan, don't be afraid, it's all right now. Looking at Lu Yulan's pitiful, tear-streaked face, he felt a softness in his heart. Let me see your foot. Lu Yulan nodded, her eyes blurry with tears, feeling an indescribable sense of reliance on him. She slowly extended her injured right leg from under the thin blanket. Lu Yulan seemed to be ready for bed, wearing only an old tank top and loose floral shorts. The tank top was a bit short, and when she lifted her leg, the hem rode up, exposing a section of her snow-white slender waist and her cute rounded navel. The shorts rolled up due to movement, fully revealing her smooth long calves and ankles in front of Yang Shuisheng. The air was filled with a hint of a young woman's body fragrance. Yang Shuisheng's breath hitched slightly. He carefully cradled Lu Yulan's ankle, feeling the cool, delicate skin, but due to the swelling it felt somewhat tight. Is this where it hurts the most? His fingers gently pressed around the severely swollen ankle bone, the touch soft, yet exceptionally warm. Be gentle. Lu Yulan shivered, inhaling sharply, her toes curling, and 2 rosy clouds appeared on her face. It was not just pain. The contact between Yang Shuisheng's warm, rough hand and her skin brought a jolt of electricity that left her flustered. She didn't dare look into Yang Shuisheng's eyes, only turning her head away, biting her lip, and allowing him to examine her. In Yang Shuisheng's mind, memories of bone setting and massage techniques surfaced clearly. Lu Yulan had a common ankle sprain, the joints slightly misaligned and the tendons twisted. It wasn't too severe, but it would be troublesome if left untreated. Sister Yulan, your ankle bone is slightly misaligned and the tendons are twisted. I'll help you set it back. It might hurt a little, so bear with me. Looking into Yang Shuisheng's steady gaze, Lu Yulan felt inexplicably at ease. Despite the intense pain in her foot, she still nodded earnestly. Shuisheng, go ahead, I can bear it. Yang Shuisheng said no more. He firmly supported her heel with one hand while grasping her delicate foot with the other. He took a deep breath, allowing 3 threads of qi within his dantian to flow slightly, with part of it gathering in his hands, enhancing his sensitivity and precision in controlling the force. He first gently moved Lu Yulan's foot, searching for the most suitable angle and force. Lu Yulan bit her lip, her body tense, ready for the pain. Now, Yang Shuisheng's expression sharpened, his hands suddenly exerting force, pulling, pushing, and twisting according to the most exquisite bone-setting technique in his memory. Crack! A sound of bones realigning echoed, one that would make anyone's teeth ache. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yulan let out a piercing scream of pain. This scream was completely uncontrollable, breaking through all previous endurance. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, spreading throughout her body, causing Lu Yulan to see black before her eyes, trembling violently, tears streaming down her face. She tilted her neck back, exposing the graceful line of her fair neck, her lips turning pale from biting. It's over, the worst pain has passed, the bone has been set back. Seeing Lu Yulan in such agony, Yang Shuisheng felt a slight pang in his heart and immediately applied techniques from his memory to promote blood circulation and relieve pain. Sister Yulan, just endure a little longer, I'll help you massage it out, it will be less painful soon. He softly reassured, unconsciously softening his tone. Yang Shuisheng massaged her for a while until the swelling subsided somewhat and her skin was no longer so hot, before he gradually stopped. Sister Yulan, try moving your ankle gently, step lightly to see if it still hurts. Yang Shuisheng released his hands, helping her sit steadily. Lu Yulan, doubtful, cautiously moved her ankle. The sharp pain seemed to have truly disappeared, leaving only a dull ache when she moved. She gathered her courage, used her hands to support the edge of the bed, gently placed her injured foot on the ground, slowly straightened her body, and tried to put some weight on it. It didn't hurt. She tried taking 2 more steps. Although she was still hesitant to exert herself, her ankle felt much steadier, and the previous stabbing pain and weakness were completely gone. Really, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Shuisheng, how are you so amazing? You can even set bones. Lu Yulan was both surprised and delighted, turning to look at Yang Shuisheng, her eyes filled with an incredible sparkle. She had initially thought that she would have to lie down for several days, or even ask her mother-in-law to take her to see a doctor, but unexpectedly Yang Shuisheng had fixed her up in no time. In the past, an itinerant doctor stayed in our village for a while, and I secretly learned a few tricks. Yang Shuisheng chuckled casually. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. His words were half-truths, but Lu Yulan believed him. Overwhelmed by joy and gratitude, she impulsively leaned in and quickly kissed Yang Shuisheng on the cheek, her voice soft and gentle. Shuisheng, thank you. You're amazing. The warm and moist sensation on his cheek made Yang Shuisheng momentarily stunned. Sister Yulan, I have many more skills. Seeing her blushing face and sparkling eyes, Yang Shuisheng felt a surge of affection, unable to resist teasing her. He leaned closer to her ear, grinning mischievously, and said, I'm quite good at catching big white rabbits too. He pronounced the words big white rabbit with a particularly suggestive tone. Hey, what are you talking about? Lu Yulan was first taken aback, then suddenly remembered how she had deliberately teased him to catch her by the pond in the back mountain, her face flushing bright red as if it would bleed. She lightly punched his shoulder. How embarrassing. Don't bring that up. Though she said not to mention it, the way her eyes sparkled showed that she was far from genuinely angry. She was clearly more delighted. Yang Shuisheng laughed heartily, sensing the moment was right to stop teasing her. He pulled out a carefully wrapped oil paper bundle from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yulan. Sister Yulan, this is for you. Lu Yulan accepted it and opened it to find 2 golden egg cakes and a fragrant peach crisp. Where did she widened her eyes in surprise? Such precious things. Oh, isn't director you hosting a banquet tomorrow? I helped move some tables and chairs today, and they gave me some compensation for my efforts. Yang Shuisheng lied without changing his expression, not mentioning the incident of stealing. Lu Yulan, not suspecting anything, looked at the fragrant pastries in her hand, swallowed her saliva, and first picked up a piece of egg cake, offering it to Yang Shuisheng's mouth. Shuisheng, you eat. You must be hungry after working. I've already eaten, Sister Yulan. You should eat it, it's specially saved for you. Yang Shuisheng shook his head, feeling a warmth in his heart. Upon hearing this, Lu Yulan cautiously took a small bite of the egg cake. It's really delicious. The fluffy and sweet taste melted in her mouth, and she happily squinted her eyes, but then her eyes turned slightly red, and she softly said, the last time I had this was at my wedding. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion, clearly recalling the unhappy past and the grievances she had suffered over the years. Sister Yulan, what happened before is all in the past. Yang Shuisheng watched her struggling to hold back tears and felt a soft pang in his heart. He gently pulled her into his arms, patted her back, and said in a steady and powerful voice, in the future, if you want to eat, I'll buy it for you again. Once I rescue you from this fire pit, you will be free. He continued, at that time you can eat whatever you want and do whatever you wish. Upon hearing the words rescue, Lu Yulan trembled slightly, suddenly realizing something. She lifted her head from his embrace, her face still marked with tears, but filled with worry. Shuisheng, where did you get that 100 yuan you just gave my mother? Did you do something dangerous? She feared that Yang Shuisheng might have done something risky for money like petty theft, or even worse. No, Sister Yulan, don't worry. Yang Shuisheng knew her concerns were valid, and he quickly explained, I was lucky and dug up some good quality Huang Jing on the mountain, selling it in town for some money. The source of this money is legitimate, so you can relax. Lu Yulan sighed in relief upon hearing this. She knew that mountain goods could sell for money, but to fetch 100 yuan it must have been quite a good medicinal material. Yang Shuisheng must have put in a lot of effort and taken risks. So that's how it is, but it's such a pity. You worked so hard to earn this money, and you just gave it to my mother. Lu Yulan said, feeling heartbroken, her eyes full of reluctance and guilt. Money is not important, Sister Yulan. Yang Shuisheng looked at her expression of concern for his money and felt both moved and amused. He held her face and looked earnestly into her eyes. What matters is that you're fine and she can't bully you anymore. I keep my promises. I will definitely redeem you and ensure you live a good life. Lu Yulan gazed into his eyes, seeing his determination and sincerity. All her lingering unease and grievances dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of gratitude and an unexplainable reliance. She nodded earnestly, her eyes slightly red again, but she said no more, only rising on her toes to quickly plant a kiss on Yang Shuisheng's lips, tinged with the sweetness of the pastries. This time she did not pull away immediately. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Yang Shuisheng could distinctly feel the astonishing softness and elasticity of her chest transmitted through the thin fabric. The fragrance of her body continuously wafted into his nostrils. At this moment, under the quiet night, with just the two of them together and her warmth enveloping him, the fire within Yang Shuisheng ignited, and the sensation in his dantian seemed to stir with it. His hand instinctively slid down, gliding from her slender waist to caress her rounded curves gently. With his other hand slipping under her shirt, he touched the smooth and delicate skin at her waist, causing Lu Yulan to shiver slightly at his calloused fingertips. Lu Yulan let out a soft moan from her throat, her body immediately softening a few degrees as she leaned against him, her gaze becoming hazy. No, Shuisheng. But just a few seconds later her rationality returned. She abruptly grabbed Yang Shuisheng's hand that was wandering beneath her clothes, her voice tinged with panic and pleading pressed low. Don't, not now. She nervously glanced towards the door and listened intently to the sounds from the next room where Sun Posey was, and then continued softly, this is my house, my mother-in-law just got the money and may not be asleep, yet she could be eavesdropping. Before she left, she said that we shouldn't cross any boundaries. If she suddenly barges in and sees us like this, with her understanding of her mother-in-law, if the other party discovered their situation, she would definitely seize the opportunity to make a scene and might even extort more money from Yang Shuisheng. Yang Shuisheng ceased his actions, recognizing that Lu Yulan's worries were justified. He also knew that Sun Posey was greedy and cruel. Just because she had received money didn't mean she was truly asleep. She might be plotting to catch them in the act. If they were caught by her in Lu Yulan's room, all their previous efforts, including the promise of redemption, could turn. At that time, Lu Yulan's reputation would be utterly ruined, and she would never be able to hold her head high in the village again. All right, then we won't do it. Suppressing the raging desire within him, Yang Shuisheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and slowly released his hand. I'll listen to Sister Yulan. Lu Yulan could feel his tensed muscles and the strong restraint of his impulses, and her heart felt both touched and pained. She knew Yang Shuisheng was holding back for her sake. Moreover, considering his age, it was quite difficult to resist such feelings. Shuisheng, you hold on a little. She bit her lip and leaned closer to his ear, whispering with a breathy voice tinged with shyness and a hint of boldness, wait a little longer until my mother-in-law falls asleep. Then I'll come find you, go to your house. Okay. Really? Yang Shuisheng's eyes lit up, and the heat in his heart was instantly replaced by another kind of anticipation. He lowered his head to look at Lu Yulan's blushing face, unable to suppress a mischievous smile. What are we going to do at my house? Catch big white rabbits. You wait at home for me. To his surprise, Lu Yulan actually nodded with a flushed face, her voice as soft as a whisper. I'll tidy up and wait until she's deeply asleep before coming over. All right. It's a deal then, I'll wait for you. Yang Shuisheng's eyes sparkled with joy as he tightly hugged her, then couldn't help but fiercely kiss her on the lips before reluctantly letting go. Lu Yulan felt her body soften from his kiss, pushing him away, slightly chiding, hurry, and go, don't let it. Yang Shuisheng returned to his shabby room, his heart like a coal smoldering in his chest, hot and restless. Each second of waiting stretched into an eternity. His mind flitted between thoughts of Lu Yulan's soft body, the confrontation he planned with the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow, and the secret hidden in Zhao Yukai's drawer. Night deepened. At last the faintest footsteps approached from outside and stopped at his door. She's here. A thrill rose in Yang Shuisheng. He held his breath, smiled silently in the dark, and moved to the door to surprise Lu Yulan. The door opened a sliver, a slender figure slipped in sideways, cautious, and tried to close it behind her. Now, Yang Shuisheng stepped out soundlessly from behind the door, spread his arms, and seized the person firmly in his embrace from behind. His arms tightened as he felt the softness and delicacy of the body in his hold. Wait. She seemed a touch thinner than Lu Yulan with a smaller frame, yet where there should be flesh it was plump and springy. Through the thin dress, he could feel the tautness and curves unique to a young maiden. A piercing scream, almost shattering, exploded in his arms. Let go of me, Yang Shuisheng. The body went rigid and then writhed violently, cursing in fury. You filthy pervert. You took advantage of me again. They'll never let you off. The voice was not Lu Yulan. Yang Shuisheng's heart lurched. He quickly released her, and by the moonlight filtering through the window looked. Who else but Yu Qianwei stood before him, chest heaving and eyes blazing. Yu Qianwei? Why? Yang Shuisheng froze too, instinctively stepping back half a pace and awkwardly rubbing his nose. I knew you couldn't change your ways. Didn't get what you wanted at my house today, so you come on hard at night. Yu Qianwei trembled with rage, pointing at his nose as tears brimmed in her eyes. It had only been a short while, and now this hateful man had embraced her again in the darkness. She felt she would go mad with fury. I didn't mean to, Yang Shuisheng stammered. I thought it was someone else. Not on purpose. Then who did you intend to embrace? Yu Qianwei pressed on. Have you been seeing someone in the village? Yang Shuisheng was at a loss for words. He could not possibly tell her he had thought Lu Yulan had come to sleep with him. He shut his mouth and remained silent. Speak. Why have you gone mute? Were you not so talkative at my house? Now you've turned mute. Seeing his silence, Yu Qianwei grew angrier, convinced he was guilty. Yang Shuisheng still said nothing, simply watching her quietly. Forget it. I'm not here to argue with you. After scolding him for a while and finding his silence tiresome, she remembered why she had come. Subduing her anger, she changed the subject. I'm here to apologize to you. Apologize? Yang Shuisheng raised an eyebrow, surprised. Yes, apologize. Yu Qianwei bit her lip as if the words were hard to say. About the supply and marketing cooperative shipping your goods to my house. I later sneaked into the storage room and counted. The items my family bought don't add up. There are the extra candies, pastries, rice flour, and meat you mentioned. It was my mother. She was too greedy and tried to pocket things. My father cared about face and missed buying some items, who afraid of being shamed in front of my classmates, so. She paused, voice dropping with a trace of shame. This was my family's fault. I can't give you the goods now. My mother has taken them and locked them away for tomorrow's banquet. But I can give you an IOU. I'll repay you gradually. This is my own saved pocket money. 10 yuan, I'll take it for now. Steeling herself, she took a neatly folded 10 yuan note from her dress pocket and held it out to Yang Shuisheng. In the moonlight, he could see her slender fingers trembling. Yang Shuisheng regarded the 10 yuan with mixed. From what he knew of Yu Qianwei, pampered since childhood, her humbling herself to apologize in secret and offering all her pocket money was a sincere, momentous concession. That's it. Yang Shuisheng did not take the money, his tone flat. 10 yuan, and you expect to dismiss the 200 plus yuan worth of goods? And what of the humiliation? Being berated at your house, pointed at by your mother-eyed as a thief by your classmates. How do you reckon that? Yu Qianwei went pale, her fingers tightening on the money. She had feared this question most. Then what do you want? She clenched her teeth and lifted her head to Yang Shuisheng, her voice trembling with desperate resolve. I truly cannot produce the goods now. I will repay the money slowly. As for the humiliation you suffered this afternoon, you can vent on me. Oh, I can be your outlet. Curse me if you wish, do whatever you need. Just don't make a scene at the supply and marketing cooperative. Don't make my father lose face in front of so many people. The last sentences tumbled out fast and anxious, her face flushed red. It was plainly shameful for her to offer herself as a target. Yang Shuisheng watched her martyr-like posture, and a mischievous thought stirred within him. He appraised Yu Qianwei from head to toe. Her dress accentuated a lithe figure, her chest rising and falling slightly. A wicked smile curled his lips as he stepped closer. Oh, you really mean I can do whatever I want? What do you intend to do? Yu Qianwei's skin crawled under his predatory gaze. She hugged herself instinctively and recoiled. Yang Shuisheng, I'm warning you, don't you dare. What would I do? Yang Shuisheng closed the distance further. He could almost smell the fresh soap from her bath and a faint girlish perfume. He lowered his voice with a taunt. Isn't this what you said? Let me vent. I want to vent right now. Yu Qianwei turned paler, staring at Yang Shuisheng's face close before her as myriad terrifying thoughts flashed through her mind. She wanted to run, but her feet felt nailed to the floor. Her father was to hold a triumphant banquet tomorrow before relatives, friends, and her classmates. If Yang Shuisheng made a scene and her family were disgraced, she dared not imagine the consequences. Shame and the need to preserve her father's face waged a fierce internal battle. At last, she squeezed her eyes shut and uttered a few words through clenched teeth, her voice barely audible. At most. At most I can let you touch once, just once. Don't even think of anything else. Touch it. Yang Shuisheng was dumbfounded, his hand frozen in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief. He merely intended to scare her a little, to play a joke, just to make this proud girl feel a bit embarrassed and regain some face after the humiliation he suffered during the day. Who would have thought she actually agreed? This was completely different from his impression of Yu Qianwei, who always avoided. Are you serious? Yang Shuisheng couldn't help but ask again, his tone filled with disbelief. Yu Qianwei tightly shut her eyes, her cheeks flushed to the point of almost bleeding. Of course, when I Yu Qianwei say something, I mean it. Hearing Yang Shuisheng's counter-question, she abruptly opened her eyes, her tone resolute, as if she had made up her mind. But you have to promise me you can't go to the supply and marketing cooperative people. You can't let my dad lose face in front of so many people. That's the condition for this exchange. Yang Shuisheng. It turned out she was genuinely afraid of making a scene, worried that her father, the village head, would be embarrassed at tomorrow's graduation banquet in front of her city classmates. Who would have thought she was willing to pay such a price to protect her father's dignity? With this realization, Yang Shuisheng's mischievous intentions suddenly faded, replaced by an indescribable feeling. However, he hesitated for a moment and tentatively reached out his hand, slowly moving toward Yu Qianwei's chest, which was slightly rising and falling due to her nervousness. He needed to verify. In an instant, Yu Qianwei's body tensed like a stone, her breath held, her eyes tightly shut, her lips biting so hard they turned pale, her whole body trembling slightly. Yet despite this, she did not flinch, merely turning her head to the side, presenting herself in a humiliating manner. Yang Shuisheng's hand stopped just a few centimeters from her chest. This girl was actually serious. She wasn't pretending, she was truly prepared to sacrifice her dignity in exchange for her father's face and to calm the situation. With this confirmation, the last bit of teasing thought in Yang Shuisheng's mind vanished. All right, put your hand down now. He slowly withdrew his hand, looking at Yu Qianwei with a sigh. I promise you I won't go to the supply and marketing cooperative people. You'll leave your father's face intact. Yu Qianwei opened her eyes wide, filled with shock and disbelief. She looked at Yang Shuisheng's hand that had already been withdrawn, completely unprepared for him to let her off so easily, letting go of this perfectly legitimate opportunity to take advantage of her. You mean it? No touching, she stammered, a blush still on her face. Yes, no touching. A promise is a promise, Yang Shuisheng nodded. However, you owe me things and money, and you need to remember to repay me slowly in the future. Thank you. She looked at Yang Shuisheng, her gaze complex as she lowered her head and whispered. Then before Yang Shuisheng could react, she suddenly stood on her toes and quickly kissed him on the cheek. The sensation was cool and soft, a fleeting touch. After this action, her own face turned even redder as she turned and ran out. Stopping at the door, she turned back to look at Yang Shuisheng, her voice still very soft. By the way, my family is having a banquet tomorrow. You remember to come and eat a lot. After speaking, she opened the door and fled. Yang Shuisheng touched his cheek, where she had kissed him, standing in place, lost in thought for a long time. Wasn't Yu Qianwei supposed to hate him? Why did she kiss him? Before he could think too much, there came a very faint sound of footsteps from outside, cautious and timid. This time Yang Shuisheng learned his lesson and did not act recklessly to avoid causing a misunderstanding. The door was gently pushed open and a curvy figure slipped in, bringing with it a cool night breeze and a familiar fragrance. Shuisheng, did you wait long? She closed the door behind her, leaning against it, looking at Yang Shuisheng in the dark, her voice carrying a smile and a hint of flirtation. Sorry, sister-in-law is late. It was Lu Yulan. She seemed to have just taken a shower, changed into a clean floral shirt and black pants, her hair still somewhat wet, sticking to her neck. The top button of her shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a patch of snowy skin and delicate collarbones. In the dark, her eyes sparkled with a moist sheen, gazing intently at Yang Shuisheng. Sister Yulan, you finally made it. Yang Shuisheng stepped forward, pulling her into his arms, feeling the soft and ample sensation igniting the heat within him. His voice became husky. Isn't it a bit urgent? All I can think about is you. Lu Yulan was enveloped in his embrace, her body softening, and she voluntarily wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her face up, exhaling like orchids. Then today's sister-in-law will thank you, properly compensating you well, okay? An ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the cramped little room. This time there were no reservations, no interruptions. After an unknown amount of time, the clouds gathered and the rain ceased. Lu Yulan was so exhausted that she almost collapsed in Yang Shuisheng's arms, not wanting to move even her fingers. Yet Yang Shuisheng was full of energy. Within his dantian, the 3 strands of qi that had been quietly circulating had suddenly turned into 5. 2 more strands. Yang Shuisheng was ecstatic. The effectiveness of this round of training surpassed that of the previous night with Zhou Kaifeng. He boldly speculated that the training effectiveness of the harmony nourishing qi technique likely related not only to the female partner's physique and the concentration of her primordial yin energy, but also to the degree of cooperation between them, emotional investment, and even the duration of the training. Shuisheng, I have to go back now. Lu Yulan took a considerable time to catch her breath before she struggled to sit up hastily, starting to put on her clothes. It's almost dawn. I'm afraid my mother-in-law will wake up and suspect that I'm not home. Yes, hurry back, be careful on the way. Yang Shuisheng also got up and helped her tidy her messy hair. Lu Yulan finished dressing, walked to the door, looked back with reluctance at Yang Shuisheng, returned to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, and softly said, I'm leaving. See you at the Yu family's graduation banquet tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yang Shuisheng nodded. After sending Lu Yulan away, he felt completely awake. Feeling the abundant 5 strands of qi within his dantian, he focused his mind and opened the needle box to take out the silver needles. He concentrated and calmed his qi. Soon 6 silver needles began to float unsteadily from the needle bag. At first they were a bit unstable, but soon they gracefully fluttered around the small room under his mental control, even able to perform simple crossing and circling movements. The number of controlled needles doubled from 3 to 6, and they were even more stable and agile. He then tried to manipulate the axe in the corner. This time the heavy axe trembled slightly. Although it couldn't lift off the ground, it was clearly much more responsive than before. At least it could be moved by his qi. With his strength greatly enhanced, Yang Shuisheng felt invigorated. At this rate of cultivation, perhaps within a week, he could condense 10 strands of qi into one. By then his strength would undergo a qualitative leap, bringing him one step closer to cultivating genuine qi. After the excitement, fatigue finally crept in. Yang Shuisheng lay back down and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, he got up. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. The bamboo forest was quiet with only the crisp calls of birds. Yang Shuisheng saw a figure squatting at the edge of the bamboo forest from a distance, the person hunching their neck, smoking intermittently. Ma-san. Yang Shuisheng cleared his throat and called out loudly. The squatting Ma-san jumped in fright, dropping his cigarette, but, oh no, Yanga, you're here. He quickly stood up, a flattering smile instantly spreading across his face as he jogged over, nodding and bowing. Good morning, Yanga. I have some cigarettes here, would you like one? He fumbled to pull out a pack of de Qianmen from his pocket, presenting it to Yang Shuisheng with both hands, addressing him as Yang Go with utmost respect. I don't smoke this stuff. Yang Shuisheng glanced at the large cigarette pack in his hand and waved it off, asking, did anyone see you when you came here? Don't worry, brother Yang, absolutely not. Ma-san quickly tucked the cigarette away, patting his chest in assurance. I came over before dawn, sneaking along the empty paths. I've been hiding in this bamboo grove for nearly 2 hours, and I haven't seen a single soul. And in our line of work, the first rule is caution. We can't leave any traces. Right, I've been cautious. Yang Shuisheng nodded, somewhat satisfied with his cautious attitude. If you handle this well, your debt to me will be cleared. Hey, thank you, brother Yang, for giving me this opportunity to redeem myself. Ma-san hurriedly expressed his gratitude, a flattering smile on his face, but with a glimmer of confidence in his skills in his eyes. I'm not bragging, brother Yang, but in our town, when it comes to lock picking and entering, if I say I'm second, no one would dare claim first. Caution is essential. Just tell me which house is the target. Yang Shuisheng did not speak, squatting down to pick up a dry branch from the ground and began to draw in the moist soil. He sketched out the rough layout of Taohua Ao village with a few main roads and several rows of houses, then pointed heavily at one spot. Here it's the home of village chief Zhao Yukai. It's a 2-story building painted in white with tiles, very easy to recognize. There's a small convenience store in front. Behind his house, there is a small courtyard with a low wall. Ma-san leaned in closely to examine the map on the ground, his gaze focused. In the middle of the village, a 2-story white building, convenience store, low wall. Got it. Brother Yang, should we make a move now, or? No rush. Yang Shuisheng tossed aside the branch and stood up. This afternoon, Director Yes House is hosting a graduation banquet. Most of the village will be there for the feast. The Zhao Yukai family will surely go too, so at that time, there will be no one at their house, making it the best opportunity. Wait until they leave before you act. Understood. Ma-san's eyes lit up, then he asked, so brother Yang, what exactly should I take when I get in? Money, jewelry, or none of that? Yang Shuisheng shook his head, lowering his voice further. In the main bedroom on the 2nd floor, there's a 5-drawer cabinet, and the bottom drawer is locked. You find a way to open it and see what's inside and come back to tell me the details. Remember, put everything back exactly as it was locked. We can't let anyone notice it was disturbed. Got it? Ma-san paused for a moment, seemingly not expecting the task to be so simple. He scratched his head. So, just look inside. I don't have to bring anything back for you. Yes, just take a look first. Yang Shuisheng affirmed. Identify what it is as detailed as possible. If there's something we really need, then it'll trouble you to make another trip. Is that it? Ma-san was still a bit incredulous. It seemed too easy for him, easier than stealing a wallet from someone. Brother Yang, what could be in that drawer that makes you go through so much trouble? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yang Shuisheng glanced at him, his gaze calm, yet pressuring. Just make sure you get the Yes, I spoke out of turn. Ma San hurriedly nodded. Brother Yang, you can count on me. It's just looking into a drawer a piece of cake. I'm going to scout around nearby, checking the spots. Once I see their family leave this afternoon, I'll go in. Go ahead, be careful, and don't expose your whereabouts. Yang Shuisheng reminded him. Got it. You can wait for my good news, Brother Yang. Ma San respectfully bowed again, and then disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest with a few quick movements. Yang Shuisheng looked in the direction Ma San had vanished, then glanced at the simple map on the ground, his gaze deep. He hoped that the locked drawer contained what he desired. He picked up the hoe and rested it on his shoulder, turning to leave the small bamboo grove, heading towards his 2 acres of land on the west side of the village. The sky was still early, he could work for a while longer. The sooner he turned the soil, the sooner he could plant something. By the time he finished digging, the sun was high in the sky, approaching noon. Yang Shuisheng was sweating all over, his shirt soaked through, but with 5 strands of qi circulating in his body, he didn't feel overly fatigued. Seeing that there wasn't much land left to work on, he planned to finish it all in one go before heading back. At that moment, not far away in another vegetable field, an elderly woman wearing a dark blue coat, her hair gray and face wrinkled, was slowly picking green beans while carrying a basket. It was Sun Guixiang, by King Lian's grandmother. Grandma Sun picking vegetables. Yang Shuisheng straightened up, wiped his sweat, and politely called out to her. Sun Guixiang raised her head, squinting to look at Yang Shuisheng for a moment before recognizing him, though her expression was bland as she responded with a nonchalant "hm" and continued picking green beans. However, she mumbled to herself, if it weren't for that woman by Qing Lian begging me, saying this poor boy has no parents, no land to farm, what if he starves to death? I would never let him farm this land, even if it just grew weeds. The disdain and condescension in her words were evident. Hearing this, Yang Shuisheng frowned slightly, but recalling Bai Qinglian's good intentions before she left, he swallowed back the words that nearly escaped his lips. Forget it, what's the point of arguing with a confused old woman? He ignored her and resumed turning over the last bit of land. In his mind, he plotted to finish up, wash his face, and then head to attend Yu Qianwei's graduation banquet. The timing would be just right. Clang! The hoe seemed to hit something soft yet hard, producing a muffled sound. Yang Shuisheng thought it was a rock or an old tree root, and didn't pay much attention, prying it up with force. A black plastic bag surfaced with the soil rolling to the side. The bag looked quite new, not like it had been buried for a long time, and the dirt on it was still damp. Yang Shuisheng scraped at the bag with the hoe and felt that it was bulging inside, containing something. Initially, he thought nothing of it, finding some junk while digging in rural fields was nothing unusual. He intended to use the hoe to hook it and toss it aside, but as soon as the tip of the hoe touched the bag, the sensation felt off. It didn't feel like waste plastic or torn cloth, instead it felt like a stack of paper. Yang Shuisheng's heart stirred, and he paused his movements, looking around. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Sun Guixiang had already finished picking vegetables and was leisurely walking away with her basket. There was no one on the roadside in the distance. He squatted down, carefully hooked the plastic bag closer with the hoe, and reached out to grab it. It felt heavy in his hand. He untied the knot at the top of the plastic bag and peered inside. Neatly stacked inside was a pile of brand new 100 yuan bills, all in dark green bundles. He quickly counted 10 notes, exactly 1,000 yuan. I struck it rich. I actually dug up 1,000 yuan. But then he thought, who would bury 1,000 yuan wrapped in a plastic bag in the ground? Especially buried in the land rented from Bai Qinglian. And judging by the condition of the plastic bag, it shouldn't have been buried for long. Yang Shuisheng was filled with suspicions. The first person that came to mind was Bai Qinglian. This land belonged to her family. Could it be her secret stash? But Bai Qinglian was living frugally, and Wang Youfu was a scoundrel. Where would she get so much secret money? And why bury it in the ground? Or was it buried by someone else? But who would choose to bury money here? He couldn't make sense of it. Yang Shuisheng stuffed the money into his pocket. He planned to wait until after the meal at Yu Jian's house to find an opportunity to quietly ask Bai Qinglian if she knew anything about it. After all, it was her family's land, and having this money felt too hot to handle, returning it to her would be better. He swiftly finished tilling the last bit of land, hoisted the hoe over his shoulder, and walked briskly toward home. However, just as he approached the dilapidated old house, still several dozen meters away, his steps involuntarily slowed. He saw 2 figures standing outside his crooked wooden door, Wang Youfu and Bai Qinglian. Wang Youfu was wearing a somewhat worn jacket, his hair slicked back, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of nonchalance as he looked disdainfully at Yang Shuisheng's dilapidated house, his face showing arrogance and an unfriendly demeanor. Bai Qinglian stood half a step behind Wang Youfu, her head lowered, her gaze evasive, not daring to look in the direction of Yang Shuisheng's house, let alone at Wang Youfu, beside her radiating tension and anxiety. Why were they here? And judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem to be just passing by. Yang Shuisheng approached his doorstep, carrying a hoe. Sister Bai, you've come. What brings you here? He ignored Wang Youfu and directly greeted the visibly anxious Bai Qinglian. Shuisheng, you're back. We. Bai Qinglian lifted her head and glanced at him quickly, her expression complex. Yang Shuisheng, stop putting on an act here. She hadn't finished speaking when beside her Wang Youfu threw his cigarette, but on the ground crushing it underfoot, and stepped closer to block Bai Qinglian. I'm asking you, did you steal my money? You're talking nonsense. How could Shuisheng? Bai Qinglian's face turned even paler, instinctively tugging at Wang Youfu's sleeve. Wang Youfu, what's wrong with you? Yang Shuisheng was taken aback, then frowned, looking at the arrogant Wang Youfu with a cold tone. When did I steal your money? You need evidence when you speak. Stop spewing nonsense. Evidence? Of course I have evidence. Wang Youfu raised his voice, saliva nearly spraying onto Yang Shuisheng's face. You stole 1,000 yuan from me. Hand it over. You must be mistaken, Youfu. I've said it before, Shuisheng isn't that kind of person. Bai Qinglian stamped her foot anxiously. Can't you stop wronging a good person? Wronging? Wang Youfu suddenly shook off Bai Qinglian's hand, glaring at her. You don't understand. He stole that money. I must make him return it today. Yang Shuisheng looked at Wang Youfu's conviction and suddenly recalled the 1,000 yuan he had just dug up from his pocket, and his mind instantly became clear. So that's how it is. That piece of land was rented to him by Bai Qinglian, and Wang Youfu, being Bai Qinglian's husband, had every opportunity to bury the money there beforehand. This was clearly a setup. The goal was to frame him and destroy his relationship with Bai Qinglian. He had originally thought of returning the money, but once he spoke of discovering the money, he would really fall into the trap. So now he changed his mind. Wang Youfu, you keep insisting that I stole 1,000 yuan from you. Where's your evidence? Show it to me. He let out a cold laugh, forcefully thrusting the hoe he carried into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. If you can't provide evidence, this matter isn't over today. Evidence? The evidence is on you. Wang Youfu pointed at Yang Shuisheng's chest, a gleam of smugness in his eyes, as if he had been waiting for this question. Dare to take out all the money on you. The 1,000 yuan I lost was comprised of 10 brand new 100 yuan bills, all in sequence. I remember the serial numbers. Do you dare to take them out and compare? Remembering the serial numbers shows this was carefully planned. It seems Wang Youfu put in quite a bit of effort. Oh, you remember the serial numbers. Yang Shuisheng looked at Wang Youfu's smug face and suddenly laughed. But why should I take them out for you and compare them with yours? You still deny stealing the money. Hand it over. Wang Youfu was caught off guard by Yang Shuisheng's indifferent attitude and immediately became furious. The money on you clearly belongs to me. Just because you say I stole it means I stole it. I could claim your wife stole from me too. Would you admit it? Yang Shuisheng scoffed, his tone becoming more relaxed, teasing Bai Qinglian, causing her face to turn crimson. At a time like this, he was still joking. Don't talk nonsense with me. I just want to know whether you will cooperate or not. Cooperate? What makes you think you're important? Not cooperating. Wang Youfu grinned wider, his voice louder. Not cooperating just means you have a guilty conscience. Qinglian, open your eyes and take a good look. This is the so-called good person you keep talking about, stealing money, yet refusing to admit it, a coward who dares to act, but not take responsibility. Bai Qinglian bit her lip, looking at her aggressive man, and then at the calm Yang Shuisheng. Her heart was a mess. She didn't believe Yang Shuisheng would steal, yet Wang Youfu spoke so confidently, even detailing the appearance and serial numbers of the money. Could it be that Yang Shuisheng really? She looked at Yang Shuisheng with a complex gaze, half believing, half doubting. Say whatever you want. Yang Shuisheng noticed the change in Bai Qinglian's expression. He sighed inwardly, but still wore a cold smile. Anyway, I didn't steal your money. Believe it or not, it's up to you. It was pointless to say much to someone like this. He hoisted the hoe and turned to push open the dilapidated door of his house. Want to leave? Not so easy. Seeing this, Wang Youfu immediately raised his voice, shouting to the surroundings. Everyone come and see Yang Shuisheng stole 1,000 yuan from me, and he won't admit it even when caught red-handed. He wants to hide inside like a turtle. Everyone come to judge this. Is there no justice anymore? His shout startled several nearby households. Soon 7 or 8 idle villagers peeked their heads out from their yards, curious and gathering in small groups to point at Yang Shuisheng. What's going on? Wang Youfu says Yang Shuisheng stole his money. No way, isn't Shuisheng that kid with some mental issues? How could he steal? Maybe he's just faking it. You never know a person's heart. 1,000 yuan is no small amount. Look at Wang Youfu's expression. He doesn't seem like he's lying. The villagers, unaware of the truth, were discussing among themselves. Although some didn't believe it, there were more doubtful and curious glances. Yang Shuisheng stood at the door, his hand resting on the door, but not pushing it open. He had his back to the crowd, his shoulders rising slightly. He had intended to avoid confronting such a petty person as Wang Youfu for Bai Qinglian's sake. But now it seemed the other party was dead set on making a big deal out of this, wanting to pin the label of thief on him. If he didn't resolve this matter today, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in Taowajiao anymore. Fine, since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Yang Shuisheng slowly turned around, his calm gaze sweeping across the gathered villagers, finally landing on Wang Youfu's smug face. Wang Youfu, since you insist on having my cooperation, fine. But I ask you, if I take out the money on me and you can't prove it's yours, what then? Can't prove it. Wang Youfu was taken aback, not expecting Yang Shuisheng to ask this. He could recite the money serial number by heart, how could he not prove it? I remember the serial number, and if it doesn't match, I'll admit I wronged you. He'll apologize and pay you 100 yuan for emotional damages. 100 yuan. Yang Shuisheng shook his head, looking disdainful. You insist I stole 1,000 yuan, spreading it around and tarnishing my reputation. If it turns out you wrong me, 100 yuan is too little. He raised a finger. I want you to compensate me 1,000 yuan, neither more nor less, exactly the amount you accused me of stealing. You've been working in the city for a few years now, you should be able to come up with 1,000 yuan, right? A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. 1,000 yuan. He really dares to ask. Yang Shuisheng's tone is quite bold. Wang Youfu was also taken aback by Yang Shuisheng's demand. After all, 1,000 yuan could feed a family of 3 for a year. But he quickly regained his composure, realizing this kid was probably just bluffing, trying to scare him off with a high compensation. That's not going to happen. He personally buried that money and remembered the serial numbers clearly. Even if Yang Shuisheng took out all the money on him, the numbers wouldn't change. Fine. 1,000 it is. Wang Youfu gritted his teeth, agreeing fiercely, then shouted to the gathered villagers, Today I, Wang Youfu, and Yang Shuisheng will confront each other. If I wronged him and can't provide evidence that the money on him is mine, I'll pay him 1,000 yuan. But if it's proven that Yang Shuisheng indeed stole my money. He deliberately paused, glaring at Yang Shuisheng with a sinister gaze, speaking each word clearly. Then, according to the old rules of Taohuajiao, a thief caught stealing will have both hands broken and be driven out of the village. Yang Shuisheng, do you dare to agree? At this, there was an uproar among the crowd. Breaking hands and being expelled from the village, this punishment was too severe. It seemed Wang Youfu was truly furious, wanting to completely ruin Yang Shuisheng. Youfu, this. Shut up. Bai Qinglian's face turned pale with fright. She wanted to help Yang Shuisheng by saying something, but Wang Youfu shot her a harsh glare. She could only anxiously look at Yang Shuisheng, her eyes imploring him not to agree. What she didn't expect was that Yang Shuisheng nodded directly. Fine. His voice was clear and firm, without a hint of hesitation. Then it's settled. I ask the respected elders present to help witness this. Yang Shuisheng looked at Wang Youfu's smug face, and then at the villagers with varied expressions, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Who traps whom is yet to be determined. All right, everyone heard that. Seeing how promptly Yang Shuisheng agreed, Wang Youfu pointed at him and barked, Take out that 1,000 yuan you have on you, and lay it before everyone, not a single bill spared. The 1,000 I lost consisted of 10 brand new consecutively numbered notes, just withdrawn from the credit cooperative. I remember each serial number perfectly. I will recite them now. Help me check them one by one. If even one matches, then he is the thief. The villagers craned their necks, eyes fixed tightly on Yang Shuisheng. Bai Qinglian felt her heart leap into her throat. Yang Shuisheng calmly took from his pocket a neat stack of pristine 100 yuan bills. In the sunlight, the dark green bundle glinted conspicuously. A murmur broke out among the villagers. So much money. None had expected Yang Shuisheng to be carrying such a sum. 93322464. Wang Youfu's eyes brightened, and he shouted a serial number. Yang Shuisheng looked closely. Is the top bill that number? All eyes snapped to the serial printed on the top bill of the bundle. Not that number. An observant villager leaned in and shook his head. This bill begins with 9,333. Yes, I'm seeing it too. It starts with 9,333, but the rest does not match Wang Youfu's number, another villager echoed. The smile froze on Wang Youfu's face. He hesitated, then blurted out a second serial. Then the second bill is 93322465. Yang Shuisheng cooperatively flipped the top bill to reveal the second. The villagers inspected it carefully. No, this one belongs to another 9,333 sequence. Wang Youfu, your numbers are wrong. Did you misremember? The onlookers began to murmur, their looks toward Wang tinged with doubt. The serials did not match at all. Could Wang Youfu really have accused the wrong man? Bai Qinglian was stunned, seeing the clearly different numbers in Yang Shuisheng's hand. She exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Shuisheng had not stolen the money. But immediately she felt embarrassed and ashamed for Wang Youfu's behavior. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang was suddenly frantic, his face flushed scarlet. He no longer cared about his earlier boast, and stepped forward to grab the money. Let me see. Surely you are mistaken. Yang Shuisheng did not stop him, and allowed Wang to snatch the bundle away. Wang Youfu fumbled through the notes, muttering the serials he had memorized. 933222466. 933222467. 933222468. But however he checked, none of the 10 pristine 100 yuan bills matched the numbers he recited. They all belonged to another sequence starting with 9,333. How could this be? Wang stood dumbfounded, the color draining from his face as his mind buzzed in disbelief. He had buried that money himself. Brand new consecutive notes. He had rehearsed the serials repeatedly and could not have been mistaken. So how had they all changed when in Yang Shuisheng's hands? You switched them. He shot his eyes up and glared at Yang Shuisheng. This isn't mine. Not yours what? Yang Shuisheng cut him off, stepped forward, took the 10 notes back from Wang Youfu, weighed them in his hand, and let a mocking smile curl his lips. Wang Youfu, weren't you insisting I stole your 1,000? Weren't you so certain you remembered every serial? The money on me is here, but the serials do not match. What do you say now? He scanned the villagers whose expressions varied and raised his voice. I believe everyone saw and heard what happened. I, Yang Shuisheng, do have money, but I earned it honestly and cleanly. Wang Youfu accused me falsely in public without evidence and has besmirched my name. This matter must be settled today. For a while, Wang Youfu felt as if he had been slapped dozens of times in front of him. Sensing the suspicious looks around him, his mind went blank and a cold sweat broke out. This was a humiliating disaster. He would even have to compensate 1,000 yuan. Yet at that crisis, a thought flashed through his mind. What of the mismatched serials? The money was brand new and crucially exactly 1,000 yuan. That was the point. Yang Shuisheng was a pauper, an idiot. How could he possibly have so much money? So the money must have come from a bad source. Even if it was not stolen from me, it must have been stolen from someone else. Yang Shuisheng stopped gloating. That money is mine. He spat. What I said about recalling the serials was a trick to make you reveal the stolen money. Now the money is out. Will you still deny it? There is exactly 1,000 yuan here, brand new and consecutively numbered. It is the best evidence. The more he spoke, the more convinced he sounded. Turning to the watching villagers, he roused them. Fellow villagers, think about what kind of person Yang Shuisheng is. He was a fool before his family, so poor the pots could not be lifted. How did he suddenly get so much money? 1,000 yuan is not a trifling sum. He claims he earned it himself. What a joke. This money is the one he... His words revived the doubts of villagers who had wavered when the serials did not match. They now looked at Yang with renewed suspicion. Indeed, the origin of Yang Shuisheng's money was odd. A former simpleton suddenly producing such a sum was hard to explain. Wang Youfu, I did not realize you had such eloquence, Yang Shuisheng said more coldly. Let me say it again, this 1,000 has nothing to do with you, and I owe you no explanation as to where it came from. Besides, you swore I stole your 1,000 and wagered on the serials. Now the serials do not match, which proves you falsely accused me. By your own terms, you must pay me 1,000 yuan. Hand it over at once. Pay me. No way, Wang Youfu retorted, seeing the crowd shift back toward suspicion of Yang and growing bolder in his brazenness. That money is obviously mine. Well, I merely misremembered the serials. You, a penniless wretch, suddenly have so much money. If not stolen, then what? Today you must explain where it failed to explain, and you are a thief. Come on, fellow villagers, does that not make sense? Some who relished the commotion and already bore a grudge against Yang joined the chorus. Yes, Shuisheng, where did that money come from? Explain yourself. 1,000 yuan is not a small amount, but sudden appearance is odd. Bai Qinglian stamped her foot in anxious frustration at the side, wanting to defend Yang Shuisheng, but unable to counter Wang Youfu's shameless accusations, so she could only watch him anxiously. At that moment, a loud, throbbing engine noise cut through the standoff and the clamor from afar. It was the sound of tractors. And not just one tractor, several it seemed. Everyone turned their heads toward the noise, curious. On the dirt road not far off, a cloud of yellow dust rose. Leading the way were 3 tractors painted deep green, each towing a trailer. Such a procession was not common in the village. More astonishing still, behind the 3 tractors followed a gleaming black sedan. A car like that was a rarity in the countryside, seen only occasionally on the nearby national road. This display, what dignitary had come to Tawako? Or perhaps director Yes family celebration had summoned some important guest. Soon a tractor and a compact car came to a halt before Yang Shuisheng's home. Villagers hastily stepped aside, some retreating to the roadside, others huddling near walls to clear space. From the 3 tractors, 7 or 8 burly men jumped down, dressed uniformly in deep blue work uniforms, and began unloading items from the cargo beds. Brand new wooden furniture, tables, chairs, cabinets, bed frames. Even a sturdy octagonal 8 immortals table and several grandmaster-style armchairs, all gleaming with fresh lacquer and styled in modern elegance. Yet the most striking sight was the jet-black, mirror-polished Santana sedan. The car door swung open. First emerged a gleaming black leather shoe, then a middle-aged man with a slick-back pompadour and an air of quiet authority slid out from the vehicle. It was none other than Brother Kuan of Daliang Town, Wang Kuan. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. It's Brother Kuan. What on earth is he doing here, with all this furniture? Good heavens, this must be a Santana. How magnificent. A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the onlookers. Wang Kuan's reputation stretched across 10 villages and 8 hamlets, respected by both righteous and shadowy circles alike. Merely stamping his foot could make Daliang town tremble thrice. No one had imagined such a towering figure would arrive in Peach Blossom Hollow, a remote impoverished backwater, by private sedan flanked by a convoy of new furniture. Wang Youfu's eyes lit up the moment he spotted Wang Kuan. His earlier embarrassment instantly dissolved into obsequious eagerness. Years ago, after losing a brawl on a city construction site, he'd returned to town to seek connections, and it was Wang Kuan's men who'd intervened and settled the matter. Though costly, that encounter had granted him a tenuous foothold. Seeing a familiar face appear so powerfully now, he immediately resolved to draw near and ingratiate himself. Brother Kuan. Oh. Fumbling in his pocket, he pulled out a slightly crumpled pack of Hongmei cigarettes, filtered at least, and flashed the broadest, most ingratiating smile he could muster. He rushed forward, nearly folding himself double in deference. Brother Kuan, what an unexpected honor. Why didn't you let us know you were coming? I'd have met you at the village entrance. He offered the cigarettes with both hands, voice dripping with reverence. Wang Youfu. Wang Kuan glanced at him, recognition flickering faintly, but remained aloof, declining the offering. Casually he asked, weren't you working in the city? Yes, exactly. Startled and flustered by being remembered, Wang Youfu bowed repeatedly. Brother Kuan, your memory is extraordinary. I'm still employed in the city, but had some family matters to attend to, so I took a few days' leave to rest. He spoke deliberately louder, ensuring the surrounding villagers heard his familiarity with Brother Kuan. His chest puffed with smug pride. Wang Kuan gave a non-committal hum, his gaze sweeping over the assembled villagers and pausing briefly on Yang Shuisheng, standing calmly in the doorway of his dilapidated house, before returning to Wang Youfu. What's all this commotion about midday like this? What's happened? Brother Kuan, your arrival couldn't be more timely. Please settle this fairly. Wang Youfu's expression instantly twisted into feigned outrage and grievance as he pointed accusingly at Yang Shuisheng. This village fool stole 1,000 yuan from me, and I caught him red-handed. Yet he refuses to admit it. Tell me, is there any law left in this world? I'm demanding he return what he stole. Spittle flying, he sought Wang Kuan's sympathy and endorsement. With public sentiment already leaning his way, Wang Kuan's backing would surely force Yang Shuisheng out of Peach Blossom Hollow for good. Yet Wang Kuan's expression remained unchanged, only glancing once more following Wang Youfu's pointing finger toward Yang Shuisheng. Yang Shuisheng stood motionless, meeting his gaze with serene composure. A subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of Wang Kuan's mouth. He had come today, not as judge or arbiter, but specifically to express gratitude and forge brotherhood with Yang Shuisheng, his savior and benefactor. He hadn't expected to walk straight into this spectacle. Not a single word of Wang Youfu's accusation held weight in his mind. A man capable of pulling Yang Shuisheng's father back from death's threshold would never stoop to stealing 1,000 yuan from the likes of Wang Youfu. What utter nonsense. Still watching Wang Youfu babble on, eagerly awaiting judgment, Wang Kuan finally spoke. Oh, you claim he stole your money? Yes, him. Exactly him. Blind to the shift in Wang Kuan's tone, Wang Youfu assumed vindication was imminent. He whirled around, glaring fiercely, and bellowed at Yang Shuisheng. The little bastard stole my... Before he could utter the word money, a sharp, thunderous slap cracked through the air, cutting off Wang Youfu mid-sentence and freezing every onlooker in stunned silence. Without warning, Wang Kuan raised his hand and delivered a full-force, stinging blow, palm's wide impact resounding, across Wang Youfu's face. The blow landed with brutal force, sending Wang Youfu staggering sideways, nearly toppling to the ground. His right cheek swelled visibly within seconds, marked with a stark crimson five-finger imprint. Clutching his burning face, he stood dazed, ears ringing, eyes wide with disbelief, as he stared at the suddenly hostile Wang Kuan, utterly unable to process what had just occurred. Wang Youfu. Does your skull contain nothing but excrement? Or perhaps mere gruel? Wang Kuan shook his hand as if brushing away filth, then jabbed a finger directly at Wang Youfu's nose and enunciated each word with icy precision. Open your dog eyes and look closely. Young brother is my brother. Would he steal your pitiful scraps? Dare speak another slanderous word against my brother, and I swear you'll crawl out of Peach Blossom Hollow on your belly today. With that he struck again. Slap. This second blow was even harder, even louder, spinning Wang Youfu halfway around, stars exploding before his eyes, his ears filled with the deafening drone of 10,000 bees. He clutched his face, stumbled backward 2 steps, and collapsed onto the ground, his swollen cheek ballooning like risen dough, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The crowd fell utterly silent, stunned into immobility. Bai Qinglian instinctively covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock, wholly bewildered by the turn of events. Brother Kuan, why did you strike me? Wang Youfu's voice finally returned, trembling with confusion. I'm the victim. I swear Yang Shuisheng stole my money. Why? Because striking you is mercy. Wang Kuan stepped forward, looming over the man seated helplessly on the ground. Let me ask you plainly, where is your evidence that Yang brother stole your money? Produce it now. You think bare words, your own tongue red and raw, can defame another without proof. Heavy evidence. Dazed and reeling, Wang Youfu still strained to argue. He's always been a simpleton, broke as a beggar until recently, yet suddenly produces 1,000 yuan. Where else could it possibly come from, if not stolen from me? Yang Shuisheng finally spoke calm and unhurried. Wang Youfu, you claimed just now you remembered the serial numbers on the stolen bills. Did they match? The numbers didn't match. Seizing upon this, Wang Youfu cried out desperately that was only a ruse, to pressure you into surrendering the money. Otherwise, why would you ever hand it over? Setting aside serial numbers, how do you explain the origin of this sum? Can you account for it clearly? Origin. This time Wang Kuan scoffed before Yang Shuisheng could reply. Let me tell you exactly where it came from. That 1,000 yuan was given to Yang brother, by me. And tell me, must I report to you Wang Youfu before gifting money to my own brother? A collective roar erupted, as if a bomb had detonated among the crowd. Everyone froze. Wang Youfu slumped on the ground by Qinglian beside him, all utterly dumbfounded. Given by Wang Kuan. Yang Shuisheng's money came directly from the legendary brother Kuan of Daliang town. Impossible. When had Yang Shuisheng ever ascended so high, or forged such a bond? Brother Kuan's brother. Now Wang Youfu sat slack-jawed speechless. If the money came from brother Kuan, then what of the 1,000 yuan he'd buried in the ground? Had someone else dug it up? His mind reeled under a storm of chaotic, unraveling thoughts, teetering on the edge of collapse. He had schemed to entrap Yang Shuisheng, only to kick a slab of iron he'd never dreamed existed. Behind Yang Shuisheng stood none other than Wang Kuan himself. Wang Youfu, you've heard it all. Yang Shuisheng wasted no time letting him absorb the truth. The serial numbers don't match. And the source of the money? Mr. Wang has confirmed. He gave it to me. We made our wager before all these witnesses. You lost. Per our agreement, you owe me 1,000 yuan. He paused, then extended his hand. Where is it? When will you pay? Seeing Yang Shuisheng publicly demanding the 1,000 yuan gambling debt, Wang Youfu turned pale. However, looking at the unkind gaze of Wang Kuan beside him, he knew that today's predicament was unavoidable. If this continued, it would likely be more than just a financial loss. Shuisheng brother. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, hurriedly getting up from the ground and waving his hands at Yang Shuisheng. You see, I was just joking with you earlier. We are from the same village. It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? The gambling agreement was just a joke. Yang Shuisheng raised an eyebrow, his tone sarcastic. You were just saying that I stole your money and even threatened to break my hands and drive me out of the village. That didn't sound like a joke at all. Everyone heard it and they witnessed it. How now that things seem unfavorable, you want to play tricks and deny the debt? He turned towards the surrounding villagers, raising his voice. Everyone, uncles and aunts, did you all hear what Wang Youfu said just now? In front of so many witnesses, he made a bet, and now that he lost, he wants to deny it with just a word. In Taojiao, when have we ever had such cowards who treat their words like farts and refuse to acknowledge a loss? Exactly. Wang Youfu, what happened to your arrogance from before? You said yourself that if you lost, you would pay it. Now you want to play tricks. Do you think we are all blind and deaf? If you lose, you must acknowledge it. Hurry up. Due to Wang Kun's presence, the villagers quickly took sides, all supporting Yang Shuisheng. Their spittle almost. Wang Youfu's face turned red and white from the accusations, stealing glances at Wang Kuan. He saw Wang Kuan crossing his arms, coldly staring at him, and the chill in his gaze made his heart tremble. He knew that if he didn't produce the money today, he would likely not pass this hurdle with Kuan Go, and he could forget about living in the village in the future. He'll pay. Is paying not enough? Wang Youfu nearly shouted, filled with pain and reluctance. Trembling, he pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pants pocket, biting his teeth as he counted out 10 bills, his fingers shaking, and reluctantly handed them to Yang Shuisheng. Thanks. Yang Shuisheng wasn't polite, accepting the money and weighing it in his hand, saying lightly, consider this a lesson. In the future, manage your mouth and don't have any crooked thoughts again. Wang Youfu lowered his head, not daring to utter a word, feeling his face burning and his heart bleeding. 1,000 yuan. It was gone just like that, and he lost so much face. Beside him, Bai Qinglian looked at her man in this state and felt no sympathy. Instead, she thought he reaped what he sowed and deserved it. Shuisheng, I'm sorry I caused you trouble. She walked up to Yang Shuisheng with an apologetic expression. I will definitely talk to him properly when I get back. After saying that, she didn't look at Wang Youfu and turned to leave. Wang Youfu, seeing this, hurriedly followed her, both of them quickly disappearing around the corner of the village road, their retreating figures looking quite miserable. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and move the furniture into Brother Yang's place. After the excitement, Wang Kuan waved his hand to his subordinates. Be careful, don't damage anything. Okay, Kuan, go. 7 or 8 strong men immediately responded and swiftly began unloading the brand new furniture from the tractor, tables, chairs, cabinets, and beds one by one into Yang Shuisheng's dilapidated house. The shabby room was instantly filled with these bright new pieces of furniture, making it a bit cramped, but it also appeared refreshed, exuding an oddly luxurious aura amidst its mismatch. The surrounding villagers watched with wide eyes, their faces full of envy and jealousy. These furniture items were clearly not cheap. Kuan Gu was treating Yang Shuisheng too well. Boss Wang, you are too extravagant. Yang Shuisheng looked at the busy crowd, and then at the smiling Wang Kuan, feeling a bit helpless as he said, I really don't need these. What extravagance? You saved my father, you are my Wang Kun's benefactor. A few pieces of furniture are nothing. Wang Kuan waved his hand dismissively, not accepting any refusal. But your house is a bit old, he'll find someone to renovate it for you in a while, ensuring you'll live comfortably. Then thank you very much, Boss Wang. Yang Shuisheng knew he couldn't decline, and since he indeed needed to improve his living conditions, he stopped being pretentious and nodded. There's nothing special to treat you with at home. How about we go to the town later, and I treat you to a meal? Meal? Wang Kuan quickly waved his hands with a sincere smile on his face. Brother Yang, why are you being so polite with me? Meals can be eaten anytime. Isn't Director Yes family in your village hosting a graduation banquet today? You go about your business. They'll just arrange the furniture for you and leave. Oh, I also have some matters to attend to. We are brothers, we have plenty of time in the future. He was straightforward and efficient, coming solely to deliver furniture, not wanting to trouble Yang Shuisheng any further. All right then, I won't be polite with you. Yang Shuisheng saw his resolute attitude and no longer insisted, thanking him again. Thank you very much today. We are brothers, no need for such formalities. Wang Kuan patted Yang Shuisheng on the shoulder and called for his subordinates to speed up. Soon the furniture was moved and arranged neatly. Wang Kuan reminded Yang Shuisheng a few more times to come to the town whenever he had anything, then left Taohua Jiao with his men and vehicles rumbling away. Shuisheng, how did you get to know Kuan Gu? However, the onlooking villagers had not dispersed yet. After Wang Kun's vehicle had driven far away, a few villagers approached with curious and flattering smiles, asking, why is he so good to you? He not only gave you money, but also brought you so much new furniture. Well, a couple of days ago in the town, Boss Wang's father suddenly fell ill and nearly passed away. Yang Shuisheng looked at their fawning faces and had no intention of hiding, honestly saying, I happen to know a bit of acupuncture. I helped with a few needles and saved him. I didn't expect Boss Wang to be so sentimental remembering this favor. So that's how it is. The crowd suddenly realized their doubts cleared, and they looked at Yang Shuisheng with different eyes. Saving Kuan Gu's father's life was a tremendous favor. No wonder Kuan Gu was so polite to him and called him brother. This Yang Shuisheng is not simple. In the future in Taohua Jiao, perhaps no one would dare to easily provoke him. They might even have to curry favor with him. Shuisheng, you really have this skill. That's impressive. Saving a life accumulates great virtue. It's only right, only right. If you have any matters in the future, just tell your uncle. The villagers all spoke flattering words, their tone much warmer than before. Yang Shuisheng responded perfunctorily, glancing at the sky, saying, Uncles and aunts, I still need to go to Director Yes' house for the banquet, so I won't chat with everyone anymore. Yes. You hurry and go, don't delay your important matters. The villagers quickly made way, their attitude respectful. Yang Shuisheng nodded and turned towards Eugene's house. Behind him were the envious and awed gazes of the villagers. When Yang Shuisheng arrived at Eugene's home, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what a lively scene. The yard was filled with borrowed round tables and square stools packed with adults and children, men and women, some munching on sunflower seeds, others chatting, while a few helped serve dishes and pass bowls, creating a bustling atmosphere. The air was thick with the aroma of meat, vegetables, and cheap cigarettes. At the entrance of the yard, a large double happiness character was pasted on red paper, and a banner nearby read, warm congratulations to Yu Qianwei for her success in the college entrance examination. As soon as Yang Shuisheng stepped into the yard, he attracted many gazes. Oh, Yang Shuisheng is here too. Villagers who recognized him showed expressions of surprise and soon began to whisper among themselves. Came to mooch a meal again. Isn't that the case? Whose event in the village would he miss? He really has a fix. A fool like him has achieved so little. I heard he tried to mooch a meal at Zhao Yukai's house a few days ago and was kicked out. Director Yu is kind-hearted, even inviting people like him. These words floated into Yang Shuisheng's ears, but he displayed little emotion, pretending not to hear. As for the matter of him having his belongings taken, since Yu Qianwei had apologized the night before and her attitude was decent, he did not intend to bring it up today. However, some people couldn't hold back. Hey, can't you all be a bit virtuous with your words? Zhou Caifeng, who had arrived early to help, happened to be passing by with a stack of bowls. Hearing the gossip, her brows furrowed, and she placed the bowls on a nearby table, hands on her hips, and spoke up in a crisp and clear voice. It's a great occasion that Director Yes' daughter got into university. Oh, everyone is here for the joy and celebration. What's wrong with having one more person? It just means more chopsticks and bowls. Why speak ill of Shuisheng, who hasn't faced difficulties at some point? Only you all think so highly of her. Words made sense and carried an assertive tone. Plus, being the village head's daughter-in-law, the villagers who had been gossiping immediately dared not speak loudly anymore. That's enough, everyone. Let's keep it down a bit. At this moment, Yu Jian, who was attending to the guests, heard the commotion and looked over. Seeing Yang Shuisheng, his brows instinctively furrowed. However, recalling his daughter's reminder from the previous night, he cleared his throat and said loudly to the crowd, Shuisheng is my guest. He is a fellow villager from Teowato, and his admission to university is a glory for the entire village. Let's all share in the joy. Shuisheng, you can just find a place to sit and no need to bring a gift. Just showing up is enough for the celebration. Though his words seemed generous, they still placed Yang Shuisheng in a position of being a recipient of charity. Director, thank you for your kindness. Yang Shuisheng, however, shook his head. I will definitely eat, but I still need to eat. I have known Xianwei since childhood. Her getting into university is a good thing, and this gift money is my little token of appreciation. As soon as he said this, the yard fell silent for a moment, followed by an even louder burst of laughter and chatter. Huh? What did he say? He wants to give a gift. My goodness, the sun must be rising from the west. Yang the fool wants to give a gift. What could he possibly give? Scraps he picked up or stolen eggs? Zhao Youcai, who had been sulking near the main table, snickered at this moment, putting down his teacup, his voice neither loud nor soft, just right for those around to hear. Yang Shuisheng, what are you trying to act big for? Who doesn't know you barely have enough to eat, and what you've been eating lately is still my food? You still want to give a gift? How many coins do you have in your pocket? You didn't pick up a few cents on the road and want to show off, did you? His words drew another round of laughter from those around. That's enough, Shuisheng. Zhang Qujvu, Qianwei's mother, also rolled her eyes, visibly annoyed, and waved her hand toward Yang Shuisheng, saying, Old, you said you don't need to bring a gift, so stop hanging around. Just find a corner to sit down, wait for the meal to start, and don't do all this showy stuff making a fool of yourself. Yu Qianwei stood next to her mother, wearing a brand new floral dress, looking prettier than usual. But at this moment, watching Yang Shuisheng being mocked by everyone, her expression was complex. She had secretly gone to apologize last night, genuinely wanting to make amends, but didn't expect her parents and the villagers to still have this attitude. Yang Shuisheng remained oblivious to the laughter and ridicule around him. He said nothing further and walked straight toward the corner of the yard where a makeshift gift table covered with red cloth was set up. Behind the table sat an elderly gentleman from the village, respected and skilled in calligraphy, leisurely recording the gifts. Shuisheng, you also came to give a gift. Upon seeing Yang Shuisheng approach, the old gentleman recognized him, stroked his white beard, and with a hint of playful teasing asked with a smile, how much are you planning to give? 2 dimes or 50 cents? He'll note it down for you. Any amount is a token of goodwill. In his view, it would already be quite good if Yang Shuisheng could produce a dime or 2. Most of the people in the yard followed Yang Shuisheng with their eyes, waiting for the joke to unfold. Zhao Yukai's smirk grew wider. Yu Jian frowned, feeling that Yang Shuisheng was bringing humiliation upon himself. Zhang Qujv rolled her eyes. Only Zhou Kaifeng crossed her arms, frowning as she glared at those who were laughing. Yang Shuisheng stood in front of the gift table, calmly pulling out a brand new dark green 100 yuan bill. Slap. He placed the 100 yuan bill firmly on the red cloth-covered table. Excuse me, old sir, please note it down, Yang Shuisheng. The noisy yard instantly fell into a deathly silence. All laughter, chatter, and mockery ceased. Zhao Yukai's mocking expression froze completely, his eyes wide. Zhang Quj's mouth dropped open large enough to fit an egg. Yu Jian's cigarette fell to the ground without him noticing. The villagers around who had come to watch the fun seemed to be put under a spell, their expressions frozen on their faces, eyes fixated on that 100 yuan bill, then on the calm-faced Yang Shuisheng, their minds buzzing. 100 yuan. Yang Shuisheng gave 100 yuan as a gift. What a joke. Up to now, the largest gift recorded on the gift table was only 50 yuan from a relative in town, which had already caused much envy and amazement. This 100 yuan was by far the largest gift, and it came from Yang Shuisheng, this former fool and professional moocher. Even the old gentleman behind the table trembled slightly as he held the brush, nearly letting the ink drop onto the red cloth. He looked at the money and then at Yang Shuisheng, stammering to confirm. Shuisheng, are you sure? Giving 100? Sure. Yang Shuisheng nodded. Thank you for your trouble. After the silence, the entire yard erupted like a boiling pot. My heavens. 100 yuan. It really is 100 yuan. Where did Yang Shuisheng get so much money? This is too extravagant. Who just said he came to mooch a meal? Is your face hurting? Zhao Yukai even said he picked up a few cents. Haha, isn't this a slap in the face? Everyone's expressions shifted from disdain and mockery to shock and disbelief as their gazes toward Yang Shuisheng completely transformed. Yu Qianwei was also stunned. She looked at the 100 yuan bill on the table, then at Yang Shuisheng's calm profile. Her heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Not only did he not mention the matter of his belongings being taken, but he also gave such a heavy gift. Was it because of her apology last night? Or had he truly changed? An indescribable complex emotion spread within her heart. Zhou Kaifeng was initially taken aback, but then her face broke into a wide smile, proudly glancing at those who had made sarcastic remarks earlier, especially Zhao Youcai, whose face was now ashen, feeling immensely satisfied. As if to say, look, my Shuisheng is capable, making you all look down upon him. Yu Jian and Zhang Qiuji's expressions were like a spilled paint palette, a mix of colors. They never expected that Yang Shuisheng would truly take out 100 yuan. This gift was so heavy that their earlier sharp words now seemed incredibly ridiculous and petty. Yu Jian even felt a slight flush on his face. The old gentleman steadied himself, took a deep breath, and lifted his brush to neatly write a line in the golden-lettered gift book. Then, according to the procedure, he reported to the host the name of the gift giver and the specific amount. Teo Wado Yang Shuisheng, gift money 100 yuan exactly. 100 bucks. Yang Shuisheng, where the hell did you get 100 bucks? Facing the heavy gift of 100 yuan from Yang Shuisheng, Zhao Youcai's sharp, piercing voice rang out. You've been mooching off my family these days, and today you can just whip out 100 bucks as a gift. This money must have a dubious origin, or it definitely is stolen. Or you might have picked up someone else's money without returning it just to show off. His words poured cold water over many who were still in shock. Yeah, Yang Shuisheng, a former fool, poor as a church mouse, how could he suddenly have 100 bucks? This money really does seem suspicious. As the village head, Yu Jian had a heightened sense of political sensitivity. If this money from Yang Shuisheng was indeed stolen or of unclear origin, accepting such a generous gift today would have terrible repercussions. Say he accepted stolen money, or that he was harboring a thief. Would he still be the village head? Yang Shuisheng, Zhao village head, is right to question you. Yu Jian's expression immediately turned serious as he took several steps to the gift log table, looking at Yang Shuisheng and asking in a deep voice, where did you get this money from? You must clarify. If this money has a dubious origin, our family cannot accept it. Exactly. If you can't explain it clearly, we can't dare to accept this money. Zhang Qiuji also immediately chimed in sharply, stating, who knows if it's dirty money? It could bring trouble to our family. Old Yu Qianwai's city classmates, who never had a good impression of Yang Shuisheng, now revealed disdain and contempt. Yeah, a fool suddenly pulls out 100 bucks. Who is he trying to fool? It must be stolen. Guys like him from the countryside are always up to no good. Uncle Yu, we can't accept gifts from such people. It's bad luck. In an instant, the villagers who had just looked at Yang Shuisheng with newfound respect now cast doubtful and scrutinizing glances. The atmosphere in the yard, which had just relaxed, became tense and awkward again. Everyone was staring at Yang Shuisheng, waiting for him to explain. Yang Shuisheng appeared indifferent, unafraid of shadows when standing upright. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of footsteps and excited discussions suddenly came from the entrance. Hey, what are you all crowding around here for? Several villagers who had hurried over from the other side of the village to attend the feast happened to witness the earlier scene at Yang Shuisheng's door, their faces filled with excitement as they rushed to share this big news. One middle-aged man with the loudest voice, not yet fully squeezed into the yard, shouted, his voice filled with the excitement and pride of having witnessed a major event. Suspecting where Shuisheng's money came from, let me tell you that money was personally given to him by Kuan Ge from the town Wang Kuan. What's 100 bucks? This morning, Kuan Ge drove a Santana sedan accompanied by 3 tractors and delivered an entire house of new furniture to Shuisheng. Tables, chairs, cabinets, beds, all brand new. We saw it with our own eyes. Oh, what a spectacle. His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Even more shocking than when Yang Shuisheng had pulled out 100 bucks. What? It was given by Kuan Ge. And he even sent furniture. 3 tractors. A Santana. My goodness. Kuan Ge sent furniture to Yang Shuisheng. How? How is that even possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Yang Shuisheng in disbelief, then glancing at the few villagers who entered and spoke so confidently. Of course, we just came from that side. Another quick-tongued woman quickly added, painting a vivid picture. That fool Wang Youfu wanted to frame Shuisheng for stealing his money, but in the end Kuan Ge slapped him twice right there. Kuan Ge said it himself, Shuisheng is his brother, his lifesaver. In the end, Wang Youfu lost a bet to Shuisheng and had to pay him a full 1,000 bucks. Boom! The yard erupted into chaos. Kuan Ge's brother, a lifesaver, delivered an entire house of new furniture. Wang Youfu paid 1,000 bucks. Every piece of information hit the villagers' preconceived notions like a shockwave. Yang Shuisheng, the fool they viewed as a beggar, not only climbed up to the town's biggest local tyrant Wang Kuan, but also became his lifesaver and brother. Did he even turn the tables on Wang Youfu, making him lose 1,000 bucks? Is the world going mad? Zhao Youcai, who had questioned the loudest earlier, turned ashen, his lips quivering as his mind buzzed like a swarm of flies. Kuan Ge sent furniture to Yang Shuisheng, even called him brother. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Just a few days ago, he had gone to find Kuan-gu asking him to help deal with Yang Shuisheng. How could it be that Kuan-gu had suddenly become Yang Shuisheng's supporter, treating him so well? Did Kuan-gu not plan to help him at all? Or was it that Yang Shuisheng had used some sort of sorcery fooling Kuan-gu? He felt that things had spiraled completely out of his control, heading in a dangerously unpredictable direction. Impossible. You must be mistaken. Zhao Yikai's voice was somewhat shaky. Mistaken? Zhao Youcai, do you think we all have blind eyes? The loud-voiced man became displeased, pointing at Zhao Youcai. The Santana that Kuan-gu drove pitch black and shiny. How many are there in the whole town? Do you think we could be mistaken? The people he brought moving those brand new furniture, could we be mistaken? Wang Yufu's face was swollen like a pig's head after being beaten, and he paid real money. Could we be mistaken? If you don't believe it, go to Shuisheng's house right now. If that new furniture is still set up inside. This statement was so reasonable that it was hard not to believe. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Yang Shuisheng, but this time the doubt and scrutiny had completely vanished, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. How could a fool suddenly become so wealthy and powerful? Yu Jian and Zhang Qiuj were utterly dumb. They looked at Yang Shuisheng, then at the 100 yuan on the table, feeling their faces burn hotter than if they had just questioned the source of his money, and it turned out to be so impressive, given by Kuan-gu. They had even worried it might be dirty money and hesitated to accept it. Thinking back, it was simply absurd. Yu Qianwei stood beside her parents, her heart feeling like a stormy sea. He was no longer the fool who could be bullied. Director, can I take a seat now? Of course, of course. Yu Jian suddenly came back to his senses, hastily putting on a smile that was 10 times more enthusiastic than before, even carrying a hint of flattery, nodding repeatedly. Shuisheng, look at you coming as a guest, and spending so much, please take a seat. He instinctively wanted to guide Yang Shuisheng to the main table, or a prime guest position near it. After all, someone who could present a hefty gift from Kuan-gu and was on good terms with him shouldn't be seated at the corner. He must be treated with respect. No need to trouble yourself, Director Yu. Yang Shuisheng shook his head, his tone flat. I can sit anywhere. I'll take whichever seat is available. Saying this, he no longer looked at Yu Jian, his gaze sweeping across the round tables occupied haphazardly in the yard. Finally, his eyes fell on a table located in a quieter corner against the wall. That table was already occupied by several people, mostly elderly villagers and women, with one seat empty next to the beautiful widow Lu Yulan. Because Lu Yulan was a widow, many people would unconsciously avoid sitting close to her during such occasions of joy and sorrow, deeming it unlucky or fearing gossip. Thus, the seat beside her was often left empty or reluctantly filled last. Yang Shuisheng wasted no time, striding directly toward that table. Under the astonished gazes of those around, he reached Lu Yulan's side, effortlessly pulled out the empty chair, and sat down. Sister Yulan. He nodded at Lu Yulan, who was somewhat dazed, greeting her. Lu Yulan had evidently tidied herself up today, wearing a faded but clean floral shirt, her hair neatly styled into a simple bun at the back. Seeing Yang Shuisheng suddenly sit next to her, she was first taken aback, then her face flushed with 2 faint shades of red, and she awkwardly nodded, responding softly, Shuisheng, you're here. With Yang Shuisheng sitting down, the previously somewhat dull atmosphere at their table instantly became subtle. The other elderly villagers and women at the table secretly glanced at him, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny, but no one dared to discuss him loudly like before. Meanwhile, the guests at other tables in the yard, while gradually resuming their conversations and eating, frequently cast glances toward this corner, whispering among themselves. Look, he's sitting next to Lu Yulan. Tisk, he's really not avoiding any suspicions. Now that he's wealthy and powerful, what's there to fear? Indeed, he's Kuan-ji's brother. Lu Yulan could feel those subtle gazes, her body unconsciously tensing as she lowered her head. However, Yang Shuisheng seemed oblivious, drinking a cup of tea that was already poured on the table. Shuisheng, is what they said true? After a while, taking advantage of the other diners at the table focusing on their cold dishes or chatting with people across the table, Lu Yulan slightly leaned closer to Yang Shuisheng, asking in a voice only the two could hear, did Kuan-gu really give you money and send you furniture? Then that $100 you gave my grandmother, is that also from him? You're not lying to me, are you? Sister Yulan, I am not lying to you. Yang Shuisheng immediately shook his head, lowering his voice even further. The 100 yuan I gave to your mother-in-law truly came from my earnings selling Huangjing. Every penny is clean. Meeting Wang Kuan was purely by chance. That day I happened to run into his father, who had a sudden illness in town, and I just so happened to know a bit about acupuncture, so I lent a hand. I didn't expect him to be so loyal. He insisted on repaying me, giving me money, and even sending furniture, and I couldn't refuse. He explained clearly, his gaze honest and open. That's good. After hearing this, Lu Yulan felt her last bit of resentment dissipate, gently nodding her head and softly saying, I just worry that you'll do something dangerous for money. I won't, rest assured. Yang Shuisheng watched her as she lowered her head, revealing a slender fair neck and slightly flushed ears. His heart stirred slightly and he leaned closer, speaking in a barely audible voice. Sister Yulan, you look truly beautiful today. Although the floral shirt Lu Yulan wore today was old, it was washed very clean. The buttons at the collar were neatly fastened, but as she sat and slightly leaned forward, it subtly outlined the fullness of her chest. Her hair was meticulously styled, exposing her smooth forehead and delicate eyebrows, creating a unique charm of elegance and gentleness. When Lu Yulan heard Yang Shuisheng's sudden compliment, she was momentarily taken aback, and then her cheeks flushed bright red all the way to her neck. She was too shy to lift her head, but her heart was as sweet as honey. She lowered her voice to scold him softly. What nonsense are you talking? Unable to act on her impulse to hit him, due to the people around, she held back. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively. A stream of meat and fish dishes was brought out, and the villagers eagerly feasted, guessing games and cheering, creating a boisterous scene. Although Lu Yulan was shy, sitting beside Yang Shuisheng made her feel particularly at ease. From time to time, she would pick food for Yang Shuisheng, specifically choosing the meatier better parts, softly saying, Shuisheng, eat more of this. It's tender, you should try it. As she leaned slightly, while serving, the fabric of her shirt occasionally clung to her body, accentuating her. Several single men at the table and neighboring tables, or those with impure thoughts, couldn't help but sneak glances in her direction, their eyes filled with envy and a certain longing. But upon seeing Yang Shuisheng sitting calmly beside her and recalling the rumors about Brother Kuan from earlier, they quickly averted their gaze, only daring to fantasize in their hearts. Soon after a few rounds of drinks and dishes, thank you to all the villagers, friends, and family for coming today. Yu Jian stood up with a glass of wine, his face glowing, loudly announcing to the guests filling the yard, my daughter, Qianwei, has been accepted into university, which is a joyous occasion and also a glory for our Tahuakeo. To make everyone even happier tonight, at the grain threshing ground on the east side of the village, I've invited a film crew from the town to show 2 films. Once everyone has finished eating, let's all go watch. Let's make some noise. Great. Director Yu is so generous. We get to watch a movie tonight. The villagers cheered, and the atmosphere grew even more lively. For ordinary villagers at this time, being able to watch an outdoor movie was already quite impressive. By the time the banquet was over, it was already 6 in the afternoon. I'll head back first. Lu Yulan was afraid of the gossip from the crowd and didn't dare to leave with Yang Shuisheng. She quietly glanced at him before lowering her head and blending into the crowd to leave. Yang Shuisheng, having eaten and drunk his fill, was not in a hurry. He searched through the dispersing crowd and spotted Bai Qinglian, who was helping to clear the dishes. Sister Bai, Yang Shuisheng called out. Bai Qinglian looked up, and seeing it was Yang Shuisheng, her face displayed a hint of guilt. Shuisheng, I was just about to look for you. I'm sorry for what happened today on behalf of Yu Fuhai. He's a reckless person, please don't take it to heart. As she spoke, she was about to bow to Yang Shuisheng. He quickly supported her, saying, Sister Bai, please don't do that. This is about Wang Yufu, it has nothing to do with you. You've been good to me, and I will remember it in my heart. Bai Qinglian's eyes reddened slightly at his words, and she nodded. Yang Shuisheng glanced around. There were still quite a few people. Sister Bai, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Is that convenient? Bai Qinglian wanted to sincerely apologize and also to ask what exactly was going on between Yang Shuisheng and Wang Kuan, so she nodded. Sure, where shall we talk? Let's go by the pond on the back mountain, it's quiet there. The two walked one after the other, avoiding the crowd, slowly making their way to the clear water pond on the back mountain. Surrounded by tranquility, only the sound of flowing water and birdsong could be heard. Shuisheng, I'm truly sorry about what happened today. Standing by the pond, Bai Qinglian took a deep breath, turned to face Yang Shuisheng, and said earnestly, Fuhai, sigh, and thank you for not holding it against him. Let's not mention the past. Yang Shuisheng waved his hand, looking at Bai Qinglian. He noticed that the top button of her shirt had somehow come undone, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin and her delicate collarbone, and in the sunlight her eyes were gentle. Sister Bai, Yang Shuisheng asked, now that the graduation banquet a director uses over, are you and Wang Yufu about to head to the county? Fuhai said, it should be in the next 2 or 3 days. The construction site is pressing us for it. Without hesitation, Yang Shuisheng reached into his pocket and pulled out 500 yuan in bills that he had prepared in advance, directly stuffing them into Bai Qinglian's hands. What? What is this for? Bai Qinglian was startled and wanted to retract her hand, but Yang Shuisheng held it tightly. Sister Bai, take this money. Yang Shuisheng's tone was firm, his voice lowered with concern. It's a total of 500. Hide it well, keep it on you, and make sure Wang Yufu doesn't find out. Once you get to the county, everything is unfamiliar and you'll need money everywhere. I don't trust Wang Yufu. He says he's taking you out to work, but who knows what his true intentions are. Keep this money, just in case, just in case if he treats you badly over there, or if anything unexpected happens, it'll help you manage a little. If all else fails, just buy a ticket back and let me know. I will never let him off. His words were straightforward and carried a hint of fierceness. Bai Qinglian listened, looking at the bills in her hand, then looked up at his sincere concern and protection in his eyes. Her nose tinged with bitterness as tears nearly fell. If Wang Yufu had half of Yang Shuisheng's goodness, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. Moreover, after Wang Yufu returned earlier, he even forced her to find Yang Shuisheng, trying to find a way to get back the 1,000 yuan he had lost, even if he could get back half of it. But she couldn't bring herself to say such things. That money was lost by Wang Yufu himself due to gambling. Oh, why should she ask for it back? Unexpectedly, Yang Shuisheng not only held no grudges, but actively gave her money, and even thought so much about her. Compared to Wang Yufu's selfishness, arrogance, and stinginess, Yang Shuisheng's kindness felt like a warm stream, instantly breaking down all her defenses. Shuisheng, I can't accept this, but it's too much. Her voice choked, still wanting to refuse. Take it, just hold on to it. Yang Shuisheng's tone became firmer, but his gaze remained gentle. Trust me, keep it well. Once you get there, be careful in everything. Remember, Tahuakeo will always be your home. If you encounter any difficulties, come back anytime. Bai Qinglian's tears finally could not be held back any longer, rolling down her cheeks. She no longer refused, tightly clutching the 500 yuan, as if holding onto the last bit of warmth and reliance. She nodded firmly. Shuisheng, thank you. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. She wiped her tears, suddenly seeming to have made a decision, looking up at Yang Shuisheng with tear-streaked cheeks, but forcing out a smile. Shuisheng, you. Close your eyes. Yang Shuisheng was taken aback. Although he didn't understand, he obeyed and closed his eyes. In the next moment, he felt a warm, soft touch on his cheek, accompanied by the faint fragrance unique to women, before it quickly pulled away. He opened his eyes in surprise to see Bai Qinglian had stepped back 2 paces, her cheeks flushed, shyly glancing at him. You must not tell anyone. With that, she turned and hurriedly ran back along the path, quickly disappearing around the bend of the wooded trail. Yang Shuisheng stood there, touching his cheek where he had just been kissed. Did Bai Qinglian's initiative to kiss him mean their relationship had progressed? He shook his head and smiled, choosing not to think too much about it, turning to head towards the small bamboo forest in the west of the village. Calculating the time, Ma San's side should be done by now. It was time to see what kind of unspeakable secrets were hidden in Zhao Yukai's locked drawer. He arrived at the small bamboo grove west of the village as the sun dipped low, casting dim, slanting light into the thicket. Yang Shuisheng spotted Ma San crouched in the same corner where they had met that morning, smoking lazily, puffing intermittently, his eyes flickering repeatedly toward the narrow path leading into the grove, betraying both anxiety and a quiet, simmering excitement. Brother Yang, you're finally here. At the sight of Yang Shuisheng, Ma San's eyes lit up sharply. He hastily ground his cigarette stub into the soil and hurried forward, closing the distance in 2 long strides. Leaning in, he lowered his voice, his tone brimming with eager anticipation. I've made a discovery. A major one. A subtle ripple stirred within Yang Shuisheng's chest, though his expression remained perfectly still. Let's talk inside. He gestured for Ma San to move deeper into the grove, away from any chance passerby who might glimpse them. So, what was in the drawer? Hey, Brother Yang, guess what? Ma San rubbed his palms together, his face alight with the thrill of having uncovered a secret inside the drawer. Besides roughly 1,000 yuan in cash bound tightly with a rubber band, were nothing but receipts and notebooks. Receipts? What kind of receipts? Yang Shuisheng pressed. Village procurement receipts, official ones stamped with red seals. Ma San recalled, straining to describe them precisely. I flipped through a few, mostly office supplies, construction materials for road repairs, things like that. But I found several receipts for identical purchases, say cement or bricks. And yet, astonishingly, there were 2 different receipts for each. One listed a larger quantity and higher price, the other a smaller quantity and lower price. Yet the goods were unmistakably the same. I'd wager Zhao Youcai's been skimming kickbacks. He uses public funds to purchase goods, submits inflated invoices for reimbursement, then secretly buys cheaper substitutes. The price difference vanishes straight into his own pocket. Yang Shuisheng's gaze sharpened, narrowing with cold intensity. Kickbacks, embezzlement of village public funds. This was no minor offense. If proven beyond doubt, it would be more than enough to bring Zhao Yucai crashing down. Anything else? Yang Shuisheng asked, his inner anticipation quietly mounting. Yes, a hardcover notebook. Inside it, tucked between pages, were several documents. Land deeds, maybe lease contracts. Ma San scratched his head, clearly baffled. I couldn't quite decipher what they said. It was all convoluted legalese. But I memorized the name signed on them. Hong Dachong. Sounds like a person's name. Hong Dachong. A jolt surged through Yang Shuisheng's chest. He remembered that name well. The Tenmu of spring-fed land belonging to his family had been seized years ago by Zhao Yucai in collusion with an outsider businessman, and that man's surname had been Hong. Could this be the very same Hong Dachong? And judging by Ma San's description, had Zhao Yucai secretly leased or sold his family's stolen land to him? Behind this lay colossal illicit gains, and transactions too dark to see the light of day. In an instant, disparate threads snapped together in Yang Shuisheng's mind. Hong Dachong was likely one of the masterminds behind the land seizure, perhaps even the chief architect. Zhao Yukai, merely a lackey paraded openly before the world. The evidence to topple Zhao Yukai already seemed sufficient, and if he followed this trail, he might just reel in far larger prey. Yet as the saying goes, a meal is eaten one bite at a time, a journey one step at a time. What mattered now was using these proofs to unseat Zhao Yukai from his post as village chief, to send him to prison and force him to disgorge every cent he'd swallowed with interest, including his family's land. Well done, Ma-san. Yang Shuisheng nodded, reassessing the man's capabilities. This fellow possessed boldness, dexterity, and a sharp, discerning eye. Brother Yang, whatever you ask, I'll get it done right. Ma-san, sensing approval, swelled with pride. Here's what you'll do. Return to town, tell me where you're staying, and stay put for the next few days. I may need you again. Yes, sir. I'm renting a tiny single room on the west end of town. Go down the alley beside the scrapyard, third house on the left. Look for the crooked jujube tree by the door. Ma-san rattled off the address without pause. Remember this, everything you saw today, including your visit to Peach Blossom Hollow, stays buried deep within you. Should I learn you've breathed a word of this to a third soul? Yang Shuisheng's gaze turned glacial, his voice edged with chilling finality. You know what Brother Kuan is capable of. Making you vanish, without sound, without trace, is hardly beyond his reach. Ma-san shuddered violently under that icy stare and immediately thumped his chest, swearing solemnly. Brother Yang, rest assured. Though I'm a thief, my word is iron. This stays between heaven, earth, you and me. If I utter even half a syllable, may lightning strike me dead. Here, take this. Seeing how thoroughly frightened he was, Yang Shuisheng softened his expression slightly and withdrew a 100-yuan note from his inner pocket, handing it over, an advance for future services. Brother Yang, you're far too generous. Eyes wide at the sight of the 100-yuan bill, Ma-san's face instantly bloomed with obsequious gratitude. He accepted it with both hands, effusively declaring, It's my honor to serve you. This money makes me blush, but command me any time, even into fire or across blades. I'll never flinch. His words soared with theatrical fervor, even as his fingers clutched the bill tight. Too much for you. Yang Shuisheng watched his comical blend of greed and flattery with quiet amusement, and teased, Shall I take it back? No. Brother Yang, I'll take it. Terrified he might retract the offer, Ma-san shoved the note deep into his innermost shirt pocket and clamped his hand firmly over it, as if guarding a sacred relic. Thank you, Brother Yang. You're my savior reborn. I'll return to town at once and await your orders. Go on then. Yang Shuisheng waved him off. Bowing deeply and showering thanks, Ma-san scurried away, hunched low, vanishing swiftly into the far end of the bamboo grove, back toward town. Once alone, Yang Shuisheng stood silently in the deepening twilight, weighing his next move. Receipts, land deed documents, all paper-based evidence. To bring Zhao Yukai down, mere allegations would not suffice. Concrete, irrefutable proof was essential. Yet the original documents in the drawer must remain untouched, or disturbing them would raise alarm. Zhao Yukai could easily flee long before official investigators arrived, long before the complaint even completed its bureaucratic course. Clearly his next trip to town demanded one critical acquisition: a camera. He'd send Ma-san back once more, to surreptitiously photograph those receipts and documents, especially the key pages bearing Zhao Yutsai's signature and Hong Dachong's name. Photographic evidence properly secured would provide undeniable leverage when filing the report through the right channels, far safer and more reliable than stealing originals. Above all, it would guarantee Zhao Yutsai's capture. No escape, no denial. The more Yang Shuisheng contemplated it, the more flawless the plan appeared. He drew a slow, steadying breath, tamping down his rising excitement and strategic fervor, then turned and walked out of the grove, toward home. Yet just as he approached the row of dilapidated old houses, still dozens of meters away, his steps faltered and halted. Before his weathered wooden gate stood a graceful, full-figured woman. She wore a pale apricot floral blouse and sleek black trousers that accentuated her rounded hips and long, elegant legs. A gentle breeze stirred her bangs and fluttered her thin blouse, revealing faint contours of her undergarments and the soft, full curve of her bosom. She stood slightly angled toward his house, as if listening intently for sounds from within, or hesitating, uncertain whether to knock. Zhou Kaifeng. What brought her here? And judging by her posture, she had already been waiting some time. Aunt Feng, what brings you here? Yang Shuisheng stepped forward and asked. Shuisheng, where have you been? Zhou Kaifeng turned around upon hearing his voice, her face breaking into a slightly reproachful smile as she swayed her waist over. I just finished a meal, feeling bloated, just taking a stroll to digest. Yang Shuisheng casually replied, his gaze unconsciously sweeping across her chest. Oh, I see. Zhou Kaifeng did not suspect much. Glancing at the dilapidated house behind Yang Shuisheng, a hesitant expression appearing on her face. Shuisheng, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we go inside? All right, let's talk inside. Yang Shuisheng nodded after a glance at her, opening the door and stepping aside to let Zhou Kaifeng enter. As she stepped into the house, she was greeted by the faint scent of fresh wood and paint. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light indoors, and she took in the scene, she was utterly stunned, her mouth agape, unable to speak for a long while. What was once an empty, dilapidated house was now filled with brand new furniture. A sturdy 8 immortals table, 4 ornately carved back chairs, a brand new wardrobe with a mirror, and a wooden bed frame that looked both thick and comfortable. Although the house was still the same old crumbling structure with peeling walls and uneven flooring, the gleaming new furniture completely transformed the atmosphere. While mismatched, the air of luxury was unmistakable. My goodness. Are all of these really? Zhou Kaifeng covered her mouth, circling around the furniture, reaching out to touch the smooth surface of the table and the sturdy bed frame, her eyes filled with shock and envy. Did Wang Kuan really send you all this new furniture? Are the rumors from those gossipy women true? Yes, Boss Wang was insistent on sending it. I couldn't refuse him. Wang Shui so polite. I had to accept it. Yang Shuisheng spoke nonchalantly as he approached the 8 immortals table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, looking at Zhou Caifeng, who was still in shock. Aunt Feng, you mentioned you had something to tell me. Zhou Kaifeng then snapped back to reality, hurriedly sitting down in the chair beside Yang Shuisheng, instinctively leaning closer to him, bringing with her a rich scent of snowflake cream. Shuisheng, hey, race the thing. She replaced her expression with a slightly mysterious and flattering smile, lowering her voice. It was Zhao Yukai who sent me here. Zhao Yukai. Yang Shuisheng raised an eyebrow. What does he want? He wants to invite you to dinner. Zhou Kaifeng curled her lips, her tone laced with disdain and a hint of glee towards Zhao Yukai. He couldn't lower his pride to invite you himself, thinking it would be embarrassing to mock you earlier and then immediately invite you to dinner, so he sent me as a go-between. What a spineless fool. You were right, Shuisheng. Within a week, Zhao Yukai will openly invite you to dinner. Isn't that just what happened? You truly have a knack for predictions. Yang Shuisheng remained noncommittal to Zhou Kaifeng's flattery, simply asking, did he say why he wants to treat me? What else could it be? Zhou Kaifeng chuckled. It must be this afternoon when he heard that Wang Kuan sent you all this furniture and publicly declared you as his brother. He was scared out of his wits. He probably fears you holding a grudge over his past misdeeds, wanting to set up a dinner to get closer to you, apologize, and sweep the incident under the rug. I know all of his little schemes, don't I? Yang Shuisheng nodded. It was pretty much as he had guessed. Zhao Yukai was certainly scared now. When exactly is it? He asked if you were free tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Kaifeng replied. Tomorrow. Yang Shuisheng thought for a moment, shaking his head. I probably can't make it in the afternoon. I need to run some errands in town. It might take some time, but I can do it in the evening. All right, then let's set it for the evening. Zhou Kaifeng clapped her thigh, her smile widening, carrying a hint of flirtation. Then Aunt will prepare some good dishes for you tonight, ensuring you have a delightful meal. Then I will look forward to it. Yang Shuisheng nodded. He had to admit that Zhou Kaifeng's cooking was quite... With the serious matters discussed, normally Zhou Kaifeng would have taken her leave. However, she not only stayed, but instead stood up, walked to the door, and with a click locked it from the inside. Then she turned around, her serious expression vanishing in an instant, swaying her waist as she walked step by step to Yang Shuisheng. Before he could react, she suddenly softened her body and sat sideways on his lap. The warmth of her soft body nestled against him. Zhou Kaifeng was wearing thin pants today, and Yang Shuisheng could distinctly feel her firm and soft hips and the warmth of her thighs pressing tightly against his legs. The rich fragrance from her body and the warmth of a mature woman permeated through her thin clothing. Shuisheng, now that the serious matters are settled, let's talk about something else. She naturally wrapped her arms around Yang Shuisheng's neck, tilting her face up, exhaling softly, her eyes hazy, yet filled with unabashed desire, her voice soft and clingy. Could you help Aunt with her health again? Aunt feels a bit unwell today, empty inside. As she spoke, she intentionally rubbed lightly against Yang Shuisheng's lap. That sensation was truly breathtaking. Yang Shuisheng's body stiffened instinctively, wanting to push her away. It was broad daylight, and having just discussed Zhao Yukai's dinner invitation felt a bit awkward. However, just as Zhou Kaifeng sat on his lap, their bodies in close contact, the 5 strands of energy quietly swirling in his dantian suddenly became active. Though it was faint, he could clearly feel it. It wasn't the active prompting during cultivation, but rather a natural response to the external contact. Could it be that not only during cultivation, but also through intimate physical contact with a woman he had deeply cultivated with, even without actively circulating his energy, it could evoke a response within him and subtly provide benefits? If that were the case, the profoundness of the harmony and vitality cultivation method might far exceed his imagination. Perhaps long-term intimate contact itself was a form of slow and continuous cultivation. This bold hypothesis sent a shockwave through Yang Shuisheng's heart, while also igniting a strong curiosity. If this were true, maintaining a close relationship with Zhou Kaifeng might offer greater benefits than merely cultivating. With this thought, his resistance began to fade. Looking at Zhou Caifeng, who was gazing at him with flirtatious eyes actively seeking his touch, he reached out and embraced her soft, voluptuous waist, pressing her tighter against himself. "All right, Aunt Feng." Yang Shuisheng leaned down, getting close to her, his voice a bit hoarse. "Since you feel unwell, I will help you with your health again." Outside, the sky gradually darkened, the dusk settling in. Inside, the new furniture emitted a faint wooden aroma, and the air was thick with a rising warm atmosphere. After a thorough adjustment, Zhou Kaifeng lay languidly on Yang Shuisheng's newly replaced bed, her body slick with fragrant sweat, emitting a sigh of satisfaction. She felt the stagnant energy within her body dissipate completely, every pore exuding comfort, her bones tingling with a delightful numbness even more pleasant than soaking in a hot spring. This feeling of being thoroughly unblocked and nourished made her savor it deeply, increasing her dependency and infatuation with Yang Shuisheng. "Shuisheng, you truly are my living deity." She turned her face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yang Shuisheng, who was getting dressed, her voice soft and husky. "Every time you adjust me, I feel as if I could live 10 more years." Yang Shuisheng buttoned his shirt, feeling the warmth within his dantian that had noticeably increased his heart, full of understanding. "All right, Aunt Feng." He patted Zhou Kaifeng's bare shoulders, saying, "Hurry up and get dressed to go back. You've been out too long. Zhao Yukai might grow suspicious." Zhou Kaifeng was reluctant, yet she understood the importance. She dawdled as she got up, putting on her clothes while subtly glancing at Yang Shuisheng. "You promised come for dinner tomorrow night. It'll be waiting for you." Got it," Yang Shuisheng replied. After seeing Zhou Kaifeng off, who kept looking back full of charm, he secured the door and sat cross-legged on the new bed, calming his mind. This inspection filled him with ecstatic joy. Within his dantian, the original 5 strands of energy had now astonishingly increased to 8, an increase of 3 strands. As the 8 strands gradually intertwined and rotated, the warmth they radiated was significantly stronger than before. 8 strands, only 2 strands away from condensing into a single force. The speed of his cultivation was faster than he had anticipated. It seemed his guess was correct. Engaging in deep cultivation with women of a specific constitution yielded remarkable results. Moreover, it seemed that as the frequency of cultivation increased and their rapport deepened, the effects continued to enhance. Zhou Kaifeng's primal yin energy appeared to be even more cooperative and nourishing than in the previous 2 times. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Shuisheng attempted to channel his energy to manipulate the heavy axe in the With 8 strands of energy gathered, his strength was much greater than before. The axe trembled slightly, even lifting an inch off the ground, but soon fell back with a thud, still unable to be controlled as deftly as a silver needle. It seems that merely increasing the quantity of energy has limited impact on manipulating heavy objects, Yang Shuisheng mused. "I fear I must wait until 10 strands condense into one force, achieving a qualitative change to easily handle such weights." After resting for a moment, he noticed the sky outside had completely darkened. Estimating that the film at the threshing ground was about to start, he got up and headed towards the threshing ground at the east end of the village. The threshing ground was already packed with people, a sea of black. A white screen hung between 2 trees, the projector buzzing, casting a brilliant beam of light, showing the old film mine warfare. Adults and children alike were engrossed with constant cheers and discussions. The moment Yang Shuisheng appeared, it immediately caused a small stir. Many villagers recognized him, their expressions instantly becoming complex. "Oh, Shuisheng is here. Quickly, there's a spot here. Shuisheng wants some sunflower seeds. Just roasted, they're fragrant. Shuisheng, sit here, it's a good view. Shuisheng want to smoke." Everywhere he went, people warmly greeted him, offering sunflower seeds and peanuts, giving him seats, their faces plastered with sycophantic smiles, in stark contrast to their previous contemptuous and mocking attitudes. Yang Shuisheng knew well that these people were not treating him well for his sake, but for the sake of Kuan Gu behind him, for the wealth and influence he had displayed that afternoon. "No thanks," he replied. "You all sit or I'll just look around." He didn't want to interact too much with these flatterers, but rather made his way to the outskirts of the crowd to an inconspicuous corner where there was a half-height stone mill. He planned to sit there to watch. Ever since he started practicing the Hawan nourishing qi technique, his eyesight was considerably better than that of ordinary people. "Ah, Shuisheng, you finally made it." However, just as he approached the stone mill, Yu Jian hurriedly stood up from the best spot in front, his face wearing an even more enthusiastic smile than in the afternoon, rushing over. Come sit in front. The center of the first row, it's a clear view. I saved you a spot." Yu Jian Yang Shuisheng sidestepped, his tone flat. "Director, you no need to trouble yourself. They'll sit in the back, it's quiet." "How can that be?" Yu Jian's smile faltered for a moment, a bit awkward, but he still refused to give up. You're an esteemed guest, how can you sit in the back? Come, don't be polite. I said no need. Yang Shuisheng's voice grew colder. Then I'll be going ahead. Seeing his firm attitude, Yu Jian didn't dare to insist, only forcing a smile as he turned back. But he clearly wasn't giving up. After sitting down, he subtly signaled to his daughter Yu Qianwei beside him and whispered a few sentences. Before long, Yu Qianwei approached with an enamel plate filled with roasted peanuts, pumpkin seeds, and a few rare pieces of fruit candy, looking somewhat reluctant as she slowly walked to the stone mill where Yang Shuisheng sat. Yang Shuisheng, Yu Qianwei called him softly, handing over the plate. Here's something for you to eat. Yang Shuisheng glanced at her, but did not take it. Yu Qianwei bit her lip, sitting down on the space beside him, placing the plate on the ground between them. After hesitating for a moment, she followed her father's instructions and tentatively said in a very low voice, Yang Shuisheng, how did you get to know Kuan Ge from the town? Why is he so good to you? Yang Shuisheng, watching the film about the militia burying landmines, did not turn his head, his voice cold. None of your business, I don't want to say. Yu Qianwei was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed, but recalling her father's instructions and her family's shortcomings toward him, she could only swallow her anger and continue in a low voice. I'm just curious. If you tell me, I promise not to tell anyone. And today, the 100 yuan you gave as a gift, my parents remembered saying that in the future. Shut up. Yang Shuisheng interrupted her, finally turning his head, looking at her with calm eyes that held a hint of impatience. I'm watching a movie. Either be quiet or go away. Don't ask useless questions. Yu Qianwei's face flushed with anger, wanting to explode, but thinking of how her family had taken advantage of him, and he still held leverage over her, she forced herself to hold back, pouting in grievance and muttering softly, Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't, no need to be so angry. She sat there, unable to leave or stay, feeling entirely uncomfortable. Unable to focus on the film, her eyes occasionally darted to Yang Shuisheng's calm profile, her heart filled with mixed emotions. After a while, Yang Shuisheng suddenly reached out, grabbing a handful of roasted peanuts from the plate on the ground, peeling and eating them, even popping a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Yu Qianwei grew even angrier, as it was she who had brought those over. But seeing him enjoy them, she dared not say anything, only turning her head away in frustration. Just as Yu Qianwei was preparing to stand up and leave, another figure approached, by Qinglian. She glanced at Yu Qianwei, who was sitting beside Yang Shuisheng with an upset expression, hesitated for a moment, then sat down at a distance on the other side of Yang Shuisheng. Sister Bai Yu came too. Yang Shuisheng greeted her casually, pushing the plate toward her. Eat some sunflower seeds. I came to watch the movie. Bai Qinglian replied softly, but did not touch the sunflower seeds. Yang Shuisheng, feeling playful, quietly asked her, Aren't you afraid Wang Youfu will get jealous sitting next to me? Him? Does he still have the face to come out? Bai Qinglian snorted. He's probably hiding at home, drowning his sorrows in drink right now. A hint of bitter laughter appeared on Bai Qinglian's face. Since he returned this afternoon, he's locked himself in his room, drinking one bottle after another, cursing at anyone who tries to persuade him. She had long since lost hope in Wang Youfu, leaving only a sliver of expectation for him to take her to work in the city. Yang Shuisheng didn't respond to this, simply taking a piece of fruit candy from the plate and putting it into Bai Qinglian's hand. Here, have some candy, it's sweet. Bai Qinglian looked at the piece of fruit candy wrapped in simple paper in her hand. Her heart warmed, carefully unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. The sweet taste spread on her tongue, momentarily alleviating the bitterness in her heart. Not far away, Yu Qianwei watched Yang Shuisheng's noticeably gentler attitude towards Bai Qinglian, even offering her candy, which contrasted sharply with his cold words towards her earlier, making her feel even worse. Both angry and aggrieved, yet helpless, she could only return to her front row seat, wishing to be out of sight. The two quietly watched the movie for a while. The screen depicted the climax where landmines sent the enemy. Suddenly, Bai Qinglian leaned closer to Yang Shuisheng, speaking in a very low voice. Shuisheng, Youfu said he would take me to the county town the day after tomorrow. Yang Shuisheng paused in peeling peanuts, turning to look at her. The day after tomorrow. That's soon. Bai Qinglian nodded, her voice even lower. He said the construction site is pressing, and he could only take a few days off. Yang Shuisheng remained silent for a moment. All right, be careful on the road. Keep your eyes open when you get there. Make sure to hide the money I gave you well. I know, Bai Qinglian replied, her fingers subconsciously scratching at the dirt on the ground. After hesitating for a few seconds, as if summoning great courage, she finally looked up into Yang Shuisheng's eyes, illuminated by the film's light, her voice barely a whisper. Shuisheng, I want to wash my feet by the pond on the back mountain tomorrow night. If you're free, can you come? No problem. Yang Shuisheng nodded, then asked what time. After 1 at night, maybe. Bai Qinglian lowered her head, her voice even smaller at that time. Everyone will be asleep, and the area by the pond will be quiet. After 1 at night. Yang Shuisheng felt a slight stir in his heart. This timing was not just for washing. He turned his head using the light reflected from the movie screen to take a closer look at Bai Qinglian. She still kept her head down, but the line of her neck was tense, and her profile had an unnatural flush. Yang Shuisheng suddenly understood. He didn't ask further, just pretended to be casual, as he slowly moved his right hand, which was resting on his knee, over to gently rest it on Bai Qinglian's thighs. The fabric was thin, but he could distinctly feel the warmth and tightness of her skin beneath. Bai Qinglian's body trembled violently, as if electrocuted, freezing in place, her breath caught in an instant. But she did not pull away or push Yang Shuisheng's hand away. Instead, she lowered her head, even more, almost burying it in her chest. This silent consent turned Yang Shuisheng's tentative feelings into certainty, igniting a fire within him. He applied slight pressure with his hand palm resting against the warm and firm thigh, beginning to slowly explore upwards. Through the thin fabric, he could feel the delicate softness of her thigh skin and the slight trembling of her muscles due to nervousness. Around them, everyone was captivated by the intense and thrilling scenes of the mind warfare in the movie, holding their breath and staring wide-eyed, completely unaware of the subtle movements in this dark corner. The loud cheers and discussions perfectly masked the gradually rising warmth and soft breaths between the two. Yang Shuisheng's hand grew bolder, shifting from the outer thigh to deeper inside, closer to her leg's root. The fabric there felt slightly damp, and Bai Qinglian's body shook even more violently, biting her lip hard to suppress any sound. Yet her body instinctively leaned slightly towards Yang Shuisheng, nearly resting against him. Yang Shuisheng reveled in the advantage, feeling the incredible elasticity and warmth beneath his hand, along with Bai Qinglian's uncontrollable slight tremors and her increasingly disordered breaths, igniting a fire in his heart. Just as his hand was about to touch the most sensitive area, Bai Qinglian suddenly reached out, gripping his wandering wrist tightly. Shuisheng, don't. Her fingers were cold, but gripped with all her strength. She lifted her head, and Yang Shuisheng saw the shimmering moisture in her eyes, her cheeks flushed unreasonably, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she said, I have something to do. I have to go first. After speaking, she suddenly shook off Yang Shuisheng's hand, hurriedly stood up, not even bothering to brush off the dust from her pants, and with her head down fled the crowd, quickly disappearing into the darkness at the edge of the threshing ground. Yang Shuisheng watched her panicked, retreating figure, then looked down at his hand that had just misbehaved, feeling as if the incredible softness and slight dampness still lingered in his palm. His gaze swept over the spot where Bai Qinglian had just sat, and in the dim light, he could vaguely see a small patch of darker wetness near the edge of the stone roller. A warmth surged in his heart, filled with a certain anticipation for the rendezvous by the pond in the back mountain tomorrow night. Soon the first screening of Mind Warfare ended, amidst the climax of the Japanese soldiers being blown away and the militia celebrating their victory. The villagers, still unsatisfied, clamored for more, eagerly waiting for the next show. Yu Jian stood up again, announcing loudly, everyone please be quiet. The next show will be Railway Gorillas, equally exciting. Everyone please take your seats, we will begin shortly. Yang Shuisheng glanced at the crowd, contemplating whether to change his seat, perhaps moving over to where Lu Yulan was. It seemed he had just caught a glimpse of Lu Yulan's arrival sitting on the other side. But before he could get up, a figure that carried a faint scent of soapberry and a hint of milk quietly settled into the empty seat beside him. Yang Shuisheng turned to look. The newcomer was another young bride from the village Guotsuhong. She was about 28 or 29 this year, unlike Lu Yulan, and Bai Qinglian. Guotsuhong was one of the few women in the village who, despite having given birth and worked hard for years, still maintained her beautiful appearance and slender figure. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, her features delicate, especially her large and bright eyes, which at this moment under the movie's light held a hint of anxiety and hope. She wore a blue cloth jacket, her hair simply tied back in a bun, exposing a smooth forehead and a long. The jacket was a bit tight, outlining her slender waist and modestly shaped breasts. Perhaps due to the evening heat, the top button was undone, revealing a small portion of her delicate collarbone. Yang Shuisheng wasn't particularly familiar with her. They had no conflicts, but neither did they share a close relationship. He only knew that she had married early and had a child at 18, but unfortunately the child was born with deficiencies and developmental issues, still unable to care for himself at 10 years old, resembling a 4 or 5-year-old. Sister Tsuehong. Yang Shuisheng greeted in surprise. Guotsuhong nodded, forcing a somewhat awkward smile, slightly leaning towards Yang Shuisheng, lowering her voice with a clear plea. Brother Shuisheng, I heard from the villagers that you saved Kuan Ji's father's life in town. Your medical skills are remarkable, and I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? You can tell me, Sister Tsuehong. Yang Shuisheng asked. It's regarding my son Xiaobao. Mentioning her son, Guoquihong's gaze dimmed, her voice choked. You know about his condition. He has never been very bright since childhood. I've taken him to see many doctors and even spent money at the county hospital, all saying it's congenital and cannot be treated. But I never give up hope. I heard that you could save Kuan Ji's father from such a severe illness, so I wanted to ask if you could find some time to help me check on Xiaobao. See if there's even a tiny bit of hope. As she spoke, tears were already welling in her eyes, her hands nervously twisting together, looking at Yang Shuisheng with a mix of anticipation and fear of disappointment. Yang Shuisheng looked at her motherly concern and sighed inwardly. He had received a legacy, and his medical skills were indeed extraordinary, but currently his cultivation was limited, and the medical skills he could employ were also very limited. Congenital intellectual developmental disorders are inherent issues relating to the brain and are much more challenging than typical musculoskeletal injuries or acute severe illnesses. With his current cultivation and medical skills, it would be difficult for him to have confidence. Sister Cuihong, I can take a look. Yang Shuisheng didn't finish his sentence speaking sincerely, but I must first clarify that my medical skills mainly address acute conditions, external injuries, and body conditioning. For congenital conditions like Xiaobao's, I don't have absolute confidence. I can only say I'll do my best to see if there are any effects. I truly can't guarantee anything. That's fine. That's fine. Guo Cuihong, upon hearing this, not only did not feel disappointed, but it was as if she had grasped a lifeline, nodding repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Brother Shuisheng, as long as you're willing to take a look, it's enough. Whether it works or not, I will thank you. Thank you for giving him a chance. She wiped her tears and eagerly asked, so, when do you have time? Do you want to do it now? Or, Yang Shuisheng looked at the projectionist who was adjusting the machine and preparing to show the second film, then glanced at Guo Cuihong, who was full of anticipation, and said, now is fine. Will it interfere with your watching the movie? Guo Cuihong quickly replied, why don't we wait until the movie ends? Then you can directly come home with me to check on Xiaobao. Is that all right? Going to her house tonight. Yang Shuisheng frowned. If Guo Cuihong's husband was home, it would be fine, but otherwise it wouldn't look good for a man to visit a woman alone at night with a child who has a mental disability. Sister Cuihong, is your husband at home? Yes. Guo Cuihong seemed to sense his concerns and hurriedly explained, Brother Shuisheng, it's all right. Even if someone sees us, it won't matter. We're just being honest, asking you to help check on the child's health. Seeing her anxious demeanor and knowing her husband was there pushing back now would seem hypocritical. Plus, checking on the child's specific condition might provide other insights from his legacy. Fine. Yang Shuisheng nodded, then I'll go with you to take a look after the movie ends. Great. Thank you, Brother Shuisheng, thank you so much. Guo Cuihong exclaimed in delight, repeatedly thanking him. The second film, Railway Gorillas, soon began, lively and noisy. However, Yang Shuisheng had little interest in watching, his mind pondering the possible causes and treatment directions for congenital intellectual deficiency. Guo Cuihong was also distracted, occasionally stealing glances at Yang Shuisheng, her eyes rekindling a spark of hope. The movie finally ended, and the villagers, still unsatisfied, discussed it as they returned home in groups. Yang Shuisheng waited until most had left before standing up, saying to Guo Cuihong, let's go, Sister Cuihong. All right. Guo Cuihong quickly responded, leading the way. The two walked in a line under the dim moonlight, heading towards Guo Cuihong's house at the other end of the village. On the way, they occasionally encountered villagers returning home late, who looked at Yang Shuisheng and Guo Cuihong walking together with surprise, but no one asked further. Guo Cuihong's home was a few ordinary mud brick houses with a small courtyard. The yard was quiet, with only one room still glowing faintly with kerosene lamp light. Guo Cuihong pushed open the slightly ajar gate and led Yang Shuisheng inside. The main room was empty, only equipped with simple tables and chairs. Is Xiaobao asleep? Yes, he played a lot this afternoon and fell asleep early. Guo Cuihong said, pushing open the door to a room next to it, signaling Yang Shuisheng to come in. Brother Shuisheng, come in, the child is in this room. Yang Shuisheng stepped inside. The room was simply furnished with only a wooden bed. On the bed lay a boy who appeared to be about 10 years old, his features already showing signs of adolescence, curled up and sleeping soundly with a little drool at the corner of his mouth. This was Xiaobao. Although he looked 10 years old, his intellect was that of a young child. Yang Shuisheng was about to move closer to take a better look when he glanced around and felt something was off. In this room, it seemed like only the mother and child lived here. There was only a thin quilt on the bed, a few old clothes clearly belonging to the child and the woman in the corner, and 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks on the table. Sister Cuihong. Yang Shuisheng couldn't help but ask, isn't your husband home? Guo Cuihong was about to turn on the lamp when she paused, her face revealing a hint of bitterness, and whispered, I'm sorry, Shuisheng, I lied to you. He is actually working at a construction site in the city and only comes home for a few days during the new year. So usually it's just me and Xiaobao at home. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuisheng's heart sank and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Had he known her husband was not at home and often away, he would never have come tonight. In the dead of night, with just a silly child at home and a man like him visiting, it was bound to attract judgmental whispers in the village. He had just started to gain some standing in the village and wanted to avoid being entangled in such scandalous rumors. However, now that he was here, turning back would not amend anything. Yang Shuisheng suppressed his regret and steadied himself, saying to Guo Suhong, "All right, Sister Suhong, let me take a look at Xiaobao first." He approached the bedside and gently placed his hand on Xiaobao's thin wrist. The pulse was stable, although weaker than that of an average 10-year-old, but there were no signs of blockage disorder or illness. The basic bodily functions, heartbeat, respiration, and internal organs, seemed to be within normal ranges, albeit overall weaker, like a young seedling that was inherently deficient and growing slowly. Yang Shuisheng frowned slightly. With his current cultivation and inherited medical skills, he could clearly sense and devise treatment plans for external injuries, acute conditions, organ dysfunction, and even certain malevolent energies. But this congenital intellectual deficiency, with its root in the brain, was among the most subtle and complex fields. His current sensitivity and medical skills were far from sufficient to delve into the brain and investigate or rectify such innate flaws. It was akin to a carpenter who had just learned to use simple tools, but was unable to carve the most intricate microsculptures. He withdrew his hand with a sigh. The vast inheritance of memory was available, but mastery and application required a gradual process supported by one's own cultivation. At present, he truly felt powerless. Sister Tsuehong Yang Shuisheng turned around and looked at the expectant Guo Suhong, trying to adopt a gentle yet honest tone. Xiaobao's physical condition looks all right. There are no major issues. However, his condition is congenital. The root of the illness lies in his head, which is quite troublesome. With my current abilities, I cannot treat it directly. Guo Kuihong's eyes dimmed. Instantly, her lips trembled, but she managed to hold back her tears. She should have anticipated this outcome. Yang Shuisheng changed his tone. However, I can prescribe some medicine. It's for calming the mind, nourishing the body, and unblocking the meridians. You can prepare it for him to see if it helps. At least it will help him grow stronger and reduce illness. This matter cannot be rushed. It must be gradual. All right. That's good. Medicine is fine. Hearing that medicine was an option, Guo Kuihong's dull eyes regained a glimmer of hope as she nodded eagerly. Thank you, Brother Shuisheng. It's better to have medicine than to wait idly. She hurried to rummage through a broken cabinet in the main room, finding a blunt pencil and a few sheets of scrap paper that the child had drawn on, and carefully brought over an oil lamp, placing it on the table beside Yang Shuisheng. In the dim light, Yang Shuisheng picked up the pencil, recalled the calming and nourishing formulas from his inheritance, and combined that with Xiaobao's weak pulse, quickly jotted down a prescription. The prescription mostly included common herbs like angelica, polygala, sweet flag, sour jujube seeds, and roasted licorice, with the dosages adjusted to be suitable for children. Just follow this prescription. Yang Shuisheng handed her the paper. These herbs should be available at the town's apothecary and are not expensive. At the current market rate, a prescription would cost about 2 or 3 yuan and last a week. You can prepare 2 prescriptions first and see how he reacts. If there are no adverse reactions, continue for a month. He specifically chose the most affordable and effective combinations, avoiding any expensive herbs. He knew that Guo Kuihong's family had limited means, and her husband earned hard money working away from home. All right. Guo Suehong took the prescription as if it were a treasure, examining it closely. Although she couldn't understand what was written, she heard it would only cost 2 or 3 yuan for a week's worth, which amounted to just 12 yuan for a month. Her husband would send some money home every month, and if they saved a bit, they could manage it easily. It was much cheaper than the hospital medicines that cost over 10 yuan a box, but lasted only a few days. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Brother Shuisheng. I'll go to the town to get the medicine first thing tomorrow. Seeing her so anxious, Yang Shuisheng reminded her sister Tsuehong, there's no need to buy too much at once. Just as I said, prepare 2 prescriptions first, see how the child adapts, and if it works, then continue. All right. I'll remember. Guo Suhong nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with gratitude as she carefully folded the prescription and tucked it into her closest pocket, pressing it down to avoid losing it. Sister Tsuehong, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After finishing the important business, Yang Shuisheng stood up, preparing to leave. It was inappropriate for a man and woman to linger alone for too long. I'll walk you out. Guo Suehong also hurriedly got up. As Yang Shuisheng opened the door to the main room and stepped out, his gaze instinctively swept across the courtyard outside, and he froze instantly. Opposite Guo Kuihong's house, an old man with a thin frame was squatting at his doorstep, wearing a tattered coat, puffing on a pipe, with the embers glowing intermittently in the dark. The old man seemed not to be asleep, idly looking around, with his gaze occasionally drifting toward Guo Kuihong's courtyard entrance. In the middle of the night, was he really smoking at the door instead of sleeping? Yang Shuisheng's heart sank, and he inwardly cursed himself. If he were to boldly walk out of Guo Kuihong's yard now, the old man would undoubtedly see him clearly. Tomorrow morning, the entire village would probably be buzzing with rumors about Yang Shuisheng being seen leaving Guo Kuihong's house at midnight. He found himself in a dilemma, neither able to step forward nor retreat, awkwardly stuck at the doorway. Yang Shuisheng cursed his bad luck in his heart. Brother Shuisheng, that's Uncle Xuan Zhu from across the street. Guo Zuhong also noticed the old man smoking across the street. Her expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly tugged at Yang Shuisheng's sleeve, lowering her voice. His wife passed away 2 years ago, and he lives alone. Sometimes he can't sleep at night and likes to squat at the door smoking. Why don't you sit back for a while? Wait until he finishes smoking and goes back inside before you leave. Yang Shuisheng, feeling helpless, could only retract his foot and gently closed the door, sighing, "All right, it seems there's no other way." Returning to the dimly lit main room, the atmosphere was even more delicate and awkward than before. The two stood there silently, unsure of what to say. "By the way, you must be hungry by now." Guo Zuhong rubbed her hands together, glancing nervously outside, and then at Yang Shuisheng, suddenly suggesting, "How about I make you something to eat?" As she spoke, a slightly flattering smile appeared on her face, seemingly trying to ease the awkwardness while expressing her gratitude. Yang Shuisheng touched his stomach. The peanuts and sunflower seeds he had earlier were insufficient, and after all the commotion, he was indeed feeling a bit empty. He nodded. "All right, then I'll trouble you, Sister Zuehong." "Not a trouble at all. Just sit tight, it will be ready soon." Guo Zuhong seemed relieved at his agreement and hurriedly turned to the adjacent kitchen. Yang Shuisheng sat on an old stool in the main room, hearing the sounds of fire being lit, water being scooped, and vegetables being chopped coming from the kitchen. Before long, a fragrant aroma of green onions and lard wafted out, stirring up his appetite. A little while later, Guo Zuhong emerged from the kitchen holding a coarse porcelain bowl filled with steaming clear noodle soup topped with a golden fried egg and sprinkled with vibrant green onions. "There's nothing fancy at home, just a simple bowl of noodles and an egg. Don't mind it." Guo Zuhong placed the bowl in front of Yang Shuisheng and handed him a pair of clean chopsticks. "This is already great, thank you, Sister Zuehong." Yang Shuisheng accepted the chopsticks, feeling quite hungry, and began to eat the noodles. The noodles were handmade, chewy, and the broth, although simple, was rich with the aroma of lard and green onions. The fried egg was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, filling his mouth with flavor with each bite. Delicious." Yang Shuisheng genuinely praised, and after a few bites, beads of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. "Sister Zuehong, your cooking is really good. This noodle soup is even better than what the restaurants in town serve." Guo Zuehong felt a bit shy from his compliment, a faint blush creeping onto her face, which made her look somewhat charming under the dim light of the oil lamp. "It's just a bowl of plain noodle soup, nothing special." She stood by the table, wiping her hands on her apron softly, saying, "Eat slowly, don't choke." As she spoke, her body leaned slightly forward, perhaps because she was busy with the hot noodles. The top 2 buttons of her blue coat had unknowingly come undone, revealing a generous expanse of white neck, even a glimpse of an undergarment's edge. With her breathing, the not so full but shapely chest rose and fell slightly, outlining an enticing curve in the dim light. Yang Shuisheng, while eating the noodles, inadvertently glanced over, feeling a stir in his heart as he quickly lowered his head, focusing intently on the bowl in front of him. This atmosphere was becoming increasingly inappropriate. Soon the bowl of noodle soup was finished, and Yang Shuisheng felt a warmth spread through his body, contently placing the bowl down. Seeing this, Guo Zuehong came over to collect the dishes. Just as she bent down to pick up the bowl and turned to head towards the kitchen, Yang Shuisheng suddenly noticed her left arm's movement seemed slightly unnatural. Her shoulder shrugged a bit, as if it was pulling on something. "Sister Zuehong, wait a moment," Yang Shuisheng called to her. "What's wrong?" Guo Zuehong halted and turned back. "Is your left arm feeling a bit uncomfortable?" Yang Shuisheng pointed to her left shoulder. "I noticed you seemed a bit uneasy when you were carrying the bowl." Guo Zuhong was taken aback for a moment, then a look of surprise and a hint of embarrassment at being seen through appeared on her face. She set down the bowl and instinctively touched the area near her shoulder with her right hand, stammering, "No, it's nothing serious. It was just 2 months ago when I slipped while weeding in the field and fell, landing on my left arm. At the time it hurt a bit, but later it didn't hurt much anymore. It's just that sometimes when I work or raise my hand it feels a little awkward and I can't use all my strength. But you can't see it unless you look closely, and it doesn't affect anything, so I just ignored it." As she spoke, she tried to move her left arm, and the motion indeed seemed a bit stiff, less agile than her right arm. Yang Shuisheng nodded. His inheritance had made his vision much sharper than ordinary people's. The subtle discord he noticed earlier might have escaped most people's attention, but he saw it. This was likely a minor dislocation of the shoulder joint or a sprain of the tendons caused by the fall, which hadn't been properly addressed at the time, turning into a chronic issue. Although it wasn't severe, it could become problematic over time. "Sister Zuehong, it seems that you might have a small bone or tendon misalignment from that fall, and it wasn't treated in time, leaving a minor issue." Yang Shuisheng explained, "I do have some skills in bone setting and massage. If you don't mind, I can help you adjust it." Guo Zuhong's eyes lit up at once. Although her arm's problem didn't affect her daily life, it did cause discomfort when doing heavy work or on rainy days, and she had been a bit worried about it. She hadn't expected Yang Shuisheng to not only be able to treat illnesses and prescribe medicine, but also know how to set bones. Really, that would be wonderful. Guo Zuehong exclaimed excitedly. How convenient. Of course it's convenient, Brother Shuisheng. I'll trouble you then. What do I need to do? Just stand here. She turned around, positioning her left shoulder toward Yang Shuisheng, ready to be treated. Sister Zuehong, for bone setting, I need to feel the position of the bones in the direction of the tendons. Yang Shuisheng awkwardly scratched his nose and coughed lightly, saying, I can't feel it accurately through your clothing. You'll need to remove the clothes from your left shoulder and arm. Otherwise, I won't be able to pinpoint the location and I might hurt you. Oh. Guo Zuehong's smile froze instantly, and she stood there in shock. Seeing Guo Zuehong freeze instantly, her face flushing crimson, Yang Shuisheng realized his words had been too blunt. Asking a woman to undress before him was indeed inappropriate. Sister Zuehong, let's forget it. He hastily waved his hand, speaking awkwardly. Your arm doesn't hurt much now anyway. It won't interfere with anything, so there's no need to. It's fine. But Guo Zuehong suddenly cut him off. Biting her lip and lowering her head, she spoke softly yet swiftly. Go ahead. Just take it off. It's only the shoulder and arm. I won't strip completely. This discomfort has lingered for so long. I can't rest easy until it's resolved. You're the doctor. Healing is your duty. There's nothing improper about it. She seemed to be reassuring herself as much as offering him an honorable way out. Without waiting for Yang Shuisheng to respond, she abruptly turned away, presenting her back to him, and began unbuttoning the blue cotton blouse she wore. One button, too. The blouse slipped smoothly from her shoulders and draped over her bent arms. Beneath it, a clean floral-patterned cotton camisole clung tightly, its slender straps tracing the delicate contours of her scapulae. The camisole fit snugly, accentuating the elegant curve of her back, not voluptuous yet defined by a slender waist and graceful lines along her neck and shoulders. Yang Shuisheng's breath caught faintly. He hadn't expected such decisive resolve from Guo Zuehong. That silhouette possessed a quiet, lean beauty unique to young mothers. Guo Zuehong drew a deep breath, then reached behind her to fumble with the fastening at the back of the camisole. The front panel loosened slightly, but because her arms remained folded across her chest, it did not fall away entirely, merely hanging loosely over her torso. Yet her entire back, smooth and unblemished, stretching from nape to waist, was now fully exposed before Yang Shuisheng. Her scapulae rose subtly, her spine traced a deep, elegant furrow, and her waist tapered so finely it seemed barely graspable. See, can we begin now? Her head hung low, her earlobes burned crimson, nearly dripping blood. Yang Shuisheng steadied himself, forcing his focus onto the left shoulder. He stepped forward and paused half a pace behind her, catching the faint scent of soap and a trace of milky sweetness clinging to her skin. Gently, he placed his fingers upon the junction where her scapula met the clavicle. Her skin felt cool and silken beneath his touch. Gathering his composure, he applied subtle pressure, carefully palpating along the natural alignment of bone and muscle. His fingertips, unusually acute, quickly located the source of the ailment. Near the glenoid cavity of her scapula, a small segment of bone protruded outward, a clear misalignment compared to its counterpart on the opposite side, surrounded by stiff, adhered tendons and fascia. Sister Zuehong, this joint is displaced and the tendons are twisted. I'll reset it. It may sting briefly. Please bear with it. Yang Shuisheng murmured lowly, stabilizing her shoulder with one hand while positioning his thumb firmly against the displaced bone. I can endure it. Guo Zuehong's body trembled faintly, tense with both anxiety and shame. Without hesitation, Yang Shuisheng exerted precise force, executing the inherited bone-setting technique, a swift push, press, and twist. Crack! A soft, crisp sound echoed. Almost simultaneously, Guo Zuehong cried out, a short, sharp cry laced with pain. That cry carried a startling release, its lingering resonance rising melodiously, making Yang Shuisheng's heart skip a beat and momentarily halting his motion. The pain made her recoil violently, tears burst forth instantly, and her body slumped forward limply. There, it's done. Reset properly now. Yang Shuisheng hurriedly steadied her, never pausing as he immediately shifted to soothing techniques, infusing warmth into his palms, then gently kneading, pressing, and gliding around the repositioned joint to dissolve the congealed tension in tendon and meridian. Try lifting your arm slowly. Rotate your shoulder. Does it still feel strained? Sniffling, Guo Zuehong waited a moment before cautiously raising her left arm and turning her shoulder as instructed. Oh, it truly doesn't hurt anymore. She tried again, astonished. That dull, nagging stiffness and the sense of weakness had genuinely vanished. Movement felt far smoother now. It's really healed. Brother Shuisheng, you're extraordinary. Overwhelmed by relief, the pain and embarrassment faded. Forgetting her disarray, she whirled around, tears still glistening, her face breaking into a radiant, grateful smile as she thanked him profusely. No stiffness at all. Thank you. Her abrupt turn jostled the camisole further downward, nearly exposing what must remain veiled. Though a fragile, translucent undergarment still offered minimal coverage, the full sculpted contours and deep cleavage were starkly revealed beneath the dim lamplight. This was the lush abundance of motherhood. Less taut than youth's bloom, yet richly rounded and mature, its sensual weight magnified by the modest restraint of worn fabric. Yang Shuisheng's gaze locked onto the sight. His breath arrested, his mind roaring with a single thought. So this is the scale of nourishment Xiao Bao received as an infant. Guozahong followed his stare downward, instantly comprehending, and her face drained of all color before flooding with heat tenfold more intense than before. Frantically, she snatched the camisole's front panel and clutched it tightly over her chest, whirling back around to face away from him, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." She fumbled desperately to pull the camisole up and refasten the rear clasp, but panic rendered her fingers clumsy. After several shaky attempts, she failed utterly. Finally, she seized the blue blouse, yanking it haphazardly over herself and hugging it tight, barely concealing the sudden breach of modesty. Silence descended upon the main room, broken only by their uneven, heavy breathing and the faint rhythmic crackle of the oil lamp's wick. A thick, unspoken warmth hung suspended in the air, and no harm done. Yang Shuisheng quickly averted his eyes, clearing his dry throat to break the suffocating silence. "Sister Cuihong, try moving again. See if anything else feels amiss." Knock, knock, knock. A measured, unhurried rapping sounded suddenly at the courtyard gate, freezing them both, instinctively holding their breath. "Cuihong, Cuihong, asleep yet?" An aged, raspy voice, laced with concern, called from outside. It was Uncle Xuanzhu, their neighbor across the yard. "I thought I heard noise inside. Then a cry. Are you all right? Did thieves break in? Or is something wrong with..." Guo Cuihong paled with fright, glancing wildly at Yang Shuisheng. He silently signaled her to stay calm. "And no, nothing's wrong." She inhaled deeply several times, striving to steady her voice before calling out, "Uncle Xuanzhu, it was just a huge rat that darted into the house. Startled me terribly. I've already chased it off. No problem now. Thank you so much." "Oh, a rat. Scared me half to death." Outside, Uncle Xuanzhu exhaled audibly. "Well, all's well. Get some rest, and lock your door tight." "Yes, will do, Uncle. Please rest well too," Guo Cuihong replied hastily. As footsteps receded into the distance, presumably returning to his own home, the two exhaled in unison, damp sweat chilling their spines. Guo Cuihong pressed a hand to her pounding chest, still shaken. Yang Shuisheng wiped his brow and murmured, "Sister Cuihong, it seems Uncle Xuanzhu has retired for the night. I should take my leave now." "Yes, I'll walk you out." Guo Cuihong nodded, quickly abandoning all shyness. She fastened her blouse buttons and edged to the door, opening it just a crack to peer outside. The neighboring courtyard lay dark and still, Uncle Xuanzhu's door firmly shut. "Quick, Brother Shuisheng, now's your chance." She stepped aside, gesturing urgently. Yang Shuisheng wasted no time. He slipped through the doorway and vanished around the bend of the village path. Leaning against the doorframe, Guo Cuihong watched him disappear, her palms still pressed to her wildly beating heart, her face burning, her thoughts a tangled knot. The scene replayed endlessly in her mind. The strange intimacy of the treatment, the ensuing mortification. Meanwhile, walking home beneath the night wind, Yang Shuisheng's mind cleared somewhat, yet persistently conjured the fleeting vision of snow-white curves and profound cleavage, and the lithe elegance of her waist and smooth back as she turned. He shook his head, trying to dispel the images, but the visceral impact, both tactile and visual, had imprinted itself indelibly upon his consciousness. TCH. Yang Shuisheng couldn't quite name the sensation, only that tonight's house call had delivered an overwhelming surge of intensity with lingering resonance. Carrying those vivid, intoxicating impressions of Guo Cuihong, he hastened toward his row of dilapidated dwellings. Night had deepened, all was hushed except for the distant, sporadic barking of dogs. Reaching his threshold, he reached instinctively for the door, then froze, hand suspended midair. The door stood ajar, a narrow, ink-black slit. His pulse spiked, alarm flared. Had someone... Wang Kuan had delivered new furniture earlier today, not especially valuable, yet conspicuous enough in the village. Had some reckless soul taken notice? He held his breath, subtly gathering the 8 threads of qi within his body, tensing his muscles, and approaching the gap with silent, deliberate steps, peering inward. The interior was unlit, pitch black, yet faint moonlight filtering through the window outlined the new furnishings undisturbed and untouched. Yet beside the newly acquired octagonal table sat a solitary figure. Yang Shuisheng. Yang Shuisheng's eyes narrowed, just as the figure stirred at the sound outside, and a distinctly displeased, questioning female voice rang out. "Where have you been? Why so late?" This voice, Yu Qianwei's. Yang Shuisheng paused, the taut string in his chest slackening, only to tighten again with impatience. "What's it to you?" He straightened, shoved the door wide open, and strode inside, voice cold and detached. "My whereabouts and my return time are my own affair." By moonlight, he saw Yu Qianwei seated at the octagonal table, arms crossed, posture accusatory, clearly having waited a long while. You, stung by his bluntness, Yu Qianwei faltered, then flared with indignation, shooting upright. Yang Shuisheng, what is your attitude? I've waited nearly an hour for you. Do you even know what hour it is? A grown man wandering aimlessly in the dead of night. What on earth are you doing? My midnight wanderings concern you, not miss you. Yang Shuisheng walked to the table, pulled out another chair, sat, and crossed his legs nonchalantly. You came without warning. I had no idea you'd appear. Waiting was your choice, and waiting too long is your due consequence. If you have business, state it. If not, please depart. I'm retiring. His words struck without mercy, shutting down her pent-up frustration entirely. Yu Qianwei's chest heaved. She pointed a trembling finger, stammering incoherently. She realized with dawning clarity she held neither standing nor authority to interrogate him. Taking several deep breaths, she suppressed her anger and the inexplicable pang of wounded pride. I came to ask something. Ask. Yu Qianwei bit her lip, hesitant. I heard villagers say Bai Qinglian leased her 2 mu of land to you. True. Yang Shuisheng glanced at her, surprised she'd come at this hour for such a question. Yes, it's true. He nodded frankly. Sister Bai is kind-hearted. Seeing I lacked land to farm, she rented me her 2 mu temporarily fallow. Anything amiss? And no, nothing. Having confirmed it, Yu Qianwei's gaze flickered. She lowered her head and fell silent for several seconds. Then, today at the threshing ground, when you invited her to sit beside you and gave her candy, was it solely because she leased you the land? Was your kindness to her purely transactional, motivated only by those 2 mu? As she asked, an odd tension gripped her. Her eyes remained fixed on his face, searching his expression for any telltale sign. Somehow, if his attentiveness to Bai Qinglian stemmed solely from pragmatic exchange, it would ease her inexplicable unease. Yang Shuisheng nearly couldn't contain his laughter upon hearing her roundabout question. What does my kindness towards Bai Sa have to do with you? He leaned back in his new chair, making himself more comfortable, and looked at Yu Qianwei with a playful expression as he retorted, You come to my house in the middle of the night just to ask this. Yu Qianwei felt a flush rise to her face at his question, but since she had already spoken, she plucked up her courage and raised her voice slightly. I'm just curious. If it weren't for those 2 acres of land, would you treat her so well? You even give her candy and sit next to her. Her voice grew softer with each word until it was almost a mumble. Why shouldn't I? Yang Shuisheng spread his hands, his tone matter-of-fact. Bai Sa is a good person and she's kind to me. What's wrong with me returning the favor by treating her well? Does it have to be just because of those 2 acres of land? Yu Qianwei became anxious, and a thought she had never considered burst out. You actually like her. The moment those words left her mouth, not only did Yang Shuisheng freeze, but Yu Qianwei herself was also taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth and darting her eyes in panic. Yang Shuisheng truly did not expect Yu Qianwei to ask so directly. What nonsense are you talking about? That's impossible. He paused for a moment, then immediately shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I have always regarded her as a sister. When I was foolish in the past, and no one in the village paid me any attention, it was Bai Sa who would secretly give me food every few days to help me out. If it weren't for her, Yang Shuisheng might have starved to death in some ditch long ago. I remember this kindness. Treating her well is the least I can do, unlike some people. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Yu Qianwei. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the implication was clear. Unlike you, who would avoid me when I was foolish, turning your back on me. Yu Qianwei's face turned a mix of red and blue as she felt both embarrassed and angry, retorting, I have helped you too. I might not have done it as often as she did, but I secretly gave you steamed buns and boiled sweet potatoes. You just forgot. Really? Then how come I don't remember? Yang Shuisheng raised an eyebrow, wearing a look that suggested disbelief. You were such a fool back then, it's no surprise you wouldn't remember. Yu Qianwei stomped her foot in anger, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It turned out he didn't like Bai Qinglian, it was just gratitude. This realization seemed to ease the heavy stone in her heart just a little. Although being reminded of her past indifference to him was somewhat embarrassing, it felt insignificant compared to hearing him admit that he liked someone else. All right, enough of this nonsense. Yang Shuisheng waved his hand, interrupting the somewhat off-topic conversation, and turned to Yu Qianwei with visible impatience. Missy, you come to my house at night just to inquire about my treatment of Bai Sa. What do you really want? If you have something to say it. If not, I really need to sleep. I have to get up early for the town tomorrow. Yu Qianwei felt pressured by his words and realized her behavior tonight was indeed a bit inexplicable. After hesitating for a moment, she finally revealed another reason for her visit. I heard you have those 2 acres of land to cultivate, so I wanted to ask what you plan to plant. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. This time Yang Shuisheng was genuinely surprised, his eyes widening as he looked Yu Qianwei up and down as if he were trying to determine whether the sun had risen in the west. You? Help me. Yang Shuisheng pointed at her, then at himself, his tone filled with doubt and disbelief. Miss Yu, what can you help me with? Are you going to help me carry a hoe to dig the soil? Or help me haul manure and fertilize? Or help me plant seedlings? Yu Qianwei's face turned even redder at his words, resembling a ripe apple. Who would want to help you with those dirty and tiring chores? When I say help, I mean assisting you with technical aspects using your brain. Do you think farming is just about brute technical aspects? Using your brain. Yang Shuisheng became somewhat interested, leaning forward slightly to look at her. Like what? Give me an example, I'm listening. I've read many books. Yu Qianwei puffed out her chest, trying to present herself with more confidence. The movement accentuated her curves, creating an alluring silhouette. Some of them cover agricultural planting techniques. There are discussions on seed selection, seedling cultivation, fertilization, pest control, and field management. The books cover it all. Although I haven't planted anything myself, I understand the theory. I can tell you when to do what and how to do it. It will definitely be better than you figuring it out on your own. She spoke with conviction, seeming to believe her theoretical knowledge was incredibly valuable. Thank you for your kind offer, but I don't need it. Yang Shuisheng, however, merely leaned back lazily against the chair's backrest and waved his hand dismissively. What? Yu Qianwei was taken aback, completely unprepared for his reaction. She thought Yang Shuisheng would at least be curious or polite, but she never expected him to refuse so decisively. Why don't you need it? You haven't farmed before, or wouldn't it be better to have someone guide you? It would save you from taking the wrong path and wasting effort. Yang Shuisheng looked at her expression of disbelief, finding it somewhat amusing. There's no particular reason. It's my own land, and I know how to plant it without needing others to guide me. This statement was not mere boastfulness. The inherited memories were vast, like the ocean, containing not only medical and toxicology knowledge, but also the art of divination, as well as extensive knowledge about geography and the growth of plants, especially methods for cultivating spiritual herbs and rare flowers. Although those methods targeted special plants that contained spiritual energy, their core principles, how to align with the timing and geography, how to adjust the soil and water, and how to stimulate the inherent vitality of the plants, were far more profound and intricate than the theories found in ordinary agricultural texts. Using them to grow regular crops would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a gross misuse of resources. Thus, he truly did not require Yu Qianwei's limited bookish technical guidance. However, Yu Qianwei believed he was just putting on a brave front, pretending to know what he was talking about. Her full figure surged with anger beneath the thin floral dress. Oh, please. She couldn't help but sneer. You think you know how to plant. Don't end up wasting your effort, turning the soil, planting seeds only to have the crops grow sparse, or even die, resulting in nothing. I see you just wasting by Saw's good land. Yang Shuisheng responded with interest. Oh, how do you know I won't be able to grow anything? Isn't it obvious? You were once a fool who couldn't even fill your stomach. Now that you've been fined for just a few days, do you really think you're invincible? Yu Qianwei increasingly felt her judgment was correct. Even if you were lucky enough to grow something, the harvest would certainly be dismal, and the quality wouldn't be good enough to fetch a price. What if? Yang Shuisheng spoke leisurely, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. I managed to grow something, and the harvest is good, and the quality is decent. What will you say then? How could that be? Yu Qianwei retorted without thinking, but looking at Yang Shuisheng's confident gaze, she felt a strange unease in her heart, yet she refused to back down, insisting. If you really can grow something, and the harvest and quality are good, then you can say whatever you want. Say whatever I want. Yang Shuisheng squinted slightly, repeating her words, and the playful smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Yes, whatever you want. Yu Qianwei felt a chill from his gaze, but having already said it, she couldn't back down and steeled herself to affirm it. Are you sure? Yang Shuisheng confirmed again, leaning slightly forward and closing the distance between. Yu Qianwei felt intimidated by his imposing demeanor, her voice involuntarily dropping, but she still managed to nod firmly. Yes. Yang Shuisheng nodded suddenly, smiling, a mischievous glint in his expression. Then if I grow something and the harvest and quality are good, would you be willing to sleep with me? Yu Qianwei's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard some absurd tale. Her face instantly flushed red, even her ears turning crimson. Yang Shuisheng, you are shameless. You are just a rogue. A lecher. How could you say such a thing? You really have no shame. She trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling violently. The neckline of her floral dress tugged open slightly, due to her agitated movements, revealing a small patch of delicate fair skin. How am I shameless? Yang Shuisheng faced her outburst without any anger, his smile only growing wider, exuding a casual kind of arrogance as he leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. You said it yourself, so I can say whatever I want. What can't you handle it now? If you can't handle it, then don't learn to boast like others miss you. Yu Qianwei was almost choked by his words, feeling a tightness in her chest. Indeed, she had said those words herself. But who would have known that this bastard would make such a shameless demand? Yet for her to back down now, to admit she couldn't handle it, would feel worse than death. especially in front of this man whom she had always looked down upon yet now inexplicably made her care. However, rage clouded her judgment, and deep down, she simply did not believe that Yang Shuisheng, this former fool, this novice farmer, could actually grow anything decent. With his 2 small plots of land, it would be a miracle if he could even grow seedlings, let alone have a good harvest or quality produce. Dream on. A strong sense of rebellion and defiance surged within her. Fine. Yang Shuisheng. She gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Yang Shuisheng, squeezing out the words through clenched teeth. You think I can't handle it? Yu Qianwei, keep my word. As long as you can really grow something in those 2 acres of land and the harvest and quality are good, what's the harm in me sleeping with you for one night? She spoke bravely, but in her heart, she was quickly calculating. She only said sleeping together, not how they would sleep. If by some stroke of luck, he actually managed to grow something, she would just wear her clothes and lie on the same bed with him, each sleeping on their side, not allowing him to touch her right. Yes, that's the plan. Yu Qianwei felt secretly pleased, thinking she had found a loophole, gaining more confidence. Yang Shuisheng watched her defiant expression and the way her eyes darted around, probably guessing what she was thinking. All right, you said it yourself. But words are not enough, let's put it in writing. To prevent certain people from going back on their word later, you write a note and we'll sign it. How does that sound? Fine, I'll write it. Who's afraid of who? Yu Qianwei, still fuming, agreed without a second thought. They'll write it when I get back and bring it to you next time. I want to see what kind of golden nuggets or silver ingots you Yang Shuisheng can grow. Just don't end up with nothing and become the laughingstock of the village. You don't need to worry about that. Yang Shuisheng stood up and gestured for her to leave. It's time for Miss Yu to go home. If you stay any longer, it'll be dawn soon. Yu Qianwei huffed, angrily glaring at Yang Shuisheng. Really like a dog biting LV Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. With that, she flipped her hair and stormed out, her footsteps fading away with a determined thud. Yang Shuisheng watched her disappear and smiled, shaking his head. This young lady has quite the temper. He closed the door, lying down on the new hard bed covered with the cotton batting that Zhou Kaifeng brought, feeling comfortable. Yang Shuisheng rested his hands behind his head, beginning to seriously contemplate the matter of planting. A bet is a bet, but the land really needs to be cultivated. This is also the most important and practical way for him to make a living and establish himself, aside from taking revenge on Zhao Yukai. But what should he plant? The soil in those 2 acres is average, not particularly fertile, but not too bad either. What he needed were crops with a short growth cycle, quick results, stable market demand, and that could maximize the advantages of his inherited planting techniques. The core of the techniques for cultivating spiritual herbs in the memories he inherited lies in following the weather, adjusting the earth's energy, and stimulating vitality. Applied to ordinary crops in the fields, while it cannot imbue them with spiritual energy, it can significantly enhance growth speed, resistance to diseases, and optimize quality and yield, which is quite easy. He quickly ran through several common vegetables and grains in his mind. Rice, wheat. The cycle is too long, can't wait. Corn. Similar. Cucumbers, tomatoes. They require support structures, which is a bit troublesome, plus they have higher water and fertilizer demands. Suddenly he thought of bok choy. This is good. It has an extremely short growth cycle. From sowing to harvest, it can be harvested in about 20 days. Moreover, it can be sown in batches every 7 to 10 days, yielding a harvest almost every month, achieving a cycle of continuous harvest. The key is that bok choy thrives in cool weather, but is also quite resistant to both low and high temperatures, making it highly adaptable and suitable for planting almost all year round. It has the innate advantages of high yield, low cost, and rapid growth. More importantly, bok choy is a common vegetable found in every household's garden in the village with stable market demand, so selling it is not a worry. However, whether it grows well, whether the yield is high, and whether the quality is good can make a big difference. This is where he can leverage his advantages. Let's plant bok choy. Yang Shuisheng firmly decided that by using his inherited planting methods to grow the most ordinary bok choy, the results would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Not only would he be able to slap Yu Qianwei's face, win that enticing bet, but more importantly, he could quickly see profits, accumulate capital, and truly establish his footing in the village, making others dare not look down on him. With his mind made up, Yang Shuisheng felt a sense of relief. So tomorrow, aside from handling important matters in town, he must also buy some bok choy seeds. If he is going to plant, he must do it right. He turned over, listening to the faint chirping of insects outside the window, filled with plans and expectations for tomorrow, gradually slipping into slumber. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Yang Shuisheng got up. He locked the door and set off toward the town. With 8 strands of qi circulating within him, he moved quickly, and when he reached the town, the sun had just peeked over the horizon, and there weren't many people on the street yet. He headed straight for the agricultural market at the east end of the town. At this time, the agricultural market had already become lively, with stalls set up and early risers bustling about. The air mingled with the earthy smell of vegetables, the fishy scent of seafood, and the aroma of fried dough sticks from breakfast stalls, various shouts, and haggling sounds rising and falling. Yang Shuisheng squeezed into the seed-selling area where several stalls displayed all kinds of seed packets. He approached an old farmer's stall that looked familiar and inquired about bok choy seeds. Bok choy seeds? Yes, yes, yes. The old farmer dug out a small paper bag from a pile of cloth bags. The best April slow-growing variety germinates evenly, grows quickly, and has thick leaves. 10 yuan for an ounce. 10 yuan for an ounce. Yang Shuisheng paused for a moment, finding it a bit more expensive than he had expected. But upon reflection, seeds are fundamental. A little more expensive is acceptable. He estimated that about 1 ounce of seeds would be needed for an acre of land. He'll take 2 ounces. Yang Shuisheng pulled out 2 10-yuan bills and handed them over. All right. The old farmer quickly weighed out 2 ounces, carefully wrapped it in old newspaper, and tied it securely with fine hemp rope, handing it to him. Be sure to plant it soon. It's the right season now. With the heavy seed packet in hand, Yang Shuisheng felt much more at ease. He then headed straight to Lao Chen's tailor shop. Yo, Yang, you're here. Boss Chun, who was inside cleaning, immediately put down his feather duster and greeted Yang Shuisheng with a warm yet respectful smile. Come in. Boss Chun, good morning. Yang Shuisheng nodded. The clothes you ordered were finished yesterday, just waiting for you. As Boss Chun spoke, he turned around and brought out a neatly wrapped package covered in clean blue cloth, carefully opening it to reveal 2 sets of neatly folded new clothes. One set was made of deep blue labor fabric, and the other was military green khaki with fine stitching and a well-defined shape. Why don't you try them on? See if they fit. Boss Chun handed over the clothes. Yang Shuisheng didn't hesitate. He took off the old worn-out jacket he was wearing and put on the deep blue labor fabric top. As soon as the clothes were on, the shoulders, sleeves, and waist all fit perfectly. The thick, sturdy material made him look much more spirited, showcasing his strong physique. Yes, it fits. Boss Chun, you are skilled. Yang Shuisheng looked at his reflection in the slightly foggy mirror on the wall, feeling quite satisfied. As long as it fits you well, that's good. Boss Chun smiled broadly, rubbing his hands together, and asked, Yang, about the labor fee. How much? You tell me. Yang Shuisheng carefully folded the new clothes while preparing to pay. He estimated that for 2 sets of clothes, including labor and materials, it should cost at least 100 to 180 yuan. No charge. No charge. To his surprise, Boss Chun waved his hands repeatedly, his smile growing even wider, mixed with a hint of gratitude. Yang, these 2 sets of clothes are my gift to you. A gift to me? Yang Shuisheng was taken aback, then frowned. Boss Chun, this isn't right. Whatever the cost is, I can't take your things for free. He thought Boss Chun was scared to accept money after hearing about Wang Kuan. Oh, Yang, please don't refuse me. Boss Chun quickly explained, lowering his voice a bit. After you left that day in the afternoon, someone from Kuan's side came and said that I no longer need to pay the safety fee for my shop. It's all waived. For my small business, this amount saved in a year is not small. Isn't this all thanks? I can't even thank you enough. How could I take your money? That would make me a bad person. You absolutely must accept these clothes, or else I'll feel uneasy. So that's how it is. Yang Shuisheng understood. Wang Kuan indeed handled matters with great finesse, giving him face, while also winning people's hearts. All right, since Boss Chun said, so I'll accept them with gratitude. Thank you. Oh, no need for thanks. Boss Chun sighed in relief and remembered something, asking, by the way, Yang, you mentioned last time about making those 2 sets of women's clothing for your friend. Have you taken the measurements? Yang Shuisheng suddenly remembered about Lu Yulan's clothes and inwardly cursed himself. He had completely forgotten about taking measurements. I haven't taken them yet. Yang Shuisheng felt a bit awkward. I haven't found the opportunity. Oh, let's do it next time. I promise I'll send the measurements over next time. No problem. No rush. Boss Chun was very accommodating. I've set those 2 pieces of fabric aside for you. You can come by any time. But, he paused as if thinking of something, leaned in a bit, and kindly reminded, Yang, if you're in a hurry to give someone clothes and can't wait for the custom-made ones, you can check out the new small commodity market opened in the south of the town. They have quite a few ready-made clothes shipped from factories in the county town. Although they are mass-produced, and the styles may not fit as well as custom, as long as the height and weight are not too different, you can basically wear them, and they are fashionable and inexpensive. You might find something suitable there. This was indeed a good idea. Yang Shuisheng's eyes lit up. He had a rough idea of Lu Yulan's figure, so buying ready-made clothes shouldn't be a problem, and it would also give her a surprise. All right. Thank you for the reminder, Boss Chun. I'm off to take a look now. Yang Shuisheng expressed his gratitude, picked up the 2 sets of newly wrapped clothes, and turned to leave. Hey Yang, take care. Boss Chun personally saw him to the door. After Yang Shuisheng walked a distance away, he quickly turned back, while Boss Chun was turning to return to his shop. He walked to the counter, took out a 100 yuan bill, quickly placed it under the bamboo ruler used for tailoring, and then dashed towards the direction of the small commodity market Boss Chun mentioned. After Boss Chun tidied up for a while and looked up, he discovered that there was actually an extra 50 yuan under the ruler. His first reaction was that Yang Shuisheng had secretly placed it there, so he picked up the money and chased after him shouting, "Yang, your money." But on the street with people coming and going, there was no sign of Yang Shuisheng. He had already disappeared. Boss Chen stood at the door holding that 100 yuan, shaking his head for a long time before sighing and carefully putting the money away. This young brother is a man of principles. In Yang Shuisheng's impression, the southern part of the town used to be wasteland, but now it has been transformed into a long row of cement panel houses, all bright white and adorned with colorful signs. Indeed, it was much livelier and trendier than the old market. There were stalls selling clothes, shoes, daily necessities, and even vendors selling radios and tapes, all lined up next to each other with a loud pop music blaring from the speakers and the stall owners shouting like they were at a market. The crowd consisted mostly of young girls and young wives dressed more fashionably than the villagers. Yang Shuisheng walked through the market feeling a bit dazzled. He had been rather foolish these past few years and had hardly visited the town, let alone the newly constructed market. He glanced at the shops one by one until he stopped in front of a store with the sign "Fashion for the Beautiful." This shop had a slightly larger facade, the glass was polished to a shine, and the clothes hanging inside were diverse, appearing more upscale than those of other shops. "Hey, little brother, here to buy clothes." As he entered, a woman who looked to be in her late 20s with big wavy hair and wearing a tight t-shirt immediately. "What are you looking for? Skirts, pants, or shirts? We have the latest styles." The shop owner was decent-looking with an oval face and red lips, but her eyes conveyed a shrewdness as she sized him up. Especially the way that t-shirt clung to her body, accentuating her ample bust and tiny waist, while her black pants wrapped around her long straight legs, and she walked around the store in half-high-heeled shoes, making a clicking sound. Yang Shuisheng did not look at her, his gaze sweeping over the clothes until it landed on two skirts. One was a water-pink floral dress, and the other was a sky-blue pleated skirt. The fabric looked soft and the colors vibrant. He felt that Lu Yulan would definitely look good in them. He reached out to touch the thickness of the fabric of the water-pink skirt. "Hey, don't touch that." The shop owner suddenly raised her voice, stepping in front of him to block the skirt, her smile fading a bit. "Little brother, just look, this skirt is expensive, 30 yuan each. If you're not buying, don't touch it. If you dirty it or get it fuzzy, how can I sell it to someone else?" Yang Shuisheng's hand froze in midair and his brows furrowed. He looked up at the shop owner and found her giving him a sideways glance with an expression that said he couldn't afford it, intentionally puffing out her chest, making her curves even more pronounced. "Of course I want to buy it." Yang Shuisheng retracted his hand, speaking calmly. "I just wanted to see how the fabric feels." "You want to buy it?" The shop owner looked him up and down, taking note of his clean but obviously worn clothes, and smirked slightly. "Little brother, I'm not being rude, but this skirt is 30 yuan, not 3 or 5. Can you really afford that? If you ruin it, you won't be able to pay for it." Her disdain was unhidden, feeling that Yang Shuisheng was just a poor boy wandering around, and it was already generous of her not to chase him away. "Don't look down on others with your little dog eyes." Yang Shuisheng was too lazy to waste more words with her. He directly pulled out a crisp 100 yuan note and slapped it on the nearby glass counter. "I'll take the skirts, these two." The shop owner's eyes went wide at the sight of the 100 yuan note, her face instantly breaking into an exaggerated smile, her expression changing faster than flipping a book. "Oh, look at my big mouth." She lightly slapped her cheek, quickly grabbed the money, held it up to the light to check it was real, and her smile blossomed. "Little brother." "No, boss, please don't hold it against me. I just didn't recognize the mountain lord. By the way, how tall and heavy is the person hole where the skirt?" She said this while quickly squatting down to search under the counter for the right size. "A bit shorter than me, probably about 100 pounds. Don't worry, the clothes in our store are the best quality in the..." As she spoke, she skillfully took out two brand new unopened skirts and wrapped them in a plastic bag. "Two skirts, that'll be 60 yuan. The shop owner handed over the bag, then picked up the money from the counter, preparing to give change. But her eyes rolled around, glancing at Yang Shuisheng, noticing he was young and dressed modestly, yet was spending generously, resembling an inexperienced greenhorn, and she began to plot. "Boss, since you bought the skirts, how about a pair of stockings to go with them?" The shop owner put on an even sweeter smile, took out a small paper box from the other side of the counter, opened it to reveal two pairs of gossamer stockings, one black and one flesh-colored. "These are the latest craze in the city, glass stockings. When women wear them, their legs look slim, straight, and beautiful. They are a perfect match for skirts. You buy them, and I guarantee your lady will love them immensely." Stockings. Yang Shuisheng had never seen such a thing. He picked them up to feel smooth and cool to the touch, the fabric so thin it was nearly transparent, but it had great elasticity. He imagined Lu Yulan wearing these things that seemed a bit different, but he couldn't quite picture how they looked good since he had never seen anyone wear them. "How do you wear these?" Yang Shuisheng asked curiously. The shop owner was taken aback for a moment, seeing that there were no other customers in the store. She gritted her teeth and pulled Yang Shuisheng's arm. "Come here, boss, I'll show you this way." She pulled Yang Shuisheng into the store to a fitting room simply separated by a cloth curtain. Then before Yang Shuisheng could react, she sat down quickly on a low plastic stool, deftly lifted her left leg, and in a few swift movements took off her half-high heels, rolled up her pants, and picked up the black stockings right in front of Yang Shuisheng, beginning to put them on her bare legs. Her movements were quick, and the stockings slowly climbed up her calves, wrapping around her slender ankles, well-proportioned calves, and then her knees. The thin black stockings clung to her legs like a second skin, glistening enticingly under the dim light, accentuating the lines of her legs, making her skin appear even more delicate and smooth, and one could vaguely see the hue of the skin beneath. Especially as she crossed her legs, her toes slightly pointed. The pose exuded an indescribable allure. Yang Shuisheng watched in astonishment, holding his breath involuntarily. Where had he seen this before? The women in his village usually wore cotton pants at most. Where could he find something so thin, transparent, and shiny that made legs look so appealing? See, that's how you wear them. The shop owner had finished putting on one leg, raised her head, and deliberately threw a flirtatious glance at the dazed Yang Shuisheng, her voice sweet and tempting. Once worn, the legs are smooth and tender, no man can resist them. Buy 2 pairs to take home, and I guarantee your lady will wear them for you every day. Yang Shuisheng felt dry-mouthed, and his mind was filled with images of long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, involuntarily linking it to Lu Yulan. Okay, I'll buy 2 pairs then. He suddenly snapped back to reality, awkwardly averting his gaze. 1 black pair, 1 flesh-colored pair. Great. The shop owner was secretly delighted, knowing she had hooked this naive young man, hurriedly adding, "These stockings are high-quality goods, 20 yuan, each 2 pairs, 40 plus the skirts, 60, making a total of 100, just right for the 100 you gave earlier." In fact, the cost price of these stockings was only about 7 or 8 yuan. Selling for 15 would be the maximum, but seeing Yang Shuisheng's ignorance, she doubled the price directly. Wrap it up. Yang Shuisheng's mind was a bit chaotic at this moment, and he didn't think much more. The shop owner quickly took a box of new stockings and placed them with the skirts in a bag, smiling broadly as she handed it to Yang Shuisheng. "Boss, take care, and come again if you need anything." As Yang Shuisheng took the bag, feeling a bit flushed, he quickly turned and walked out of the clothing store that had made his heart. "Hey boss lady, can I ask you something?" Once he stepped outside and was hit by the cool breeze, he finally fully woke up and remembered he had something important to ask. Photo studio. The proprietress was taken aback for a moment, then enthusiastically pointed to the other end of the market. Yes, go out the west gate of the market, turn right, and walk about 100 meters to find the Hongxing Photo Studio. It's an old brand. Thanks. Yang Shuisheng nodded, carrying a bag filled with clothes and stockings, and turned to walk in the direction indicated by the proprietress. Exiting the west gate of the small commodity market, he indeed saw the sign of Hongxing Photo Studio on a relatively quiet street. The storefront was not large, with black and white and colored photos posted in the glass display, mostly featuring stern-looking ID photos along with a few scenic shots. Yang Shuisheng pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man with glasses and thinning hair sitting behind the counter trimming photos. Hearing the noise, he looked up. "Comrade, taking photos? ID photos or artistic shots?" The proprietor adjusted his glasses, looking expectantly. "Boss, I'm not here for a photo. I want to ask if you sell cameras here." Yang Shuisheng asked directly. "Buy a camera?" The proprietor was taken aback, as if he had heard something strange, sizing up Yang Shuisheng and shaking his head. "Comrade, are you mistaken? You have to go to the big department store in the city or the provincial capital to buy that kind of thing. Who sells that here in our impoverished Daliang town? It's prohibitively expensive. Who can afford it? What about second-hand ones? Like an old camera you've replaced?" Yang Shuisheng pressed on. The proprietor chuckled, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Comrade, I only have 2 cameras, 1 Seagull for work, and a spare Zhuzheng. Both are essential for making a living. How can I sell you any extras?" "Then can you sell me one? The spare Zhuzheng, name a price." Yang Shuisheng thought as long as it could take clear photos, new or old, didn't matter. "Not for sale, not for sale." The proprietor waved his hand, his tone growing more impatient, feeling that Yang Shuisheng was causing trouble. "I told you it's essential for making a living, not for sale. Do you have anything else?" "If there's nothing else, don't waste my time." Yang Shuisheng frowned. If he couldn't buy it, then he had to rent it. He took a step back and asked, "Boss, can I rent it?" "I just need to rent it for a day, and we'll return it to you tomorrow." "Rent?" The proprietor's eyes behind the lenses flickered, his impatient expression faded, revealing a hint of interest as he tapped on the counter. "Renting isn't impossible, but this camera is valuable. What if it gets damaged? And how much are you willing to pay for the rental?" "You name a price. As long as it's reasonable, I will compensate you if it's damaged." Yang Shuisheng was very straightforward. Seeing his promptness, the proprietor's eyes rolled as he calculated in his mind. This kid looked young and dressed poorly, but his tone was not small. He must be an ignorant greenhorn. Renting a camera, the fee is divided into 2 parts. The proprietor cleared his throat, taking on a professional demeanor. One part is the rental fee for the camera itself, though it's valuable, so for 1 day, it's 50 yuan. The other part is the cost of film and developing fees for the shoot. Here we charge 3 yuan per photo, including developing, with a minimum of 5 photos. If I rent it to you, I'll provide the film. How many photos you take will be charged based on this rate. Additionally, to prevent you from not returning the camera or damaging it, you need to pay a deposit of 300 yuan. If the camera is returned in good condition, the deposit will be refunded. How does that sound? 50 yuan for 1 day's rental is not cheap. It's equivalent to several days' wages for an ordinary worker. But Yang Shuisheng urgently needed it and was too lazy to haggle. All right, let's go with your 50 yuan rental fee, 300 deposit, and film costs separately. Yang Shuisheng nodded and directly counted out 350 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The proprietor didn't expect him to agree so readily without bargaining, and his heart sank, realizing he was losing out. Seeing this kid take out money without even blinking, he should have asked for 100 a day. But now that the words had been spoken, it was hard to take them back. He could only accept the money and then issue a simple receipt with a stamp. Great, the boss is straightforward. The proprietor handed the receipt to Yang Shuisheng, turned around, and brought out a slightly worn black leather camera case, which was the Zhujiang brand. He also took out an unopened roll of film, unrolling it while teaching Yang Shuisheng. This is the film new, capable of taking 24 photos. Loading the film is done this way. Here is the shutter, and here is the film advance lever. After taking a photo, remember to advance it. Focus here, estimate the distance, and absolutely do not open the back cover, otherwise the film will be exposed and ruined. Yang Shuisheng listened attentively and quickly memorized the basic operations. That's about it, or just use it carefully and don't bump or knock it. The proprietor, still worried, reiterated his instructions before handing the camera and film to Yang Shuisheng. Rest assured, boss, I'll return it at this time tomorrow. Yang Shuisheng carefully packed the camera into the canvas bag that came with the leather case, slinging it over his shoulder, and left the photo studio. Next, he headed straight to Ma San's residence, preparing to give him the camera and discuss the details of the covert shooting. That area was the old district of the town, with low and dilapidated houses, narrow alleys, and a ground full of potholes emanating a foul smell of garbage and sewage. It was a shack made of broken wooden planks and asbestos tiles, with the door slightly ajar. Before he got close, he heard a loud commotion coming from inside. Ma San, stop pretending to be pitiful. Paying back debts is only right. You promised to pay back last month. How long has it been? If you don't return the 500 yuan with interest today, don't blame us for being rude. Brother Hu, I beg you, give me a few more days, just a few days. I will definitely find a way. Oh, I will have money soon. It was Ma San's pleading voice laced with a cry. A way to live? What kind of way to live do you have? With your thieving and sneaky behavior, what can you do? Today, either you pay back the money, or... A sinister voice paused. Just leave your 2 hands behind. You won't be doing this kind of work anymore. Consider it a lesson learned. No, Brother Hu, I beg you. I can't lose this hand. I rely on it for a living. Ma San's voice was filled with despair. Hearing this, Yang Shuisheng's expression turned cold. A disabled hand. Ma San's hands were exceptional for picking locks and stealing, crucial for his investigation into Zhao Youcai, and would be of great use in the future. Moreover, Ma San had been efficient yesterday, and he still needed to give him the camera today. If his hand became disabled, what would he do? He no longer hesitated and took a step forward, directly pushing open the rickety wooden door. Stop it. Inside the shack, the light was dim, filled with a musty and sweaty odor. He saw Ma San being pinned to the ground by 2 burly men in floral shirts, one of whom, a scar-faced man, was lifting his foot, poised to stomp on Ma San's right hand, which was being twisted behind his back. Ma San's face was pale, his face smeared with tears, and snot struggling desperately. All eyes snapped toward the doorway. There stood Yang Shuisheng, a canvas bag slung across his back. Calm of countenance, yet his gaze sharp with icy resolve. The scarred man, pinning Ma San down, sized Yang Shuisheng up from head to toe. Who the hell are you? Hugu released his foot from Ma San's chest and straightened up, tilting his head as he squinted sideways at Yang Shuisheng, voice laced with hostility. This is none of your business. Get the hell out now. Mind your own damn affairs. Brother Yang, you're finally here. On the ground, Ma San seized upon Yang Shuisheng like a drowning man grasping at driftwood. Ignoring the snot and tears streaking his face, he screamed hoarsely, "Save me, Brother Yang. They're going to cripple my hands." But Yang Shuisheng paid no heed to Ma San's wails. His gaze remained steady, fixed upon Hugo. How much does he owe you? Oh, Hugo blinked, then burst into laughter, exchanging glances with his cronies. Their mirth dripped with mockery. So you're offering to pay off this worm's debt? Hugo stepped forward, closing the distance, attempting to overwhelm Yang Shuisheng with sheer height and menace. Kid, what turf do you run on? Big talk for someone so young. This worm calls you Brother Yang. I've held sway in Daliang town for years, yet I've never heard your name. Indeed, he'd never heard of Yang Shuisheng. Every notable figure in town was familiar to him. Fearing Hu Gu might truly strike Yang Shuisheng, Ma Sen cried out again, "Brother Hu, don't act rashly. This brother Yang is a friend of Kuan Gu. Cross him, and you cross Kuan Gu himself." Kuan Gu. The sneer froze on Hu Ji's face, and in his eyes flickered genuine alarm. Kuan Gu was the true sovereign of Daliang Town. Men like Hu Gu, loan sharks and bouncers, were not even fit to polish his shoes. Could this youth truly be Kuan Ji's associate? Was it real, or mere bluster? Hu Gu scrutinized Yang Shuisheng anew, torn between doubt and unease. His youth and plain attire hardly matched the profile. Who among Kuan Ji's circle wasn't influential, surrounded by attendants? "Kid, do you really know Kuan Gu?" Hu Ji's tone softened, edged with cautious inquiry. "Whether I know him or not is none of your concern," Yang Shuisheng replied coolly, as though Hu Gu were beneath notice. "I only ask, how much does Ma Sen owe you, and how?" "Ma Sen borrowed 300 yuan from me 2 months ago, for an emergency." Flustered by Yang Shuisheng's composure, Hu Gu nonetheless regained his bravado at the mention of those few hundred yuan. He pulled a crumpled promissory note from his pocket and unfurled it, black ink on white paper. "It's all here. Repayment due in 1 month, interest 100. 2 months have passed, 500 total principal and interest combined. So you'll cover it." Yang Shuisheng glanced at the note, scrawled handwriting, 300 yuan borrowed, 100 interest, Ma Sen's signature and thumbprint, all authentic. The interest was exorbitant, but the note itself was genuine. "Loan sharking." Yang Shuisheng's eyes flicked to Hu Gu. "What's loan sharking or not? Debt must be repaid. That's the natural order," Hu Gu retorted, eyes blazing. "He borrowed willingly, I lent freely. Borrow and repay. That's how trust endures. Now he delays repayment. Who's to blame?" Yang Shuisheng turned to Ma Sen on the floor. "Is what he says true?" "Brother Yang, it's true." Ma Sen nodded, miserably, face contorted in despair. "I'd lost heavily gambling. I needed quick capital to turn things around, so I borrowed that sum from Brother Hu." Yang Shuisheng now understood. Were it not for Ma Sen's continued usefulness, he would not have intervened at all. "Forget the interest. 300 yuan. The principal. I'll settle it." He looked squarely at Hu Gu, voice unyielding. "Agree, hand over the note, and take the money. Forgo the interest." Hu Gu exploded, voice thunderous once more. "You think you're tossing coins to a beggar? 500, down to the last one. Not 1 cent less. Today, every single coin, principal and interest, must be paid in full. Otherwise, Ma Sen's hands, and you're meddling." He glared viciously at Yang Shuisheng, leaving the threat unfinished but unmistakable. 300, or get out. Now. Yang Shuisheng's voice chilled, and he took a single step forward. Though leaner than Hu Gu, his posture was ramrod straight, his eyes piercing, exuding an invisible crushing pressure. "Fuck your mother. You think I'm giving you face?" Hu Gu, utterly enraged by Yang Shuisheng's unflinching defiance, and increasingly convinced Ma Sen had fabricated the link to Kuan Gu, snarled, jabbing a finger at Yang Shuisheng. "This had nothing to do with you. Yet you insisted on interfering. Frankly, I find your pretentious airs deeply offensive. Either kneel right here and bang your head 3 times before me, shouting, 'Master Hu, I was wrong,' and I'll pretend you never walked through this door." He paused, his gaze greedily sweeping over Yang Shuisheng, lingering on the seemingly expensive canvas bag slung across his shoulder. "Or drop the whole matter of Ma Sen, and hand me 300 yuan yourself as apology and auspicious tribute to avert misfortune. Otherwise, neither of you leaves this place intact." He judged Yang Shuisheng as affluent, unfamiliar, and young, a perfect mark for an opportunistic shakedown. "And if I refuse?" "Try it." The moment Hu Ji's voice cracked, Yang Shuisheng vanished from his field of vision. Thud. Yang Shuisheng's fist crashed into Hu Ji's jaw, still spitting curses. His movement left only a blur, granting Hu Gu and his gang no time to react. 8 subtle currents of qi surged within him, endowing him with explosive power and unnerving precision far beyond mortal limits. Hu Gu saw stars explode behind his eyes. A deafening roar filled his skull as he toppled backward, landing hard on his rump. His jaw throbbed, numb and salty, blood-welled, teeth loosened. "Fuck!" Before Hu Ji's accomplice could curse, Yang Shuisheng pivoted, delivering a clean, brutal sweep kick to the side of his knee joint. "Ow!" The man shrieked, buckling, instantly collapsing onto the dirt floor while clutching his shattered knee. Yang Shuisheng advanced without pause, stepping forward to plant his foot squarely upon Hu Ji's chest, pressing down just enough to pin him, then gazed down coldly. "You dare?" Hu Gu gasped, stunned and furious. Yet the boot upon his chest felt like a mountain, stealing his breath and paralyzing his limbs. To his horror, this slender youth possessed terrifying strength and moved with ruthless surgical efficiency. "Still demand my apology." Yang Shuisheng increased the pressure infinitesimally. "Cough. No more. I was wrong. Spare me, spare me." Hu Gu choked, chest screaming, begging desperately. His crony writhed on the ground, teeth gritted, too terrified to move. Ma San lay frozen, mouth agape, eyes wide as copper coins, stunned speechless by the lightning's swift reversal. Had Brother Yang truly subdued both Hu Gu and his strongest enforcer in just 2 moves? Unbelievable. Ma San, how much did you actually borrow? Yang Shuisheng lifted his foot and stepped half a pace back, looking down upon Hu Gu with detached authority. Hu Gu coughed several times, clutching his chest, then instinctively replied, 500. Crack. Yang Shuisheng's open palm struck his cheek, sharp, decisive. Say it again. How much? 300. Stung and reeling, Hu Gu corrected himself instantly. 300. That's all Ma San borrowed. Here, 300. Yang Shuisheng nodded, withdrew 3 crisp 100 yuan notes, and tossed them onto Hu Ji's chest. Money's yours. Hand over the note. Hu Gu dared not utter a syllable of protest. Scrambling frantically, he snatched up the bills and retrieved the crumpled promissory note, then offered it to Yang Shuisheng with both hands trembling. Rie up. Yang Shuisheng accepted the note without glancing at it, tore it cleanly in half, and dropped the pieces contemptuously to the floor. Take your money and leave. Yes, yes, right away. We're gone. Hu Gu bolted upright, seized the cash, and fled headlong from the dilapidated shack, no longer glancing back. His crony staggered upright, limping after him in haste. Within moments, both vanished into the dust, leaving the shack silent save for Yang Shuisheng and the still prostrate Ma San. Brother Yang, thank you for saving my life. Ma San scrambled to Yang Shuisheng's feet, bowing his head repeatedly, voice trembling with fervor. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. Wherever you command me. To the east, I shall not veer west. Into fire or boiling oil, I shall not flinch. Enough. Rise. Yang Shuisheng regarded him impassively. Consider those 300 yuan a debt to me. When I call, you will come, without hesitation. Yes, yes, Brother Yang, you have my word. Whatever you ask, I swear it. Should I ever refuse, may heaven strike me down with thunder and lightning. Ma San swore fervently, awestruck and reverent. Yang Shuisheng said nothing more. He unslung his canvas bag and withdrew a Zhujiang camera, handing it to Ma San. A camera? Ma San accepted it, puzzled. Tonight Zhao Yukai has invited me to dinner, Yang Shuisheng murmured low. I'll contrive to draw him and his family away for as long as possible. Seize that window. Go to the 2nd floor drawer in his home and photograph every document inside, invoices, papers, especially anything bearing Zhao Youcai's signature or Hong Duchong's name. Make certain the images are crystal clear, but under no circumstances disturb the originals. Restore everything exactly as you found it. He swiftly demonstrated the camera's basic operation to Ma San. Ma San grasped the instructions instantly, nodding vigorously. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. I'll capture every detail, crisp and flawless. He pounded his chest in solemn pledge, eyes alight with fierce determination. To serve such a formidable master elevated him, imbued him with purpose. The film holds 24 exposures. Use them wisely. Capture only what matters most. Hide the camera well. Tomorrow I'll collect it. Yang Shuisheng added, voice grave. Above all, be unseen. Understood. Ma San nodded emphatically. With final instructions delivered, Yang Shuisheng turned and strode from the crumbling shack. Sunlight bathed the world outside. He squinted toward the blacksmith's forge. The throwing daggers should be ready by now, I trust. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, the sound of clanging filled the air. Master Wang was squatting at the entrance, sharpening a machete. He looked up and saw Yang Shuisheng had arrived, wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel, and gestured inside. The items are ready. You can take them from the shelf inside. The balance is 2 coins. Yang Shuisheng walked in and found a small package wrapped in old cowhide paper on a wooden shelf piled with miscellaneous items. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 thin iron plates the length of his palm and the width of 2 fingers, entirely black, with no unnecessary embellishments, only 2 small grooves at the ends for finger grip. The edges were sharpened, glinting coldly in the dim light, honed to a keen sharpness. He picked one up and weighed it in his hand. It was indeed one tael, with a stable center of gravity. He gently scraped the edge with his finger, feeling a slight sting. The sharpness was sufficient. Both the weight and feel as well as the sharpness met his requirements perfectly. Master Wang's craftsmanship was truly commendable. Not bad, thank you, Master Wang. Yang Shuisheng was very satisfied, taking out 2 coins and placing them on the nearby anvil, wrapping the 2 darts back up in cowhide paper before turning to leave the blacksmith shop. He did not head back to the village immediately, but turned into a secluded alley behind the blacksmith shop, where some broken bricks and tiles were piled up, and no one usually came. After ensuring no one was around, Yang Shuisheng took out one of the darts. The black iron plate lay in his palm, cold and heavy. He focused his mind and drew upon the 8 threads of qi slowly rotating within his dantian. With a slight movement of his will, the qi began to circulate, wrapping around the dart in his palm. A miraculous scene unfolded. The heavy dart began to float unsteadily from his palm. Though initially unsteady like a drunken person slightly trembling, as Yang Shuisheng concentrated his thoughts, the flow of qi stabilized, and the dart quickly hovered a foot above his palm, as if supported by an invisible hand. A surge of joy filled Yang Shuisheng's heart. This was far more intuitive and powerful than controlling a silver needle. He could distinctly sense the subtle connection between the qi and the dart, as if it were an extension of his own body. With another thought, the hovering dart shot off with a swoosh, transforming into a blurred black line aimed at a broken green brick half buried 3 meters away. Bang! With a light sound, the dart embedded deeply into the green brick, nearly disappearing, leaving only a small groove at the back. Yang Shuisheng walked over, grasped the groove, and pulled the dart out with a slight effort. A deep hole was left in the green brick with neat edges. The power of this dart, if it struck a person, would definitely create a bloody wound. Moreover, due to the control via qi, it was silent and extremely fast, making it hard to defend against. He attempted to control 2 darts simultaneously. The 8 threads of qi split into 2 parts, wrapping around the 2 darts respectively. The 2 black darts danced around him in midair, weaving, intertwining, and spiraling, their trajectories unpredictable, completely under his mental control. Though controlling 2 darts at once increased the demand on his mental energy and required finer control of the qi, with his current foundation of 8 threads of qi, he could manage it effortlessly. He even sensed that if he wished, he might be able to barely control a 3rd or 4th dart. However, doing so would surely compromise precision and power. For now, having 2 darts, one for offense and one for distraction, was sufficient to handle most situations. Furthermore, these darts were merely made from ordinary iron plates. If he found better materials in the future or improved his cultivation, he could definitely forge even better ones. Having completely familiarized himself with dart control, Yang Shuisheng felt elated. He carefully stored the 2 darts away, glancing at the sun, realizing it was already noon, and his stomach was growling. He wandered around the town and spotted a small restaurant. The place was deserted, with not a single customer in sight. The proprietress was sitting on a small stool at the entrance, picking vegetables, her back slender. Yang Shuisheng walked in. There were only 4 tables in the shop, and they were relatively clean. "Little brother, are you here to eat?" Hearing the noise, the proprietress turned around and stood up. This glance made Yang Shuisheng's eyes light up. The proprietress looked to be around 25 or 26, with fair skin, clearly someone who hadn't done much hard labor. She had an oval face, large bright eyes, a straight nose, and full lips. She wore a floral shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing 2 slender fair arms. The shirt was a bit tight, perfectly accentuating her ample bust, while her waist was slim, and she wore black cotton pants that couldn't conceal her round pert bottom and long legs. She exuded a unique charm, straddling the line between a pure young girl and a voluptuous young woman. "Yes, I'm here to eat. What do you have, proprietress?" Yang Shuisheng withdrew his gaze and sat down at a table further inside. "There's a menu on the wall. We have stir-fried dishes, noodles, and rice." The proprietress' voice was crisp with a hint of a local accent, quite pleasant to hear. She pointed at a red paper stuck to the wall, on which the names and prices of dishes were written in calligraphy. "I'll have a spicy stir-fried pork, a braised pork, and a bowl of rice." The spicy stir-fried pork is 5 coins, the braised pork is 8 coins, and the rice is 1 coin, totaling 14. The proprietress quickly quoted the prices and turned to enter the kitchen at the back. As she moved, her slender waist and full hips traced an enticing curve. Soon the dishes were served. The spicy stir-fried pork emitted a fragrant aroma, the meat slices glistening with oil, while the green and red peppers remained crisp. The braised pork was a vibrant red, rich, but not greasy, lean yet tender. Yang Shuisheng took a bite, and his eyes lit up. The cooking skill was indeed impressive. "Proprietress, your cooking is excellent," he praised earnestly while devouring his meal. "What good is skill?" The proprietress was daydreaming behind the counter, and upon hearing this, she looked up with a hint of a bitter smile. "These days there are more restaurants than diners. Look at this, it's mealtime, and apart from you, who else has come in?" She sighed, a frown creasing her brow. "If this continues, I estimate I'll have to close in 2 months. You have such good skills, there should be quite a few regulars, right? How can you not make it?" Yang Shuisheng asked, somewhat surprised. "There are a few regulars, but what good does that do?" The proprietress shook her head, her tone somewhat resigned. "Little brother, you're still young, you don't understand. Nowadays, running a shop requires more than just skill, it's all about personal connections and relationships. In my small business, I have no connections and no networks. Today, the health department came to check. Tomorrow, the industrial and commercial bureau will come to see. The day after tomorrow, the tax office will come to ask. Any of these bureaucrats can make it hard for you to continue operating. And not to mention those ruffians on the street who come by every now and then for free food and drinks, causing trouble." She grew increasingly emotional, her eyes reddening. "My husband passed away from illness 2 years ago, leaving me with this small shop. I've been gritting my teeth to hold on thinking I could support myself and my child with my skills, but, it's tough. I've already decided that after this year I'll sell the shop and return to my hometown. Yang Shuisheng listened feeling somewhat moved. In this world it truly wasn't easy for an ordinary person to run a small business peacefully. He looked at the proprietress with an inexplicable twinge of sympathy. Just as he was about to say something to comfort her, the light at the restaurant's entrance dimmed, and two young men, wearing flashy t-shirts, smoking, and looking disreputable, swaggered in. "Where's the proprietress?" One of them with yellow hair kicked the door frame lazily and shouted, "Haven't you seen there's a customer here? Hurry up and cook us some hearty dishes. We're starving." "Two brothers have arrived. Please take a seat," the proprietress said, her face visibly paling at the sight of the two men. A flicker of disdain and helplessness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly forced a strained smile and stood up to greet them. "What would you like to eat?" "Cut the crap, just bring out all the best dishes from your restaurant." The man with the yellow hair casually sat down at a table, propping his feet up on the nearby chair, a cigarette bobbing in his mouth. "Bring me 7 or 8 dishes like braised pork, stewed knuckles, spicy chicken, and boiled fish, and 2 bottles of good liquor. Hurry up." The proprietress' heart sank. 7 or 8 dishes. There were only 2 of them. It was clear they were here to indulge and waste money. "Gentlemen, you two, even with this many dishes you won't finish them." "It would be such a waste," she said with a forced smile, carefully suggesting, "How about we start with fewer dishes, and if it's not enough we can add more. I told you to serve, just serve. No more nonsense." The bald thug slammed the table, his eyes glaring. "Hurry up, or I'll turn this broken place upside down." "All right, I'll go fry them right now." The proprietress shivered in fear, not daring to say more, and could only respond quickly as she hurried into the kitchen, her back showing her panic and helplessness. Yang Shuisheng sat in a corner, coldly observing everything, leisurely eating his meal. Soon the sounds of pans clanging and sizzling from the kitchen echoed, and enticing aromas wafted out. Before long, the proprietress came out with 2 steaming dishes, braised pork and spicy chicken. She went back and forth, bringing out the 7 or 8 dishes ordered by the man with the yellow hair, along with 2 bottles of locally produced bulk liquor. "Gentlemen, all the dishes are ready. Enjoy your meal," the proprietress said as she placed down the last dish, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Busy, her face flushed, and the collar of her floral shirt loosened by one button, revealing a small patch of pale skin and a deep cleavage, which was particularly eye-catching. The man with the yellow hair and the bald thug stared at her chest for a few moments, swallowing hard. The man with the yellow hair picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork, chewed it a couple of times, and glanced sideways at the proprietress, who stood awkwardly by. "Proprietress, how about this month's meal bill? It's time to settle up right." The proprietress stiffened, rubbing her hands together, and pleaded in a low voice, "Brother Gang, Brother Long, business has been really bad this month. As you can see, it's been so quiet. Could you possibly extend the deadline by a few days? I promise to pay you next month." "Extend?" The bald thug scoffed, pouring himself a drink and downing it in one gulp. "If we extend for you, who extends for us? If you don't pay this money, we won't be able to explain it to Brother Bao when we get back. If Brother Bao gets angry, can you handle it?" I really have no money." The proprietress was on the verge of tears. "No money? Not a problem." The man with the yellow hair's eyes darted around her. He set down his chopsticks, a lewd smile spreading across his face as he waved her over. "Proprietress, come over and drink a few cups with us. If we're happy, the money isn't unnegotiable. You can pay half first, 200. We'll talk about the rest next month. How does that sound?" The meaning behind his words was abundantly clear. The proprietress's face flushed red, a mix of shame and anger, her body trembling slightly. She glanced at the 2 bottles of liquor on the table, then at the lewd expressions on the faces of the man with the yellow hair and the bald thug, gritted her teeth, as if making a huge decision. "I'm not good with liquor. I can only drink 1 cup with you 2 gentlemen." She walked to the table, picked up an empty cup, poured half a cup of liquor, and then raised the cup, forcing a smile at the man with the yellow hair and the bald thug. "Brother Gang, Brother Long, I toast to you." After saying that, she tipped her head back and downed the small cup of fiery liquor, coughing and tearing up her cheeks, instantly flushing with an abnormal redness, her chest heaving violently due to the coughing. "Huh, refreshing." The man with the yellow hair clapped his hands and laughed, his gaze lingering on her heaving chest. "Brother Gang, here's 200. The proprietress set down the cup, forcing down the churn in her stomach and the dizziness, and carefully took out an old handkerchief pouch from behind the counter. She opened it cautiously, counted out 2 crumpled $100 bills, and handed them to the man with the yellow hair. "The rest I promise to give you next month." "All right, you've got some sense." The man with the yellow hair took the money, fiddled with it, satisfied, and said, "The remaining 200 can't be delayed next month." Yes, thank you, Brother Gang, thank you, Brother Long." The proprietress thanked them repeatedly, but her heart was bleeding. This 200 was all she had saved up this month by working early and late, living frugally. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to retreat to the counter, the bald thug pointed at the nearly untouched dishes on the table and spoke again. Proprietress, what about the bill for this table of dishes? The proprietress was momentarily stunned, thinking they had a change of heart and wanted to pay for the meal. A total of $58. Bang, 58. The man with the yellow hair glared, slamming his palm on the table, causing the bowls and dishes to jolt. What? You really dare to ask? I eat here because I think highly of you. Do you still want to charge me for my meal? What the hell do you mean? Huh? The proprietress was so frightened she trembled all over and quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't mean that. Having you two gentlemen here is already a favor to me. Just enjoy your meal and drinks. This meal is on me. It's on me. That's more like it. The bald thug snorted, but his eyes shifted again with a wicked idea as he pointed at the empty cup the proprietress had just drunk from, a lewd smile creeping across his face. But proprietress, you only took a tiny sip when toasting earlier. That's too insincere. And what you said earlier made us very uncomfortable. So come over and drink 3 more cups. Apologize to the brothers, and today's matter will be settled otherwise. He pointed at the bottle of liquor that had just been opened on the table. The proprietress turned pale at the sight of the strong liquor. After downing that small cup earlier, she was already dizzy with a burning stomach. If she drank 3 more cups, she would definitely throw up on the spot and wouldn't be able to do business in the afternoon. Brother Long, I really can't handle alcohol. Well, I've already had 1 cup. I really can't drink more. The proprietress' voice was tinged with a sob, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The collar of her floral shirt darkened by sweat clinging tightly to her skin, outlining an alluring curve. That's just right. The man with the yellow hair laughed even more lewdly, his gaze crawling like a bug over the proprietress' slightly open collar and her heaving chest. Getting drunk is just right. Just close the door and take a nap in the store. The bald thug followed suit with a lewd laugh. Don't worry, the 2 of us will make sure you sleep comfortably.